name is Charlie Merriman, and joining me on the desk is the brilliant Jamie Boyd. Jamie, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling very excited for this day 2 of the Utrecht Special Event. We had an absolutely fantastic day 1, some brilliant matches all around, some really hype moments indeed. I think a standout for me would probably be the ending to the stream. We had a Rashamati versus Leonardo Bononomy, and that's Terrablast choice-banded Dragonite into the King Gambit. Normally wouldn't KO, but it had turned into a fire type and got a critical hit on top of that as well. Absolutely fantastic moment.
Yeah, you don't often see a King Gambit taken out in one turn, and that Choice Banded Dragonite just tore through the entire opponent's team. It was absolutely phenomenal to see, and you'll be able to watch that match after the event when the video goes up on YouTube soon. We also should mention that there is a TCG and Pokemon Go Day 2 happening today at the venue, so plenty of Pokemon action all round. And get involved yourself if you're watching at home. You can join the discussion on Twitter using the hashtag #PlayPokemon and share with us your favourite moments from this event. And make sure to follow Victory Road on Twitter to catch all of the action. And all the matches will be available on YouTube after the event, as mentioned. You can also find on the website and Twitter multiple team reports where the best players talk about their team and their experience playing at the events, rentals to play the teams yourselves, and so many other useful resources to get started.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just have a quick recap of how the tournament does end up working. We had just shy of 500 players over this weekend. Very good turnout indeed. We had 9 rounds of Swiss, where we have now whittled it down to 46 players. There were 46 players with at least 7 wins that were able to advance into that day 2. We had quite a few with 8 wins as well, and even 2 with 9 wins and 0 losses as well. So that's really put them in a good standing for the next day 2 of Swiss, where we have an extra 5 rounds, so we can whittle our way down to just 8 players remaining. So you do want to try and get as good a result as possible in those 5 rounds to get yourself in the best standing to whittle yourself down into that top 8, where we'll then have single elimination down to our champion.
Yes, that's right. And of course, the more wins you have yesterday, the better standing you are in today. If you want to make that top 8, then it will put you in a good position to work your way to the top of the leaderboard. And people going into today with a good win record have that cushion, able to perhaps drop a game, maybe. Obviously, you want to go all the way and guarantee your position in top 8. But yes, and players who have maybe lost 2 games so far, you really want to keep, or lost more than 2 games so far, I should say, you really want to keep winning in order to guarantee your place.
Yeah, absolutely. The more wins you get on the day 1, much better standing for the day 2. If you get a 12-2 record, at least, if you get at least 12 wins, that's going to get you into the top 8 for sure. Obviously, we haven't yet quite seen a 14 wins. We're still waiting for that one. And the 13 wins, we did get that in the Boca Regional Championships. Got 13-1 from Giuseppe Musico. But yeah, yet to get that 14-0. But 11-3 is generally going to be good enough sometimes. That's the key word. Only a few of them will make it. So if you get those 12 wins, you've guaranteed it. If you got the 11 wins, then you are almost going to make it. And we'll have to see if that is going to be the case.
Listen to the wise words of hard Taskmaster Boyd next to me. Just win as often as you can. And why are we doing all these hours of fierce matches? Well, they are, of course, for championship points. As you can see on screen, or should be able to shortly, players are awarded various amounts of championship points, as well as TCG booster packs, nice little extra, based on their final placement. And these points are the key to earn a ticket to the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan this summer. And also to enter the race for a travel award or stipend for the International Championships happening in North America in late June. Now, of course, a key difference to this event, a special event, from regular regional championships of the season is that there won't be prize money for the top trainers. But, on the other hand, this event is also free to enter, so it's ideal for newer players.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to feature some newer players on our stream as well. Across the day 1, we had a lot of players that most players would have known with all their accomplishments, and we've got some newer players yet to get their accomplishments. Of course, there's going to be plenty of players that are joining the scene that will be able to get those accomplishments behind their belts. But yeah, some fantastic games that we did see on that day 1, and I'm very excited to just have a quick look back at what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Such a fantastic day of Swiss that we did have yesterday in that day one of the Utrecht Special Event, and really looking forward to the Swiss coming forward for these extra 5 rounds in this day 2. But of course, some players did manage to make it into that day 2. We can actually have a look at those players that did manage to make it. You needed those 7 wins at least to be able to make it into the next round. 8 wins was even better, and 9 wins was absolutely perfect.
Absolutely perfect indeed, and hopefully we'll be able to look at the standings very soon. Should be coming up on screen, looking at how players are doing. So here we go. We have some big names over on the left side of the screen in Eric Rios, Alex Gomez, Thomas Gruvui, Maurice Uteg, names that we know. Julio Taulau, who I had the pleasure of speaking to in a floor interview yesterday. It was really interesting to get his insight. But and of course Eduardo Cunha, the current world champion there as well. And some names that are perhaps less familiar.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that down to 11th place was where the 8 ones were. So Eric Rios and Alex Gomez both getting the 9 wins and 0 losses going in. And then that would be 9 extra players that were able to get these 8 wins and only 1 loss. So really setting themselves up good for the a chance to get into the top 8 for going for that championship title. The 7-2s, the rest of those players, still a very good result indeed. But they have to fight even harder to get into that top 8.
Absolutely, it's all it's such a mental game. You have to keep yourself focused, and I'm sure the players will have been delighted to have had a bit of a rest last night, have a good sleep, come in, refresh perspective. After 9 grueling rounds of Swiss, you can't possibly do any more, and you have to refresh yourself for the next day. But many of these players in this table are ones that we featured on stream, and it'll be really interesting to follow their story coming into day 2.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we love to see about this, being able to follow all these players through their journey to hopefully claiming that championship title. We do have a few players that have won regional championships before, even internationals and a world championship as well, coming into these as well. I know that Nils Dunlop, we featured yesterday, has won 2 regional championships as well. We've got Flavio Del Pidio, international champion and regional champion as well. Plenty of players that are very well known and already have a championship behind their belt, but plenty of players that are looking to claim their first.
Yes, 100%. And what I'm really looking forward to seeing is which of these players have been able to bring perhaps some off-meta picks into their teams. You expect on day 1 players experimenting with various Pokemon. Day 2, you might expect some of the more standard Pokemon to be seen. The ones that are reliable, consistent, do well in the current meta. But in my mind, the mark of a fantastic player is one who can choose those off-meta picks, find their niches, and pilot them to success.
And I have had a quick scan through of the Pokemon that were used, and there were a couple of standouts for sure. We did mention Bellibolt a couple of times on the stream yesterday, and it went 8-1. Okay. Federico Cambrisi used the same team that David Kutesh was using back in the Bochum Regional Championships and did feature that Bellibolt. So really nice to see that. I believe down in somewhere in the 40s there was a Medicham that made it into the day 2 as well with a 7-2 record. So very nice. And I also did have a look out. There were 5 Malsolds against 4 Baxcalibur. So you did slightly pick me out there with the favourite picks.
That is, thank you so much for looking that up in advance. That's a great stat to know. Yes, Malsolid is my favourite Gen 9 Pokemon, Baxcalibur being Jamie's. I love them both, but I just can't resist those little mice. And they seem these days to be there more to provide support rather than offensive pressure. But of course, it's Pokemon that can be run multiple ways. And as for Baxcalibur, it's a fairly consistent moveset we've seen recently.
Yeah, well, you said offensive pressure. It does a lot of damage. Massive damage with Glaive Rush. That tends to be what Baxcalibur does. Doesn't need to support the team. It supports the team by getting knockouts, so that then the opponent can't do anything. So, yeah, really nice to see. And it also made one of them was in 8-1 as well. I believe Ica was able to make it 8-1 with that Baxcalibur as well. I don't think any Malsolid went at least 8 or 9 wins, so I'll take that. But yeah, really nice showing for these players. I'm really interested to see those slightly off-meta picks. If they are featured on the stream, that would be absolutely fantastic. But of course, some very good teams coming out from all these players as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we should build a Malsolid Baxcalibur team, see how far it goes. We should be getting our players seated for the first match that we're going to stream today. And yes, hopefully that will be starting soon. And the caliber, as you've seen from those standings, it's absolutely incredible. And so you know that you'll be in for a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to be featuring the two players that did go 9-0 on that day one of Swiss, because they have had a fantastic run, and we will very much like to follow that. It's going to be Eric Rios versus Alex Gomez, the two Spaniards that are very, very well known in the community, have fantastic results behind them. Eric Rios, international champion and regional champion as well. Alex Gomez, national champion, not quite international champion, still the same thing. Yeah. National, when it was called Nationals back in 2016 as well. Yeah, some really, really high caliber players going 9-0, and we're very, very excited to feature it.
Incredibly excited. Eric Rios is, of course, someone who accumulated a monstrous amount of championship points, and certainly a player to keep an eye out for. But in fact, we've just had confirmation that the match we'll be featuring for round 1 will in fact be Thomas Gravui versus Oliver Eskelin.
Yeah, two other fantastic players as well. We've got regional champion in Thomas Gravui, we've got international finalist in Oliver Eskelin, so two other very fantastic players for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Oliver Eskelin representing Finland, I believe Thomas Gravui of France. And both of these players were trainers who were seen a lot during the last Sword and Shield season last year. I believe Oliver Eskelin was a finalist of, was it an international championship?
Yes, it was the international championship, yeah. They came second to Eric Rios back in the 2022 season. So, yeah, really, really, really strong showing. Also an international champion, it should be said, in the seniors division. So actually does have the international championship behind his belt. In the Masters, just got to the finals as well. Really, really close to that championship title. And I'm sure he's very hungry for one in this special event as well. Very
hungry for one, but he does have to go up against Thomas Gravui, who was last year's Lille regional champion, and a name that we've seen cropping up all over. He's been in a few top cuts of tournaments so far this year. So, my goodness, the pressure will be on for both of these players, and it's going to be a cracker.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be very curious to see what they are running. Thomas was using, it seemed like a very supportive Roaring Moon, and not many players had been using that before. Most of them had been going for just the flying acrobatics, do a lot of damage with the booster energy, like maybe get the attack boost instead of the speed boost, and just do massive damage with acrobatics. But very much a supportive Roaring Moon coming out for Thomas in the Oceania International Championships. Was going with the Fairy Terror type and opting for just going for breaking swipes to be able to reduce the damage.
Yeah, and again, Roaring Moon is another one of those very flexible Pokemon that can be used in so many different ways. It has sizable damage output, but can also provide those supportive moves like Tailwind or a Breaking Swipe. And it seems like they took Salamence and just redistributed its stats to perhaps make Roaring Moon even more competitively viable.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do have Salamence in the day too. Roberto Parente, which we featured yesterday, did bring that Salamence and now has made it into the day 2 with a 7-2 record. So yeah, we're going to be able to feature that. There's definitely more Roaring Moons kicking about though.
Oh,
it does seem like that is the more common pick over Salamence, unfortunately. For the Salamence, Intimidate's still a good ability, but apparently getting an attack boost or a speed boost just for free with a booster energy is also pretty good.
Also pretty good. And the Salamence that we did see on stream yesterday put in so much work. It was a really useful pick, and again, it's all about finding that niche for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It faced down a Lilligant Torkoal team, and it does very well against that. It matches up very well against the fire eruptions that's coming up from Torkoal. Going to be able to resist that. It's going to be able to super effectively hit the Lilligant as well with the air splashes or the flamethrower if you want the 100% accuracy, which you probably did because it missed the air slash. But yeah, it's a very, very good pick, and apparently worked out very well for Roberto there, getting those 7 wins to make it into the day 2. But yeah, Roaring Moon seems, some people would say upgrades. That's a question mark, I think, because they are pretty much different Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because the Dark typing changes it very significantly. Salamence could maybe take a Moonblast. Roaring Moon definitely can't.
Yeah.
So that's one of the big things. Do you want that 4 times weakness to Fairy? And that means that you kind of have to Terrestrialize. Salamence doesn't have to.
No.
It's 4 times weak to Ice, so it probably has to in that case, but not against the Fairies. That would be the big thing.
I was going to say, in a meta that's dominated by both Fluttermane and Iron Bundle, the 4 weak to Ice or 4 weak to Fairy is not ideal, but this is where Terrestrializing comes in. And, you know, I think it's an adaptation to the gameplay that could give rise to plenty more Pokemon becoming viable because they are able to change their type. But of course, you can only use that mechanic once during the game.
Yeah, some of the arguments against some slightly off meta picks in previous generations is, oh, this Pokemon loses to this very high meta threat. Therefore, it is not usable because it would just lose to that. And that can be completely flipped on its head with the Terrestrialization. Like, for example, like the Roaring Moon, is very weak to Fairy. Oh, suddenly it's not. It's a flying type, that's neutral against Fairy. You can take it on, you can take a Moonblast if you have to, and then suddenly you Oko the Flutter Mane back with your flying type acrobatics. So yeah, Terra is a very, very cool mechanic indeed in regards to allowing some more niche picks that wouldn't really be able to see the meta because they're countered so much, and suddenly you are countering the counters with just a defensive Terra type or even an offensive Terra type as well.
Yeah, and it's we saw it right back in Regulation A when suddenly a lot of trainers were running Hydreigon, which again is quad weak to Fairy, but change its type and it's able to deal out a massive amount of damage and, more importantly, perhaps withstand plenty more attack than it would have been able to before. So, yeah, it's really opened up so many doors for gameplay in Pokemon VGC.
Yeah, and I think we've seen trainers opt more for defensive Terra types. I think well, at least from what I saw right at the beginning, the discussion was, oh, we get a damage boost on our already same types. So obviously we want damage. Damage is good. That means KOs. But I'm pretty sure that I've seen the majority of trainers go for, this is a defensive Terra type, so then I can take on this Pokemon a little bit better. Obviously, we've seen the offensive Terra types. We've got the Roman going for flying, so it can get the acrobatics. We've got Palafins just going for, I will do massive damage with my water move, so here is Terra Water. But yeah, I think that the majority of Terra types do tend to be defensive.
Yeah, and it comes down to which Pokemon you're using and your choice as to whether it's a defensive or offensive. And it's another way to catch your opponent off guard if you're expecting, for example, a Terra Water Palafin suddenly becomes grass and you can't spore it, and that could clinch out the win against a pesky Amoonguss or something like that. And another thing to call out about terrestrializing, which I'm a big fan of, is whereas with, for example, Dynamax, you withdraw your Pokemon and that's it, your Dynamax is done. Terrestrializing, your Pokemon remains that type for the entirety of the game until it's knocked out. So that provides more switching in potential to sponge up some attacks that it might not have been able to otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. The game seemed to have got a little bit longer and more defensively switching around than it was in the Generation 8. Like you mentioned, Dynamax was such a massive, do so much damage mechanic that games were over in a few turns.
Yeah.
And there wasn't really too much you can do. And so, yeah, switching out, that wastes your Dynamax. So the fact that you can go for all these defensive options, all these switches, is really, really useful indeed.
Yeah. It's really freshened up the gameplay in a great way. You know, I think Dynamax had its place. I really enjoyed some of that format. But terrestrializing, it's a really cool thing to see. And be it offensive or be it defensive, it's something I think that all Pokemon trainers have welcomed. I haven't spoken to anyone who doesn't like terrestrializing. And very shortly, hopefully, we'll be getting to our first round match. So don't go anywhere. It'll be Oliver Eskelin versus Thomas Gravui.
Yeah, it's still going to be a very, very good match. I believe both of them were 8-1.
Yeah.
So still in a very good position to be able to make it into that top 8. Because the more wins you have on the day one, that will mean you face opponents that also have higher ratings or higher scores as well, so that will help your resistance, which will hopefully help you into that top cut if you only manage to get those 11, which I say only. 11 is still a fantastic amount. 12 does guarantee it. 11 will be a little bit shaky, so obviously you want that extra help. And the fact that you've gone 8-1 means you're facing an opposing 8-1 on the first round, which means you've got a stronger in terms of score opponent. So that's really going to help you. Yeah,
real tongue twisters you were throwing out there, Jamie, and well handled with them. Yeah, you go 8-1 and you face a pony. It's a weird twist to Pokemon VGC this season. No, face your opponent's team. So, Jamie, you called out the Choice Band Dragonite as your favourite from yesterday. Are there things yesterday that caught your eye? Are there things you thought were really cool? We mentioned the Salamence. Or any crucial clutch matches or turns?
I think there was a couple. I think the misses on the rock slides and then respectively the air slash on the other ones were very good because the play at the extreme speed to break the Talonflame Gale Wings was really cool, but then the rock slide missing just was really unfortunate because that was such a fantastic play. So I'm sure we're going to see some other fantastic plays as we look at our players here. We have Oliver Eskelin on the left for you and Thomas Gravui on the right. So two very, very strong players, and I'm very excited to be featuring this game.
Oh, very excited indeed. They're looking stern and ready. They're looking well rested, and we'll shortly be able to have a look at their teams and their achievements just to show what these players are capable of and the sorts of Pokemon they're running. Of course, we know that Thomas Gravui often has his little Shedinja plushie on the table. He doesn't seem to right now, and of course, thankfully, Shedinja is not a Pokemon that we've seen so far in Generation 9.
I am very, very pleased it is not available because Shedinja with the Terra Phenomenon? No, thank you. That would be something to face indeed, but yes. We are going to be able to see what they are going to be running here. It look like Tomat is still going to be running that Roaring Moon with a very defensive set. It's going to be no tailwinds, not even. It's still going to be the defensive one with the safety goggles instead, with the breaking swipe. But jaw lock, breaking swipe, and roost is going to be the moves of choice for the Roam Room. Very, very interesting set for sure.
Yeah, very support-orientated, and we saw Thomas giving a cheeky wink to the camera as we were talking about Shedinja. Does he have a surprise up his sleeve? He's found a way to get Shedinja into the game. I don't think so. Oliver Eskelin, meanwhile, giving us a nice thumbs up there. They, yeah, feeling relaxed, hopefully, and ready to get into a game. And how exciting for them both to be playing each other. Such mutual respect for very high-ranked players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really good to see players of this caliber on their game as well.
Yeah.
They've had some great results recently as well. You can see there the results. We've got the runner-up in EUIC back in the last season for Oliver Eskelin. You've got a regional championship for Thomas back in the last season as well. So they're coming off some great results and really going to be able to follow their momentum.
Yeah, and such recent results as well for Oliver going from 2022 to 2019 and Thomas from 2023 to 2022. And these are obviously only the four that we're featuring. I'm sure they have plenty more under their belts as well. It's interesting to see that Oliver was top 4 of the Lille Special Event in 2019, whereas Thomas, of course, won it in 2022. So some definite pairings going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And one that is not featured there, Oliver did win the international championships back in the senior division as well. So yeah, really, really strong players coming out for both of these. You can see that they are starting to get ready for their match because they have swapped their team sheets. So they are now aware of what their opponents are going to be bringing.
That's right, and shortly we'll be getting into those team sheets. And yeah, you were mentioning Thomas's a Roaring Moon. On Oliver's side, there isn't a Roaring Moon, but there is a responding Dragon type in that Dragonite. And you know what? It's running that Choice Band as we saw yesterday. Is this going to tear through Thomas's team as Choice Band Dragonite did for Leonardo Bananomi yesterday?
Yeah, there wasn't really anything that Arash could do to stop that Choice Band, so we'll have to see if Thomas is going to be able to do that with the team that they are bringing. You've got the Roaring Moon, at least, that can break and swipe down the Dragonites. That will reduce the damage somewhat, but you still don't really want to be taking a Terra Flying Terra Blast from the Dragonite, even if you've got it down to -1, because then it would be effectively back down to neutral to cancel the Choice Band out.
Yeah, and not only that, but as we can see now on Oliver's team, there's that Brute Bonnet, which can threaten with not only priority moves in that Sucker Punch, but also Spores. Could render a Pokemon on Thomas's side of the field completely useless for a few turns. So you've got the offensive pressure as well as more support orientation.
Yeah, absolutely, and it seems like something is picking up on that Brute Bonnet. You very often see either Bullet Seed with loaded ice or Seed Bomb as a way of hitting with Grass-type coverage. But there's been multiple Brute Bonnets that have opted for both Crunch and Sucker Punch and just no Grass coverage at all. It's very, very interesting to see that. It's maybe a meta adaptation that is going forwards, because it has happened multiple times on this stream where we've seen the Double Dark on the Brute Bonnet. Because you've got the Double Dark on the King Gambit, that's expected, because it's got the space to run it when you almost certainly run an Assault Vest on it. You get the Sucker Punch for priority, or you get the extra damage and just not worrying about, oh, I've Sucker Punched into a status move, with either Kowtow Cleave or Assurance in this case for the King Gambit as well. Absolutely.
It's we saw a nice little wave there to the camera from Oliver, and perhaps the dropping of the Grass type move on Brute Bonnet has something to do with the fact that Dondozo is not quite so prevalent in this meta. You do have Iron Bundle, but given that Brute Bonnet is weak to ice moves coming out from the Iron Bundle, perhaps trainers are thinking, well, I have something else in the back that can deal with Iron Bundle. We want to keep Brute Bonnet for something that isn't super effective against it, as very shortly we'll be getting Thomas Gravui's team sheet up on screen and seeing how that compares with that support-orientated Roaring Moon that you were talking about, with Roost, of course, being able to recover its HP. And looking at Oliver's team, I'm not sure there is Pokemon that can do that, but there it is. That doesn't seem to be Thomas's team. Oh no, yes it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no,
it
we've
is.
got the Roaring Moon.
We've got Roaring Moon there with the Roost, and yeah, it's fantastic to see a Corviknight. That's partly what threw me off. I thought, wow, would it really be a Corviknight here in day 2? But here it is. Absolutely, I know a certain Discord server that will be delighted to see that Corviknight up on screen. And Corviknight is a Pokemon that's been seeing plenty of action, perhaps more than we have expected in recent events.
Yeah, it's been able to make finals of both an international and a regional so far this season. So it's definitely still going to be a strong pick going into this. We've still got that Gamora that is picking up in popularity with that Assault Vest and the Mortal Spin that was very, very impactful in one of our previous Day 1 matches. So yeah, really, really picking up in the meta for that. It just depends on what kind of other moves you get for your coverage, because there's there's 5 moves that you want on the Gamora, and obviously you can only pick 4. So dropping one of them for Mortal Spin ends up being Energy Ball in this case on that Gamora for Tomas. So no grass moves for either of these Pokemon. Gamora would like to run the Energy Ball. Brute Bonnet on Oliver's team would have liked to run Bullet Seed or the Seed Bomb, but no grass coverage here.
No grass coverage at all. Well, we have the Energy Ball on the Flutter main, but yeah, that's a really interesting team to see from Thomas. And yeah, Glimora was such a threat yesterday. And we'll have to see if it remains a threat from Thomas's team today, as these players will shortly be getting into the game. It's really cool to see Mirror Armor on that Corviknight as well, showing why it's such a strong pick at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the Arcanine on Oliver's team, so if you do switch in that Arcanine to try and intimidate the opponent, then Corviknight will reflect that back. And then Arcanine will receive the -1 instead of the Corviknight. So that will help it out really a lot against the opposing Arcanine, because it would have liked to go for the Flare Blitzes to do some good damage, but it won't be doing as much damage with that Mirror Armor.
And getting into turn 1 now of our first game, we have Flutter Mane and Brute Bonnet for Oliver, and Glimora and Palafin for Thomas Gravui.
Yeah, so you've led with the Palafin on Thomas' side of the field, because you do want to be switching that out as soon as possible so you can get it into its hero form to get those extra stats, extra defenses and extra damage as well. But you do have to contend with the fact that you can just go for a Sport with the Brute Bonnets. You can go for a Sludge Bomb into the Brute Bonnet. That would do some very good damage. It would not pick up the KO though. Brute Bonnet is incredibly bulky. Glimora going for the more supportive set with the Assault Vest won't be doing the damage it needs. So something is likely to be going to sleep today.
Something is likely to be going to sleep. Will it be going into that Palafin? It has just protected, so it wouldn't have any effect if it was. We see the Moonblast going into the Palafin, which has of course just protected. Mortal Spin coming out from Glimora into Brute Bonnet and Flutter Mane. It's super effective on the Brute Bonnet, but of course this is not a move that wants to deal a massive amount of damage. It's just to get that poison chip going, as we do see a Spore coming out from Brute Bonnet into Glimora. So one could argue that it's done part of its job already, having poisoned both of Oliver's Pokemon, but it will be taking some sleep now.
Yeah, absolutely. So trading the poisons for the sleep, we'll have to see if that is going to be a good trade for either of these players. The poison is going to start to rack up for sure, but now Glimora, it can't go for any of the other attacks. It can't go for a Sludge Bomb into the Brute Bonnet, so you can very safely Spore that Palafin slot. It likely wants to switch out, and that could be into the Roaring Moon. That's the Pokemon with the safety goals that would like to take the Spore, but you can just go for a Moonblast into that slot as well, and that would cover it for it very nicely. So once again, this Brute Bonnet is looking in a very, very strong position indeed.
A very strong position as Palafin does switch out, and instead for Thomas, it is the Corviknight coming in. So potentially it will be taking a Spore. Instead it takes a Moonblast, which it can do much better, but that's still a great amount of damage. As Glimora takes its mandatory turn of sleep, I'm thrilled to see this Corviknight here, seeing what it can do, but won't be doing anything for the time being, as Corviknight does get put to sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got some good damage on the Corviknight, but the poison is going to really start racking up here. You can see about a third of the HP of the both Pokemon are already gone at this point. At least you're not going to be taking any Brave Birds from the Corviknight, but Glimora can be waking up at this point. You can still get the Sludge Bombs into the Brute Bonnet. After all those poison ticks, Sludge Bomb is probably going to be strong enough to KO the Brute Bonnet now, so that would be able to put a stop to all those spores. So taking a little bit of a slower approach on this initial couple of turns, because you're just letting the poison rack up, and maybe hoping that after all the poison, the Palafin waiting in the back now would be able to clean up.
And Palafin is known for cleaning up. As Thomas, frustrating for him, he has to watch both of his Pokemon having a nap, and he's just hoping that one of them wakes up soon, as Brute Bonnet is able to go for a crunch, a neutral hit now, of course, which activates Corviknight's Berry, but good damage coming out onto that Corviknight. It's still now on about 2/3 of its health, as we see the poison rack up for Brute Bonnet. Of course, Kingambit is not a Pokemon that can be poisoned.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the poison really coming into play. It's now almost half damage that's been done to the opposing Brute Bonnet. 2 turns of sleep have been used up on the Glimora, so it's more likely to wake up this turn, and Corviknight is already taken a turn of sleep. That can also go for the wake up. It's interesting to see Oliver being avoiding attacking that Glimora with the Brute Bonnets, because if you do attack it with a physical move, there is the Toxic Debris, and suddenly everything else can be poisoned. Two Pokemon are already poisoned, one of them is immune, so it really would be for the Pokemon that's just waiting in the back. If it's the Dragonite, that wouldn't be too much of a concern, because that would be off the ground. But if it's either the other Pokemon, then you probably won't be wanting to attack this Glimmora to try and activate that debris.
But as it is, Glimmora does manage to wake up and take out that Brute Bonnet. And it just goes to show how much of a threat Glimmora can be, even when it's asleep. You still don't want to touch it, that hot potato Pokemon. But Corviknight remains asleep. Kingambit goes for an assurance. Of course, that won't be dealing as much damage because Brute Bonnet went down before it could get its crunch off.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, avoiding the Glimmora, that was a potential to go for an Iron Head. That might have picked up the KO on Glimmora. It's pretty bulky, but Kingambit is incredibly strong as well. But still avoiding activating that toxic debris. You've got the Arcanine waiting in the back that we do get the sneak peek of, so you don't want to get the poison on that for sure. In comes the Fluttermane, so that can threaten some very good damage onto either Pokemon. You'd almost certainly want to be locking into Shadow Ball, because that would be a neutral hit on both Pokemon. Fairy would not be the move of choice here for sure. Corviknight's definitely in range of a Spec Shadow Ball. Glimmora with that Assault Vest is still going to be able to shrug it off quite nicely. You'd be able to put it in range of Iron Head for sure if you do go for that attack, but then you'd be ignoring the Corviknight that could be setting up a Tailwind to allow your Pokemon to be able to outspeed the Fluttermane in the future as well. Or you could just go for an immediate Brave Bird. The poison ticks on the Fluttermane probably has put it in range of the Brave Bird because its defense is so frail. It's probably going to be quite bulky given that it's the choice specs, and we've seen that players have been opting to run their choice specs. Fluttermane's very bulky, but then even if it doesn't pick up the KO, there's still what the poison is for. You just miss the KO, but then suddenly poison is enough to be able to pick up the KO as well. So Fluttermane really has to do some massive damage here.
And let's see if it does, as Shadow Ball comes out from Fluttermane into Corviknight, and it does pick up the knockout. So unfortunately, this Corviknight has not been able to provide much at all for Thomas. Let's hope it might do in a subsequent game, as Earth Power hit Kingambit from Glimmora, taking away about a third of its health. It took that really quite well, all things considered. And Iron Head is enough for the one-hit knockout, or knockout onto Glimmora with a critical hit, which may well have mattered, but of course we have this initial layer of toxic debris. Because it's just the one, any Pokemon coming in will just be singly poisoned, so to speak. It won't be a bad poison.
Yeah, so that'll be the Arcanine that's waiting in the back, but the poison is still going on that Fluttermane, almost down to half HP. That's definitely in range of Jet Punch. So the fact that you've got the Arcanine waiting in the back, you'd want to intimidate this Palafin that's going to be coming in, because it's now in its hero form. It's going to do some absolutely massive damage, but then you'll be switching in on a Jet Punch, which would not be what you want to be doing at all. Fluttermane is the other Pokemon waiting in the back for Thomas, so that's going to be able to do some very nice damage indeed as well. But it is just a very free Jet Punch into the slot of the opposing Fluttermane, because its defenses are so bad that it's probably going to be taking all the damage to get the knockouts. The Arcanine does not want to be switching in either as well, but we have seen that the Terra Water is actually available on this Fluttermane. Will that allow it to survive a Jet Punch from a Palafin? That is going to be a big question here if it does decide to stay in, because a very interesting type on the Fluttermane. Water is incredibly uncommon. It's usually the Steel that you want to be going for as a defensive Terra type on the Fluttermane, but Water is also a very good defensive type as well, and could very much come into play here. It will depend on the speed interactions of both Fluttermanes as well. It just depends on this, how much you commit to training your speed on the Fluttermanes, because you want to be doing the massive damage, you want the bulk, but how much do you invest in the speed to try and catch the opposing Fluttermanes as well? It
really is a balancing act. Arcanine does switch in for Oliver, taking those toxic spikes and getting poisoned. Intimidating Palafin, which it does not appreciate being a physical attacker. Fluttermane doesn't mind it so much, as a Terra comes out from Thomas, and he is going to be terrestrializing his Fluttermane into the Steel type, so that will help its defenses for the most part. It's not so much an offensive Terra, Fluttermane into the Steel type. And Oliver responds with a Terra as well, so a terrestrializing on the same turn for both of these trainers, and he is going for that Water type terrestrialization on his Fluttermane. So will it be able to survive a Jet Punch? If that is indeed what Thomas has gone for, it's going to be a close call, and maybe he chose the Water type Terra for this reason, but in fact the Jet Punch goes into the Arcanine as Dazzling Gleam comes out. Both Pokemon on very low health on Oliver's side of the field, but it's infinitely more than 0 HP, as Fluttermane is able to survive, respond with a Shadow Ball, taking down Palafin to about a third of its health, but then Poison takes out the Fluttermane and it goes down, so the Terra is already up for Oliver. Did he get too much out of his Terra? The Jet Punch wasn't going into that slot, so it's arguable as Arcanine takes its turn of poison as well.
And it's only one turn away from being knocked out here to that poison. The Glimmora still coming into play, getting that poison very early on that Fluttermane, and now it is going to be KO'd. There goes the massive damage from that Spec Shadow Ball. And now you've got to still find a way to knock out this Palafin. You can't really go for Sucker Punches because Jet Punch has a higher priority, or the same priority, but higher speed on the Palafin, so it would out-prioritize the opposing Sucker Punch. Not this Extreme Speed, though.
No, Extreme Speed, in fact, goes into the Steel-type Fluttermane. It is a critical hit, and we'll see if it proves to be crucial. Kingambit able to take that Jet Punch quite nicely. As a Dazzling Gleam comes out, it's enough to pick up the Arcanine. Kingambit is able to survive, but since Palafin has access to that Jet Punch, it's not a good spot for this Kingambit. As Assurance doubles up onto Fluttermane, it does pick up the knockout, but seems like Kingambit might be in an awkward position. It comes down to Sucker Punch and Jet Punch.
Yeah, Jet Punch is definitely going to be faster than the opposing Sucker Punch on the Kingambit, so it will just be one more Jet Punch, and that will be the first game for Thomas. So very, very nicely positioned across that game. The Glamora still showing why it is a very good lead with the bulk on the Assault Vest, allowing room for the Mortal Spin, and just getting those poisons. The poisons were very impactful in that game, because it meant that the Fluttermane on Oliver's side of the field was taken care of without having to be targeted really at all by the Jet Punch. So that was just a wasted terror. The Arcanine was put so low with the poison as well, that would have been able to KO itself after the poison. So yeah, really, really good showing for that Glamora. Able to set the position to clean up in that endgame with the Palafin and the Fluttermane.
A great showing for Glamora, and you never want to start a match with your Pokemon being put to sleep, but that's exactly what Thomas had to deal with, and he played around that so very well. And going into the next game, I mean, personally, I'd love to see more coming out from that Corviknight, but of course in that game one, it wasn't really able to get much off at all.
No, not really. It just came in on the sleep. Something had to go to sleep on that turn. It could have been the Fluttermane, but Corviknight was definitely the better choice there because it wasn't needed at all in the match to be able to pick up the wins. So letting that go to sleep was very good for Thomas because something did need to. It was sacrificing the first few turns. Okay, I'm going to take the sleep from the spores from the Brute Bonnet. There's nothing I can do to stop it. I could go for a Sludge Bomb. That's not enough. So it's better that I get this poison and just wait a couple of turns. It doesn't matter that I'm asleep. You're poisoned. You're still taking damage. So being able to deal with the Brute Bonnets quickly might be something that Thomas would be considering as well, to be able to stop those spores. Oliver still positioned it very well with the lead. The Brute Bonnet was in a good position to be able to get the spores, but allowing the poison to be able to be hit on both Pokemon may not be what Oliver is looking for into this game 2. The only real way to stop that would probably be just leading with the Kingambit. That would be a very good lead into the Glamora. We don't yet know if the Iron Head is strong enough to KO the Glamora because it did get that critical hit, so we'll have to find out if that happens again in these future games. But that would be the only Pokemon that would be immune to that poison and could be led into that Glamora.
It would indeed. It's Poison. We were talking about it yesterday, how fascinating it is to see Poison, the status condition, coming to the fore in VGC now, something we haven't seen so much before. As we get the leads, and for Thomas, it is the Glamora and Palafin again, and for Oliver, it's the Brute Bonnet and the Fluttermane again. Yeah,
so very much a repeat of the previous game. Again, there's nothing stopping this ball. But we saw that Thomas was perfectly content with that. Going for the Protect on the Palafin on that first turn, not doing any of the damage it needed to, just switching out afterwards, playing it a little bit slow in the beginning. That tends to be what you need to do with Palafin, because you've got no real damage coming out in its zero form, so you have to just wait a couple turns, get the position, and then be able to do the massive damage with the hero. And Glamora seems to be allowing that very, very nicely. It will go to sleep, for sure. Like, the Spore is guaranteed into that slot. There's nothing that can be done about it because the Assault Vest you can't protect, and you don't have enough damage output on the field with just 0 Palafin and Glamora to be able to KO the Brute Bonnet this turn. But that seems okay, and we've seen that Thomas was okay with that in the previous game, and the game plan ended up working out perfectly well.
It did. Palafin is withdrawing for Thomas in favor of the Pokemon coming in, which is the Corviknight. Here it is again. So this time going for the hard switch on the Palafin, not to protect. Shadow Ball coming straight into that slot. So Corviknight not feeling the most welcome, brought down to just under half of its health there. But of course, the Corviknight's Berry is activated, making it look somewhat healthier. Mortal Spin coming out again from Glamora, poisoning both Brute Bonnet and the Fluttermane. And that damage is going to keep racking up, as we saw in the previous game. Super effective hit, but it's the point of this move is not so much to deal damage. And Spore coming straight out into the Glamora, so no more shenanigans from that Pokemon for the next turn at least.
So a couple of change up for both players. Locking into Shadow Ball makes a lot of sense rather than the Moonblast, because the Corviknight switching in means that Fairy would not be the move of choice you want to go for into the Poison Glamora and the Steel Corviknight, so doing some very nice damage. Just a little bit too much, because you'd have preferred not to activate that Citrus Berry and then potentially get the KO, but doing exactly half means that the Corviknight is definitely out of range of the Shadow Ball, and actually a really nice switch from Thomas on the turn 1 rather than Protect and switch, because now on the first turn previously, the Glamora was already asleep. You definitely get to go for a Spore into the switching in Corviknight. Now, it's switching in already. It can go for an attack first before it's put to sleep.
It can, and we see the Terror coming out from Oliver, which is going into Brute Bonnet, and this Brute Bonnet is going to become the Water type. So changing its defenses there very nicely so it can try and stick around for as long as it can. As another Shadow Ball comes out from Fluttermane, going into Glimora and dealing respectable damage. Glimora left with just above half its health, but it does take a special defense drop, so one more of those would be enough for the knockout. Glimora takes its mandatory turn of sleep as Corviknight goes to this wonderful roost, so it's able to heal right back up to full HP going into the next turn. But another Spore comes out from Brute Bonnet and it's put right to sleep. So at least it got that roost off before that happened.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a potential to go for just a Brave Bird into the Fluttermane. That would have done some very good damage, or a Tailwind, so that when your Pokemon do eventually wake up, you are outspeeding the opposing Fluttermane. But quite a nice defensive Terror typing on the Brute Bonnet to take on the Corviknight and Glamora, but not impactful that turn, so not entirely necessary, and maybe a little bit trigger happy with that Water Terror typing. Maybe expecting the Brave Bird to go into the Brute Bonnets. It would have been very close if that was enough to pick up the KO after all of that Poison Chip. But now you got both Pokemon to sleep. You got a special defense drop on the Glamora. That might be very, very important indeed, because that could have put the Glamora into range of just the regular Shadow Ball now, rather than having to rely on going for Sucker Punch to get the extra damage and then the Shadow Ball to follow up the KO into Glamora. Because if you have to go for Sucker Punch, that activates the Toxic Debris. Shadow Ball gets around that, and the fact that it might be able to pick up the KO after that special defense drop now could be very, very big indeed to stop any future poisons for the Pokemon that's waiting in the back for Oliver.
Yes, damage perhaps able to be spread as another Shadow Ball comes out from the Fluttermane, and it is enough to pick up that Glamora with its special defense at -1. So it goes down without providing half as much as it was able to in the previous game. Corviknight takes a turn of sleep. Brute Bonnet is able to go for a crunch into the slot as the Fluttermane takes a little bit of chip from poison, as does Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, it's a good showing for Crunch on the Brute Bonnet at this point, because Sucker Punch is not guaranteed. If the Corviknight's just going for Tailwind or Roost while it's sleeping, Sucker Punch would be useless, and the Grass moves would really not do much damage to Corviknight at all. So Crunch is definitely the way to go in regards to Brute Bonnet facing down this Corviknight, because that's actually very respectable damage indeed. Might even put it in range of a Shadow Ball and another attack from the Brute Bonnet. So really, really nice choice there for the Brute Bonnet. But now you can switch in your Palafin that's been waiting in the back. Now it is going to be in its hero form when it joins the field. You can always bring in the Fluttermane as well, that was assumedly in the back, and it is, because it did join the field now. So it's going to be the same 4 Pokemon that was brought to this match for Thomas. We need to see if the Fluttermane is going to be able to outspeed the opposing Fluttermanes as well, if there's going to be a defensive Terror typing on the Fluttermane. You still have that access to that on Thomas' side of the field. You don't have it on Oliver's side of the field. You have committed your Terror on the Brute Bonnet, so there's no opportunity to defensively Terror with the Fluttermane. If you take a Shadow Ball with that, that is going to be the KO.
It will be the KO. It's a super effective Ghost type attack. Of course, these Ghosts are super effective against each other as we get into this next turn. And Fluttermane switches out for Oliver in favor of the King Gambit coming in. So the one Pokemon that's resistant to poison, even though the Glimora is now down, as the Moonblast is able to pick up the knockout on Brute Bonnet, and it goes down. Oliver's Terror is over for this particular game. King Gambit has joined the field in time for Corviknight to wake up and go for another Roost. And of course, now it can't be spoiled because the Brute Bonnet has gone down. So the Corviknight back up to full HP as Oliver is able to swap in his Iron Bundle, a change up from the previous game.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be able to get some extra speed control going here very nicely, and being able to switch in without any of the poisons as well, because the Glamora was taken care of by those special attacks. So very nice position for it here. And be able to maybe go for an Icy Wind to get the speed control. Might be able to on-call that Corviknight into Roost, because it hasn't been going on the offensive yet. It hasn't even set up a Tailwind. It's just been content to just stay on the field for full HP. You have the opportunity to go for body presses, because you are going to be super effective into both the Iron Bundle and the King Gambit. Very effective into the King Gambit, for sure. But the fact that the Iron Bundle has joined the field now puts that Corviknight into a little bit of a precarious position, because you can just lock it into the Roost with the Encore and ignore it for the rest of the game. And you've got the potential KO into this opposing Fluttermane with an Iron Head as well. Obviously, you've got to contend with the fact that the Fluttermane still could go for a defensive Terror and then take on that Iron Head a lot better. But going for an Iron Head into the Steel type might put it in range of Sucker Punch afterwards, which might be awkward indeed.
And we do see this marvellous play coming out from Oliver. An encore from Iron Bundle onto the Corviknight, a move that's been picking up on Iron Bundle recently. As a Moonblast comes out, deals roughly half damage to the King Gambit, takes a special attack drop, but of course that activates the Defiant ability, so it gets a double boost to its physical attack. Iron Head coming out from King Gambit into the Fluttermane, which is of course easily enough to pick up the knockout, as we saw the Roost having to be opted for again by the Corviknight, which of course is useless in this position where it has full HP.
Yeah, I don't think that a defensive Terror type would have really helped the Fluttermane there, because it did get the special attack drop on the King Gambit. That's really not what you want to see at all, because that gives a free +2 into its attack. And now this King Gambit is going to be a massive threat. Maybe the Jet Punch from the Palafin is going to be able to pick up the KO on the King Gambit. It's unlikely to be able to at this, but you do have access to your Terror still. So you can go for the Terror Water, and that extra little bit of damage might be enough to be able to pick up the knockout on the King Gambit. But you do need to focus on it, because it's now such a threat thanks to that Defiant activating. But if you do that, you're ignoring the Unbundle that's probably going to be able to knock out this Palafin into hits with the Freeze Dry. And it's going to be able to take on the Palafin very well, because the Wave Crashes don't matter, the Jet Punches don't matter, and then you can just go for Encores all with the time into the opposing Corviknight as well. So Iron Bundle is in a fantastic position here.
Encore, such a threatening move, as we see the Freeze Dry going into the Palafin, but Palafin is able to protect itself from any damage this turn. Corviknight going for another pitiful little Roost, hoping that Encore will end soon. Assurance coming out, trying to double up into the Palafin, ensure the clean knockout, but of course Palafin protected. So a really good call there from Tomat to protect his Palafin.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to waste a turn in the Encore, so that when the Encore ends on the opposing Corviknight, you've got to make an awkward choice. Do you still Encore back into Roost, or do you target down the Palafin? So wasting that extra turn, really, really nice for Tomat. Wasn't too much else to be done, because you do need really the Corviknight to take on the Iron Bundle. Even Wave Crash, as strong as it is from Palafin, won't do too much to this Iron Bundle. So you've got to rely on the Corviknight. That means you've got to somehow break free of the Encore, because going for all those Roosts has come back to bite Thomas a little bit, because you can't go for the offensive moves. Body Press would be fantastic in this position. It would KO the King Gambit. It'd probably two-hit KO the Iron Bundle, but you can't go for it because you're locked into it with Encore.
You are locked into it with Encore, and of course Tomat is not able to switch to reset that, as his Palafin goes for the Terror into the Water type, massively boosting the damage that it can deal with its Water type moves. Jet Punch, indeed, coming out from Palafin, and it's going into this King Gambit. It's not enough for the knockout. King Gambit survives on 2 HP. Freeze Dry coming out from Iron Bundle into the Palafin, brings it down to about a third of its health. Corviknight just roosting away. I'm so sorry, Corviknight, that's all you can do at the moment. King Gambit going for an assurance. That is enough for the knockout onto the Palafin. What a survival from King Gambit on that turn.
Yeah, very, very nicely trained there for sure. That should be the Encore running out on the King Gambit as well, as we do see that there. So that would have been an opportunity for now Corviknight to potentially have broken free of the Encore lock, because do you target down the Palafin with your Freeze Dry? And then if you do that, the Encore is broken. But King Gambit surviving there says, absolutely no, Palafin is going to be KO'd. You are going to be locked into Roost for the rest of this game, and that is going to be game 2 for Oliver.
Yes, locking itself into Encore and locking us into a game 3. And already you can see this caliber of the trainers we were talking about. At this stage of the competition, it really is nail-biting. It's I commend the way both of these trainers have played. Spore, of course, didn't play so much of a role in that particular game, but something that certainly did was the EV training on that King Gambit, and just going to show how that can win a battle for you, how important those EVs are. And that is, of course, one of the only things we can't see, and these players can't see in team preview, even with these open team sheets.
Yeah, absolutely. The training, the good shout out there for the fact that the training of the Pokemon is the only thing that's hidden, so that is the surprise that can come out. King Gambit there perfectly trained to survive that Jet Punch, even with a Terra Water. Like, I was very skeptical that just a regular Jet Punch would do it, and I was thinking, yes, Terra Water, that will push it over the edge, but just a slight extra bulky on the King Gambit, allowing it to survive there. Very nice, and definitely sealing up the game. I think the switch to Iron Bundle over the Arcanine was a very, very strong adjustment indeed, because you took care of the Glamora pretty safely in those first few turns, and you did it without having to activate the Toxic Debris. There was obviously the special defense drop that allowed that to happen, because you can just go for 2 Shadow Balls for the KO rather than the 2 Shadow Balls and a Sucker Punch that would have activated it. I don't think that would have been too impactful overall, looking at the board state in the end. Even if the Iron Bundle had been poisoned, it wasn't touched at all in the game, so even if it took 2-3 rounds of poison, it would have still been able to survive and do what it needed in regards to the Encore and the Corviknight, in regards to Freeze Dry and the Palafin, if the King Gambit would have been KO'd. So yeah, it was a really, really nice adjustment there to take on what was waiting in the back, because as soon as you've taken care of Glamora, that frees up Iron Bundle a lot.
It's a fantastic adjustment. It's interesting to see on Oliver's side of the field that he doesn't have any poison Pokemon, so he wouldn't be able to soak up those toxic spikes. Something has to be poisoned, apart from that Kingambit, which is, of course, immune to poison, being a steel type, as we get into this really exciting Game 3. Which way is it going to be? Both of these trainers so evenly matched, as it's Palafin and Glimora for Thomas, and it's Fluttermane and Brute Bonnet for Oliver again.
Yep, so still relying on the same leads for both of these Pokemon. Fluttermane is still going to be able to threaten massive damage with its Shadow Balls. Are going to be choosing to lock into that rather than the Fairy-type moves because of the potential of the Corviknight switch in. But we're still in exactly the same position. You're going to be able to get the poisons guaranteed with the Mortal Spin. You're going to be able to support the Glimora pretty much guaranteed as well. So both trainers are opting for pretty much the same strategies. It seems they're content with allowing the poisons, content with allowing the sleep as well. So just getting those status conditions on the field and then adjusting from there. We're still seeing the same switch up from that game 2. Palafin immediately switching out.
Switching out for Palafin, hoping to come back in as its hero form as Corviknight comes in once again for Thomas. Will it be able to provide more this game? Let's hope so, as Shadow Ball goes into that slot and brings Corviknight down to just below half of its health, but Fluttermane is able to eat up a special defense drop thanks to that wonderful mirror armor ability. Corviknight able to heal up some health thanks to its Citrus Berry. Mortal Spin once again coming out from Glimora into Fluttermane and Brute Bonnet. So both of these Pokemon are going to be poisoned, and that damage will be racking up, chipping away over the course of the game. Brute Bonnet, on the other hand, responds with a Spore, and Glimora once again goes to sleep. A very tired Glimora over the course of all 3 of these games.
Yeah, but it doesn't really need to do so much. The point of Glimora on this team is it seems to just get the poisons on all the Pokemon, because once you got that going, extra chip damage is going to be happening every turn, whether that's getting the Mortal Spin on that first turn, whether that's getting the Toxic Debris set up for the Pokemon waiting in the back as well, because then you just start to whittle away at your opponent. We saw how much damage the poison has done over the course of this set already, and it's still going to continue to do so. It's going to chip away at the Fluttermane and the Brute Bonnet. We saw a defensive terror on Oliver's side of the field in that game 2 that didn't come into play because the Corviknight just ended up roosting, but that was actually beneficial because then you were able to lock it into Encore. But actually here it's a little bit more of a switch out. Oliver's not going on the offensive with the Shadow Ball once again. He's going to be switching out into that Kingambit.
Switching into the Kingambit, that steel type, as we see an immediate terror from Oliver on this turn 2 of the game, and it's going into his Brute Bonnet. So Brute Bonnet is going to become the water type now, changing up its defenses, and it's fairly early terror from Oliver. Thomas, of course, in the previous game kept it for later. Maybe we'll do so again. Glimora takes its turn of sleep, not able to do anything at the moment. Corviknight does go for a roost, but is able to at this point without that Iron Bundle on the field, threatening a Encore. But now Corviknight goes straight to sleep thanks to a Spore from Brute Bonnet. I really hope this Corviknight will be able to provide something soon, as we see Brute Bonnet taking a chip away from that poison.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems like the strategy that Thomas is going for is just the Toxic Stall, because you can just go for the roosts. If you can't KO the Corviknight, it'll be able to roost back up, and then the poison will slowly whittle away to the point where you'll be able to get the KOs. So going to be able to get back to full HP once again. The Glimora has taken the turns of sleep again. You can go for the offensive damage into that Glimora, but you've got 2 physical attackers on the field at the moment. You can get the KO for sure. If you go for Iron Head and the Crunch as well, that will definitely KO the Glimora with that combination, but that would be 2 layers of Toxic Debris as well.
And this time, Glimora wakes up as it goes for a Sludge Bomb into Brute Bonnet. It's not enough for the knockout, but it's very respectable damage. It does, however, activate Brute Bonnet's Berry. There's another tongue twister for you. As it comes back up to 2/3 of its health, Corviknight takes a mandatory turn of sleep. Kingambit going for Iron Head into the Glimora. It's not enough for the knockout, and it will lay a layer of toxic spikes onto the field. And if Oliver has to go for another physical attack, that will be another layer as Brute Bonnet goes for a crunch into Corviknight, bringing it down to about 2/3 of its health. Yeah, my goodness.
We did see in that previous game the critical hits may have been necessary in order to get that knockout on the Glimora. Very well trained, able to survive that attack very nicely indeed. So that means that if it is attacked again, that will be 2 layers of the toxic spikes afterwards. You still can go for an offensive attack with the Glimora. You're completely open to a Sucker Punch from either Pokemon at this point. Both Pokemon on Oliver's side of the field do have access to Sucker Punch, and then the other one will be able to do what it wants into the opposing slot. But then at the same time, do you switch out your Glimora in fear of the Sucker Punch? And then you can just double up into that slot with any of the other attacks as well, because that would be able to do some very, very nice damage to whatever's switching in. Because this Corviknight, again, it's just sitting on the field. but not really doing too much. It's going to be asleep, and even if it wakes up, it can go for the body presses at least, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the case on this turn.
It was indeed another physical move coming out from King Gambit. That Sucker Punch into the Glamora. There was no switch, so it was able to go off because, of course, Sucker Punch only works if your opponent is preparing an attack. Another layer of Toxic Spikes, though, on the field, so bad poison status condition would affect either of Oliver's Pokemon in the back. Brute Bonnet is able to go for a crunch. Corviknight stays asleep, and Brute Bonnet takes another chip of poison.
So that Corviknight's probably in range of any of the attacks that either the King Gambit or the Brute Bonnet would want to go for at this point. But Flutter Mane joining the field going to be very, very nice here because it's going to be able to take the knockout on the opposing Brute Bonnet because it's taken so much damage across the course of this game already with the poison. So it should be in range of any of the attacks that the Flutter Mane would want to go for, even though it's lost its Dark typing and would have been weak to the Fairy. It's going to be neutral hits, but should still be strong enough with that choice specs. And now it's going to come down to really this: if this Corviknight wakes up, if it does, that could be a body press into this King Gambit, and there wouldn't really be too much stopping that. You can switch out into the Flutter Mane on Oliver's side of the field, expecting that, but that could be switching in on any of the attacks that the Flutter Mane on Thomas' side of the field would want to go for. If it's a Dazzling Gleam, that would do some very nice damage to the Flutter Mane that's switching in as well. The Corviknight does stay asleep. That's going to allow this King Gambit free reign to do what it wants on this turn, and that could be an Iron Head into the opposing Flutter Mane. And if you've taken care of that, that will free up your own Flutter Mane that's waiting in the back.
Absolutely, it would. Thomas is going for that Terror onto his Flutter Mane, and that, as we know, is going to be that Steel type. So able to take some attacks much better than it would have been able to previously. This Flutter Mane is now the Steel type as King Gambit. Oh, he's able to go for a Sucker Punch into it, and it's somewhat, oh my goodness, somewhat lacking physical defense. It means it's very vulnerable to that Sucker Punch, and indeed, Flutter Mane goes down before it's able to get anything off. So Thomas's Terror is completely wasted there, unfortunately, and Corviknight does wake up, thank goodness for that, as it goes for a Tailwind. And again, it's safe to do so without a threat of an Encore on the field from Iron Bundle. So Thomas's Pokemon are going to be moving faster, and Brute Bonnet, that poison is really starting to rack up now.
Yeah, absolutely. But double Sucker Punch there, really, really nice. Does not care about the Steel typing on that Glamora, the Flutter Mane at all, because if you went for the Iron Head, that would have been able to survive pretty comfortably. But yeah, now a wasted Terror completely on Thomas' side of the field. That's lost damage that you could have had from this Palafin. You could have gone for the Terror Water to get extra damage from the Wave Crashes and the Jet Punches, but now that's been lost. The Corviknight setting up the Tailwind again. On this turn, unnecessary. Maybe waiting for the Flutter Mane that could be waiting in the back for Oliver's side of the field and the Iron Bundle as well. But that could have been a body press that turn.
Could have been a body press. We see a Wave Crash coming out into the Brute Bonnet. It's enough for the knockout, even though it's not very effective. But that Brute Bonnet was on such low health anyway. Brute Bonnet goes back to its Pokeball. And of course, Palafin takes the recall damage from the Wave Crash. Corviknight able to go for a Roost. Again, more safely this time. King Gambit going for an Assurance onto the Palafin. It's really good damage, and it's down low in the orange health. Iron Bundle, however, is joining the field, so that Corviknight has to be wary of being Encore locked into that Tailwind. Iron Bundle, of course, being badly poisoned thanks to those 2 layers of Toxic Spike set up earlier by the Glamora. We see its Quark Drive activating and its speed being heightened.
Yeah, and that's the key thing. The Palafin may be able to outspeed the Iron Bundle after the booster energy, depending on how it's trained. It would be quite unlikely, though. And the Corviknight almost certainly will not be able to, and that's 2 missed opportunities to go for body press. This King Gambit's just been sitting on the field doing massive damage. The Wave Crash recoil counts as taking damage that turn, so Assurance was doubled. So really, really nice damage. And the Corviknight now can just be locked into Roost again. We saw what happened in Game 2. It just was useless on the field. And it seems like it might be the case for this Game 3 as well, because the booster energy, allowing that Iron Bundle to outspeed, doesn't care about Jet Punch at all, so that would be able to out-prioritize it at least, but does not care. Will be able to lock this Corviknight once again into Roost, and then that's not going to be any more body pressures that could have been coming out into this opposing King Gambit. And to protect on the Palafin as well, that's going to be potentially Encore locked on the next turn as well.
Oh dear, we do see the Encore coming out onto the Corviknight. Of course, if you know you're going to pick up a knockout on the opponent, you might not want to go for a Roost so that you can avoid being Encore locked. Corviknight forced to go for that Roost as an Assurance comes out from King Gambit, but of course Palafin protects, keeping itself safe.
Yeah, so this is looking very, very comfortable for Oliver at this point. At least for Thomas, that you've got the poison on the Iron Bundle. So if you're going to be able to stall out another 10 turns, then you'll be able to take care of it with the poison. But now you can just go for another freeze dry into the opposing Palafin. You don't need to worry about going for an encore at all, even though you could have done it into protect. It was going to be in range of the freeze dry, and that would have been able to pick up the knockout. Then Corviknight is stuck roosting for the rest of the game once again. So that is going to be the match for Oliver.
Yes, Thomas recognizing that the writing is on the wall, and Oliver takes that game through, having lost game 1. Such a mark of resilience there whenever a trainer is able to lose game 1, but then be the victor in games 2 and 3. Disappointment there for Thomas, but he really learned the hard way how detrimental Encore can be to any game strategy there.
Yeah, absolutely. The Iron Bundle switch up from the Arcanine, absolutely the play. Like, Arcanine did nothing for Oliver in that game 1, and Iron Bundle did basically everything. Like, it just locked up the game completely. When it was the Fluttermane and the Glamora taken care of, you do not want to be taking on the Iron Bundle with your Palafin and your Corviknight that is not attacking. There were multiple opportunities for Corviknight to actually do damage. I think it's become a little bit of a thing that, oh, Corviknight, we're waiting for you to do something.
Yeah.
And it didn't do anything this game as well. It could have gone for body presses. The Tailwind ended up not coming into play at all because Iron Bundle just outspeeds both Pokemon. Yeah. You're going for Jet Punches with your Palafin. Tailwind doesn't come into play. Roost, you're not going to do damage. Like, you're on the field.
Yeah.
You're not doing damage, and now you're locked into Roost, so you still can't do damage. There were multiple opportunities. Kingambit is right there. It's 4 times weak to body press. Yeah. Body press would have done massive damage. It could have picked up the knockout. It had been really close. And then if you're going for the body presses, suddenly the Encore becomes not so impactful because, oh, I've got Kingambit and Iron Bundle. I want to go for body press. I don't care if you go for Encore. Yeah. But if you go for Roost, now you're not doing any damage, and you're really not doing any damage if you're locked into it.
Absolutely. It was so. I was surprised in that game 3 once Thomas was more aware of what this Encore could do, that when he knew he was going to pick up the knockout onto the Brute Bonnet, he still went for the Roost, because of course Oliver at that point has a free switch into Iron Bundle that is faster and can just go for that Encore. And I did see him at that point just sort of tossing his head back and thinking, oh no, it's done. He sort of, maybe he just lost focus at that crucial moment or something, but there you go, it just goes to show the mental resilience you need to play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And showing why Encore is so good on the Iron Bundles, it's sometimes trainers don't find space for it, because there's a few other moves, like you do want to be ham freeze dry for sure. Yeah. You definitely want freeze dry on your Iron Bundle. And then the other moves, most of the time you do want. Some players do drop the Icy Wind if they just want offenses and maybe their team's a little bit slower and bulkier and you don't make use of the Icy Wind. Hydro Pump is a very strong move. It's the strongest that Iron Bundle has access to. It's incredibly unreliable, but it is the strongest that it can have access to. So players can drop that because they don't like the unreliability of the accuracy, and then that allows space for Encore. That's definitely the most common status move that Iron Bundle has access to, because you want Protect a lot of the time so you can keep it safe. And then Encore is just a fantastic move in lots of situations, and a perfect showing of it there for sure.
Absolutely perfect. What a showcase for it, and perhaps Encore will continue to pick up even more in usage after that game. But yeah, interesting that in the final 2 games, the Spore from Brute Bonnet wasn't so much of a factor. Oliver didn't need to rely on that win con, didn't need to rely on sleep, which is so annoying on Thomas' side of the field. We still saw it a bit, but there weren't so many turns of sleep, and of course even when the Corviknight did wake up, it wasn't able to provide much at all.
Yeah, well, it didn't provide anything in the game. No. It was just Roost, Roost, Roost. Here's a Tailwind and Roost, Roost, Roost. So, it did need to be going on the offensive a bit more. There was still definitely good offense on Thomas' side of the field. I think a very, very key turn as well was, okay, I'm going to go for the defensive terror with my Fluttermane. So now your Iron Heads will not do anything to me. I'm going to be able to take that on, and then here's a double Sucker Punch that didn't actually matter. If the Fluttermane did not terror, that's still going to be neutral hits and still do as much damage into the defensive terror of the steel. So wasting that completely, very, very nice indeed.
Yeah, it's so crucial that you get something out of your terror, especially at this stage of the competition. If you waste your terror, that's it for the game. You can't re-terror, and Fluttermane did go for that defensive typing, but of course 2 Sucker Punches is easy enough to take it out because of its lacking physical defense.
Yeah, and it was quite amusing in that game too as well to see the Moonblast drop. That's definitely not what you often want to. Oh yes, no, I got the special attack drop. That's a nice bonus. Not into Kingambit. That is definitely not the Pokemon you want to be dropping the special attack of, because it does not make use of that at all and just doubles its damage output. And then we saw how much damage it can do in that game too as well. So yeah, really, really unfortunate with the Fluttermane taking on that Kingambit. Kingambit usually takes on Fluttermane very well. It will usually win the 1v1, but definitely not if you're getting the drops, and definitely not if you're double Sucker Punched as well.
Yeah, exactly. And talking of stat dropping or boosting abilities, do give a shout out to that Corviknight with the mirror armor. It did get a couple of mirror armor drops off, but again, they didn't prove to be too crucial in that game. So maybe Thomas didn't need to bring that Corviknight at all, or at least if you do, of course, you go for the body press. But it's a Pokemon that was brought all 3 games and didn't provide anything in any of the
games. Didn't do any damage, and the Tailwind that could survive. Tailwind's a lovely move to go for the speed. Yeah. Didn't impact that game when it went for Tailwind because the Iron Bundle was still outspeeding and you going for Jet Punches regardless with the Palafin. So yeah. I was just waiting for a crunch defense drop on the Corviknight to reflect back the defense drop on the Brute Bonnet. That would have been quite amusing to see, but unfortunately did not quite get that. But yeah, I think maybe choosing another Pokemon rather than that Corviknight could have been something that could be impactful in that game. You got the Roaring Moon with the safety goggles. That could be a switch in on the opposing spores that could be coming from the Brute Bonnet. You saw that there was a Fairy type move on the first game. The Moonblast would not have, like, you don't switch in your Roaring Moon onto that. Yeah. But it was Shadow Ball for the other 2 games. Because you're, okay, now they're switching in the Corviknight. You got Poison and Steel type. Don't look into Fairy type move. Here is Shadow Ball instead that's still doing very respectable damage. And suddenly, if you switch in the Roaring Moon for that slot, oh, I didn't lock into my Fairy move. Now this Roaring Moon is completely free because it's going to resist the Shadow Ball. And that's also a switch into the Spores. So if there would have been a Roaring Moon waiting in the back in either Game 2 or Game 3, or at least Game 3 because you've seen, okay, you're locking the Shadow Ball now, switch in the Roaring Moon, that's a fantastic position. Yeah. Because you're immune to the Spores, and Shadow Ball, you don't care. You have to switch back out, switch back in. That's 2 turns that you have to get back in to hit your Fairy move. So that might have been a very good adjustment for Thomas because that Corviknight not providing too much, Roaring Moon definitely could have done.
It definitely could have done, and it was interesting as well to see how Glimora, that was such a threat that we saw on stream yesterday, it was still providing poisons, and it was more of a threat in Game 1, but it was a good showcase of how to get around Glimora in this game, I think, with the Spores. And the Sludge Bombs weren't even able to take out the Brute Bonnet when they were super effective hits. So, yes, it's not, as with any Pokemon, it's not completely broken.
Yeah, well, it makes sense as a strategy, right? Because Palafin is definitely a late-game Pokemon. Yeah. You have to lead it in its 0 form, and then switch it out and switch it back in, and that's a few turns used up so that you can get into position to do the massive damage. And while you're waiting for those turns to happen to get into that position, allowing Poison to chip away at everything to suddenly put them in range of priority Jet Punch is a very good strategy. Some of the times it will work out and the opponents can do nothing. If you got Poison, suddenly you're in range Jet Punch, suddenly you are just sorted. Yeah. What we saw in that game too, King Gambit surviving that just stopped that strategy completely because that survival meant the Palafin couldn't go for any more of those Jet Punches, and it was just KO'd by the Assurance. So very, very nicely trained King Gambit as well. Yeah, we've got to give a shout out to that EV training there, but we have just been informed that we are ready for our interview with the winner of our Swiss Round 1 match, or Swiss Round 10 match, Oliver Eskelin.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here with the interview with the winner round, Oliver. How are you feeling after that set?
I'm feeling quite good. I thought going into the match that the Glimora was definitely something quite hard to handle with. It ended up being true. Almost kind of lost that, and there was a couple misplays which me and Thomas talked about as well after the game, that if we were to go the other way, the games would have been just instantly over. So
yeah,
it's a mixed feelings. Obviously, when you don't perform as you want to, but you still win, it's kind of like a weird situation. Yeah.
Sometimes it can be clutched, and there's also other factors involved. But there were a few things that were interesting because, of course, your Iron Bundle has Encore, which has been proving to be very successful, as we saw in this match. How has that been going for the rest of the matches?
Well, I think Encore in general is just quite nice to, especially play around Pokemon which like to live on the field for a long time, which have Roost, some kind of stall, maybe Dondozo. Yeah. I also hate the fact that Hydro Pump misses. Yeah. I don't like that, so I just refuse to run it on the Iron Bundle, and it's been working pretty well, especially to the matchups where I brought it.
Honest, I respect it because I too miss Hydro Pumps too often when I need to hit them. It was quite scary to see as well. The King Gambit surviving a Jet Punch, a Terra Water Jet Punch, without even an Intimidate from the Arcanine. I was quite surprised at that. That was some expert reviews, it seems. Yeah,
I was quite surprised at that as well. I think without any critical hits, I would have been still able to win that because I obviously would have been able to Encore stall the Roost to PP, and then I just have more Freeze Drive, BP, and I think Iron Bundle would have been, I'm not quite sure. Obviously, Iron Bundle has very good defenses, and I would assume Freeze Drive does maybe 20 to 25% minimum, so I would imagine I still managed to close that game out in case of King Gambit dying there.
Yeah, exactly. It was in the moment, I was quite surprised about that as well. And now, looking at the tournament, how are you satisfied with your tournament run up till now?
I've been very satisfied. Barring from my round 8 game, where I played against Marco, I got extremely lucky in my game 3. And obviously, it's a bit of a bittersweet situation again, winning because you get very lucky. So you're sure not like, how would I say, content with your play.
Yeah.
But other than that, I've been very, very happy with the team choice and with my play all throughout the tournament.
Very understandable. So next round is very soon as well. So I wish you luck with that. Is there anyone you would like to shout out?
Oh yeah, I'd love to shout out one of my, now for a year, team building friend, Guy. He's been just absolutely amazing, helping me through all the matchups. So all the love to him. I also would like to say thank you to Leo for helping with the team building stuff, and the boys, Calvin, Katz, Kanje, everybody back home cheering. Thank you so much.
That's nice to see. And with that, we are going to end this, and we are going to the next round after this. So good luck with that, and
thank
see you trainers later as well.
Bye-bye.
Already making a big splash in the meta, Palafin is here to save the day. Palafin can have access to some incredibly high base stats and an attack stat to rival even restricted legendaries, but not straight away. Palafin has an incredibly unique ability in 0 to Hero. When Palafin initially hits the field, it starts in its 0 form, having much weaker base stats than it could have. But after Palafin switches out, it undergoes a heroic transformation into its hero form, gaining access to the fantastic base stats. Players will often lead with Palafin so that it has the option to switch out as soon as possible. Palafin does have access to the move Flip Turn, allowing the user to pivot out while still doing damage, in the same way as U-Turn and Volt Switch. This was used on Palafins initially by trainers near the start of the season, but most ended up deciding that a manual switch was good enough. This means Flip Turn will be less common than you would initially expect on a Palafin. The other moves you would want to use on Palafin are quite limited, but other moves aren't really necessary. Palafin has a signature attack in the move Jet Punch, a priority water move that is 50% stronger than its original counterpart in Aqua Jet. By looking at the base power, you wouldn't expect Okos to be picked up by it, but when you pair Pelipper with Palafin, the Rain Boost allows for massive damage at priority. If you are still not content with the damage output, you can use the move Wave Crash, the strongest move Palafin has access to. While it does come with the drawback of recoil, there are very few Pokemon who want to be taking this attack, especially if you are in the rain. Even Pokemon that resist water struggle to endure the waves. Lots of players just use these two water attacks as their offense, because coverage is usually not necessary when the damage output is so high. However, some players will opt to use the move Close Combat, mainly so that you can hit Iron Bundle super effectively, a Pokemon that is quite comfortable taking the water attacks. Because players that only opt for water moves have room for a tech move, Haze is normally put on Palafin mainly to counter Dondozo by removing its Omni Boost. It can also be used to remove Intimidate drops that would try and slow Palafin down. While some players may use a Grass Terror to help against Amoonguss and Brubonnet, Water Terror is by far the most common, as it will allow the water attacks to pick up KOs they may not have been able to do otherwise. If you pair this with a Mystic Water to boost damage further, then Palafin's damage output starts to become quite ridiculous. And if you really wanted to go all out, then you can use a Choice Band for the most amount of damage possible. A choice-banded Terra Water Wave Crash from Palafin in the rain is one of the scariest sentences a trainer can hear, as there is almost nothing that can survive this attack. Palafin may start as a 0, but the amount of regional and international wins it has is not, and it would not be surprising at all to continue to see the titles it is claiming continue to rise.
Good morgen at Utrecht, Netherlands. We are here, of course, for the 2023 Pokémon Utrecht Special Event. And what an exciting weekend it has been so far. We are, of course, going to be going into round 2 of Day 2 Swiss. I myself am Kostai Demos, and I am joined once again by Simon van der Bort, aka Schmon.
Exactly. Happy to be here again for this Day 2. We already did a small little interview just now as well, where just showcasing that Encore really putting in the work on that Iron Bundle, really.
It's been something that's been rising in popularity, right?
Yeah, and as the player themselves mentioned as well, doesn't like missing Hydro Pumps, which I fully agree with. That is one of the worst feelings that you can have there, really.
It's very valid because you're not depending on the utility of the water type coverage when it comes to the Iron Bundle, when either maybe your team doesn't need it because you have an alternative way or method of coverage when it comes to certain particular Pokemon that you're trying to cover for, or you just don't want to miss.
Exactly.
You just don't want to miss. And you may be running into situations where you have like a King Gambit, which has Sucker Punch, so you could go and read through the lines a bit, maybe anticipate that, go for an Encore straight away, and all of a sudden you've locked that Pokemon into a move which it might not be beneficial for.
Exactly. It is those small things that can change a little bit from Pokemon to Pokemon, what makes these teams so interesting as well. Now we are back here with round 2, I suppose, and we do have we already know who our players are, I should mention.
We do indeed. We have Federico Camporesi versus Alex Gomez. So, going to be a very exciting and blood-boiling game, I feel, between these two players. Very well-known players across not only their independent regions, community, as well as the entire of Europe. So really looking forward to seeing what sort of gameplay we can see from them, because there's going to be a lot of experience going into this one.
Exactly, and these two players, of course, they're veteran players. They have been in the scene quite often as well. Alex, of course, being one of the two players that actually went 9-0 yesterday as well, which is very impressive to see as well. Now we get to see him on stream on this Day 2, where I'm just wanting to see how he will use his team this time around.
Exactly. I think Alex was not the only trainer to go undefeated in Day 1 of Swiss. He was also accompanied by his good friend Eric Rios, where it seems that Eric was able to go ahead and win out against the both of them in their duel in round 1 of Day 2 Swiss. However, we do have the trainers on the stage right now, just getting everything set up. You know, it's still the morning, things are still fresh, but that also has a couple of different factors going into it. The trainers will have to have had a very good rest, because there's a lot of things to decompress from going out of Day 1 of Swiss, going straight into Day 2. You need to make sure that you're in the right mindset and you've done a bit of research and a bit of your homework when it comes to what everyone else has been running in Day 1.
Exactly. Now, because, of course, you have a lot of these players that you already know, and you want to have that bit of information about their teams as well going around. We also as well have the teams as well. When I want to mention something, because I'm holding it in, but I need to say it. There's a beautiful belly bolt there as well on Federico's side. As we see actually their achievements as well on the screen for Federico, the Liverpool Regionals Top 16. The 2022 in Worlds Day 2 competitor, in 2020 in a OCIC runner-up in seniors back then, and 2019 the NAAC Top 8 in senior division as well.
So we've got two trainers, I feel, at this point, where they've done really well in promoting themselves from the senior age division going on to the Masters. So Federico, of course, being OCIC runner-up, as well as NAIC Top 8, you know he's already got that consistency. He's got that really good, interesting team-building mindset in order to propel himself into his Masters Age Division debut, which we saw was in last London within the 2022 Worlds. So being a competitor is really good. You've got some really good experience. Going into the new season, we've got that top 16 at Liverpool's, which is absolutely phenomenal. And then going over onto Alex's side, I think we already covered it as well yesterday. Alex is one of those players where his name is very well known in the community. He's he's honestly, his consistency is one of the most unparalleled as long as he's in the right form, as well as a very interesting team. If he's feeling it, well, apparently Guillermo was feeling it, and he passed the team over to Alex, but Alex thought and saw that he flowed quite well in its comprehension.
Exactly. So Alex borrowing the team from a dear friend, of course, and will be showcasing this on stream and just showing that sometimes the friends do make better teas for you than you make your own teas sometimes.
Right, yeah.
And as we see, we have that Bully Bolt on screen as well. We have the, with Sucker Punch, Thunderbolt, Parabolic Charge, Muddy Water, and the Assault Vest, just trying to make it a bit more bulky. We have Great Tusk, Torkoal, just a nice combination with the Photosynthesis and the Drought. Arcanine for that always reliable Intimidate, while the Fluttermane and Roaring Moon also with that Photosynthesis really enjoying that Torkoal's presence as well.
Yeah, I didn't realize that David Kutesh came in as with an alternative name of Federico Camporesi, as it seems like it is the exact same team that he is running. I most definitely remember this. It seems like the exact near-like sets. I'm not sure if the training, of course, is any sort of different, but Federico definitely taking a page out of David Kutesh's book when it comes to a very interesting team that has a very nice niche. So being able to be piloted by Federico, he's done incredibly well to actually reach day 2 with a 9-1 record. I'm very confident that he is super well versed with this team and he's going to be making it a fascinating set.
Exactly. Of course, I want to see the Bully Bolt. That's personal bias. I love to see it. But we have seen the power that Torkoal has been providing. This support Torkoal with the helping hand and the Yonkoal, as we mentioned earlier, as well. So, but yeah, on the other side, we of course have Alex Gomez with his team of King Gambit, Amoonguss, Arcanine, Iron Bundle, Fluttermane, and Dragonite.
So, couple of very solid choices here. We don't see the Encore on the Iron Bundle, so Hydro Pump has been preferred here. It sort of makes sense when you do have the Arcanine, Iron Bundle, and Amoonguss, Fire, Water, Grass Claw. You have that very good, no pun intended, spongy sort of way to handle a couple of different scenarios, no matter what sort of threats you're going to be faced against. You have the King Gambit. Having the low kick is quite nice. For opposing King Gambits, you do always have the option of going for the Fire Terror type. You've got Assault Vest, which is absolutely phenomenal when you go up against any sort of anti, or should I say counter, Fluttermane Iron Bundle leads, which don't have a lot of options going for themselves. And we've seen Dragonite, once again, just doing Dragonite stuff, having multi-scale, and just being an incredible Pokemon. But this time, Alex has actually opted to bring the Tailwind option.
The Tailwind being very interesting because yeah, raising that speed is very important in these situations, especially when, for example, the Iron Bundle itself doesn't have the booster energy, but this time around it's the Fluttermane. Now, potentially that Fluttermane, its special attack could be raised instead of its speed, but we will be seeing that shortly as we do see the game starting. We have the Roaring Moon and the Fluttermane on Federico's side, while on the other side we have the Fluttermane with the Photosynthesis activated thanks to that booster, and we do see the special attack on that side and the Amoonguss there.
Exactly. So given these leads at this current point, we know there's a lot of offensive pressure that can be coming out over from Federico's side. You've got the Roaring Moon, accompanied by the Fluttermane, which will allow for immediate pressure. However, we've got the Amoonguss. It can try to go for any sort of redirections. We do need to take into consideration, as we've seen David Kutesh pilot this team before, the Torkoal is in the back. It is a viable switch in, perhaps for the Fluttermane. If you go in combination with the Roaring Moon, Terrastal into the Fire Terror, that could deal a lot of damage. Pick up most definitely a one-hit KO onto this Amoonguss if it doesn't protect or go for any sort of defensive switches or Terra typing.
Yeah, we do see the Terra come out there, I believe, from Alex's side, as we do see the Amoonguss going for that Terra type, seeing the Terra Water, trying to make sure that if the Salamis would have gone for example, a Terra Fire, Terra Blast there, would be able to survive that, but we see the Roaring Moon actually just protecting, trying to see what Alex is planning to do, as the Fluttermane on Alex's side is thinking the same thing. No, you move first, I want to see what you're doing, as we see the Moonblast into Amoonguss, predicting that it would have switched to its typing. A great play there, just wow, a hard call out there, as we do see the Spore from Amoonguss into the Roaring Moon, and amazingly played by Federico there.
very nice play from Federico, completely understanding the board state and understanding the fact that Alex is going to read into that. We've got that immediate offensive pressure, so naturally, in turn 0, as we call it when the Pokemon come out, the leads, essentially, we've got the advantage already in Federico's favor. He's able to make a bit more of a safer play in anticipation of Alex's more defensive one. So going for the very solid protect there onto the Roaring Moon, calling the Water Terra type into the Amoonguss like we just discussed. The Amoonguss needs to respect the Fire Terra type, the Terra Blast coming out from this Roaring Moon if, of course, it is paired up with the Torkoal switching in. But we do not have any switches in turn 2. We do, however, see the Fire Terra type of the Roaring Moon. I was about to say Salamence. I love that Pokemon. But yes, Roaring Moon coming onto the field right now, threatening immense damage.
As we do see the Moonblast coming out from the Fluttermane into the other Fluttermane from Federico's side, while the Terra Blast from the Roaring Moon actually going into that Fluttermane as well after they protected, so couldn't protect the second time, meaning this Fluttermane has just gone down. While, of course, the Amoonguss now being set alone on this field has the potential to now do a little sleepy dance of sporing the Roaring Moon. A big threat suddenly on its first turn of sleep. Now,
exactly, as we're going to be seeing the Iron Bundle now coming onto the field. So Fluttermane is out for the count on Alex's side. We do have the Roaring Moon, which is now asleep too. So in this scenario, Amoonguss has done a very good job in at least still staying on the field, slowing down the momentum of this Roaring Moon. It is a bit susceptible to the fairy type Moonblast coming out from the Dazzling Gleam. However, we do have Iron Bundle, which is in a good position to start, maybe perhaps getting Icy Winds off or trying to threaten with that Hydro Pump, which does connect and does pick up the KO. One hit knockout straight out for the count of game 1. Terra type's gone as well as Roaring Moon.
That is, of course, the great thing about hitting your Hydro Pumps. If you're able to hit them, they will deal a lot of damage. And we see the Moonblast into the Amoonguss, just doing a lot of damage. Amoonguss still hanging on and just being able to put something else to sleep now as well.
Exactly. So we've got the situation where that proves to why Hydro Pump can be quite nice, depending on the matchup.
Exactly. It's just the way you play. And if you hit them, why not click it? And we do see the Great Tusk being switched in here now. Now, Iron Bundle, of course, being the fastest Pokemon onto the field right now, having the potential to hit that Great Tusk super effectively, but we do know that the Great Tusk is carrying that Focus Sash, even though its special defense might not be the greatest there, but certainly needing 2 attacks to make sure that this Pokemon will go down. Amoonguss itself, being a bit low, could be switched out for the Regenerator, as we do see that happen right now.
Very nice call out there, Schwan, as it will be able to re-heal a bit of its HP in favor of King Gambit, having a bit of a more defensive switch coming into the play, maybe wanting to offer that offensive pressure, countering the Fluttermane on the opposing side in the subsequent turn, as Icy Wind does come out, does connect onto what is the still sleeping Fluttermane, dropping its speed now to -1 stages, and it does still incur the mandatory sleep turn.
Exactly, and now with the switching from the King Gambit, suddenly threatening that Fluttermane a bit more, because of course Fluttermane, the defense is not the greatest, and King Gambit has a very respectable attack stat. Of course, now that the Great Tusk also protected, not really wanting to risk maybe to protect again, rather predicting going for a switch potentially to another Pokemon, as we do see that happen as well. We do see the switch out to the Torkoal. Torkoal being switched in is a very nice switch, because of course that any ice move that the potential Iron Bundle went for doesn't affect it, and the Photosynthesis boost of the special attack from this Choice Specs Misdreavus as well.
As we're going to be seeing the Sucker Punch actually fails. Freeze Dry does target into the Torkoal slot right now, as we do see the Fluttermane does wake up and does go for the Moonblast. So the Sucker Punch was trying to target down the Great Tusk in order to break its Focus Sash. It was not met. It was only met with that switch, and Fluttermane was very free to bring that Iron Bundle down to a single digit of its hit point.
That is incredible to see. Of course, in that turn, that Fluttermane had the chance to wake up there. Just trying to make sure that your Great Tusk keeps its Focus Sash, that you can use it for later as well. Now the Torkoal being onto the field, putting up the sun, making sure that every Hydro Pump that the Iron Bundle might click will be weakened a bit, but also just that Fluttermane having that much more power thanks to that Protosynthesis boost together with its choice specs attack as well.
Exactly. So a couple of different things going on, a lot of moving pieces, so to speak. I think that's the sort of really nice thing about Torkoal-based core teams which do have the Protosynthesis boost Paradox Pokemon by its side. You're able to further enhance the synergistic compatibility between them both, as Iron Bundle does opt to go for the Protect. Amoonguss is now back onto the field, will actually be avoiding that Moonblast, and because of its Water Terror typing here, it'll actually be able to withstand any sort of Fire-type moves if the Torkoal wanted to go for the Overheat, but we see the double up into the Iron Bundle with the Clear Smog. So definitely wanting to focus down on the Iron Bundle, as it could be threatening with its speed control as well as any additional damage output it's able to land.
Exactly. This Fluttermane as well, just being put to sleep, does not want to be put to sleep again by these Amoonguss, of course. Now Amoonguss a bit more damaged than it was before because, of course, with that regenerate healed a bit, but not quite enough, it seems, to potentially survive yet another Moonblast. Certainly not after this Fluttermane has been given that extreme boost of the sun just being there, making sure that special attack would be raised even more.
Well, exactly that. So the fact that you're able to further bolster the damage output as you have that synergy going with the Torkoal just means that you are an absolute threat on the field. And I think Amoonguss, I was going to say Amoonguss actually recognizes that and does switch out. Will be able to get further regeneration dealt onto its side. Hydro Pump does connect. Of course, not picking up the KO onto the Torkoal, even though it is less bulky on its special defensive side. It will be able to withstand it thanks to the sun and get a bit of recovery. Moonblast dealing so much damage. Oh no, we see the special attack drop, which of course will not matter for this King Gambit, given the situation that it's not especially offensively output. But we've got the Defiant +2 in its arsenal. It's going to be able to be packing an even stronger punch.
Yes, exactly. Now, you would like to see these special tank drops happen, but for some reason, they seem to be attracted to King Gambits every time.
Right?
King Gambits then getting the Define boost. Now, it's Sucker Punch, putting his Sucker Punch power to a whole other level, of course, making sure that the Fluttermane will still feel threatened with these following Sucker Punch potentially, or any other physical moves that might throw out. Of course, we have seen that the King Gambit took quite a bit of damage in the sun with the choice spec, even though this King Gambit is an Assault Vest set.
No, I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing about compounding multipliers that come into effect, especially when you have such good synergy on the field or in that team archetype. Icy Wind is going to be connecting on both the Torkoal and the Fluttermane. We do know that the Iron Bundle is on a Yawn tick turn base right now, so at the end of the turn, it will be going to sleep because it has not switched out, and the Moonblast does pick up the KO onto the King Gambit, leaving, unfortunately for Alex, very little room to run this game one back and actually get the win. Federico looking to be in very good dominant possession of the game one and forcing the win.
Yeah, it was still a hard position for that King Gambit, of course, being there in a situation where the Torkoal and the Fluttermane being there, possibly both to threaten that King Gambit with the Overheat and the Moonblast. Like, both of them could be potentially a KO there. Might have predicted a switch from the Fluttermane side, going back to that Great Tusk, trying to see if trying to avoid that Sucker Punch, because of course you are choice specs, meaning if you stay in, you will have to attack, and that choice spec Sucker Punch can definitely pack a wallop, so to speak, because of that +2.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we're going to be seeing now Alex is just taking a bit more time just to consider what he's going to be doing for Game 2. Obviously, at this point, Amoonguss, even though I love the Pokemon, I don't think it's capable of picking up KOs onto a Torkoal, Fluttermane, and Great Tusk all on its lonesome self in a 3 versus 1 scenario. So Alex doing something which we have seen very well experienced players consider and do. You just want to bide your time. Think clearly. You've got the in-game sort of a timer remaining for the turn, 45 seconds, just to recalibrate your mind and say, okay, cool, let me take myself a bit out of that game 1. What can I learn from it? What can I adapt going into game 2? I can sort of have a better, clearer understanding of Federico's game strategy. How can I counteract it? How can I put the pressure back onto them to force this affair to a game 3 and run away with the win to propel him to 10-1?
Exactly. Now, possibly seeing like how much the Flutter main did with the Assault on the Assault Fed King Gambit, Wild Choice specs in the sub, doing that much damage to it as well, gives Alex probably a good idea like how strong this Flutter main is like trained in that special attack region, trying to see like what are my options. It is a bit harder, and like just to protect just get that a little bit more of time to make a completely new game plan. Of course, Federico, like having won this game, knows what he did well that game and tries to think what Alex will be thinking of to, well, kind of spin the game around.
Well, exactly, because it's a time for both trainers to take that into consideration. Of course, even though technically gameplay-wise the game isn't over, we're already thinking about game 2. And from Alex's side, I think the Iron Bundle did function really well. It was able to connect the Hydro Pumps that it most definitely needed to in order to put himself into a better situation. However, we've seen this previously, at least with David Kutesh and his playstyle, having the core of Great Tusk, Torkoal, Fluttermane, and Roaring Moon. You've got the Drought ability available for all 3 other photosynthesis-based Paradox Pokemon in order to get the further damage output necessary to just run away with the damage, because that's the thing, that's the nature of this core. It's all about damage. If you're able to put yourself in a really good situation where you're able to outspeed and just pick up the immediate KOs, leave a little room for adaptation from your opponent, you just win.
Exactly. Like the photosynthesis boost in the sun is already a great advantage, and then that Torkoal has that, of course, that friendly face and saying, "Let me give you a helping hand right there with that that move." Just trying to make sure that, as you said, damage KOs, just get them. If I have them, it's gone, and like we can continue moving forward and planning what to do. So yeah, that first game going to Federico, very interesting to see what different game plan will be made. We saw in turn 1, of course, that hard predict of that Amoonguss going for that potential Terra, going for that potential Terra Water, and then of course Federico maybe predicting that, maybe just thinking could have switched out, maybe
played a bit more safe.
Yeah, played a bit more safe. Went for the Moonblast there, just a strong overall move onto the Amoonguss, and it really worked out very well, protecting his Roaring Moon as well, just making sure that it wasn't put to sleep.
You don't want to rush a game 1, turn 1. There are the scenarios where if, for example, both trainers have met each other in Swiss the previous day, you've already played a whole set. Whether that being a 2-0 victory for one of them or a 2-1 victory for the other. This is a lot to take in. You know that your opponent is a world-class caliber sort of player, so you're thinking, okay, you know what, let's put aside any pleasantries. We know the real juice of the matter. I know that you're going to try to target that down, so I'm just going to predict your hard predict, because I know that your playstyle might be a bit more offensive, might be more straight to the point, but Federico is like, no, you know what, I want to set the own tempo to my own game. Let me just scout out to see what you're going to do, Alex, because I feel like you've got your foot just one step behind at turn 0 at the leads. So I'm just going to experiment, see what sort of notion you want to go for, and then adapt to it. And that's what he did incredibly well. And he was, most importantly, in a better position from turn 0. So is there a way that Alex can do the exact same to Federico and have that turn 0 lead advantage going into this game too?
Well, we already know that the Fluttermane on Alex's side does have that booster energy on its own. Of course, if the Torkoal comes in, it will use that first, so giving it the potential to switch out later and come back in, using that photosynthesis boost when the Torkoal Sun would have run out. But as I wanted to say, the Dragonite seems to me to be very interesting, as we do see it on the field now. Fluttermane, its photosynthesis activating, getting that special attack a little bit more up, and the Dragonite with that potential Tailwind as well.
Yeah, so we're already seeing the adaptation of you want to be able to get that immediate pressure off as soon as possible. If not turn 1, if maybe you could go ahead and set up a Tailwind, you can do it turn 2. However, Dragonite coming into the fray right now is quite nice, especially when looking at that Great Tusk. You're able to at least position yourself to the point where if you can get a Flying type Terra dealt from your side of the field, you know there is a potential of a Breaking Swipe coming out from the Roaring Moon, but that would be ignoring the Flutter Mane on Alex's side. So Flutter Mane being there kind of forces the Roaring Moon to either go for a defensive play or go for a defensive Terra in anticipation of it, because it's just ready to deal the damage. Dragonite is quite nice, both for speed control purposes as well as getting Terra Blast onto Great Tusk, breaking the Focus Sash, and then follow up Extreme Speed if you haven't set up the Tailwind.
Exactly, and we do see that Roaring Moon going for that Terra Fire. It does have that access to that Breaking Swipe. Breaking Swipe, of course, hitting both targets and lowering the attack of that, for example, that Dragonite, mainly because, of course, the Flutter Mane will not be affected. But we do see the Terra from the Dragonite as well, going for that Terra Flying. And we have seen this too yesterday. We have seen this in other tournaments. This probably means that there's a pretty strong Terra Blast incoming as well.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a monster machine, as we have seen in yesterday's stream. However, Breaking Swipe does connect only with the Dragonite due to the Fairy type immunity to Dragon. Shadow Ball going into the Roaring Moon, expecting, of course, the Fire Terra type of the Roaring Moon. Great Tusk will actually go for the close combat as well, just to make sure. Understandably, we already knew that the Dragonite already had a Flying type immunity to the ground. Terra Blast flying, picks up the KO. I'm not entirely sold on the fact on whether that was, I still think it does, because you got to consider the Breaking Swipe. It was able to drop the attack by one stage of this Dragonite. It may have indeed come into effect, vary based on certain types of training, as well as the damage rolls, but a very, very strong play from Alex, already putting the pressure on, and now he's got the advantage.
Exactly. That Great Tusk right now on the field, not really enjoying its time. Its main stab being fighting and ground, and the Dragonite resisting both, well, even being immune to the ground one, while the Flutter Mane being immune to the fighting one. Yeah. Not really having the best of time there, but that Dragonite showcasing that Terra Blast, still terrifying, excuse me, to have opposed to you, as now the Flutter Mane is onto the field. And the thing is with Flutter Manes, dependent on how they are trained, they can try to KO each other, but most of the time you have them trained just right that they survive each other's Shadow Ball as well. And we do see the protect from the Great Tusk actually, as the Flutter Mane from Federico's side goes for the Shadow Ball into the Dragonite, getting that KO as well. Of course, choice specs, very respectful. Do not forget, while this Dragonite does manage to go down.
Exactly, having the additional, should I say, inventory of having the spectacles on this Flutter Mane enhances its damage output, as it is going to be receiving the Dazzling Gleam from its opposing mirrored Flutter Mane counterpart, dealing respectful amounts of damage. We do know, of course, and we have covered multiple times, Flutter Mane does actually have some pretty good special defenses when it comes to its bulk, as in contrary to its physical.
Yeah, and so a real quick move decision there. We have the switch out from the Great Tusk into the Torkoal. Torkoal, of course, setting up that sun. It's sunny today now in Utrecht. And now the Photosynthesis will activate, of course, from the Flutter Mane. The opposing Flutter Mane ability will not be activated because the booster energy is already in play, as we see the Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane. Oh, missing out on the KO there. Wow. Spectacular to see. A choice specs boosted, Photosynthesis boosted, didn't KO the opposing Flutter Mane, showcasing the way it's trained is a bit more bulky as well.
It really is, and it just goes to show why, it's actually going down for the counter. Going to show how detrimental it was that it was unfortunately not able to pick up the KO onto Alex's Flutter Mane there. Had a really nice interaction. This is what we're kind of talking about this core of the Photosynthesis plus the Drought ability. You're able to switch it in, or that being the Torkoal, at any immediate point in order to further boost or should I say, change and influence a certain specific situation of the board at any current moment, and kind of give that surprise factor onto your opponent. So the fact that we have a choice specs Flutter Mane that essentially gets the equivalent to a choice Scarf boost due to its training is quite important in order to allow it to actually outspeed both the Iron Bundle on Alex's side as well as the Flutter main, but unfortunately for Federico, he did actually miss out on picking up the KO.
Yeah, we see the Great Tusk going for that Protect, just trying to make sure that it doesn't get double targeted. We do see the Freeze Drive from the Iron Bundle into that Great Tusk, just trying to make sure as much damage as possible, while the Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Flutter main into this Torkoal Solis. Torkoal, of course, shrugging this a bit off, as it can go for Declare Smog, trying to make sure that this opposing Flutter main does go down.
Well, exactly, because the only other offensive option that Torkoal has would be the Overheat, which we all know has a chance of missing. So you just want to guarantee and any sort of damage to pick up the KO. As we go, we are going to see the King Gambit switch in right now. So Alex is down to his final 2 Pokemon versus Federico's 2 final Pokemon. We've got an Iron Bundle on the field. It is going to be highly threatening, this Great Tusk. At the moment, I would probably put this to Alex's advantage of maybe a 75 to 25%.
Yeah, because a Great Tusk did go for Protect last turn, there is that possibility, of course, that likely that it goes for an attack, but it actually tries to go for that second Protect, but unfortunately failing. But that means the King Gambit Sucker Punch at least doesn't work, meaning the Armor Freeze Drive will go into that Great Tusk, putting it on its Focus Sash, but leaves this Torkoal free to play whatever it wants to do. As we said, Yawn is still something that can be used. The Yawn onto the Delibird, and now the possibility of just protecting again, making sure this Iron Bundle at least falls asleep, while this Torkoal can kind of deal with potentially the Iron Bundle or the King Gambit with its Overheat.
And this all of a sudden changes the dynamics. I think Alex really needed to focus down on the Torkoal. The Great Tusk was too threatened not to go for the Protect, unless, of course, Federico wanted to just gauge into Alex's mindset there. If you get rid of the Torkoal, maybe with a double up, of course, via Hydro Pump, Connect in the Sun, accompanied by an Assurance from the King Gambit, you will likely pick up the KO, but there is the Citrus Berry to take into consideration, which is quite tough and something I guess we sort of overlooked. The fact that Citrus Berry proves to be quite vital and influential when it comes to the decision-making of Alex's side, as the Icy Wind does connect. Great Tusk is going to be going down. However, is this Torkoal capable enough to win this one out 2 versus 1?
It is hard to say, of course, because yeah, we do see the King Gambit go for the Assurance, not being enough, but that Torkoal enjoying that berry very nicely, just trying to make sure that it can survive. And if it goes for the attack in the Overheat into the Iron Bundle this time around, but with its Focus Sash, will be able to survive. And now it's just suddenly a 2v1 again, and looking very hard for this Torkoal to do it.
It really is. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any sort of spread move on this particular set, such as Eruption, or in this case, Heat Wave would have been probably the preferred way to go about it. As we had already seen, Federico puts in, well, will likely concede the match. I'm not sure. It looked like he was going to actually go ahead with the button. I'm not sure if there was a timeout or something like that. However, we do have the final situation where Overheat is still out, trying to target down the King Gambit. Even if you do have these special attack drops now at -4 when it comes to its stages, at least you're in a situation that you can rely on critical hits, although we get Federico's confirmation of the cancellation this turn.
Exactly. The Iron Bundle also with that potential of waking up there. It is kind of hard, as we saw the damage not being that hard. You can try to go for crits, but that is the thing, of course, with critical hits. They happen with a little bit of chance. You can't just, you can make them happen if you run focus energy and such.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
But sometimes you want to try, maybe it comes out, like if I crit right now with the sun up, I could have potentially killed this King Gambit even with the Assault Vest.
You've got to go for your win conditions.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's very respectable. It's sort of this unspoken understanding between trainers. You know that for the fact that you're competing in the tournament, you're very well aware of what to expect when it comes to this game, and you need to take advantage where you can in order to benefit your own self to get the win. So scenarios like that we've seen when it comes to timer stalls or something like some sort of alternative method of winning. You need to take into consideration all potential outcomes, something that is a true valor to a very veteran-like players in previous formats where timer was more prominent when it came based on very slow playing formats. It is something that they had the experience about. The past couple of generations have been very quick, very dynamic. So there's not a lot of scenarios that we have actually encountered time stall situations, but that is not in this situation at the current moment. We do have Alex that has been able to force this into a Game 3. So Federico is going to have to go back to the drawing board and consider how he could try to counteract this momentum.
Exactly, and we mentioned earlier, like, maybe the swap to Dragonite would have been a smart pick there. And Dragonite putting in decent work, just trying to make sure that the Roaring Moon would have gone down with that Terra Blast. So, did get a critical hit there, but of course, there's always that chance of having that. Just try go for it again, leader with your Turquoise as well. He gets one. Can I have one? Yes, please.
I mean, if it works, don't fix it.
Exactly.
Or it's not broke, don't fix it. Sorry.
Exactly.
That's right. As we randomly seen the photosynthesis on the Flutter Mane over on Alex's side, will be getting that additional boost dealt onto its side. So, looking into this, we've got the same sort of pressure that was already existing with the Great Tusk on the field, but Federico does always have that switch in. So what will he consider keeping on the field out of the two Paradox Pokemon that do have photosynthesis, and which other Pokemon will he opt to switch out? Because there's a couple of things that you need to take into consideration. Are we expecting another Flying Terror type coming out from this Dragonite? Or perhaps, could we see it from the Flutter Mane? Go for the Fairy Terror and go for maximum amount of damage output.
As we do see the Flutter Mane on Federico's side, actually switching out for that Torkoal, getting that Photosynthesis boost for his Great Tusk, which could be supposed to be very interesting because, of course, that Great Tusk getting that boost, very nice, firstly, but can't really touch the Dragonite, so to speak, but it has that ability to still hit that Flutter Mane really hard, as that Dragonite does manage to go for its Terra Flying type, meaning it could go for a Terra Blast and maybe targeting that into the what used to be the Flutter Mane slot, and this Turquoise kind of defensively buggy.
Oh, it might be indeed. Flutter Mane goes for the Protect because of that switch in and the fact that the Great Tusk is in. I was going to say right now, it makes sense to target down the Flutter Mane. You want to at least get rid of it. You know it doesn't have Focus Sash. It does have Booster Energy, but we see the Tailwind has now been set up. So this Dragonite, which may have been underspeeding the Great Tusk, is no longer underspeeding. It is much faster, should I say doubly faster.
Doubly faster indeed. And this is so interesting to see because, like, we were kind of theorizing what could this Dragonite do potentially, but now going for the Tailwind, trying to make sure that his Pokemon will always move first, and being in a position where the Dragonite with a Terra Blast can do a lot of damage to this Great Tusk. And then, of course, you have the Flutter Mane, which already got the booster energy, meaning that it can do a lot of damage as well, with potential Shadow Ball, Dazzling Gleam as well, like that spread move to try and make sure that the Great Tusk can't really resist, as we do see the Dazzling Gleam from that Flutter Mane come out.
Exactly. Great Tusk has been brought down to its Focus Sash. Of course, Terra Blast will be coming out. Which target is it going for? It's actually going to be the Torkoal. Is it enough? No, it is not. This Torkoal, this Fire Tortoise, is so bulky when it comes to its physical defense. It's going to be able to munch on that delicious little citrus berry, which will get a bit of recovery back for itself. Headlong Rush, however, does pick up the KO onto the Flutter Mane. It is out for the count in this Game 3, which will allow Alex a bit more of breathing space, perhaps to bring in a new, fresh Pokemon to counteract the current Pokemon on the field for Federico, as Overheat not able to deal as much due to the multi-scale still being active and not being broken in previous turns.
Exactly, and now the multi-scale being broken does help a bit. Just checking the Tailwind turns as well there. Now, that Terra Blast doing so little damage to the Turquoise was so surprising to me, because we've seen so many Terra Blasts do so much damage in earlier games as well, where it's just so strong. But this little turtle showcasing how swollen, how bulky, and how helpful it can be with every step it takes. Of course, now because of the Great Tusk is on its Focus Sash, it is in a position where it is threatened by a lot of things. Can only really hit, again, the Iron Bottle, but the Iron Bottle actually trying to protect itself while the Great Tusk protects itself as well, meaning the Torkoal and Dragonite are the ones gonna make the move here.
Yeah, I really like this play from Alex's side. That Protect there on the Iron Bundle was a scout to protect. anticipating the protect from Great Tusk, especially given the fact that the Dragonite did target down the Torkoal. So very nice play there, very good board state awareness. You want to slowly get rid of any sort of fumes that this Torkoal is able to exude and exhaust them, essentially, whilst guaranteeing you're always going to pick up the Great Tusk slot. You just need to time it to the point where you need to be very cautious that Federico does still have 2 fresh Pokemon in the back, does still have Terra available for themselves to utilize. So don't give your opponent too much room, but you still need to time it maybe when Tailwind expires to get another Tailwind set up if you need that speed control pressure from your side.
Exactly, and also Torkoal going for that Clear Smog onto that Iron Ball, trying to break its Focus Sash, trying to make sure for the next Pokemon that come in to potentially is able to KO that after the Sash being broken, because of course you need to hit it twice, as we do see a switch out actually from the Great Tusk into the Roaring Moon, where its attack is heightened thanks to that Photosynthesis.
Oh!
As we see the Freeze Ray into that Roaring Moon, doing a lot of damage there, because of course still a Dragon type, while the Dragonite goes for Terra Blast into Torkoal, just trying to make sure that this Torkoal can no longer be helping handing his allies.
Torkoal is out of this set. Confirmed, of course. Tailwind does peter out at this point from Alex's side. However, we do have the Iron Bundle. It is still on the field. It is going to likely be the fastest thing, if not for the speed that has been heightened on the Flutter Mane over on Federico's side. So being able to time that quite nicely from Federico's point of view is really good for them. They're able to at least guarantee they will be outspeeding right now, at least with the Flutter Mane, to get that immediate pressure. So it's always going to be a battle between speed tierings when it comes to these team compositions, as well as the play styles from both of these veteran-like trainers.
Exactly, now being in the position where the Iron Bundle still has his Focus Sash, can potentially go for another Protect, trying to secure that, and the Dragonite trying to go for a Tailwind potentially, just for the next Pokemon to be able to be faster again than the Flutterwing that did get the speed boost there. Because of course now Dragonite looking like the slowest Pokemon onto the field, but that Dragonite does have one interesting thing, being that extreme speed, still being able to deal quite a bit of damage. As we see the Terra Fairy from the Fluttermane actually coming out, trying to do as much damage as possible. You have this Sun, you have this Choice Specs, you have the speed advantage, and now you have the Terra to do a lot more damage.
You do indeed. So Iron Bundle does not want to risk its situation at the current point. Dazzling Gleam, Fairy Terra type boosted, is going to be launched out into this Dragonite. Not quite enough to pick up that KO, but the double up is indeed. Throat Chop targets it down, does pick up the KO, absolutely ignores the Iron Bundle because it knows that Alex will really want to rely on it, especially when Sun has expired, which it has done so in this exact turn. So a couple of different situations to take into consideration and mind games occurring within that. Do you protect the Iron Bundle? Do you not? Do you try to focus it down? The Terra type choice as well of the Flutter Mane, as opposed to the Roaring Moon going for the Fire type. There's another dimension of mind games there. Does the Iron Bundle try to focus it down with the Hydro Pump or not? But it doesn't matter anymore because the Freeze Dry is more than enough to pick up the KO. Roaring Moon is out, and Flutter Mane is going to try its best to bring this one back for Federico, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
It is a very tough situation because, of course, the King Gambit can't move right now. Going for the Iron, super effective Iron, and just going for the KO, meaning this the only Pokemon in the back is that Great Tusk there. And unfortunately for that Great Tusk, it only has that Focus Sash proc, so it means it only has that 1 HP left. And you still have a full, still have a King Gambit at quite a bit of HP, and the Iron Bundle still being amazingly fast, that can outspeed you. So in the end, Alex Gomez has been able to pull this out. Well played, both of these players. It was very impressive to see.
What an exciting set from these trainers. Of course, that does mean that Alex is going to be able to now have a very stellar record of 10-1 going into the following round 3 of Day 2 Swiss. However, it's not all over for Federico. He was already at a really good record. If he can win out the next couple of matches, he'll be able to do a very good job in being able to target down the slot of top 8.
Exactly. That is, of course, the goal of these Swiss rounds. You want to have as many wins as possible to try and get that top 8. And then eventually you want to get further, like top 4. Then you want to get further, top 2. And then you want the final. You want the final.
You want the title.
You want it. You want that Utrecht champion title as well, of course. It was an amazing match to see, and a lot of back and forth there because, as we mentioned with the Dragon Knight earlier, like maybe trying to tailwind there, but there were so many things to keep in mind as that time, and I feel Alex played that very well, trying to preserve the focus sash on the Iron Bundle as well, and just always that King Gambit in the back, which always was threatening with potential sucker punches, but also with that bulk that it has.
Yep, it's just so reliable. King Gambit as a Pokemon. I think because having the Assault Vest, and you got a couple of options of coverage, of course, having the amazing defensive bulk on the King Gambit, you got the Defiant, you got a lot of threats. It's really a problematic Pokemon, even without it Terra typing, right?
Yeah.
So obviously Alex didn't prefer to go for the Terra typing there. It made more sense to have the Dragonite to get rid of the Dragon weakness to Fairy type moves, and then obviously you could get the Tailwind set up in combination with the multi-scale. Allows for a relatively safe sort of play. He saw that it didn't work as well as he would have liked in Game 2, even though he did win it. So he thought, okay, no, I'm going to adapt even further going into Game 3. I want to establish that Tailwind support in order to allow my Dragonite to sort of move a bit more freely, as well as my other partner Pokemon. Even King Gambit, for example, can actually go ahead and function quite nicely, maybe dependent on certain speed tiers, do incredibly well.
Exactly. And just in general, that Dragonite did put in a lot of work. We have been seeing a lot of Dragonite action this weekend, the previous rounds, yesterday and today. And it is such a good Pokemon to see being used. It is that Terra Blast that is so powerful, that coming into everything. Of course, on Federico's side, playing very well with that Sun, like trying all his Pokemon to get a boost. I really felt the Great Tusk was really well used there.
Exactly that. But of course, what we will be doing is, unfortunately, we won't have a winner's interview. We'll be cutting to a short break where we will be back with round 3 of Day 2 Swiss. So, if you haven't already, please get your refreshments, and we'll be seeing you very shortly.
Hello, my name is Bas. I'm from the Netherlands and I've been playing competitive Pokemon since the end of 2019. I started playing Pokemon when I was around 10 years old. The very first game I played was Pokemon Gold. I remember my parents taking me to my sister's violin lessons every week, where I would meet up with a friend who would show me all kinds of crazy things about the game that I really didn't know about. I remember looking forward to that every single week. I kept on playing throughout all the generations together with my friends. It was a really big part of my childhood as I remember it. I stopped playing during high school, which was during generations 5 and 6. After not having played for a few years, I got a recommendation on YouTube about competitive Pokemon. I started watching those videos, and after a while I decided to buy myself a 3DS with the new games. I knew about the existence of VGC and about live events, but I didn't really know anyone that would want to play that with me, so I didn't really bother looking into it too much. This changed with the announcement of the release of Sword and Shield. I told a few friends about competitive Pokemon and my interest in it, and they shared the same interest. We started building teams together, and we'd all sign up for online tournaments together, and we played them at my house, all on our own Switches. I started doing really well in those tournaments, and I began to make a bit of a name for myself within the community. I used to share my teams on social media that I use for these tournaments, and they would often get picked up by the content creators like Cybertron, like Lee Provost and James Beck. Which was a really big honor for me. When I decided I wanted to get more into live event, they got cancelled due to COVID. I was pretty bummed out by this, but I kept on playing online with my friends I made along the way. This definitely helped me get through the pandemic more easily. During this period, I won a couple of online tournaments, which made me even more excited and confident for the live events to come back. When Pokémon announced that live events were returning, I was really happy. I was determined to do my best for the 2023 season. The season started during the London Open at the 2022 World Championships. This was my first top cut of a live event with such a strong field of players, and I was really happy with the result. During Top Cut, I eventually lost to Gabriele Gatti, a fantastic player from Brazil. I was off to a great start for the season. The next tournament I would attend was the Liverpool Regionals, which was played on the new game, Scarlet and Violet. I had to get adjusted a little bit to playing without the Dynamax mechanic because that was all I knew. After experimenting a bit with all kinds of teams, I started to understand the format. I prepared for Liverpool Regionals by just looking at previous successful teams from the last week before the tournament, like San Diego, and adjusting it to my liking. I ended up also also making top card of that event, which was a great feeling, especially because I was able to share it with my friends and my girlfriend, who were also there in Liverpool. I sadly wasn't able to win it all, but I decided to give it my all for the next regionals, which was in Bochum. I put a lot of time and effort into my prep, which went really, really well. But this also meant I had a lot of expectations for myself to do well, and it put a lot of pressure on myself. The week before that regionals, there was a tournament held in the Netherlands, which I won without dropping a single set, going 9-0. I felt really ready for the Bochum regionals. I was really happy with my team and my play during practice. Sadly, I didn't really feel like I translated it that well to my level of play during the tournament. I did end up making it to the second day of competition. My eventual score was 11 wins and 3 losses, which was sadly not enough for top 8 because of my resistance. Overall, I've learned a lot from these past few tournaments. I try to reflect on everything that happened to try to improve. I focus on my mindset, my team, my overall play, and the way I prepared for the tournament. I'm really happy with my consistency, and I'm really hoping to get a big win in the upcoming events. Right now, I've almost earned my invitation for the Pokémon World Championships in Yokohama. Ultimately, I'm aiming to earn my travel award and invitation for day 2 of this event. What makes this game so special for me is not just the competitive aspect, but also being able to spend times with my friends over the same hobby. I've had so many great experiences with my friends both on and offline. The social aspect is really important to me. I would encourage everyone to join in on the fun that this game has to offer outside of the gameplay itself.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to round 12 of the Pokemon Utrecht Special Event 2023. My name's Jamie Boyt, I'm joined once again by Charlie Merriman, and we are having some fantastic games so far, and we're going to continue to have them as we go forward in this day too.
We absolutely are. We've just seen a game there. A Belly Bolt could have come out, it didn't unfortunately, but no matter, at this stage of the competition obviously you want to win, not just bring out those Pokemon that are exciting.
We mentioned it yesterday, we weren't lying, it did make it into day 2, and there was the proof. It just didn't join the field, maybe it will in the future.
Didn't, yes indeed, didn't join the field in the previous game, but we did see yet another Terra Flying Dragonite there. Yeah,
absolutely. That's been doing a lot of damage across all of these matches we've seen so far. A lot of players have opted just for the Assault Vest and the Lumberries. Those are the consistent items, and we've already seen the Choice Band picking up once again. A couple of matches that we've seen just some absolute massive damage come out.
Yeah, that is 100% on the rise, and we will very shortly be getting into our round 3 of Swiss Day 2, which will be a really, really exciting match.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some players that are getting even closer to that top 8. Of course, you need to be winning as much as possible, so the more wins you do get, the closer and closer you are. We've seen some players are getting towards maybe the 10 wins at this point, because we're into round 12. We are getting more and more wins, so yeah, really, really good to see all those players coming forward and putting on some fantastic games.
Fantastic games indeed, and so far both matches today that we featured on stream have gone to 3 games, and it's just a testament to how evenly matched these players are at this point. We're really, really whittling down the very best of the best, and so the matches are just going to keep getting better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. Still just 3 more rounds to go until we do find out who is going to be playing that single elimination in the top 8 all the way up to claiming the championship. So yeah, we'll have to see how that's going to be panning out. It seems we no longer have any undefeated players in this tournament. No 14-0 coming out from this one. Both Alex Gomez and Eric Rios have dropped a game down to the 10-1, but still a very respectable record for sure.
Incredibly respectable, yes. Eric Rios, Oliver Escalin there, who we featured earlier as well. Julio Talau having a fantastic run. And scanning down the leaderboard, Maurice Uteg doing fantastically as well. Aurelien Sula, Leonardo Manonomi, who we featured last yesterday with that choice band Dragonite.
Yeah, absolutely. So 9-2 still very much in contention for that top 8. 12 wins does guarantee it. You are in the 9-2. That's 3 wins you need to get. 10-1 is definitely a very good insurance as well. But we've got some of the 8-3s coming out here as well. It's still possible. 11-3 might make it. It's going to be quite tricky if you've dropped to 8-3 at this point, but still definitely all to play for. You can still play for the top 16, play for the top 32 as well, because you will be getting those extra championship points the higher up you place, and that is what we are all playing for here. Absolutely,
yes. It's really a test of these trainers' mettle now, trying to not lose a game from here on out if you've already lost 3 games, in order to hope that you can still make the top cut, such as Sam Bentham there, UK player, and plenty of others as well. Zabier, who of course had a disconnected match yesterday and was ultimately declared the winner. But going into the match that we will be streaming very shortly, you saw their names there, we'll be featuring once again the world champion Eduardo Cunha against Marco Silva.
Yeah, international champion as well. So yeah, brilliant, brilliant game coming out here. We're playing for a special event championship, but we're doing so in this match with a world champion and an international champion. So this is going to be a great game for sure.
It's going to be an absolute cracker, and I had a wonderful time talking to Eduardo yesterday after he won, I believe it was Swiss round 3 or Swiss round 4 maybe, that I talked to him. That it was fascinating to get an insight into his team building process and his thoughts going into this tournament, and how, you know, as the world champion, you feel pressure going into subsequent events. There are eyes on you, but once again, showing how you need to keep a cool head when you play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And some cool picks coming out as well. We've got the Garchomp for Eduardo's side of the field that we did see. A lot of players are opting for the Great Tusk instead. Some players are very much advocates for the Garchomp instead of that Great Tusk. There are a few pluses that Garchomp does have. They match each other pretty well in terms of amount of damage you can do. Garchomp is slightly faster. It's slightly bulkier. The Dragon typing is arguably better for the ground than fighting is. But then you are limited to Earthquake, which both of them have, and then Stomping Tantrum is your choice of single target move for Garchomp, as opposed to the massive Headlong Rush from Great Tusk. So Stomping Tantrum has the potential to be stronger than Headlong Rush. If you fail a move, then doubling the power of the Stomping Tantrum is going to be way stronger, but not the most reliable way of getting that massive damage. So opting for the single target of Headlong Rush is what a lot of players are doing for Great Tusk, but Garchomp can definitely do good things as well.
Yeah, not the most reliable way at all, unless you, for example, on turn 2, you have a fake out Pokemon next to your own, go for a fake out, that fails, do a big Stomping Tantrum, and then of course you're just leaving that other fake out Pokemon as a sitting duck on the field, not providing anything that turn. So yeah, it's not the easiest move to work around Stomping Tantrum, but really cool to see Garchomp here, which is a Pokemon we haven't seen so often in Regulation B. It was far more prevalent in Regulation A.
Yeah, absolutely, because Great Tusk did overtake it, and we'll have to see if Ting Lu's going to overtake that as well. That's going to be another ground type that's going to be joining very shortly in the Regulation C. Whether that is going to be taking over the Great Tusk, we will have to wait and see. Because Great Tusk versus Ting Lu, Great Tusk wins that. You can just go for a close combat. Ting Lu's going to maybe fisher you sometimes, but yeah, the fact that that's going to be joining the fray as well, what will that do to Garchomp? We'll have to see. If Garchomp's going to have a very good performance here, maybe that will start to pick up and give it enough momentum to carry on into Regulation C, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, and what better poster boy for Garchomp than the world champion? We could well see that picking up in usage. And looking briefly at Marco's team, we'll be getting into that in a moment, but Garganackle does catch my eye on that team to look forward to coming coming up in the next game, potentially, if he brings it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Pokemon that came straight out of the gates in that very first region that we had. Jisok Lee managing to win with his Poison-type Garganacl. Very, very good call for that tournament. And then it just kind of disappeared again. There are a few players that are still running the Garganacls. Like it popped up here and there in the Oceania International Championships. I think it may have done some well in some other regionals over in Oceania. But otherwise, at least in the West, it seems to have disappeared a bit.
Yeah, it has. It's but it still has plenty of usage, plenty of uses, I should say. I think a real winning point for Garganacl previously was the Salt Cure move, dealing with Pokemon such as Dondozo, where they get set up with the Tatsugiri and their Mals, and therefore get an Omni boost, and attacks aren't doing as much as you would like to the Dondozo, but with Salt Cure you have that residual damage taking the same amount away at the end of every turn. And Dondozo, we still see it, but not quite as prevalent, and I don't think so far today we featured a Dondozo on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the Garganacl is kind of reminiscent to the Glimmorus at this point, because both of them are supposed to be going for the just residual chip damage.
Yeah.
Whether that's in the poisons with the Mortal Spins and the Toxic Debris, or that is the Salt Cure from the Garganacl. The poison is very much permanent, as in you are poisoned, therefore you're just going to take this every single time. Salt Cure is still semi-permanent. If you switch out and switch back in, you get rid of it. But while it's just on the field, even if the Garganacl's being KO'd, the Salt Cure still does stay until you switched out. So very, very similar jobs that they can be doing. Garganacl is just a lot more bulky and can also recover as well, so it has far more longevity on the field. Glimmora is kind of maybe okay to just sacrifice itself to be able to get that residual damage going.
True, yeah, and of course if Glimmora gets hit by a physical attack, it will lay a layer of toxic spikes down as well, so you've got to be very careful when dealing with it. It's also worth calling out here that this is a rematch of the OCIC 2020 finals in Marco Fierro and Eduardo, so both these players hungry to see what they can bring to the table this time with 3 years more experience under their belt.
Yeah, absolutely. Marco was able to get Eduardo in that final. Eduardo did have a championship in the Oceania Internationals previously. The previous year he managed to win and came second to Marco in that one, but we are going to get that repeat there. As you can see, we've got Eduardo on the left and Marco on the right, so going to be a very, very good match, given that both of these players have met each other in a finals before.
Yeah, absolutely. They're used to being on this stage facing each other, and we'll see how that experience impacts on their gameplay. Both trainers who respect each other a huge amount. They're both very well known, of course, and I'm sure they both learn from watching each other's games.
Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely learn from any of the top players that are playing here. Lots of different play styles coming out. Maybe something catches your eye that you haven't considered before, and you can put that into your own team building. So, yeah, really, really good players coming out here. Good teams all around. We're going to have to see how those teams are going to match up, especially with the fact that there's the unique choices of the Garchomp on Eduardo's side. Tends to do pretty well against the Garganacl on Marco's side, unless it does go for that Terra and turns itself into the Ghost typing, because Poison was the most common for sure. That's the one that won GSOT lead the regional championships, but Ghost is also a very good Terra typing as well.
Yeah, and there we go. We can see just how well qualified these players are. Eduardo, hello Eduardo, giving us a lovely wave there. World's top 4 in 2016, and then capitalized on that by 6 years later becoming world champion, OCIC champion 2019, OCIC runner-up. Basically, Eduardo deals with either Oceania or the entire world.
It would seem so, absolutely. And then, yeah, we've got Marco that's dealing with Oceania as well, but also a regional championship under his belt back in 2019, winning the Yonkoping Regional Championships. So really, really strong showing for both of these trainers. Really good achievements, and we'll have to see if they are pushing for even more with this Utrecht Special Event as well.
Absolutely, and a very recent achievement in the Bochum Regionals top 8 from Marco Silva. A player who I remember from last year as well was omnipresent dominant. Did he, I believe he won an online competition with Barrascuda?
Yes,
Marco Silva,
it was one of the international challenges.
Yes,
that
that's it,
did end up getting top of the ladder with that Barrascuda team. So a very, very creative team builder as well, for sure.
Yeah, and it was a thrill to see, again, a Pokemon that no one had quite explored fully in the meta yet, coming to the fore, thanks to Marco piloting it so well. These trainers just getting set up, and we should be able to have a look at their teams in full detail very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. They're two very, very good teams. You can see the players there have traded their team sheets. They are having a scan over what they need to be preparing for. In the case of Eduardo, this is the team that he's going to be running here. We did feature this in the round 3 yesterday on the stream as well, so you can see the team there. It does seem that he is running the substitute on the Fluttermane instead, though, over the Calm Minds, which we did see on that round 3, so just something to make a note of there, would be the substitute instead of that Calm Minds.
Absolutely. It's fascinating to see that because he was talking yesterday about how substitute has been really crucial for this Fluttermane, but clearly based on his experiences yesterday, he's wanted to change that for a Calm Mind, boost up that Fluttermane. Really interesting choice, since Fluttermane is a Pokemon that's on the field for a good time, not a long time. And so trying to set up a Calm Mind can work against you, but otherwise, looking across the rest of his team, of course, we have that Amoonguss there, able to provide some ample support, and this wonderful Garchomp, which might take some chip damage from Life Orb, but of course will deal some chip damage to any physical attackers with that rough skin ability.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be doing some very, very big damage all around with the Life Orb boosting that. So that is probably the most unique choice coming out for Eduardo here. Most of the other Pokemon you would expect to see at this top level, it would just be, do you see Great Tusk or do you see Garchomp for your choice of ground type coming out here? There's no choice of ground type at all coming out for Marco instead. We do have the Garganacl coming back out into the fray, and also the Mimikyu drawn in the field. Fluttermane is the most common Pokemon that we see at the moment. The Ghost Fairy typing seems to be very good, and then because you've got the Fluttermane, do you have space for Mimikyu? Apparently Marco does.
He apparently does, and it's fantastic to see Mimikyu, especially with that Curse, which again is a move that was more common, I feel, against Dondozo. But clearly it still provides usage for Marco here. I'd love to see that come out, see what it does. I also want to call out the Electric Terra type on the Amoonguss there.
Yeah, that's a pretty unique one. You do only get one weakness when you turn into Terra Electric, so it's a very good defensive one. You do make yourself weak to ground type attacks, which would have been neutral anyway against the Amoonguss, so not too much crossover there in terms of the damage that it can do. But yeah, a really, really unique Terra typing, a very good defensive one at that. A type that's defensively not many trainers make use of, even though it does end up just having one weakness.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not one to be sniffed at, and one that I assumed we'd see more the Electric Terra type. And there it is, that Amoonguss and Roaring Moon sitting on the field for Marco, and meanwhile it's Kingambit and Fluttermane for Edu.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Fluttermane joining the field here. Special attack is the boost of choice for the booster energy there, followed up by the booster energy on that Roaring Moon as well, going to be able to get the attack boost. So no speed boost for any of these, content with just increasing the damage output of both of the Pokemon here. You're able to do some absolutely massive damage with the Fluttermane now. You have to really just go for your Terra on the Roaring Moon if you want to be able to survive through this Dazzling Gleam that can be coming out, because you do want to be setting up with your Dragon Dance, but then you're going to have to contend with the fact that Dazzling Gleam is going to be this red move. If you do go for that Terra, you're going to be able to pretty safely get that Dragon Dance up. If you go for a Rage Powder to keep it safe, then the Kingambit won't be able to follow up with any kind of attack to do the extra damage. You can probably just go for a Spore on this turn. Not much is threatening the Amoonguss with a KO on this turn.
And it's worth calling out there that, in fact, Fluttermane does run that substitute here, that in the previous team preview, clearly it was an incorrect Fluttermane set there. So now we can see the correct one. The Fluttermane for Edu is running that substitute, as we see a Terra coming out for Marco onto his Roaring Moon into the Flying type, doing its best Dragonite impression and becoming a Flying Terra type on this Roaring Moon, which could well be going for an Acrobatics or something similar later, as a Dazzling Gleam comes out, and indeed the Roaring Moon takes it much better than it would have done otherwise. Acrobatics does come out from Roaring Moon into the Fluttermane. It's enough to pick up the knockout, and Fluttermane goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. No need to set up Dragon Dance. That is going to be strong enough for sure. But is the Assurance going to be strong enough? Absolutely. It targets down the Roaring Moon. So the combination of that Dazzling Gleam was enough to get that KO.
It really was, and it's one Pokemon down each for Edu and for Marco, as Amoonguss is able to go for a Spore and Kingambit taking that sleep. So for the next turn, it won't be able to provide anything at all, but what a fast-paced start to the match.
Yeah, so you've traded a Pokemon for a Pokemon. You've traded a Terra for a sleeping Kingambit. So was that a trade that was worthwhile? We'll have to see as we go into these future turns. Talonflame was left in the back. A lot of players do just leave with the Talonflame to get that Tailwind immediately. Leaving it in the back leaves you the option to get a late game Tailwind that can be very beneficial as well. Kingambit's not going to be able to make the most of it because it's going to be very slow, and it's also asleep, so it can't even attack this turn guaranteed. So even if you do set up the Tailwind for the future, the Iron Bundle has pretty free reign in the field at this point. It can go for whatever attack it would want to go for, whether that's the Hydro Pump into the Talonflame to try and get the KO, or if you want to just rely reliably go for the freeze dry from some extra chip damage. The Talonflame can just go be spoiled here by the Amoonguss. You can go for a Brave Bird and get some very good damage, but Talonflame is not tended to run too much in its physical attacks. It does opt for that bulk instead. Shouldn't be able to KO the Amoonguss. Definitely not if it's switching out.
Yes, and Amoonguss does indeed instead switch out in favor of the Iron Hands, joining the field a very bulky Pokemon, also a very offensive Pokemon. Brave Bird coming out from Talonflame with a critical hit onto the Iron Bundle, bringing it down to about a third of its HP. Hydro Pump, fortunately, does connect into the Talonflame. Is enough to pick up the knockout, so Edu is already down to his last two Pokemon. King Gambit is going to be remaining asleep for this turn. It's the mandatory first turn of sleep after that Amoonguss Spore. I hope he's enjoying his nap, because Edu certainly is not enjoying watching him sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now the Iron Bundle is going to be the Pokemon in the back for Edo. Down to the last two Pokemon here. You do have Fake Out active on your Iron Hands, so you can potentially break this Focus Sash on the opposing Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle on Marco's side of the field isn't threatening too much into the King Gambit, so it really just needs to be going for the freeze dries into the opposing Iron Bundle, because you're able to knock out opposing Iron Bundles in 2 shots with your freeze dry, and that could be what Marco wants to go for here. You can just go for an immediate freeze dry and a Drain Punch, potentially, to be able to pick up the knockout on the Iron Bundle. King Gambit probably needs to go for the defensive Terror to be able to survive any fighting attacks that the Iron Hands would throw its way. It would turn into a Fire type though, and that would leave it weak to Hydro Pumps in the future as well.
And let's turn those conditional woods into definites. It does go for the Terror. It's a Terror Fire type on the King Gambit. It's currently asleep. Will it wake up this turn? We'll have to see. But certainly its defense is bolstered against any fighting type moves that the Iron Hands could be throwing out, as Iron Bundle keeps itself safe on Edu's side with a Protect. King Gambit does take another turn of sleep, and we can see the frustration on Edu's face there as it remains asleep. A Hydro Pump, though, does miss onto the King Gambit. So, you know, that's luck for luck there, as close combat comes out from Iron Hands, bringing King Gambit down to just above half of its health and eating up a drop to its defense and its special defense, so slightly less bulky than it was before.
Yeah, very nicely covered by Marco there. That KOs the King Gambit if it doesn't go for the Terror, because close combat is easily enough to pick up the KO, and then it covers for it with the Hydro Pump, which unfortunately does have that shaky accuracy and does end up missing in this turn. So now, which Iron Bundle is going to be moving first here, because that's going to be able to, either the Iron Bundle on Edu's side of the field, Freeze Dry is going to be able to KO the opposing Iron Bundle. Hydro Pump would almost certainly have KO'd that King Gambit, even with the Assault Vest. You'd be doing massive damage, but Marco not opting to find out whose Iron Bundle is moving first this turn, instead switching out into the Amoonguss.
Yeah, Marco has this luxury of being able to switch for a Pokemon in the back, whereas Edu is down to his final 2, and it's a Freeze Dry coming out into the Amoonguss. It's really good damage, brings it down to a quarter of its health, but it has that berry to contend with. So Amoonguss is recovering back to about half of its HP. Volt Switch coming out from Iron Hands into the Iron Bundle. It deals pretty much half of the health to the Iron Bundle as Iron Hands goes back to Marco, and he will be bringing out his own Iron Bundle from the back.
Yeah, and then, well, will the King Gambit go for it? It's probably going to be waking up this turn. Is incredibly likely to. Yeah, there it is. And it's going to be doing some pretty good damage here with the Terror Blast.
Is the Terror Blast going into that Amoonguss as a super effective hit? Looks like it's not. It's going into the Iron Bundle, but it's on such low health that it will take it out anyway. And that critical hit, I doubt mattered at all, because it will be a neutral hit into the dual Water Ice type that is that Iron Bundle.
Yeah, definitely not going to matter there at all. It was easily going to be in range of the Terror Blast, so nice easy knockout there. But then you get the switch straight back into your Iron Hands. That's reset the potential to go for a Fake Out here. You can easily go for a Fake Out and a Sport if you do want to. If you Fake Out the King Gambit, then that's going to stop any Terror Blast going into the Amoonguss. If you Fake Out the Iron Bundle, that's going to stop the Freeze Dries. Freeze Dry may not be enough on Amoonguss. Terror Blast definitely would, so that might be why the Iron Bundle's just going for a Protective Scout out for that Fake Out.
Scouting out for the potential Fake Out from Iron Hands. Amoonguss keeps itself safe with a Protect. It won't be taking any damage this turn as Iron Hands goes for the Wild Charge into the King Gambit. It's not enough for the knockout. King Gambit now getting really quite low. Iron Hands takes that recoil damage as a Terror Blast does come out from King Gambit, and that is going into the Iron Hands. It's really not taking too much damage at all, a testament to how bulky that Iron Hands is.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really nice call out for both of these players here. Not attacking into the Pokemon that did go for the Protect, getting that extra damage. But now King Gambit is definitely in range of any attack that the Iron Hands would want to go for, whether that's the Wild Charge or the Close Combat. Nice going for the Wild Charge there, just getting a tiny bit of recoil as opposed to your drop defenses. So you're not going to be taking as much damage from the Iron Bundle because you're still going to be so bulky with that Assault Vest. It's really not going to be doing too much damage. Amoonguss has used its Protect now, so it does need to contend with the fact that it can be attacked by the Freeze Dry or the Terror Blast, but we have seen the Iron Hands on Marco's side of the field did seem to outspeed the King Gambit, therefore there should be no Terror Blast going into that Amoonguss.
No, there shouldn't, absolutely, and it really is mind games at this point. Who's protecting, who's not? A very close call in terms of timing there for Edu. Amoonguss going for a Rage Powder, redirecting any attacks towards itself as opposed to its partner Iron Hands, but you can't redirect a spread move such as Icy Wind, which connects on both Iron Hands and Amoonguss and dropping both of their speed. That Amoonguss now on dangerously low health as King Gambit is able to follow up with the Assurance, double the power if the target has already taken damage that turn, and so Amoonguss goes down. It is now King Gambit and Iron Bundle against the Iron Hands, but the King Gambit goes down due to a wild charge from Iron Hands, and Iron Bundle does not like staring down an Iron Hands.
No, absolutely not. So the Icy Wind there, crucial to allow that King Gambit to get off the attack to KO the Amoonguss on that turn. But now Iron Bundle needs to do half damage to an Assault Vest Iron Hands, and it's unlikely to be able to do the damage. But Freeze Drive's going to try.
Unlikely. Will it get a freeze? It won't. So close combat goes into the Iron Bundle, and it wraps up the game for Marco. So Marco takes the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very nicely played from both of these players, leaving the Iron Hands and Amoonguss into the late game to be able to get that extra support and do that little bit of damage that was needed to clean up that game. So, yeah, Talonflame in the back didn't seem like it was doing too much for Eduardo there, because a Tailwinds is always really nice, and getting it on the first turn can be very nice on the initial getting of the momentum, but all it did was Raybird there, and then it just got KO'd afterwards to the Hydro Pump, so not too impactful in that game. It didn't seem like the Tailwind was too necessary, given that you've got the Iron Hands and the Amoonguss, which are two very slow Pokemon on Marco's side of the field. You do have access to Icy Wind as well if you're just bringing the Iron Bundle, and then that can still do good damage as well with the Freeze Dries. So Talonflame, again, I asked this question yesterday, is it entirely necessary to bring to this game?
Yeah, it's something that Edu will be reflecting on going into Game 2, and I think another thing worth calling out from that first game is how even though Marco's Terror was used up so quickly and with, you know, it was able to get an acrobatics off, but then it went straight down, he was still able to win the game. So it just goes to show how crucial the timing of Terror can be, and even if it disappears just like that, it doesn't necessarily mean the game is over.
Well, it was used to get an entire KO on the Fluttermane, and Fluttermane is one of the biggest damage dealers that Eduardo has available, especially that he brought to the match. The Garchomp wasn't brought, so wasn't going to be able to make use of the massive damage that the Life Orb does provide as well. So yeah, definitely a worthwhile trade, it seemed, in the end, to just use up your Terror defensively so that you can survive the Dazzling Gleam, and then offensively so you can definitely get the one-hit KO on the opposing Fluttermane. That ended up being a trade in Marco's favor, so very, very nicely done to recognize that Terror was useful for just one turn, and that's all that was needed.
Absolutely, yeah, and again, and that goes to show another point how the timing of the Terror and sort of management of resources, how even though Marco lost his Roaring Moon, that was a trade worth making and something worth bearing in mind, especially in these high-octane battles where your mind can be somewhat all over the place. You've got to stick to some kind of game plan, your practice with previous team compositions, for example, and sticking to what you had in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So accepting the sleep as well on the Amoonguss was something very important in that first turn, because you did have to sacrifice a sleeping King Gambit to get the KO on the Roaring Moon, and it stayed asleep for a couple of turns, so it wasn't able to do too much on those and allowed Marco to get into the position that he did want. So taking in consideration, do you take care of the Roaring Moon very quickly? That has joined the field with this Amoonguss still, but a little bit of a switch up here. No King Gambit coming out. Instead, it's going to be the Iron Bundle paired up with the Fluttermane. So going to be able to threaten down both these Pokemon very well with the Ice-type moves instead of the King Gambit. You may be able to pick up the knockout on the opposing Amoonguss if you get the combination of the Freeze Dry and the Shadow Ball, because you do get the special attack booster once again on the Fluttermane, as opposed to the attack boost on the Roaring Moon. But if you're trying to stop the sleeps, that's a potential opportunity for the Roaring Moon to go for a Dragon Dance as well. That would put it faster, assumedly trains to be faster than an Iron Bundle and a Fluttermane after that Dragon Dance, and then would be able to do some absolutely massive damage. So do you choose? Do you try and get rid of the sleep from the Amoonguss, allowing this Roaring Moon to potentially get the Dragon Dance up? Or do you maybe go for a Dazzling Gleam and an Icy Wind to try and hit both of the Pokemon, and then just allow one of your Pokemon to go to sleep to try and stop this Dragon Dance?
Yeah, it's a really good lesson in Pokemon that complement each other in the lead. What the Amoonguss doesn't cover, the Roaring Moon does, and vice versa. But getting into our first turn, it is Roaring Moon going for another Terror, as it did in that first game, into that Flying type. Its booster energy is used up, so it will be able to deal out some massive acrobatics damage coming into this turn, if that is what it's gone for. It's Freeze Dry coming out from Iron Bundle into the Amoonguss, again taking it down to about a quarter of its health, but it's a freeze on the Amoonguss. The Amoonguss might not be able to move this turn. It eats its berry while frozen somehow and recovers some health, but will it be able to thaw out this turn and do what it was intending to do? We will have to see as Shadow Ball comes out into the Amoonguss, and it's not enough for the knockout, so the Amoonguss thawing could indeed prove to be crucial or not. As Acrobatics comes out into the Fluttermane, it takes out that Fluttermane, so once again Fluttermane is down very early on in the battle, and all eyes on this Amoonguss now, and no, it is frozen solid. Incredibly frustrating for Marco, but a nice perk of using Freeze Dry.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you do get that nice little freeze. Would have been very nice for Marco to be able to get off, assumedly a Spore into the Iron Bundle, and that would have freed up the Roaring Moon completely. It would have been able to go for the Dragon Dance on this turn for sure. Getting the knockout on the Fluttermane, very, very nice for it, taking care of that on the turn 1 as well. King Gambit has joined the field. That's still going to threaten good damage. After an Icy Wind, you can get that follow-up with the Assurance, and we've already seen that Dazzling Gleam and Assurance was enough to be able to KO the opposing Roaring Moon, and the Icy Winds being super effective would almost certainly be able to do that as well.
Absolutely. Roaring Moon this turn keeping itself safe with a Protect. Iron Bundle going for that Icy Wind, which of course won't connect into the Roaring Moon after the Protect, but it does connect into the Amoonguss. So it is down now. No more worries about Amoonguss coming for Edu, very fortunately for him. King Gambit in this position is going to go for an Assurance. It was going into the Amoonguss, I believe, actually, but it's Roaring Moon. It's redirected towards, which of course keeps itself safe. So again, one Pokemon apiece lost for both of these trainers as Iron Hands joins the field.
Yeah, it was very nice targeting from that King Gambit. It did go for that Assurance into the Amoonguss slot, and if it goes for that, then you're going to be able to just either KO the Amoonguss, because assumedly, even if it tried to protect, it's unlikely to be able to break through the freeze, and then if it stays in, suddenly the Assurance is redirected into the Roaring Moon and would still get the double power. If the Roaring Moon protects and the Amoonguss switches out, then it would have got the double power on whatever switched in as well, so really nice covering for that.
Yep, fantastic covering indeed as Iron Bundle gets a Protect off and keeps itself safe from the fake out that was coming out from Iron Hands there. Acrobatics coming out from Roaring Moon, which goes into the Iron Bundle, keeps itself safe once again. So a really good call from Edu, both of the attack going into that protected Iron Bundle. Iron Head from King Gambit taking it down to just below half of its health on the Roaring Moon as we get into this next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. That Iron Head's just over 50%. That means that Sucker Punch will be incredibly close to be able to KO that opposing Roaring Moon. So do you risk that? Because it's a little bit over half, and Sucker Punch is only a little bit weaker than Iron Heads. If you risk that, that could get the KO before another Acrobatics. Of course, you could Sucker Punch into a Dragon Dance, which would be very, very bad indeed. But yeah, really, really close that Roaring Moon could be knocked out here. Definitely not this turn if it's going for Protect though.
Not this turn, no. Roaring Moon keeping itself safe, copying Iron Bundle from the previous turn as Freeze Dry was going into that slot. Roaring Moon, of course, kept safe from that Freeze Dry. Iron Hands, on the other hand, goes for Volt Switch into Iron Bundle, deals about half of the health to Iron Bundle as it goes back to Marco in favor of something in the back.
Yeah, it's not going to be that Amoonguss anymore. That would have been really nice to get some Regenerator and potentially Thor in the future, but it's just going to be the Iron Bundle instead.
The Iron Bundle that has to receive an Iron Head, taking it down to just below half of its health, so that's not an attack it appreciates taking, but of course Iron Bundle is far bulkier on the physical side of its defense as opposed to the special side.
Yeah, absolutely, and this King Gambit is doing really nice. It's going to be able to just about knock out both Pokemon with 2 Iron Heads, but then that's still incredibly close and not quite Sucker Punch range, which is what you would want to happen. You'd want to be able to just go for a Sucker Punch and stop either the Acrobatics or the Icy Wind, the Freeze Dries that come out from the Iron Bundle, but it's not too bad. The King Gambit is still at full HP. It's not threatened really by either of these Pokemon at the moment, so it can just go for an Iron Head / an Assurance, whichever one it wants, without the need for Sucker Punch at this point. It would still be enough to just survive and then get the Iron Head.
It would be. Roaring Moon is not going to be the one taking the damage because it's Iron Hands coming back out as Marco's Iron Bundle keeps itself safe. King Gambit attempting to Sucker Punch into the Iron Hands slot, but of course it just switched in, so will be kept safe from any damage. And Freeze Dry coming out into the Iron Hands, but dealing a little bit of chip damage, and again a testament to how bulky this Pokemon is.
Yeah, absolutely massively bulky with that Assault Vest as well. You've got that Iron Hands back on the field. That is potential fake out pressure once again. It's potentially just go for a Volt Switch into the Iron Bundle. We saw that it did half already, so Volt Switch would be able to KO and reset that fake out pressure, or you can just go for the close combat and get that KO on the King Gambit as well. So the Iron Hands at the moment really, really well positioned for whichever KO it wants, or even just to go for the fake out to free up the Iron Bundle, but potentially not a fake out here if the Iron Bundle is just switching out instead.
Which indeed it does, and this is a far more positional game than we saw in the first round between these two players. As Roaring Moon comes back out and Freeze Dry goes into the Roaring Moon that's just switched in, and that goes down for Marco. So his Terror is over and his Roaring Moon is down. He's down to his final 2 Pokemon in the Iron Bundle and the Iron Hands. It's Iron all round with Iron Bundle on Edu's side and this Steel-type King Gambit. As a close combat is enough to pick up the one-hit knockout, of course being quad super effective against the King Gambit as a Dark and Steel type. So it was around for a while, but now King Gambit is down, and both of these trainers are down to their final 2 Pokemon, and it is that Garchomp coming back in for Edu, as well as, of course, the Iron Bundle from the back for Marco.
Yeah, that is a very nice switch up to be able to take care of this Iron Hands. Earthquake or Stomping Tantrum should surely be enough, given the fact that Iron Hands has given itself a defense drop. It just has to be able to get that attack off. You've got Iron Bundle versus Iron Bundle. This is one of the most awkward positions to be in. Both of them are just Focus Sash. Both of them are assumedly going to be the same speed. So if the Iron Bundle gets a Freeze Dry into the Garchomp first, that's a follow-up KO with the Iron Hands, and that is game over. If the Iron Bundle on Edu's side of the field moves first, that is a Freeze Dry KO into the Iron Bundle, and then you follow up with the Ground-type attack. So whichever Iron Bundle moves first here could be very, very impactful.
Could be very impactful indeed, as we see the Terror coming out from Edu finally onto the Garchomp, and it's into the Fire type. So those Freeze Dries will not be doing half as much damage as they would have done before. Garchomp originally being a Dragon Ground type, so would have taken double super effective damage from that. But Marco makes the call, and it's the Hydro Pump into Garchomp, just terrestrialized into the Fire type, and it goes down. So after all that, would have been better off staying as a Dragon Ground type in that particular situation. Really tough call to make for Edu. Freeze Dry coming out from his Iron Bundle. It does take care of Marco's Iron Bundle, but Iron Hands does far prefers facing an Iron Bundle than the other way around, and it's close combat coming out from that Pokemon into Iron Bundle, and Edu is defeated. It is Marco Silva that takes Game 2 and Swiss round 3 of Day 2 of the Utrecht Special Event.
Yeah, and over a world champion as well, so fantastic play. That is one of the drawbacks of Terror, let's say, because obviously a defensive Terror would be very nice. That would have survived a Freeze Dry every single day.
Yeah.
But the Hydro Pump, very, very nicely caught there. You had to win the speed tie, assumedly speed tie on the Iron Bundle to start off with, but being able to get that call of, yes, you are going to Terror into the Fire type, therefore Hydro Pump is the choice rather than Freeze Dry. Very, very nicely done indeed.
Very nicely done, and it's something that's been introduced with Generation 9 into Pokemon VGC, predicting the Terrors as well. We've seen it before. We assume you're going to Terror, going for that move that would be super effective if you do, going for it, and it picks up a big knockout as we saw there. So it's just as important to know when not to Terror.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was kind of like a 50-50 in a 50-50, because you've got the chance of moving first with the Iron Bundle, so that's a 50-50 chance, and then do you go for the Terror? Because if it's Freeze Dry into regular Garchomp, easily a KO. If it's Hydro Pump into the Fire type, we saw was easily a KO. So it does come down to those little bits of mind games, as well as the little bit of fortune that you did need the Iron Bundle on your side to move first as well.
As well as the fact that Hydro Pump can miss, and fortunately it did connect that turn. If it didn't connect, that could have been a very different story to wrap up that game, and we could have been into a Game 3. But Marco trusting the accuracy of his Iron Bundle and able to clean up against the reigning world champion. Wow, and a pretty decisive victory, I would say. I'm getting my breath back.
Yeah, not dropping a game there as well. Taking a 2-0 win over a world champion is no easy feat at all. So very, very well done. Of course, an international champion himself, so nothing to scoff out there at all. We've seen those kind of plays from Marco before, being able to make the call and absolutely doing exactly the same thing in this game here.
Yeah, those predictions, and especially at this stage in the competition, perhaps in Day 1, the players are able to stick to more predicted plays. But, you know, when you're up against opponents of this caliber, you have to sort of think a few turns ahead, not even just the next turn ahead, as to how you're going to position yourself. And that Game 2 was far more positional than Game 1. Game 1, it was quicker knockouts. Game 2, it was more about being in the right place at the right time in order to pick up the knockouts you need, and knowing that, you know, play it as a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the knockouts that were needed were that Flutterman on turn 1. Both games. It was just KO'd immediately. That frees up the Iron Hands. Yeah. Because in the Game 1, Garchomp wasn't brought. There wasn't really too much for Iron Hands in that first game, because Fluttermane, as soon as it's taken care of, that's the best answer. Getting the Fairy type damage onto the Iron Hands, that's what you're looking for. and that was just taken care of in both games. So Iron Hands was freed up a lot. Then it had to be Garchomp to be able to deal with it in the future in the game 2, but just wasn't allowed to because of that fantastic predict.
Yeah, exactly. Iron Hands was given free reign there, and as you saw, the damage it was taking, it's a Pokemon that doesn't mind shrugging off quite a bit of damage. Obviously, you have to keep an eye on it, but especially with that Assault Vest, it can stick around for definitely a long time.
Yeah, Freeze Dry was, what, doing 10, 15%?
Yeah.
And like Iron Bundle's got very respectable special attacks, so you wouldn't expect that little damage coming out onto a Pokemon. It just shows the testament of Iron Hands' bulk and why you need to save your answers, i.e. the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, exactly. Fluttermane went down on turn 1 in both games, I believe, for Eddie there. And it's a Pokemon that's hard to... It obviously could sweep up in the late game, but it's certainly not a Pokemon you want to switch into attack, because its special defense is respectable, very respectable, but its physical defense somewhat lacking.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen bulkier Fluttermanes across the course this weekend, because the majority of trainers have been opting for the choice specs. We've got the booster energy on Eduardo's one here, so it still has the opportunity to rerun more bulky, but maybe you are investing a bit more into special attack because you're not getting as much damage as you would for a choice specs, therefore you need a bit more investment into your special attack, and then that would sacrifice some of your defensive investment. So maybe if Fluttermane's able to survive in acrobatics with the right training, maybe not if you've got an attack boost on the booster energy as well, because that is a pretty strong attack. We've seen how strong something like a Terra Blast from a Dragonite can be. Roaring Moon pretty much matches that with its booster energy. Yeah,
it really does. The face-off of the Dragons, we've seen quite a lot of them, including that Salamence, of course, yesterday. I wonder if that's still doing the rounds in the competition. But wow, so Marco defeats Edu again, a repeat of the OCIC 2020 final.
And that was also a 2-0 victory for Marco as well, so definitely, pretty much a repeat. So very, very fantastic to be able to bring back all these matches that have been historical in VGC and then be able to get somewhat of a repeat with the players as well. That doesn't happen too often. We saw it maybe in the finals of Wolf versus Ashton Cox back over in the US. That was a historical moment as well because that was a repeat. Then we got another one here, which is really, really great to see.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And we can expect more of these fairy tale matchups, of course, as the day goes on and the very, very best at the Utrecht Special Event continue to be whittled down. Well, I mean, the quality of these games is just ramping up and up and up, and it was already in such a high place, and I can't wait to see where we go next. But shortly, we'll hopefully be hearing from the winner of that game, Marco Silva, in just a few minutes' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be getting him just set up just in a moment. So, yeah, very, very close to the end of this day 2 Swiss now. We've only got 2 more rounds now after this. This is getting to the crunch time. This is getting to the point where we didn't have any players that's still undefeated, so there's going to be a couple of players with 11 wins. Not quite enough yet. 11 might do it, 12 definitely does it. So we'll be getting very closely to the point where we are able to decide who is going to be advancing to that top 8. And with Marco winning that previous game, he's 1 step closer.
He's 1 step closer. Edu, he could still do it. Fingers crossed for him as he goes into his next round, and maybe going back to the drawing board, thinking about the things that happened in that game and preserving his resources in the Fluttermane and in the Garchomp and went to Terra and all of those questions that were coming out from that round. How do you think Edu could have adapted better? Of course, he lost his Fluttermane very early on. That didn't help. He was caught off guard by the prediction of the Terra, but anything else he might have been able to do?
Preserving the Fluttermane seemed to be key because Iron Hands was very important. And we saw how impactful just Assurance on turn 1 was, where on the turn 1, Roaring Moon was taken care of immediately. Dazzling Gleam Assurance, that's a KO. Could that have been Icy Wind and Assurance on the first turn? Because then you'd been able to preserve the Fluttermane in the back, and Iron Bundle and the King Gambit would have been able to deal with the Roaring Moon, and then you've still got Fluttermane to be able to deal with the Iron Hands.
Yeah, so there you go. You've got to look after your frailer Pokemon, at least on the physically defensive side. But we've just had confirmation that we can now go to our interview with your winner of that previous round. It's Marco Silva.
And welcome back, ladies, gents, and lovely peeps. We are here with the winner of our Day 2 Swiss, Round 3, Marco Silva, in what was an emphatic set. Very, very high octane pressure coming out from both of these trainers, veterans in their individual respects. Of course, Marco, congratulations. What an amazing set and display of very good understanding of your board state and just making those solid reads and plays. It must feel really great for you right now.
Yeah, like honestly, like obviously, like beating a world champion is always crazy. And yeah, I've been playing with Edu basically since I graduated to Master Division.
Yep.
And it's always been like really great games since like 2019 to now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rematch, right, of back in Oceania International Championships, where naturally speaking, you were able to go ahead and actually win it out. So a lot of understandings when it comes to each player's play style, right? So you kind of have a bit of a tap on how Edu plays, but you are able to force and use that knowledge in order to sort of have a tap on, okay, he needs to go for this because he has to respect the Pokemon that are on my field. Like, for example, we saw game 1, you made an incredible read into the King Gambit, which had just terrestrialized into the Fire type. Unfortunately, the Hydro Pump did miss, but it was a really good read, right?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not 100% sure if that was going to kill, but like, in that situation in which I think he had only 2 Pokemon, since both Talonflame and Fireman were gone.
Yeah.
So I thought, like, of course, like in Gambit, I cannot protect since it's AV. If I just go with Close Combat plus I drop in that slot, if he tears, I just maybe if I get the KO, that's also fine.
Yeah.
But like if he doesn't tear, I just get the Close Combat off, and then it should be gone.
Well, exactly, because you knew that you could at least checkmate it in that situations. So you had a couple of a clear sight on the necessary steps that you needed to make, even though there was the sleep. I think there was a full sleep turn effect onto the King Gambit. It was a full sleep, right? All 3 turns, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it just about, I think, second?
Yeah, maybe it was 2. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. But I mean, regardless, you were able to do really well. Going into game 2 then, you had a bit of a change-up of the leads. How were your thoughts going into it in anticipation of Edu having to try to counteract all of that offense you had?
So I tried to think like what should have gone wrong like by me leading Amoonguss and Rorimon. So I thought like maybe could have gone for like a more offensive lead, maybe with Talonflame plus Garchomp.
Yep.
Since he could have just went for Taunt and EQ.
Yep.
I'm not gonna spoiler my play, but I already had in mind like what to do in the case he would have gone for that. So I was pretty confident with my lead.
You had a backup plan based
exactly.
on if the turn didn't turn out to be quite nice
Exactly.
for you, right? And we saw, even though the Talonflame was there, was present, it had previously set up Tailwind, it wasn't able to do as much, right? It didn't have that immediate offensive pressure, whilst on the other hand, you were able to completely utilize that.
Yeah, I think like by me having 3 Pokemon that were able to get the KO straight away when it KO on Talonflame, maybe was kind of scared to bring it like in the lead. So also that kind of worked out for me.
Yeah, it most definitely did. And talk about a bundle of presents. Your Iron Bundle did a really good job in really positioning itself. Obviously, it was able to land a very important Hydro Pump, which came out from a Mamma Mia moment of that KO into the Garchomp, which had only just terrestrialized into the fire. So please talk to me a bit about that prediction there.
So in that turn, I just saw, like Edu, of course, like the world champion, is probably one of the best players like ever played in this game.
Yeah.
So I just thought like, in this case, if I go for freeze dry, I get the KO. So if I win the speed tie, I just win.
Yeah.
So to maximize his winning chance, he's most likely gonna terrestrialize. So I'm kind of forced to predict. And also, other than predict, I have to win the speed tie and also it died bump.
Yeah.
So I figured out that that was the play that he might consider like not really covering that much, since he might just like won the speed tie or just like just I don't know, avoid the Hydro Pump or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just knew that I was going for the terrestrialize the fire type. I just went for Hydro
You
Pump.
felt like he had to go for what he considered the more optimal play and
Exactly.
safer based on the situation, because he already was on the back foot, right? So he had to either make a very decisive read based off of maybe perhaps a read of yours, but he took it. He was like, okay, in that scenario, I just want to make sure I could guarantee myself. He's Marco's surely not going to go for the Hydro Pump into the Garchomp that terrestrializes, right? But no, you were able to absolutely perfectly pull that.
Yeah, I honestly like, but just seeing his Garchomp, like I saw it was life orb, so I also kind of like tall since in his speed since he has tailwind. So I was not 100% sure if that was gonna get the kill, since honestly like I never went for hydro pump into a fire type guard zone.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that worked out for me.
Oh my god, and it was such a beautiful display of understanding the board state and what needs to be done in order to find your way through to your win condition. So right now, how does it feel? I think, are you X1 if I'm not mistaken?
No, I'm X2.
You're
I'm,
X2, so
yeah.
that would be 10-2 right now,
Exactly.
correct? Perfect. So you still are in with a very solid chance to propel yourself straight into top 8. So a couple more rounds. How are you feeling going into it?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like I just gotta play my best, and because the team is solid, of course. I played it in Bochum too. I got to play there, so yeah. I know like my team is really good into basically everything. I can basically
every
really,
matchup.
Yeah, like
right?
every matchup there is really like common in the format.
Yeah.
So I just thought like if I play this team, even if it's like most of the matchups are just 50-50s.
Yep.
Maybe I can just like outplay my opponent, since I've been playing this team for basically a month.
I mean, and you've done incredibly well with it so far. It has been absolutely phenomenal to see you. So I guess with further projections on what the goal is, obviously now, the current short distance is you want to make it into top 8. You want to make it even further, maybe get that title as well, of course, for the special event. At the current moment, do you have any plans of going into the European International Championships held in London next month?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I really like wanna feel again the feeling of winning international. So,
yeah, I mean, yeah, you got a bit of a taste of it down under in Australia and Oceania, of course, in 2020. So you're out there to try to chase the European one now. Oh my God. I mean, having that sort of passion and drive is something that is very credible and something to look up to for newer players or even more less successful players when it comes to their achievements. Maybe they haven't put in as much work, or they just haven't had good enough luck. So do you have any advice that you would be able to bestow upon them when it comes to trying to find a sweet spot when it comes to your consistency?
So all you gotta do is basically when you lose, either if you win, if you lose, just make sure you understand everything that went wrong. Because even if you win, something might have gone wrong. So yeah, all you gotta do is analyze your matches and just keep going. Because if you're good at the game, at some point you're gonna do well.
Yeah, I mean that's it. It's trying to put in the work as much as you can, kind of understand and experiment, right? It's not always about analyzing the meta. Just get yourself in there.
Exactly.
Try to figure out what you can see, what you can adapt to, what is popular, what works, what doesn't. But you've done an incredible job, I think, bringing back the acrobatics Roaring Moon that hadn't seen a lot of sunshine, let's say, even though there's droughts and photosynthesis taken into consideration. It's quite nice because it's a very powerful Terra type that you can utilize as well as you have actually done so far. So I guess going with that, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to go ahead?
Oh yeah, I just want to shout out my family, my little brother, my mom, and also like all my roommates that have been staying with me in here in Utrecht. So Fede Campo, that is also going really well.
Yeah.
Oliver Escolin, that is also going really well.
Yeah.
Jules Arlau, which is also going really well. And Arash, which is always like good to have like a world champion, you know?
Arash is Arash.
Yeah, exactly. It's just Arash.
Exactly. You already know he's going to be there, his shot. I mean, we had discussions with a couple of the Spanish trainers yesterday on the floor with some of the interviews. They felt that Spain was the #1 strongest region in Europe. So do you have any comment that you would like to provide to that as well?
I'm just going to say we're going to see, like in this region, how this turns out.
I mean, it's very exciting to actually see all of these different regional-based trainers come into the fray, of course, for these European events. So what we'll do is we will wish you all the best. It has been a pleasure, as always, to actually have you join us. So we're going to go ahead, cut to a very short break, where we will be back with round 4 of Day 2 Swiss. You won't want to miss it.
Hariyama seems to have gotten a lot stronger with age. It may have gotten smaller, but it gained the electric typing and a significant boost to its stats. Iron Hands boasts an insane amount of bulk. With sky-high HP and impressive defense, Iron Hands can shrug off a multitude of attacks. While its special defense stat leaves something to be desired, this can easily be patched up by investing heavily into the special defense stat when you're training it. If you're not satisfied with Iron Hands' special bulk, you can give Iron Hands an Assault Vest, giving it a 50% boost to its special defense. Iron Hands often wants to run 4 offensive moves anyway, so an Assault Vest seems to fit like a glove on these hands. Iron Hands also has a very high attack stat and can deal some serious damage to the opponent's Pokemon. Iron Hands does have a little bit of an awkward choice when it comes to its move selection though. For its fighting coverage, you will see trainers choose Close Combat or Drain Punch. Close Combat is Iron Hands' strongest attack, so it will be a trainer's best choice when it comes to dealing damage. It does come with the drawback of reducing your defense stats, sacrificing the amazing bulk that Iron Hands has. If a player would prefer longevity, Drain Punch keeps your impressive bulk and adds to it by healing Iron Hands. It is noticeably weaker than Close Combat though, so both attacks have big pros and cons for them. With your choice of Electric Attack, Wild Charge is the strongest choice, but comes with recoil, whereas Thunder Punch is a bit weaker but has no drawback. A move you should expect to see very often on Iron Hands though is Fake Out. Only a few Pokemon in the format have access to Fake Out, making this a very valuable move. Iron Hands also has access to Volt Switch, so can use Fake Out on one turn to score a flinch, then Volt Switch out to reset having access to Fake Out once more, a potent combination we've seen in previous formats. If you're not satisfied with Iron Hands' damage output, it can boost its offense with either Swords Dance or Belly Drum. Swords Dance gives a +2 boost with no drawback, but still may not quite be enough to secure some OHKOs. Belly Drum means that Iron Hands OHKOs almost everything in the format thanks to its +6 boost, but does come with the drawback of sacrificing half its HP. Expect to see Iron Hands hold a Citrus Berry if it is using Belly Drum. This sacrifice in HP may not be as impactful as it seems though, as Iron Hands can OHKO something with Drain Punch, then recover back the lost HP thanks to the recovery. If Iron Hands isn't kept in check, it can easily sweep through a team. The most common Terra type Iron Hands uses is Grass. This gives it a resistance to ground type attacks, one of the most common ways of dealing with Iron Hands. It also gives a much better matchup into Amoonguss, a Pokemon it would otherwise struggle with as both of its attacks are resisted by it. Players have also opted into the Fire Terra type to make Iron Hands immune to Will-O-Wisp, a common way of shutting down the damage output of Iron Hands. Iron Hands will also occasionally become a Steel type, as it gives a very strong Heavy Slam that is usually 120 base power against a lot of the Pokemon in the format. So be ready to catch these hands. These Iron Hands to be more specific.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here at our Day 2 Swiss Round 4. We just had an incredible match, and you had the pleasure of interviewing.
I did indeed. We had Marco Silva versus Eduardo Cunha, the current reigning world champion back at 2022 London. So a battle of actual titans. They are both international champions. Of course, one of the most prestigious level of events. It was actually a rematch, believe it or not, Shimon, where we had Marco versus Eduardo back in 2020 Oceania International Championships, where, of course, we did have Marco crowned the champion. Eduardo did get that finalist slot. So being able to actually see Marco bring that experience and understanding of how Edu does go ahead and play was phenomenal, because it really put in the work. He was able to calculate the correct positioning and win conditions that he needed to meet in order to get those fabulous predictions going. He hydro pumped 2 times into a Fire Terror of a King Gambit for game 1, and then game 2 it was the Garchomp at the precise moment. So it was something that is very, very difficult to be able to attain as a trainer, having that depth of understanding and level of experience.
That is incredible to hear. That is, of course, this Terra mechanic is something that you can just select during any time you want of your turn, which can help you a lot defensively or even offensively, as we have seen, where the same type attack bonus that you get as well when you go the same typing, but being able to play around that and being able to try, like most people are like protecting first round to see like, are they already gonna do it?
Play more safe.
Yeah, play a bit more safe. Yeah. But sometimes you have just that understanding of the game where you can just see what is going to happen before it even happens.
Well, exactly. It's sort of, you have a mind frame and some sort of map that you're navigating a couple of different routes of, okay, cool. We've got the main branch of expectations, or the tree, and then the various branches of what could happen based on X, Y, Z. And as a veteran-like player, or just generally, the best thing to do is somehow enter your mind palace and find a way to structure that as best as possible, which is very difficult because you've got, 45 seconds per turn. You've got around 1.5 minutes worth of being on the team preview. There's a lot of time constraints on you. You don't have 5 minutes to sit around and just consider all the different scenarios. You've got to do it immediately. You are on the clock.
You are on the clock. It is a bit like speed chess, where you have to think about all the possible moves that can happen. Because, of course, you have 4 Pokemon on the field, meaning a lot of things can happen. That Pokemon can protect, that Pokemon can protect, or just attack. A switch out that is possible. There's about, like, there's 20 plus options that can happen during one turn. Because, and then you have to involve the luck as well that can happen as well, which makes it all the more difficult. And that is also something part of that mind mapping, trying to see where the option goes, like, okay, what happens if, for example, they would crit here? Okay, then I have my next option, I can do this, I can do this.
What's my backup?
Yeah, exactly. So it's plan after plan after plan, and that is amazing to see these players being able to showcase a little bit on the stream as well.
Oh, and exactly. I think from a viewer point of view, being able to see these titans battle it out at such a high quality level is very motivating, exciting, and thrilling. You're able to sort of have a bit of an in-depth insight on, oh, okay, cool, why are they going for this or why are they doing for that? And then you actually see the master plan revealed at some point. You're like, oh, wow,
this is genius.
that was just ahead of what I was expecting.
It's too small, where sometimes you look too small, too close to it to see the bigger picture. Because, of course, you want to have that end game. You want to try and force an end game where you have the advantage, where you know your win cons, what your win cons is, what your opponent's win cons is, and try to play around each other. It's a beautiful dance to do.
Yep. So as we are going to keep on going with this stream, we've got to highlight our next match, which is going to be between Julio Tarlao versus Antonio Jesus Sanchez Serva.
I'm so happy that you were allowed to say that.
It kind of fell to me.
It kind of did fail. But yeah, these players, of course, doing very well in this tournament. We are now in round 4, meaning there's only one more round after this for Swiss.
Yes.
But then it is that elusive top 8 coming as well, where you are not allowed to lose anymore because of, well, rather not lose right now either, but
it will be preferable.
It would be preferable if you
to.
had to choose. No, exactly, to try and get that title of Utrecht Special Event champion.
It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a big one. I think rest easy to say that we are absolutely loving this weekend so far. So we know, of course, our 2 trainers we are going to be featuring very shortly, going ahead and getting everything set up and prepared for us to be able to have that sort of fly on the wall scenario of, okay, let's see how this actually goes between these 2 trainers and watch their journey on to trying to go ahead and, of course, get that title of Utrecht Special Event champion, like you mentioned, Shimon. So going into the actual teams themselves, we have Julio rocking up with an Iron Bundle, Tyranitar, a Mundus, Fluttermane, Annihilate, and the Volcarona, whilst over on Antonio's side, we've got the Lilligant, Fluttermane, a Great Tusk, King Gambit, surprise, surprise, Torkoal, and the Dragonite. I had to.
Yeah, you have to have the Torkoal as well. The Torkoal is amazing to have because, of course, it gives a lot of support to all of these past Paradox Pokemon with that Protosynthesis. But as you mentioned, especially that Lilligant.
Yes.
That Lilligant just boosting its speed, its Chlorophyll speed. Thanks to Chlorophyll, its speed is boosted by 2, meaning it will outspeed quite a lot of things. And, well, we probably have mentioned it yesterday, but it does outspeed, for example, the Iron Bundle with a booster energy as well.
Right, exactly. I think that's a really nice niche to it that, of course, a couple of our trainers have been able to recognize because of the amount of usage that has been observed for these type of Pokemon. Not only Iron Bundle, as well as Fluttermane having booster energy, it just hits that sweet spot where it's able to outspeed them and enable the Torkoal or even any other Pokemon by its side, as long as the sun weather conditions are on the field and the Chlorophyll ability is active.
Exactly. But now we have this interesting dynamic because a lot of Torkoal has been being played, and Torkoal, of course, setting up the sun on the opposing end. On Julio's side, we have that Tyranitar, a Pokemon that is honestly the veteran of VGC, has been quite often seen, and we actually have here the scores up till now as well, as we do see Eric Rios with the 11-1, Alex Gomez at 11-1 as well. And like a lot of players still in the running, of course, because for that famous top 8, because there's 2 more rounds, this one and the next.
Yeah, exactly. And I think at this point, if you are at 11-1, you have a very, very strong chance to be able to, of course, reach the top 8. At this point, obviously, it's just nice to make sure that you at least get 1 more win in order to propel yourself with much more certainty into it. There are a couple of other names as well that we have featured both on stream, but we have heard about more in the background too. We've got Maurice Utek, which is, of course, I believe the 2022 Bremen regional champion, so making their way over to the Netherlands of Utrecht to try to go ahead and get another title under their belt. We do have Oliver Eskelin that we have already featured, Aurélien Soula, which has done incredibly well with their consistency, one of the most highly anticipated players that I have kept my personal eye on because they just keep on delivering, and it's so exciting to actually see the sort of community sharing that Aurélien, for example, may have with the French community too, which is something we haven't highlighted as much. We have, of course, seen Thomas earlier on this morning that was able to go up against Oliver, so it's really great to actually see the intermixing sort of representation of all of the different regions.
Exactly, and another player that we have been able to feature was Nils Dunlop, that we has been on stream as well. I'm very happy to see that they are doing also very well here. Just a lot of these names are the ones that have been featured before as well, that we have seen, like being the top scorers here. And here we have even more of the results as well. We see Bas there as well. Bit less, but you know, it's still Bas doing amazingly. This is day 2, of course. This is still a high level of play that is going on, and when your day is filled with just high-level play, it sometimes makes it a bit hard to keep winning.
Just a tiny bit. Not too much, you know.
Somehow the level increased there.
It's not like you've reached the final hurdle of the 40, 50 plus best players at the whole tournament out of a 500-person tournament.
Honestly,
you know,
it's incredibly hard, and of course, all of these players are so well versed into this meta game as well.
Yeah, we've got quite a few other regions that are represented here, namely being, of course, the Netherlands. We've got Rob Akershek being able to reach the 9 and 3 section. Generally speaking, when we've got X3 in Day 2 Swiss, there is a chance they will be able to make top 8 as long as they're able to just win out at this current stage. There's still 2 final rounds that do remain, so they need to really dig deep and find a way to propel themselves into the top 8. We've got a couple of German representatives as well. I think we already mentioned Maurice earlier on. We've got Michael Kalch, which has done very incredibly well from their side of the field. I think they went up against Juan Manuel Odriozola yesterday, where it was a very, very close set. Juan was just able to just get that additional advantage. I think it was maybe a damage roll that could have gone either way. That was the final decider of the set, which is just goes to show you how close the lines are between victory and defeat and the end of result propelling you into the Day 2 Swiss.
Exactly, and with these players being with their backs against the wall, because of course everyone wants that top 8. If we could like include all the players into top 8, it would be kind of hard because that's not 8 players, but these players are all worthy of that top 8 as well, because they have put in so much work, and the amount of teams that we have seen so many spectacular ways of training your Pokemon to make that team click as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are multiple ways to train your dragons, as we've seen quite a few Dragonites making their appearance. I think we've actually seen about mixed usage when it comes to their abilities. You know, we've got that in the focus, but also the serpent sort of trend of the multi-scale ability.
Exactly.
So it allows for more cushion area for those type of specific Dragonites which want to try to fulfill a role of either speed control, having the Tailwind accessible to themselves, or more of a tankier sort of consistent Pokemon you know you can rely on to have a bit more bulk. Naturally speaking, to just deal the damage that it needs to. If you need the Flying Terror Blast, it's there. It's going to deal damage, even if it's not robustly trained to be very proud when it comes to its attack offensive output.
Exactly, that is something that we have seen even when like a Dragonite, for example, multi-scale gets intimidated or gets his attack just lowered on its own. That Terra Blast doing so much damage as well, and we have seen Choice Bandit, we have seen Lumbears, we have seen Assault Vest. There's so many different ways to train your Pokemon and
to train your dragon.
To train your dragon.
Gotta say it again.
How to you need to know how to train your dragon too. No, it's very important the way, because the important thing about making one Pokemon work, if there's one Pokemon that you really want to make work, you can try and make that puzzle fit perfectly within the rest of the team as well.
Well, exactly, because there's a lot of different levels to take into consideration with team building going into the meta. Do you have enough to cover for all of the well-known cores that you will likely be seeing in going into any sort of tournament? Do you have the flow charts that you have been able to thoroughly navigate and get some really good practice sessions going? I think Jamie's done quite well in introducing me to a certain sort of a style setup of preparation going into the tournaments. Just let's say, for example, you go and you play on the ladder, or you focus down on, let's say, best of 3 practice with friends. Try to get as much statistical data as you can in better picturing and visualizing what works and what doesn't. What, for example, are you more weak to when it comes to certain cores that appear being used from opposing trainers, and what don't, and what doesn't need changing? So we're going to have to go ahead and actually see what sort of fundamentals these 2 trainers have been able to impart onto their teams going into today.
Yes, exactly. As you mentioned, it's the teams, it's the players. There's so many things involved because, of course, you have to be able. You're not playing alone, of course.
Yep.
You have your opponent to play with and trying to see what they are going for, what are they prone for to know to do, or even like in these games themselves. If you haven't even played your game, a game against them, or don't know your opponent, you have that first game to learn as much information as possible. Try and get as much and not to give away too much information from yourself if possible as well.
Well, exactly. I think that's the sort of nuances when it comes to training your Pokemon in a way that may not be as obvious when you've got a very well-experienced trainer you're facing up against. So even though there is the open team sheet capability of being able to review items, Terra type, abilities, moves, you try to hide whatever information you can. So finding a way to actually vary between the training styles is very, very crucial in getting the jump onto your opponent.
Yes, and on screen we can see the achievements of Antonio. We do see the Bilbao Special Event runner-up, as we do have the Players Cup 4 top 8. We have the Players Cup 3, EU Qualifier top 6, Players Cup 1 top 12. That is a lot of Players Cup there. And Julio as well with the OCIC top 16 and many other titles as well, of course.
Yes, exactly. Over on Julio's side, we do know that he did achieve the top 16 in this most recent Oceania International Championships. A very solid player throughout the previous season too, so really looking forward and very excited to actually see what he's going to bring today.
Yeah, as we see the Great Tusk, King Gambit, Turco, Lilligant, Fluttermane and Dragonite. Now a lot of these team will enjoy that sun with that drop from the Turco, because the Fluttermane with the photosynthesis, the Great Tusk with the photosynthesis, and the Lilligant with the chlorophyll as well.
Exactly. So a team that we're most definitely familiar with to a certain extent. It does look like it is, of course, Abdullah Mohayuddin's team, which Antonio has done incredibly well in bringing. But going over to Julio's side, we've got the Annihilate, Mundus Volcarona, Iron Bundle, Fluttermane, and the Tyranitar. A couple of things to call out. Of course, the Annihilate is there. It does not have the usual sort of partner that it's used to, being that Mousehold. It does, however, have a Mundus for any sort of redirection options, but we are already in game 1, turn 1, where we do have the leads. Annihilate and the Iron Bundle over on Julio's side, and over on Antonio's we got the King Gambit and the Fluttermane.
Yeah, interesting to see the King Gambit work without the mouse hold, but it is interesting in this situation because that Annihilate, of course, being a fighting type, being able to threaten this King Gambit quite a bit, and on the other hand, we have the Fluttermane being able to threaten the King Gambit, and this is where speed tiers are very important because, firstly, the Iron Bundle is prone to be one of the fastest Pokemon onto the field because it had that booster energy boosting its speed as well. And then next up we have the Fluttermane being able to attack next. So this is the moment when you have to decide, is my Terra type being used or not defensively? And as we do see it being used, it is that Annihilate going for that Terra Fire, making sure that no fairy moves or ghost moves will be hit super effectively onto it.
It makes sense because you are being directly threatened by the Fluttermane. You know, of course, it is the Choice Specs variant. So, needless to say, it will most definitely pack a bit of a punch as King Gambit will go ahead and Terrastal on its side of the field. Now, actually showing us the Fire Terra type choice. Iron Bundle going for the Protect here, does not want to have any of this for turn 1, anticipating the Dazzling Gleam coming out here very, very nicely. The Dazzling Gleam doesn't deal any sort of damage onto the Annihilate due to the defensive Terrastal there, as we see the Bulk Up is starting to set itself up. +1 in attack and defense as the Countout Gleam picks up a critical hit, nearly gets the KO, but the important thing there is the fact that it really shouldn't have dealt that much damage.
Yeah, exactly, because that Annihilate did go for a Bulk Up. Critical hits, of course, ignoring any boost to its defense stat. Now having a lot of damage. Luckily, that Annihilate now being able to heal a bit more thanks to that Citrus Berry, of course. Now the Fluttermane is threatening it yet again with a neutral attack from Shadow Ball. Could do, but potentially do a lot of damage as well. On the other hand, if Annihilate is able to survive, it might be able to get a bit of that HP back with a Dream Punch as well.
It really could, because it does still have the +1 in its attack, of course, as we are going to be seeing the Iron Bundle, apologies, wanting to switch itself out, maybe, of course, being aware of the high threat of the Dazzling Gleam. We know the Fluttermane is the fastest thing on the field. A Moonguess will be the defensive switch in here. Very nice, as it, of course, does resist the Fairy typing there. Going to be taking very minimal damage, however. We do have Terra Blast on this Kingambit. That could have been an option if there was a read from Antonio's side. However, no. We saw the very safe, direct play of wanting to focus down on the Annihilate. Antonio doing a really good job in identifying that the Annihilate is a very key role for Julio. Having the advantage of that critical hit land during turn 1 really proved to be very decisive, and Antonio wants to capitalize off of it.
Exactly. Now, I forgot to mention that the Fluttermane is actually choice spec, so it is locked inside that Dazzling Gleam right now. So the Annihilate not taking that much damage because it is resisting that, as well as the Amoonguss. So it's mainly this Kingambit doing all the damage right now, as his Amoonguss is going for the Rage Fire, trying to redirect any possibilities coming out from this Kingambit as well. As we see the Dazzling Gleam from this Fluttermane going out into that Annihilate. Annihilate not taking this pretty well, as we see the Rage Fist into the Fluttermane and KOing that as well.
Picking up a very crucial KO there. Of course, we had a couple of the Rage Fist ticks boost up due to Annihilate taking those damage, maybe likely skyrocketing it up to 150 base power, as we see the Terra Blast, Fire Terra Blast, coming out in fiery fashion, picking up the KO onto the Amoonguss. It is out of game 1, and we have a 3 versus 3 scenario, even though this Annihilate isn't a scenario where it's got +1 in its attack, it's got +1 in its defense. It does have the slow sort of a potential of being a juggernaut of a Pokemon that you need to really focus down on, but it has taken a lot of damage.
Exactly. Now, because it has taken a lot of damage and the Amoonguss is gone, so the redirection is gone as well, meaning you will have to play very carefully with this, because of course now the Kingambit has the option to go for a Sucker Punch, for example, or even the Dragonite that is now in to go for an X3 speed. But on the other hand, we have the Iron Bundle. This one is running that Hydro Pump. Yep. It is risking it for the biscuit, with a possible doing a lot of damage to this Kingambit or any type of ice move onto this Dragonite, which will be super duper effective as well.
It really will be. I love that coin terminology there. Super duper effective.
Yeah, if it's 4 times, it's super duper.
Exactly. Quad equals duper. So we are going to be seeing a failure of Protect there. Hydro Pump does connect. Does, of course, deal a substantial amount of damage onto the Kingambit, which, due to its failed double protect, will not get another move set off. Annihilate, going for the second bulk up, will now have +2 in its attack as well as +2 in its defense. But Dragonite has now, all of a sudden, quite literally changed the board state by giving that additional speed thanks to the Tailwind.
Exactly. Now that the Tailwind is up, we have a very different game, because that Kingambit suddenly a bit faster and double as fast as is that Dragonite. Dragonite still enjoying its multi-scale as well, meaning that every attack that it will take right now on its when it's full HP will do quite a bit less to make sure that it can survive any potential moves.
As the Iron Bundle as well as the Annihilate go for the Protect. Julio just wants to start stalling out those turns of Tailwind, as Dragonite is just wanting to kind of focus down on this Iron Bundle. Might be a Sucker Punch combination here, which we do not see, just a very safe, steady Kowtow Cleave. So what we've generally seen at this current moment is the Iron Bundle over on Julio's side does have booster energy, which means it will be outspeeding, hence why the Dragonite is trying to get the extreme speed. Hydro Pump does connect. It does pick up the KO onto the Kingambit, not even attempting to go for any Sucker Punch there, which it did have the option to do so.
Exactly, and now this Annihilate is free to do what it wants. Annihilate has been hit quite a few times and going for yet another bulk up, just not wanting to get hit by any type of Sucker Punch. And now it is now at +3 defensive, I believe, and +3 attack, which is quite powerful to see. And now the Great Tusk is in, and now Great Tusk is kind of enjoying this side because the Tailwind is up. That Annihilate is a Fire type, and next to it is a Dragonite, meaning Earthquakes are inbound.
Well, yes, there is the Tailwind, which of course is still in effect. However, the Iron Bundle having the booster energy will mean it is still going to be the fastest thing on the field. So, how do you position this situation where you can go ahead and win this game out if you're Julio with the Annihilate by protecting the Iron Bundle? You do not want to take that oncoming extreme speed, which will completely fail from Antonio's side. Earthquake does come out. Is this enough to pick up the KO on this weakened Annihilate, even though it's at +3, and it is the Fire Terror type? Let's find out that it is. So Annihilate, unfortunately, is going to go out of this game one, leaving Julio with a fresh Pokemon that he can bring in the back. But is it enough?
Yeah, and as we see, the Tailwind has finally gone out, meaning this Dragonite going back not to double speed. As we see the Tyranitar come out, Tyranitar, very interesting pick here to see, because Tyranitar, of course, threatening that Dragonite with any type of a rock move, while this Iron Bundle can threaten this Great Tusk as well with any sort of ice or even the Hydro Pump, possibly, of course, Freeze Dry potentially being the best move there is there. Going for the extreme speed into the Iron Bundle, while the Great Tusk going for that Earthquake, trying to deal as much damage as possible as well, as we do see a lot of damage onto that Iron Bundle and going down. Tyranitar still being able to hold on and going for that Rock Slide, trying to do as much damage as it can.
It can indeed do a bit of damage. It does connect and get a critical hit onto the Great Tusk. However, it is not going to do enough. And at this point, unfortunately, the Tyranitar is left on its lonesome self in any sort of effort that it could try to bring this back. Very unfortunate. I think very quick note to make there. I'm not sure if I might have been seeing things, Shimon, but I would have expected the Iron Bundle to be outspeeding even with Tailwind set up on Dragonite's side, unless there's any specific types of speed tiering this Dragonite could land, which is why it's actually been opted to be ran with the Tailwind.
Yeah, that is very interesting to see. So Dragonite just might have that enough of speed investment to be sure to outspeed any potential Iron Bundle coming out. And what we have seen from that game quite a bit, actually. For example, that Annihilate, of course, it did get crit there, but still posing such a big threat at such a low HP. Not even Drain Punching, like getting its HP back, but just being able to threaten a lot of things just with that Rage Fist, because it did get hit a few times for those powerful, powerful moves as well.
It really did, and I think Julia was trying to find an optimal way to better position itself in order to rely on it as a mid to late game sweeper. We did unfortunately see for Julio, Antonio set up the Tailwind. He noticed it, he recognized it, he thought, okay, cool, this could be really important for my game plan if, for example, I'm able to find a validated way to outspeed that booster energy Iron Bundle over on Julio's side, because we know that Julio's Iron Bundle has Freeze Dry, Hydro Pump, Icy Wind. It can go ahead and slow things down. Icy Wind, if it connected on both the Dragonite as well as the Great Tusk, it would further allow the Annihilate, perhaps with a bit more room, because the main important thing there is the fact that we knew that Great Tusk was able to pick up the KO, but it would still be under the conditions of Tailwind. You just needed to outlast it in order to allow the Annihilate to pick up the KOs. So unfortunately, the 3 bulk ups we did see on it didn't really pay off as well as Julio planned.
Exactly. The bulk ups really was a last-minute play, so to say, because, of course, Annihilate being pretty low, not wanting to get Sucker Punch as well. The King Gambit not ever going for that Sucker Punch as well.
Right.
Playing a bit further ahead there. But what we actually saw as well is the Torkoal didn't come at all.
No Torkoal. It's definitely there on the team list. Let me double check. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But it didn't actually come onto game 1. It'll be interesting to actually see if it does arrive on the field at some point or is in the back for game 2, as we do have the leads. Couple of switch-ups. Tyranitar is on the field, accompanied by the Amoonguss over on Julio's side, and we've got the Dragonite plus Fluttermane on Antonio.
Yeah, this is a very interesting lead, because, of course, the Tyranitar does threaten the Dragonite quite a bit, and Dragonite not really being able to hit this super effectively, still being able to hit this quite hard with a possible Terra Blast or like even Extreme Speed will still do a bit of damage. But thanks to this sandstorm that Tyranitar set up as well, it will now get a special defense raise. Thanks to that special defense raise, being able to make sure that Fluttermane will not damage it as much either, while the Tyranitar just threatening everything with just a rock slide. And yeah, Fluttermane not being that defensive, as we do see the Terra from this Dragonite coming out.
Flying Terra coming out of the Dragonite right now. A bit of an adaptation. It makes sense. You want to try to rely on it as much as possible without perhaps taking any sort of additional damage to it. I think it's just going for the KO. It's trying to focus down on the Amoonguss. It doesn't really care about the Tyranitar, as at least you do have the Fluttermane that could deal some consistent amount of damage onto it with a double up of the Dazzling Gleam, affecting both of those targets. So, double protect from Julio's side. Just wanting to scout out a bit of what Antonio plans to do. We have seen, of course, the Terra Blast did try to focus down onto the Amoonguss. So Julio, even though it doesn't look like he was able to gain as much from it, he did. We saw Antonio actually used up their Terra right now onto the Dragonite slot. So Julio will be able to still have Terra available to themselves in the back whenever they want to go ahead and get that surprise factor onto the field, whilst better planning the next couple of turns from their side.
Exactly, and now because of the protect as well, with the sandstorm, making sure that the multi-scale on the Dragonite was broken, and we have the interesting thing that we do actually see the Dazzling Gleam coming out, doing quite a bit to this Tyranitar, and the Terra Blast from the Dragonite as well, coming out to deal a lot of damage to this Amoonguss, of course. Amoonguss just going down because, of course, that is a flying type move that you do not want to be in front of when you're a little shroom. As we do see the Dragon Dash from Tyranitar coming out, just trying to boost itself to be a bit faster, meaning what else can come in here really to deal, to come in on this damage that the Tyranitar can provide now as well, because multi-scale is broken. The Fluttermane now as well, having a bit of damage as well, not that defensive, so this Tyranitar being threatened. And now we have the Iron Bundle with the boosted energy, having the possibility to do Icy Wind even, to making the speed tiers even lower, trying to make this Tyranitar outspeed everything here on the field, except of course the Iron Bundle.
Very smart adaptation from Julio going into the strategy of Game 2. You know that at least judging with what the Pokemon Antonio brought in Game 1, there was no Torkoal. You will be able to run Supreme with whether unless Torkoal is going to be coming in here, which it is not. It is the King Gambit. So allowing a situation where we know that Dragon Dance Tyranitar cannot outspeed any sort of Fluttermanes based on the speed tiering of how these Pokemon can be trained, but in combination with Icy Wind, potentially Ice Terra type boosted Icy Wind, this could prove to be very detrimental as it comes out, but we have a miss on the Fluttermane. That is quite big, or most definitely can be. King Gambit, oh, that is not the turn that Julio's looking for. Defiant is proc. The attack is now at +2, and the Dazzling Gleam picks up the KO onto the Tyranitar. Iron Bundle in its cute little silhouette, just waiting there for its partner to dispatch loads of damage, and has been left on its own.
Yeah, that suddenly turned around literally there, because of course if the Ice Wind missed, for example, the King Gambit, that would have been a way better position, of course, but missing the Fluttermane was the one target you really did want to hit, so that Tyranitar could provide at least a bit of damage. And yes, unfortunately, seeing that the situation has gone dire, conceding there for Antonio, and congratulations to Antonio, trying to really bring a different kind of team here with the not even bringing the Torkoal, really.
No, I mean, didn't bring the Torkoal because Antonio knew the Tyranitar maybe coming out, it might not be 100% worth going on Antonio's game plan, of course, but Julio, I feel really bad for Julio, because Julio did an incredible job in setting up the board state to a preferable way where he's going to be able to sort of return all of that pressure, the offensive pressure that Antonio was able to push onto him during Game 1, and he did it in a masterclass sort of way. Unfortunately, though, Icy Wind is Icy Wind. It gives you the chills.
It can still miss, that's the unfortunate part. It might not feel like it, but it has that 5% chance to miss, which can happen. And there were other things that you could have considered, because of course, if we're looking at the team sheets, for example, when that Dragonite went for that Terra Blast, the Amoongus actually had a very interesting Terra type, being that electric typing, being able to resist that possibly, and that possibility of, am I going to click it? Am I not going to click it? Is it the Dragonite? Is the Dragonite going to be prepared for me going to click it as he saw me now protect? Now knowing that he's wanting to do Terra Blast, just it shows the amount of level of thoughts. Like, no, I'm not predicting. Like, I'm playing this. Okay, you're thinking that, but I'm thinking one step further to just make sure that that Amoongus is gone.
Different layers of the mind game onion.
Yeah, exactly.
If you will.
You just got to peel it.
You just got to keep on peeling and find the right layer and say, okay, that's the one. But
this is what I want. This play, yeah, that.
It's that one, I think. And then you're proven wrong. But no, I think the fact that Julio did set himself terrifically with the Dragon Dance of Tyranitar, and then, of course, towards the early mid-game, you bring the Iron Bundle in, you know you got that offensive speed control pressure, you go for the additional Terra boost there with Ice-typing Terra, just so you can deal a bit more damage whilst providing support with the speed control. Sure, there's the greedy choice of maybe the Tyranitar went for a second Dragon Dance, but I highly doubt that. The Dragon Dance being set up once in combination with the Icy Wind will be more than enough to outspeed a non-booster energy Flutter Mane and likely pick up the KO because you got the additional damage output thanks to the Dragon Dance. So quite detrimental. Of course, you saw Julio go ahead and concede that match, but unfortunately, that is how this game goes sometimes. You know, you're not going to have luck always on your side, even though you feel that at this point, I could be in an amazing spot, and you've done the calculations, you've done the predictions, you know what the board state should be in order to provide you that win condition and force a Game 3.
Exactly. It is the game we play. Well, does happen. The luck can go in your way, can go against you from time to time. It is that, and it was so smart as well to keep the King Gambit in the back as well for a potential.
It was a switch.
Yeah,
a switch, right?
It was a switch to the King Gambit, like keeping that in back, just making sure, like, okay, you might Icy Wind, you might even kill my Flutter Mane, but you will boost my King Gambit. And King Gambit at +2 being such a huge threat still, as that Tyranitar only had the Crunch and Rock Slide possibilities there, as the King Gambit with its typing just being able to really power through that as well.
It was a very smart switch from Antonio. So even if, let's say, for example, the Icy Wind did connect, we did have the Flutter Mane go down, the King Gambit would still be at +2. So that was an incredible switch from Antonio. You saw how well he navigated that Game 1. And for example, we do have the scenario where, sure, he understands what needs to be done. He didn't even bring the Torkoal and the King Gambit. However, being able to rely on that Tailwind from the Dragonite was a crucial thing in that scenario. You're able to provide a bit more of support in order to allow your other Pokemon, your other damage sweepers, to go ahead and get enabled and dispatch of all of the damage that you need to.
Yeah, it is interesting to see because we have seen a lot, like we have seen Tyranitar a lot in the metagame where Tyranitar was being run with Assault Fest a lot of the times because, as we just saw, that Dazzling Gleam with choice specs, even on a Tyranitar that has its special defense raised with thanks to that Sandstorm as well, still doing a lot of damage there, like even over half of the damage still, just showcasing, okay, like this Tyranitar can at least take one with the Dragon Dance and then just being put in the right position. It's just unfortunate. It's just really unfortunate. The first game then with an highly critical hit, and now this is, that.
It's just how things go, right? And I think Antonio has done an incredible job in going ahead and likely improving the chances for him to reach the top 8, which at this point is highly coveted and is very tough to be able to find your way through all of these stellar players that just keep on coming at every single event. They are present, they are in for the title, for the run, they're hungry for it, and you need to try to not only learn from them, you could use that power against them, that knowledge, in order to just set yourself up and just do the best that you can to get that goal.
Exactly, and we can hear itself from the winner from that round as well. We will shortly be back, but for now we will go to that interview.
Thank you so much, Simon. I am here with your winner of that round, Antonio Sanchez. Thank you very much for being here, Antonio. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel about that set?
Okay, so going into that set, I knew the matchup was a bit hard because he has Tyranitar, and I can't really bring Lily Cole into that. So I knew I had to use my other 4 months and just go from there. And yeah, but I was feeling confident going to that. So
yeah, fantastic. How much had you practiced against Sand before?
Well, it's a big team. Like Tyranitar itself is so many different things, but it's a current thing, no? So yeah, I knew my things. I knew that Lily Cole cannot be brought against Tyranitar most of the time, so I have to use my double mounts. As you saw on stream, like for example, I just have to bring King Gambit and through their main and go from there.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe I can highlight a play. Well, like for example, I know that Iron Bundle has Icy Winds, so I can just swap in King Gambit as we saw and get the boost from Defiant and go from there. I have to use my other mons at their fullest, so to say.
Yeah, really, really interesting seeing the Defiant coming into play as a really nice ability on your King Gambit. And when you're not playing Sand, how often do you bring the Lily Cole?
Well, actually, I brought everything, bring it at home. Like, it's a really good mode. Like, not many people are prepared for it, even after what happened last week. It won in Vancouver Regionals, and it's a really good mode. It gives me tons of options, so even if I don't get the turns right, I can still go for example, a Sleep Powder and bring the odds in my favor. It's a really oppressive mode, so to say.
Yeah. It's an absolutely very powerful core to have on your team. In that game 1, you had a critical hit onto the Annihilate on Julio's side. How crucial do you feel that was for your game?
I think at the first, I think both of us thought that it was going to be huge, but after seeing how the line went, how the game went, I think it was just a matter of getting cheap damage on Annihilate because it went for Terrafire, so it was going to be weak to ground, which had my great task had. So it was just a matter of getting in Earthquake range and just KOing it. But I think it was bad for him. He shook his head and everything, so it must have affected him. But yeah, it was kind of big.
Yeah.
But I think I could have played from there without the grid.
Yeah, that's understandable. And coming into this tournament, how confident were you? How much prep had you done in advance?
Yeah, so this is an interesting question because I settled on this thing like 15 days ago. Like, I talked to Nick Navarre, Nails, and he told me this thing is good, and I was like, I've been testing Lily Cole, and this is amazing. And it just happened to win last week in Vancouver, and it was even more reassurance that this thing is amazing. And I never look back. I knew I was bringing this, and here we go. I practiced a ton, and it's paying off. So I'm very happy.
Yeah. There you go. Shows how important your friends are in this community, helping you out with teams like that and advice from your friends. So you're now 11-2, I believe. Your record. That's a fantastic record, and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Is there anything in the rounds coming up that you hope you don't go up against?
To be fair, I'm feeling very confident. I think I can beat anything. And just have to play one more round of Swiss, and I'm gonna do my best there and see how it goes. I don't fear anything. So
fantastic. Yeah, that's a really good attitude to have. Just see how it goes and play your best. That's all you can do. Okay, and finally, any shout-outs you want to give?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So I hope I don't forget anything. So first of all, shout-outs to Sufian, Victor, Miguel. They are my friends. They are always there for me. Also, shout-outs to Tab Nation. They always help me. They're always there. And yeah, shout-outs to my family too. And yeah, if I forget anyone, thanks to everyone who helped me. So
there you go. Goes to show how many people are involved in the success of brilliant trainers like Antonio Sanchez. Thank you so much, Antonio. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing how you continue to do in this tournament. And we will cut to a quick break now, but don't go anywhere because our final round of Swiss is coming up very shortly.
Responsible for one of the greatest comebacks in BGC history, Dragonite is finally coming back into the meta in Scarlet and Violet. Dragonite can definitely make use of the reliable Dragon Claw for some consistent damage, or even Outrage for some massive yet unreliable damage. However, Dragonite is mainly used for 2 other types offensively, the first being flying. At first glance, this might seem strange, as the strongest physical flying attack that Dragonite has access to is Aerial Ace, which is usually too weak to be impactful. Therefore, trainers have been making use of the Flying Terror Blast to allow for significantly more damage. This does have the downside of having to commit your Terror to have access to it, but deals significantly more damage than Aerial Ace, while also benefiting from the damage boost of Flying type moves anyway. With such a high base attack, this move can deal some very impressive damage. Therefore, flying ends up being one of the most common Terra type choices for trainers. The other type that Dragonite likes to make use of offensively is Normal. Dragonite is the strongest Pokemon with access to the move Extreme Speed, a stronger and higher priority move than Normal. This allows Dragonite to bypass speed tiers completely and deal massive priority damage, picking off sometimes even just slightly weakened opponents. When paired with the normal Terra typing, Extreme Speed may even be able to KO frail Pokemon from full HP. Other moves that Dragonite uses is usually for utility. Ice Spinner hits opposing Dragon types well, but is mainly used for its secondary effect in removing terrain from the field. This helps put a stop to strategies involving Indeedee, such as Armarouge going for Expanding Force, and allowing for priority moves to be used, like Extreme Speed that Dragonite loves to go for. Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake allows for coverage to hit Steel types, a type that resists all of Dragonite's common moves it wants to use otherwise. Dragonite may also run Tailwinds to increase the speed of all your Pokemon. While it may seem unnecessary for Dragonite if you're relying on extreme speeds, which wouldn't care about the Tailwinds, it is used to help out the rest of the team move first instead. One of the hardest choices trainers have when it comes to Dragonite is choosing which ability to use. Both Inner Focus and Multiscale are very strong abilities in VGC. Inner Focus prevents flinching, meaning the Dragonite does not have to worry about Fake Out slowing it down. It also makes it immune to Intimidate, meaning that Dragonite's damage output also can't be slowed down. Multiscale makes the first hit against Dragonite, when it has full HP, do half damage, allowing for much more longevity on the field, but does leave you open to the previously mentioned Fake Out and Intimidate, so a very tough choice for trainers on which to prioritize. Dragonite can make use of multiple items. Assault Vest stacks on top of Dragonite's already very impressive bulk, with Dragonite often wanting to use 4 offensive moves anyway. This is also true when Dragonite uses a Choice Band, allowing for maximum damage output. A Terra Normal Choice Banded Extreme Speed can do some monstrous damage, and just wait and see how strong it can be when Sword of Ruin is active on the field. Life Orb will also still allow for huge damage, but will allow flexibility in move choice. And Lumberry helps take on status moves that would try and slow Dragonite down, such as Spore and Will-O-Wisp. So it seems that Dragonite has been waiting patiently for 8 generations to show its true strength, but with access to Terastallizing, Dragonite has finally become a top tier threat.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the final round of Swiss in this tournament, the Utrecht Special Event 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. Final round, 14th round here. We had 9 in that day 1. We are just about to finish our 5th one in this day 2, and we will be very shortly be able to find out who is going to make it into that top 8.
Very shortly indeed, but not before we've had this final Swiss match, and we're going to be bringing you another cracker. It's going to be Lorenzo Marcelli against Sam Bentham of the UK.
Yeah, both at a 10-3 record at the moment. When you are at that 10-3 record, some 11-3s will make it in. I believe I heard there's maybe 2 or 3 that will make it into the top cut. So 12 will guarantee it. There's going to be some players already that have guaranteed their way into that top 8 by getting at least those 12 wins. We'll have to see if the players that are at 10 wins at the moment, if they can squeak in.
Both of the trainers will be hoping to be one of those that gets into top cut, of course. And having seen a little preview of their teams, I think some fairly interesting picks coming out, especially in this Regulation B format. For example, we still see Golden Go here and there, of course, but something that was far more prevalent in Regulation A, and that is something that Lorenzo will be running, as well as very interesting Terra type on his Roaring Moon.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen very commonly that just the flying type on the Roaring Moon. You can see Dragon Lance. Dragon Lance definitely makes sense with the acrobatics as well, boosting up the damage. You're going to be seeing that here, but a little bit of an interesting one that you may not have seen before on the Roaring Moon coming up. That will be very interesting to see when we get there.
We'll be leaving that as a cliffhanger, trainers, and looking over to Sam's team. Not in any great detail at this point. Another couple of Pokemon we haven't seen so often in the tournament so far in Utrecht, but certainly throughout Regulation B have had some usage, and you'll have to see what they are in just a moment as we look at these standings coming up on the screen. So we have those 2, 12 and 1 players, Eric Rios and Juan Manuel Odriozola, a brilliant record. And then looking down, we have the 11 and 2s. We have 4 of them, and Alex Gomez, Marco Silva, who Jamie and I streamed earlier, Aurelian Sula, and Antonio J. Sanchez, who we just saw.
Yeah, very good. We have featured Aurelian on the very first game of the stream, and they did end up losing that match, so bouncing back from that into the 11-2 record. That is a very strong position for them to be in, and one more win will guarantee it. They may have already got it. Who knows? 11 wins might be enough, and if you've won 11 at this point with 1 game to spare, that puts you in better standing to get there.
It really does. And meanwhile, we have these 10 and 3s, each of whom will, of course, be hoping to clinch that final victory to put themselves in a better position of potentially going through to the top cut, such as our current world champion, Eduardo Cunha, Julia Tarlau, who we just saw on stream, Maurice Uteg, Oliver Eskelin, who we featured earlier, and Leonardo Bononomi, who is, of course, one of those infamous trainers who's rocking that Choice Band Dragonite.
Yeah, absolutely. So just 1 win away, potentially from that top cut, and even from what's then you'll make it into the top 16 and get some extra championship points on top of that as well, which is what we are playing for. But of course, we would like to get into that top 8 to be able to get our chance of becoming the champion.
Absolutely, as we can now see 17 through to 32. So we have those 9 and 4s at the bottom there, including our bars who we featured over the stream this weekend, and Roberto Parente, who we featured yesterday, Thomas Gravui, who we started the day with, and Niels Dunlop. Plenty of trainers we've featured on stream, and of course, plenty that we haven't.
Yeah, absolutely. So still a very good showing. 9-4 is nothing to scoff at all, and we'll get a nice chunk of championship points out of the running for at least getting into the top 8, but still very good to get into that day 2 and still get a good showing in this day 2 as well.
Yes, absolutely, and those championship points are what you need in order to accumulate to potentially go to Worlds in Yokohama this summer. The last day of which is, in fact, my birthday, August the 13th. So,
nice.
Thank you. Yeah, happy Pokemon birthday to me, I suppose.
Yeah, my birthday present will be to you winning the whole thing.
Thank you, Jamie. What I've always wanted. Jamie Boyd as the world champion. That's always been on my birthday list every single year. As we mentioned before, though, our match that we'll be streaming very shortly will be between 2 10 and 3 record holders in Lorenzo Marcelli and Sam Bentham, coming up very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. So very much crunch time at this point for these 2 trainers. 10 and 3, very shaky to be able to get into that top cut. But of course, if you get that 11th win, then you have every chance of making it in. It will come down to how well your opponents have done across the course of the day and whether you squeak into that top cut or not.
Yes, it absolutely will. The trainers will just be getting seated now. I'm sure they're ready to, well, on the one hand, they're ready to get out of the Swiss rounds and into the top cut, but on the other hand, what's the difference, really? It's still just another best of 3 of Pokemon. So hoping to keep their energy up. Perhaps they'll be having a lunch break after this. Perhaps they've had a little something to eat already. But just to keep themselves refreshed, because what a grueling weekend it's been. And the number of hours these trainers have been putting into battles so far this weekend, you know, it all adds up.
Yeah, absolutely. 14 rounds is a long amount of time to be playing Pokemon for. You do need to keep your mental energy going for sure. At least it is split up into the 9 and 5, so that is a bit more manageable. We did have 10 rounds of Swiss previously in some tournaments, and that was a long day for sure. Getting it into the 9 and then the day 2 of Swiss gives a little bit more of a break to the players, allows them to recover and get their mental energy back in for that day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I can't imagine doing 10 rounds of Swiss. I remember doing the 9 at the London Open at Worlds last year, and that was plenty. So yeah, I take my hat off to all of these trainers for maintaining their mental resilience. Looking over to giving a little bit more of a taster of the teams we have coming up here. We have Sambantham rocking that Gothitelle, which of course is a Pokemon that's picked up in usage around the time that Wolf-Click was able to win the Orlando Regionals with his Gothitelle, that very well constructed Perish Trap team. Looking at his team, it doesn't seem like there's any Perish Song user on the team. It's just the Gothitelle there to be able to still trap some Pokemon in from Lorenzo's side, so they'll be unable to switch, and Sam is hoping will therefore be able to wreak havoc on his opponent's team.
Yeah, absolutely. Shadow Take's been one of the strongest abilities, arguably the strongest ability in VGC that we've had when it was introduced. So yeah, Gothitelle has been consistent in regards to that. So going to be rocking that here. Doesn't need the Perish to be effective. Trapping your opponents in, being able to target what you want is very, very useful here. So we'll have to see if that is the strategy that Sam is going to be bringing to this match. As we can see the players here. Sam on your left, Lorenzo on your right. Going to be a great game to round off this day 2 of Swiss.
Yes, they're in the chairs. They are looking pumped and ready for this final round of Swiss. Perhaps they've been practicing together. I wonder how much practice they have had into each other's team compositions. But we can't ignore this Golden Go. The Golden Go for Lorenzo is rocking the leftovers item, but it will also have Nasty Plot. So even though it will eat up those special attack drops from Make It Rain, it'll be able to boost it right back up with those Nasty Plots.
Yeah, absolutely. Leftovers seems to be picking up quite a bit on Golden Goes. A lot of players are opting for that for the consistent recovery, allowing the Golden Go to stay on the field for even longer, committing to Golden Go, sitting on the field, getting a Nasty Plot, and then being able to maybe protect, stall out a little bit, get the leftovers, get some defensive switches, and then be able to recover up that way. So going a little bit more defensive than maybe the choice specs with the immediate damage output. Life Orb as well would do massive damage, but leftovers allows a bit more longevity for that Golden Go.
And why don't we take a look now at the achievements of these players. Sam with the 2023 Liverpool Regionals top 16 very recently. 2022 Lille top 8 and top 8 of those regionals in 2019 as well. So yeah, a very well accomplished player. And Lorenzo seems to be making some headway towards them.
Yeah, absolutely. Could get one more win and get into that top 8 potentially with that record, and that could be the first accomplishment that we would be seeing from Lorenzo here. It's always really good to see these newer players coming into the fray and having some great success. 10-3 is a fantastic record. Could it be 11-3 and potentially into that top 8?
And there's a lovely little exchange there between the trainers, smiling at each other, making sure they're all settled and ready for a good game of Pokemon, which surely these trainers will be able to provide, given how well they have been doing in Utrecht so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be able to see their teams in a bit more depth. We have left you with that cliffhanger of the Roaring Moon. We'll be getting to that very shortly, but we're seeing Sam's team first. So some very, very strong Pokemon joining together here. Got that Talonflame and the Gothitelle as the support. You can either set the tail in with the Talonflame, or you can just trap things in with the Gothitelle, get the Fake Out, and most notably, get the Thunder Waves off as well. A lot of Gothitelles into the form of Speed Control would probably be Trick Room. This team looks like it wants to go very fast, and Thunder Wave will definitely help with that. So being able to trap something in and definitely half its speed, it can't switch out, it's going to be very, very impactful.
Thunderwave will absolutely help with that, and as a bonus, you might just get a full power on your opponent on whichever turn it comes into play. So, yeah, it's a really interesting set from Gothitelle here, as well as that Grass Terror. So that will keep itself safe from any potential spores that could come out from Lorenzo's team as we get into Lorenzo's team, and there we have it, the reveal of the Terror type on that Roaring Moon. It is ground, so keeping itself weak to ice with that Terror type. Yes, hello there, Lorenzo. We are talking about your Roaring Moon, and we're now looking at that Stomping Tantrum on it.
Yeah, going to be able to make use of the Terror type of the ground offensively. Earthquake would have been the alternative, but it doesn't seem like there's anything off the ground on the rest of the team, so I'm not going to be able to make use of Earthquake particularly well. Therefore, Stomping Tantrum is the move of choice to get the extra damage. So really, really cool Terror type coming out from Roaring Moon. We saw a very similar Baxcalibur coming out from Aaron Zeng back in that top 4 that he managed to get over in Vancouver. That was a Terror ground Baxcalibur, so going for the Terror ground with this dragon as well, because we've seen that that is effective on Baxcalibur, and it's proven to be somewhat effective here as well with the 10-3 record.
Yeah, really interesting to see another dragon going for a ground Terror. And looking at the rest of the team, we have 2 water Terrors on the Arcanine and the Golden Go, again with that nasty block. Grass on the Iron Hands, and a normal Terror on the Amoonguss, which, of course, the normal type is weak only to the fighting type, so a really good defensive choice there.
Yeah, and it's a type that you resist normally as the grass and poison, so very, very nice there, because you've only got 1 weakness. It's like the Terror Electric. You've only got 1 weakness with Electric as well, and that would be ground, and that's not too much of a concern for the grass and poison initially. But yeah, very, very cool Terror types coming out across the weekend for these Amoonguss. Electric has been very good. Water has been probably the most common, but normal of all things as well, going to be a very nice type as well.
Yeah, it's I love that creativity that Terastallizing offers to trainers, changing the type into really whatever you want, and the choice between offensive and defensive Terror types. The possibilities really are endless, and it's really exciting shake up to the format.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be getting very shortly into this game. We'll have to see if there's going to be any kind of support coming out from Sam's side of the field, potentially with the Talonflame going for the Will-O-Wisp, the Gothitelle. Going to be able to trap things in. If you lead with Gothitelle, whatever is led with by your opponent is staying on the field on that very first turn. So you get to adapt to that if that is your choice to bring to the match.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and the trainers are very shortly going to be able to get into this game. We can also see on Lorenzo's side the Assault Vest on the Iron Hands. That's something we've seen quite a few times, really upping the already bulky Pokemon that is the Iron Hands, and of course it's also has the Fake Out in its move set. So that's something that can be very annoying if you keep cycling it in, and Sam, for his side, matches that with the Fake Out on his Gothitelle.
Yeah, and it'll come down to which Pokemon is able to move first. You would assume that Gothitelle is going to be able to move first, most likely against opposing Iron Hands. But we saw in previous tournaments, even in the final of a regional, where the Iron Hands outsped the opposing Gothitelle and was able to get the Fake Outs and the Volt Switches before it was able to attack. So the speed interactions could come into play here if Gothitelle is led and Iron Hands is led. Then it will come down to who is faster in regards to who wants to go for a Fake Out on that first turn.
And speaking of our Fake Out users, we do have the Iron Hands and the Arcanine being led on one side of the field, which belongs to Lorenzo. And as for Sam, it is his Talonflame and Fluttermane, and we're seeing the match from Sam's view.
Yeah, we know that there is Terra Ghost on the Talonflame, so if Sam did choose, you can go for the Terra and guarantee you are getting the then you'll be able to get some nice damage off with the Brave Birds. If you want to be going for that, you can go for a Will-O-Wisp this turn into the opposing Iron Hands, really reduce the damage output, because it doesn't really seem like you really need a Tailwind this turn, because both Pokemon on Lorenzo's side of the field at the moment are going to be slower than the Fluttermane and the Talonflame. You could just reduce the damage with the Will-O-Wisp, but the Fluttermane is in a pretty good position here to get off some massive damage, because it is immediately facing down that Iron Hands, and that is exactly what you want to go for with a Choice Specs Moonblast.
It absolutely is, and it seems like there's no protect as Tailwind comes out from the Talonflame, bolstering the speed of the Pokemon on Sam's side of the field as a big Moonblast comes out into the Iron Hands, and as bulky as it is, even with that Assault Vest, it takes a huge amount of damage. A critical hit on Talonflame with a Snarl coming out, and Fluttermane certainly won't appreciate that special attack drop that it's just taken. Volt Switch, meanwhile, comes out from Iron Hands into Talonflame. Takes Talonflame to about a half of its health as the Iron Hands goes back to Lorenzo in favor of something in the back.
Yeah, so if that Pokemon would have been faster than the opposing Pokemon, then the Tailwind would have come into play. Seems like the Golden Go is the Pokemon of choice, would have undersped the Fluttermane and the Talonflame regardless. So a little bit of a missed opportunity to go for a Will-O-Wisp on that turn. You could have gone for the Tailwind on this turn and get an extra one in the future, but very, very nice damage into the opposing Iron Hand with the Moonblast. That's going to be in range of pretty much any attack that Sam would want to go for in the future as well. So very, very nice to get all that damage on it to start off with. But the fact that you've locked into Moonblast and you don't have Flare Blitz available on your Talonflame means that this Golden Go is actually in a pretty reasonable position and could get a very free nasty pot here if it chooses to.
Yes, and Golden Go getting set up is definitely something to be feared as Sam switches out his Flutter Mane in favor of the Iron Bundle, which joins the field, activates its booster energy with its Quark Drive ability and raising its speed. Talonflame able to go for a taunt onto the Arcanine, ensuring any potential Will-O-Wisps will not be coming out from the Arcanine. And indeed, that is what it was doing. As Nasty Plot does come out from the Golden Go, it's a brilliant opportunity to boost its special attack by 2 stages.
Yeah, there was not really anything threatening that Golden Go because you locked into the Moonblast on the Flutter Mane. That would have been why it needs to switch out there and lock into something else in the future. You've got the damage you need onto the opposing Iron Hand, so Shadow Ball would be able to hit pretty much everything very, very well as well. The Iron Bundle can do some nice damage to the opposing Golden Go if it wants to go for a Hydro Pump, and you've taunted the Arcanine, so that can't protect or go for anything to stop any Hydro Pumps into that slot, so that would be a very, very free hit into that as well. You just need to contend with the fact that it could go for a Terra into a Water type defensively so that it would be able to survive that, and then you'd be able to get off another Snarl, but switching out is perfectly fine as well.
Yes, or indeed you could switch, and Lorenzo instead brings out his Iron Hand again that is on such low health from the first turn. Bundle keeping itself safe here with a Protect for Sam, and next up it's Talonflame going for the Brave Bird into the Iron Hand. It's not quite enough for the knockout, and Talonflame does take recoil damage from that. Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go, its signature move, and the Iron Bundle of course keeps itself safe, but it is enough to pick up the knockout on the Talonflame. Golden Go does take that recoil in the form of a special attack drop, so Sam has lost a Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's a switch into something in the back that can do a lot more damage than the Talonflame can do. I did say that the Iron Hands would be in range of any attack, apparently not an Intimidation Brave Bird, so not too much damage coming there. Now it is definitely in range of any attack that Sam would want to go for. Even an Icy Wind would probably pick it up at this point, but you've got some massive hitters in the back that can do some serious damage to Lorenzo's side of the field. Leaf Fake Out is active because the Iron Hands has just switched in, so unless you're switching in not your Flutter Mane, then that can be faked out. If you do switch in your Flutter Mane, like we are seeing for Sam's side of the field, only the Iron Bundle would be affected by that Fake Out. So you'll be able to do whatever you want with the Flutter Mane this turn. You are not locked into Moonblast, so you can actually threaten down this Golden Go pretty well with a Shadow Ball. That would probably be able to pick up the knockout, given that it's going to be the choice specs on the Flutter Mane. And then that might mean that there needs to be a defensive Terror coming from the Golden Go. Will be the Water typing, so if you're predicting that, then maybe you can go for the Thunderbolt instead to be able to get some massive damage, as well as the Freeze Dry. If you do go for the Terra Water, suddenly Golden Go will be weak to the Freeze Dry, so you do need to be careful in regards to that, but you do need to do something about this choice specs Flutter Mane, and it looks like there is going to be a Terra. Really interesting to see Sam hovering over the moves there. What's the best option, as it is a Terra coming out onto his Flutter Mane, becoming the Steel type. Bolstering its defense against certain attacks. Of course, it now won't appreciate a fighting type move from Iron Hands. Golden Go, in fact, goes for the Protect, and meanwhile, Unbundle attempts to freeze dry into that slot, seemingly expecting a Terror from the Golden Go, and the Flutter Mane, unfortunately it is a double up into the Golden Go slot that protects, so Iron Hands is able to get off a fairly free attack now, and it's the Wild Charge into the Bundle, which is enough for the knockout, so that goes down for Sam as well. He is down to his final 2 Pokemon. Very, very nicely done. That Iron Hands looked like it wouldn't be able to get off any more attacks. Even a Fake Out would have been nice, but that was a whole KO that it got on the Iron Bundle with the Wild Charge. It does sacrifice itself in order to do that. Drain Punch is probably not enough to KO the Iron Bundle. You do need that extra little bit of power from the Wild Charge, but in order to get that to one-hit knockout, you do take recoil. It was so low anyway, it was definitely going to be able to KO itself with that. So Great Tusk is joining the field for Sam. Arcanine's joining the field for Lorenzo. That means you get an Intimidate on the Great Tusk at least. And Great Tusk is the last Pokemon joining the field for Sam, paired with that Flutter Mane, so you can't switch out. You are going to be intimidated for the rest of this game, which is really, really nice for Lorenzo, which they have the opportunity to still switch out. They've still got another Pokemon waiting in the back. If you wanted to cycle the Intimidate, you definitely can. The Flutter Mane is turned into a Steel type. That's going to turn it weak to the fire type attacks that could be coming out from this Arcanine as well.
It is. Lorenzo definitely in the driver's seat for the moment as he decides to Terra his Golden Go into the water type. So it will now resist some of the moves that it wouldn't have been able to before. It's certainly a defensive Terra type water on Golden Go. Great Tusk keeping itself safe with a Protect. Won't be taking any damage this turn as Fluttermane goes for that Shadow Ball into Golden Go, which now, of course, the Golden Go will be able to take much better, but it is still huge damage and would be a 2-hit knockout. It's Will-O-Wisp coming out from the Arcanine into Great Tusk, which keeps itself safe. And, of course, Arcanine now cannot be taunted. Make It Rain coming out again from Golden Go. Great Tusk is safe from it, but Fluttermane obviously takes that far better than it would have been able to before because it is now the Steel type, and now we see the Leftovers activation for the Golden Go.
Probably won't be enough to put it out of range of that Shadow Ball, given that it's not recovered past back up to over half HP from that previous Shadow Ball. So really, really nice damage coming there, and showing that it would have been able to knock out the Golden Go in one shot if it did not go for the defensive Water Terra. So really strong damage coming out from the Fluttermane, and a really good defensive typing itself. The Steel means that the Make It Rain really did not much damage at all. A little bit of a missed opportunity that you could have gone for a Flare Blitz into the opposing Fluttermane, but instead the Will-O-Wisp catching the Protects, well, the Protect catching the Will-O-Wisp more like, was very, very nice for Sam.
Very nice indeed, as this Shadow Ball comes out from Fluttermane to Arcanine. It's massive damage thanks to those choice specs, but Arcanine is able to respond with the Flare Blitz, which again is now super effective against this Fluttermane. Fluttermane goes down and Arcanine will be taking some recoil damage from that, making its HP even lower, very low indeed, as Great Tusk is left alone on the field, and it goes for a headlong rush into the Arcanine. Arcanine goes down. Of course, the recoil of that attack lowers your defense and your special defense. So now it is Great Tusk versus Golden Go. But of course, Lorenzo does have a Pokemon as of yet unrevealed in the back as it goes for it. Oh, big Make It Rain into the Great Tusk after those defense drops. And Great Tusk just goes down. So Lorenzo takes that first game.
Yeah, and gets to hide what Pokemon was waiting in the back as well. So being able to preserve some information that could have been revealed. If you went for an Earthquake with your Great Tusk, then that would have been able to KO both of the Pokemon, especially with the Life Orb. Then you'd be able to reveal that Pokemon in the back. And if it's a Moongus or if it's Roaring Moon, you probably had the game with Great Tusk. If it's Iron Bundle, you probably still lose. So unsure whether that would have come into play if there would have been an Earthquake coming out from that Great Tusk. We will never know, except for Lorenzo. He will know, but we may see what was going to happen in that Game 2, maybe in the Game 3 as well, depending on if they do choose to bring the same Pokemon. But yeah, that was a very, very back and forth game. It seemed like there were a couple of opportunities that you could have done some very, very good damage, like the Arcanine going for the Flare Blitz into the Fluttermane. It did it a turn after it could have done, but still was enough to pick up the knockout there. Didn't need the Will-O-Wisp into the Great Tusk, because then you were doing enough damage with the Make It Rain single target, even though you're back to neutral at that point, and you've got a minus special defense drop, easily enough to pick up the KO.
Yeah, very easy indeed. Yes, it goes to show how strong Golden Go remains in this format. Yeah, and that's the problem with going for an Earthquake. Of course, you damage your partner Pokemon, but that doesn't matter so much if that Pokemon has gone down, as we saw with the Flare Blitz into the Fluttermane. So would have been worth Sam going for that Earthquake on the Great Tusk, but 2020 hindsight, he knows that now, and going into Game 2 might have to shake up his plan a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I keep asking this, is Talonflame necessary?
Yeah.
Because on all of the matches so far, or at least in this game, you outsped with all of your Pokemon. There was the Golden Go, there was the Iron Hands, and there was, well, maybe the Arcanine outsped. Outsped the Great Tusk at least. But for the most part, the Tailwind seemed a bit unnecessary. The Brave Bird damage was very lacking. Like, it wasn't even able to pick up that Iron Hands that was like 20% HP. So is the Talonflame necessary here? Currently, according to Sam, it is going to be necessary in this Game 2 once again.
According to Sam, it is going to be necessary, as neither of the Pokemon on his side of the field appreciate taking the Intimidate drop from Arcanine. It's Talonflame and Great Tusk for Sam, and it's Arcanine and Iron Hands for Lorenzo.
Yeah, so this is a very good position for the Great Tusk. You have taken an Intimidate, but you're facing down two Pokemon that are weak to ground. So maybe you're going to force a Terra straight away to get a defensive Terra so you can survive the Earthquake / the headlong rush that could be coming out from Great Tusk. You may need Tailwinds to be able to outspeed the Arcanine. You could go for a Taunt to stop the Will-O-Wisp. That would also work. But you've got to contend with the fact that there still could be a Fake Out into the Talonflame. You've got to play the mind game of, does it go for Terra Ghost to avoid a Fake Out? Because if you go for a Fake Out into the Talonflame, no Taunts, no Tailwinds, Arcanine might be able to outspeed the Great Tusk and get a Will-O-Wisp. And then even though you're weak to ground with both Pokemon, that would be very, very good for you. But no Fake Outs here, just going to be Protect from the Arcanine.
Just going to be Protect from the Arcanine and also a Protect from Great Tusk for Sam. So it's Talonflame and Iron Hands remaining able to make some moves. But Taunt is going into that protected Arcanine, so won't be having any effect this turn. Iron Hands, meanwhile, is able to go for a Volt Switch, breaking the Gale Wings on Talonflame, so its flying type moves will no longer be priority. And Iron Hands goes back to Lorenzo in favor of something in the back. And we see that it is the Iron Bundle coming out for Lorenzo instead.
Yeah, so if that was the Pokemon waiting in the back in that game one, then it wouldn't have mattered if the Great Tusk went for that Earthquake, because then Freeze Dry just follows up and gets the KO. But now that you've broken the Gale Wings on the Talonflame, your Iron Bundle is going to be able to outspeed. That means you can fire off your attacks before any Tailwinds can come out, before any of the Taunts can come out to stop the Will-O-Wisp as well. You probably need to go for Hydro Pump to KO the Talonflame. Freeze Dry probably is not enough to be able to do that, but you don't need to worry about the Talonflame this turn because it is actually switching out instead.
Talonflame is switching out in favor of Sam's Iron Bundle, which of course will be able to take a Hydro Pump much, much better. And the Booster Energy activates on Iron Bundle, which boosts its speed. Great Tusk is also being switched out for Sam, so Sam is revealing all 4 of his Pokemon very early on, and it's Fluttermane in the back for him as well. So not that Gothitelle or Tyranitar, unfortunately. And it's a Hydro Pump into Sam's Iron Bundle, which Iron Bundle manages to dodge. Meanwhile, Will-O-Wisp comes out into the Fluttermane, which was before, of course, a physical attacker in the Great Tusk. So Fluttermane doesn't mind taking a burn so much. Its physical attack is not what it indexes on, rather its special attack.
Absolutely. The Hydro Pump would have been nice little bit of chip damage into the opposing Iron Bundle. It might have put it in range of Flare Blitz, slash a Freeze Dry coming out from the Iron Bundle on Lorenzo's side of the field. But not too bad taking the burn on the Fluttermane here. You can go for an Icy Winds, get the speed control going, and potentially be able to outspeed in the future. You've got the Booster Energy on both Pokemon, so we'll have to see the speed interactions between both of those. Because there is the Booster Energy, then the Iron Bundle should be outspeeding the opposing Fluttermane, even if there is an Icy Wind. It will depend on how they have trained. If you've gone for the max speed on your Iron Bundles, you'll still outspeed the Fluttermane after the Icy Wind. So actually, no, because of the speed interaction, you actually speed tie if they are max speed as well.
You do, so it'll be a roll, essentially, as Arcanine withdraws in favor of Iron Hands for Lorenzo, as Iron Bundle for Lorenzo goes for a Protect, keeping itself safe. Hydro Pump, however, coming out from Sam's Iron Bundle into the Iron Hands, and you can see just how bulky that is with the amount of damage that was done. Moonblast is goes out into Lorenzo's Iron Bundle, but of course it keeps itself safe as Fluttermane takes another turn of Burn Chip.
Yeah, that's a Hydro Pump coming out. We saw how little Freeze Dry did. That's still such pitiful damage coming out, just showing the bulk of the Iron Hands there. Being able to position once again back on the field. You can go for a Fake Out into the opposing Iron Bundle, stopping any Icy Winds. Therefore, your Iron Bundle on Lorenzo's side of the field can do whatever it wants this turn. It can do some very nice damage to either Pokemon with the Freeze Dries or the Hydro Pump into the Fluttermane. It can get the speed control going itself by going for an Icy Wind. Or we've seen Lorenzo doesn't even need to click Fake Out. Most of the time, they've actually just been Volt Switching out or just going on the offensive. Wild Charge was enough to KO the opposing Iron Bundle. That could be happening once again because the Iron Bundle on Lorenzo's side of the field isn't staying in here.
It's not. It's switching out in favor of Arcanine, which is going to come in and deliver an Intimidate drop to Iron Bundle and Fluttermane. Neither of them mind about that too much because they are, of course, special attackers. And now it's time to Terrastallize. And this Terra is going into Lorenzo's Iron Hands, and it's revealing that Grass Terra type there. A nice defensive Terra for the Iron Hands, as it's still able to threaten massive damage, having not taken much in return. As Icy Wind does come out, so this is now a super effective hit on the Iron Hands, but more importantly, it will be dropping the speed of the Arcanine and the Iron Hands. And again, even though it's super effective, it's not the most powerful of moves. Iron Hands takes it very well. Moonblast coming out into Iron Hands takes it down to very low health, but Wild Charge is not enough to pick up the knockout onto Fluttermane. Iron Hands, of course, took that Moonblast far better as a Grass type than it would have done as a Flying type, and now as a Fighting type, I mean. And now Fluttermane only has one turn left in it, it seems.
Yeah, the burn actually coming into play here. Even though you like to get the burn on the physical attackers, there is that residual damage as well. We've seen these so impactful over the weekend with poisons. Burn can do that just as well. A little bit slower. It does a little bit less than the poison damage, but enough here for the Fluttermane. Just doing 9 damage to the Fluttermane with the burn. It's got 9 HP, it won't survive this turn. But it's being able to do some massive damage with the Moonblast. It was a very nice defensive terror on the Iron Hands to be able to survive, and this is just one more turn that the Fluttermane gets on the field.
It is, and it could prove to be crucial as Arcanine for Lorenzo goes for a protect. The Hydro Pump was going into that slot, so Arcanine is kept safe from that, and meanwhile Fluttermane is able to respond with a Moonblast into the Iron Hand, so it goes down, and with it, it takes the Terastallizing. So no more Terra available for Lorenzo, and Iron Hands is down. Lorenzo is down to 3 Pokemon, and we know it's that Arcanine, Iron Bundle, and one other, as Fluttermane does take that burn chip. So it provided fantastic use for Sam there. Both trainers now down to 3 Pokemon, and it's Great Tusk and Talonflame in the back for Sam. A big turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to trade the Paradox Pokemon there in the Iron Hand and the Fluttermane. So being able to get some nice KOs. We've got the potential of bringing in the Talonflame once again. You can get that Tailwind to guarantee that your Iron Bundle and then your Great Tusk in the future is going to be able to outspeed everything. But you should be able to just spam Icy Wind at this point, because the Iron Bundle on Lorenzo's side has switched out and used up its booster energy, and we still have the Iron Bundle on Sam's side of the field. Did it take an Icy Winds previously from the opposing Iron Bundle? I think it switched out, so I may not have taken that Icy Winds, but going to be able to guarantee it with the Talonflame. So you can just go for 8 Tailwinds to guarantee that you are going to be able to move first, because Iron Bundle's joined the field on Lorenzo's side of the field. Or once again, you know the Arcanine has gone for a Protect, you know that there is no Terra available. You could once again launch a Hydro Pump into that slot, and that would be a KO on the opposing Arcanine. Maybe not on whatever could switch in. We saw it was Golden Go in that first game. That would still do a very, very nice chunk of damage to the Golden Ghost. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of Hydro Pump into that slot once again. Or if you do want to be going on the offensive into the Iron Bundle instead, a Brave Bird and a Freeze Dry might get quite close to being able to pick up the knockout, depending on how bulky Lorenzo has trained their own Iron Bundle. But you've got the speed advantage on Sam's side of the field because of that Talonflame.
Of course, yes, the Arcanine does switch out to keep itself safe from a potential Hydro Pump, and we have the reveal of Golden Go as the 4th Pokemon in the back for Lorenzo. Oh, but it's a miss from the Iron Bundle's Hydro Pump into Golden Go as Icy Wind is able to come out from Lorenzo's Iron Bundle into Sam's own, as well as Talonflame, dropping their speed. So a good amount of chip damage would have been able to be done there to the Golden Go, but of course Hydro Pump is not a 100% accurate move, as Tailwind is set up by the Talonflame for Sam's team.
Yeah, well, both Iron Bundles have missed a Hydro Pump at this point, so they're even. So it's not the most reliable of moves. It would have been a very, very nice chunk of damage into the Golden Go, probably enough to knock it out in 2 shots. Maybe not quite if you factor in the leftovers and the fact that you can protect to get a little bit more recovery. So the Golden Go is actually in still a pretty nice position here. There's no fire move on the Talonflame once again. Might be in range of a Make It Rain, and it would be in range of Make It Rain if you follow it with an Icy Wind from the Iron Bundle as well. So even though Sam has the speed advantage, not thrusting enough damage from both of these Pokemon into the opposing side of Lorenzo's, because they're both still at full HP. They should be able to shrug off the attacks somewhat.
They should be able to, and Iron Bundle will be able to shrug off all attacks as it goes for a Protect. This time, Hydro Pump does connect into Golden Go, dealing just shy of half its health, but Brave Bird doubling up into that slot. It's a not very effective hit, but crucially, it brings it down to lower health. It was perhaps predicting a Terror there, which would have been a neutral hit, as Golden Go is able to go for a nasty plot, sharply boosting its special attack. But of course, if the opposing team on Sam's side is able to move first, doesn't matter too much. You're going to aim to stall out the Tailwind perhaps, but the leftovers recovery providing a little bit more health for Golden Go in either case.
It was a really nice call going for that Golden Go with both of the Pokemon. That extra chip from Brave Bird may not seem a lot, but it's probably put it in range of another Hydro Pump. Even after another round of leftovers recovery, it'll be very close if it is. And that was a potential for Lorenzo to go on the offensive with the Iron Bundle there. You could have gone for an Icy Wind, reduced the speed in more. You could have probably picked up a KO on Talonflame, even with Freeze Dry, not having to risk the Hydro Pump. That would have given a switch into the Great Tusk in the back that would have still been in Tailwind. So maybe actually better to leave the Talonflame on the field there.
Maybe better indeed, as Golden Go is able to go down because the Hydro Pump does connect. So that goes down for Lorenzo as a Brave Bird comes out into Iron Bundle. It survives with maybe 2/3 of its health. Freeze Dry can come out from Lorenzo's Iron Bundle into the Talonflame, and that will take care of that. So far, it's been knockout for knockout in this game, and both of these trainers are down to their final 2 Pokemon in the Great Tusk and Iron Bundle for Sam, and the Arcanine and Iron Bundle for Lorenzo.
Yeah, so you get to intimidate the Great Tusk, so that might help out a little bit, but both Arcanine and Iron Bundle have taken some chip damage here. Arcanine's probably able to survive a headlong rush with full HP, but that little bit of chip that is taken previously might put it in range of that attack even after the Intimidate. At least Earthquake probably shouldn't be knocking you out because you've been able to intimidate the opposing Great Tusk. But you've got to contend with the fact that the Iron Bundle is still able to do some massive damage itself. Hydro Pump should be able to pick up the knockout on Arcanine. It'd be really close if the Freeze Dries enough on the opposing Iron Bundle, because it's taken significant chip damage, just a bit above half HP, but you still have the speed on your side of the field for Sam because of that tailwind from earlier from the Talonflame, so is able to launch off the attacks that they want to first. Is a close combat enough into the Iron Bundle? Because you could be going for Hydro Pump into the opposing Arcanine and close combat into Iron Bundle, and that should be able to pick up double KO.
It absolutely should be, but instead, Lorenzo's Pokemon both keep themselves safe, scouting out what's going to happen next from Sam's side. Going for a double protect as Iron Bundle goes for Icy Wind. Of course, Arcanine is protected and the Iron Bundle is protected, so that would have dropped the speed of both of the Pokemon on Lorenzo's side. Great Tusk was attempting a close combat into the Iron Bundle, which would, of course, have been a super effective hit. But going into this next turn, of course, with the Tailwind now stalled out, neither of the Pokemon on Lorenzo's side of the field can safely protect.
Yeah, no, and we've just seen that Sam confirmed for us, yes, that is going to be slower on their Iron Bundle. You've got the -1 drop from earlier from the Icy Wind on Sam's, and the Iron Bundle on Lorenzo's side of the field is at neutral. But I believe that the Iron Bundle sat on the field the entire time and still has its booster energy speed boost as well. So the speed interactions could be very, very crucial here for the opposing Iron Bundles. -1 booster energy Iron Bundle still underspeeds a neutral Iron Bundle because of the interactions of how the speed boost and drops work. So Lorenzo's theoretically going to be moving first here.
Theoretically, as Sam's Iron Bundle, in fact, keeps itself safe with a Protect. Freeze Dry was coming out into Sam's Iron Bundle, so a really good call from Sam there. Iron Bundle is protected from that Freeze Dry. Arcanine was attempting a Flare Blitz into Sam's Iron Bundle, so an excellent call from Sam, doubling up into the Pokemon that protected, as Great Tusk is able to go for a close combat into Lorenzo's Iron Bundle with a crit that did not matter, lowering the defense and special defense of the Great Tusk, and now Lorenzo is just down to his Arcanine.
Yeah, that should be it for Sam for this one. You can risk the Hydro Pump if you do want to. That would be able to pick up the knockout on the Arcanine. You could probably get away with just a Freeze Dry, putting it in range of Headlong Rush for sure, because even after a -1 drop, you shouldn't be getting KO'd by the Flare Blitz from the opposing Arcanine. You could always go for an Icy Wind to try and guarantee that you'll be able to outspeed. Freeze Dry would have been the way to get it 100% though. You could have been maybe critical hit by a Flare Blitz into the opposing Arcanine if you don't go for the Icy Wind, but then you've got the chance to go for a Hydro Pump as well. So the odds were very much in favor of Sam winning that game, and Lorenzo decided not to see the end of that and forfeit, taking us into the deciding Game 3.
Yes, he knew that it was very, very unlikely indeed that he'd be able to work his way back up from that game, bringing us to a very exciting Game 3. It's one game apiece. Lorenzo took the first, Sam took the second, and what adjustments did you like to see from Sam in that second game?
Well, actually, the Talonflame did something.
Yeah.
The Tailwind was actually useful. It had to be stalled out from Lorenzo's side of the field to try and get the Iron Bundles into position so that they could get the speed control that they wanted. And it just was a very, very nice call at the end with the Protect from the Iron Bundle on Sam's side of the field, because they positioned themselves into position. So Lorenzo managed to get their Iron Bundle so that it was faster than the opposing one, and then being able to catch that with the Protect, double up into that. Game deciding, very, very nice from Sam. But do you still need to go for the Talonflame? You can leave it in the back. You don't need to lead with it, because it seems like Lorenzo is going with a slightly slower option to start off with, because of the fact that if you go for Tailwind, it doesn't actually matter that you're going for Tailwind, because I would have undersped you anyway. Because they've been leading with the Arcanine and the Iron Hands for both of these games so far. We'll have to see if that is going to continue. And the Golden Ghost still underspeeds everything as well. The Tailwind's mainly for Iron Bundle, because that's trying to counteract any of the speed controls with its own Icy Wind as well. So maybe if you bring the Talonflame, you can leave it in the back. Could you lead with the Gothitelle to try and trap this Arcanine and Iron Hands in? Once again, that is being led, but no, it's just the Talonflame once again.
It is Talonflame again with Great Tusk for Sam. It was a lead that worked for him in the previous game. And it's Iron Hands and Arcanine for Lorenzo, and it gets an Intimidate drop onto both the Talonflame and the Great Tusk. They are both physical attackers, so they don't so much appreciate taking that drop.
No, we saw how much damage the Talonflame would be doing with its Brave Birds. Really, really pitiful damage into the opposing Iron Hands that we have seen. You can still go for a Will-O-Wisp into the opposing Iron Hands. If you do connect with that, that would be very nice indeed. You can still go for a Taunt to the opposing Arcanine to stop the Will-O-Wisp. You can go for a Tailwind to make your Great Tusk faster to begin with. But you still have to contend with the Fake Outs from the Iron Hands. It's always been going for Volt Switch, in fear of maybe going for the Terra Ghost on the Talonflame. But maybe this is the time to go for Fake Outs, because you've still got the Mind Game. And at the moment, there's there's still been no Terra Ghosts. So could you go for a fake out into the Talonflame this turn to now a Will-O-Wisp into the Great Tusk?
Well, you could, and there could be a Terra into the Ghost type. Oh, that's certainly a Terra. Which of these Pokemon is it going to go into? It is into the Great Tusk rather than the Talonflame. So the Great Tusk becomes a ground type, maximizing the damage output of its ground moves with a triumphant roar with its Crystal Crown. And it is a fake out coming out from Iron Hands into the Talonflame, which of course flinches it, not able to go for a priority move. It is Will-O-Wisp, however, coming out from Arcanine into the Great Tusk. So it's been intimidated, it's now burned, so its attack stat is halved. But even so, Great Tusk will be able to deal some decent damage with a ground type move into the Iron Hands, and it's just about half of its health that it brings it down to. Of course, though, Great Tusk does need to eat up a defense and special defense drop in return for that.
That's still fantastic damage. That's -1 and burned, and that was almost half HP to one of the bulkiest Pokemon we have in the format. So, granted, it was a super effective hit, but that is still very impressive and should put it in range of just a tiny little bit of extra chip from the Brave Bird, and then that follow-up KO from the Headlong Rush would get it. Are you able to get the KO with a Brave Bird and a Earthquake? Because if you are, that's going to be extra damage that you'll be able to get into the opposing Arcanine and also not drop your defense by one stage as well.
As it is, it's Brave Bird into Iron Hands, which will mean that Talonflame takes a little bit of chip damage, and Flare Blitz comes out into Great Tusk, bring it down to about a third, a quarter of its health. Arcanine takes that recoil damage, and it's another Headlong Rush rather than an Earthquake into the Iron Hands, which is an interesting decision, given that, as you said, Jamie, Arcanine would have taken super effective damage, but also Talonflame is immune to any ground type move, so it would have kept itself safe. But as it is, Iron Hands does go down for Lorenzo.
Yeah, so potential damage could have gone into the Arcanine that turn. It was still being significant. You're still -1 and burned, but we saw how much damage it did to the Iron Hands. That would have still been probably half to the Arcanine, which would have been able to put it in range of something in the future. But just doubling up into this Iron Hands, it's nice to be able to take care of that super bulky Pokemon, but you have not gone for your speed control yet, and here is the Iron Bundle with its booster energy, definitely outspeeding the Talonflame, which had its Gale Winds broken, and this Great Tusk is being outsped by the Arcanine. We already saw how much the Flare Blitz did into that, because it was only a -1. It's going to do even more damage, unnecessarily putting it over the top for the KO for the Flare Blitz. So yeah, you'd just really be able to go for a Hydro Pump into the Talonflame and a Flare Blitz into the Great Tusk. If the Hydro Pump does connect, you are sorted. But the Talonflame does want to switch itself out here, not want to take that Hydro Pump at all.
Yes, understandably, Talonflame switches out in favor of a Fluttermane, and instead it's Fluttermane that takes the Hydro Pump, which Fluttermane takes pretty well, just above half its health remaining, but this Flare Blitz is going to be finishing it off. So Fluttermane goes down immediately for Sam. So he's lost that big damage output that could have come out there. This Great Tusk has been left alone and is able to go for a close combat onto the Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle, of course, has pretty decent physical defense stat, so it's able to take that relatively well. It's left with about a third of its HP. Great Tusk is still sitting around, and it's worth mentioning, of course, the Life Orb on the Great Tusk as well, which, of course, will be contributing to its damage output despite the Intimidate drop and despite the burn.
But it's also going to ensure that it's now in range of a burn, so even if the Great Tusk doesn't go for an attack this turn, it should be picked up by that burn. So all those little bits of damage helping out to put this Great Tusk in range of one final turn, because the burn was ticking away, the Life Orb was ticking away, you got extra damage from the Flare Blitz because of that -1. At least you've got the Iron Bundle in now, so we're going to have to play this wonderful game of speed ties between the opposing Iron Bundles once again. Can you go for a Hydro Pump into the opposing Arcanine? Because that would be able to pick up a KO. You can almost certainly pick up a KO on the opposing Iron Bundle with a Freeze Dry here. So it's going to come down to the speed interactions between this Iron Bundle and the targeting as well. You could get a KO with either the Iron Bundle or the Arcanine with Sam's Iron Bundle, whether it's Freeze Dry or Hydro Pump. Could that allow this Great Tusk to do one more attack? Because it's going to underspeed both of these Pokemon here. But if it's able to get off one more attack, we saw that was enough to be able to KO the Iron Bundle. It would still do huge damage to the opposing Arcanine. Maybe not now, because it is turning it into its Water typing instead. So if there was a Hydro Pump into that slot, that would be a fantastic choice of defensive Terra.
It really would, this Water Terra type on the Arcanine, as it's Freeze Dry coming out from Iron Bundle into the Iron Bundle on Lorenzo's side. So that does go down for Lorenzo, and he's down to his final two Pokemon. It's Flare Blitz coming out from Arcanine, going into Sam's Iron Bundle, brings it down to about half of its health. And of course, Arcanine takes that recoil damage as well. Headlong Rush able to come out from Sam's Great Tusk into this now Water Terra Arcanine Arcanine is able to survive on about a fifth of its health as Great Tusk takes another defense drop, but of course this burn chip and the Life Orb chip is going to be able to take it down this turn. But what a lot of work that Great Tusk was able to put in.
Definitely put in more work than it had any right to, given the position it was in. Being intimidated, being burned immediately, it still did massive damage. Like, it was still able to do half to the Iron Hands. It was still able to do the half with the close combat to the opposing Iron Bundle. But the Fluttermane has been KO'd on Sam's side of the field. The Great Tusk has now been KO'd, and you're left with Iron Bundle and Talonflame. You can do okay damage with Hydro Pump to the Golden Go that's just shown in the field for Lorenzo, but we saw that that didn't even do half. You need to commit a Brave Bird and 2 Hydro Pumps to KO this Golden Go. Are you going to be able to have enough time to be able to do that? Because Golden Go's still at full HP. Iron Bundle's in range of Make It Rain. Talonflame's going to be very close to being in range of just Shadow Ball. Almost certainly if you go for Flare Blitz and Shadow Ball, that would KO the Talonflame. So are you going to be able to have enough turns to be able to take care of this Golden Go?
Yes, it's a big question as this Golden Go is indeed on full health. As Arcanine goes for a Protect, we saw Iron Bundle going for a Protect for Sam. Golden Go also going for a Protect. So whatever the Talonflame is going for here, unless there's a status move, no, it was in fact a Brave Bird into Arcanine. So Arcanine keeps itself safe. Could have been a opportunity for a Tailwind, but it wouldn't have been too important in this position anyway.
No, not particularly. And now you've stouted out the Protect of the Iron Bundle. I think that's probably the best opportunity for Sam here is probably go for a Freeze Dry Freeze, because we've seen that the Hydro Pump, even a critical hit Hydro Pump with a Brave Bird, surely is still not enough to KO the opposing Golden Go. That would just be able to go for a Make It Rain, and then you follow up the KO into the Talonflame with the Flare Blitz. So maybe having to rely on the Freeze Dry Freeze here to be able to get some extra KOs. Going for a double Protect is pretty reasonable as well, but that does end up failing.
That ends up failing as Brave Bird comes out from Talonflame into Arcanine. It is enough to pick up the knockout, but unfortunately Iron Bundle is not able to keep itself safe for a second turn running. Arcanine does go down, but what is this Golden Go going to respond with as Talonflame takes its recoil damage? It is, of course, its signature Make It Rain, which is enough to pick up the knockout on Iron Bundle. Talonflame, and indeed its critical hit on the Iron Bundle, I'm not sure that mattered, as Talonflame has about a quarter of its health remaining, and unfortunately it seems like this Talonflame is just not going to be able to deal the damage it needs to this Golden Go.
If it had Flare Blitz, there would have been a chance. That would have still been some pretty reasonable damage, but just Brave Bird means that there is no chance for this Talonflame. Sam realizes it, forfeits the match, and Lorenzo is going to be able to be the one to move on to the 11 wins and 3 losses. So still has that potential to squeak into that top 8.
Yes, let's hope he does. And yeah, that's the final round of Swiss now. So it will be our top cup matches coming after this. My main question is why Sam didn't go for a couple of Earthquakes on his Great Tusk when he had his Talonflame on the field next to the Great Tusk, because that would have provided some good spread damage while his Talonflame was kept safe.
Well, the fear would have probably been that the Iron Hands, even though it's taken half of its HP, that it could have gone for the Terra Grass. Like, you're covering for that with a Brave Bird, but you're an intimidated Brave Bird, so it's still actually not going to be doing too much damage. And Iron Hands would probably survive even super effective Brave Bird and the Earthquake coming out from the Great Tusk. It probably wouldn't be able to survive both Brave Bird and Headlong Rush still, so that might have been why the Sam went for that, because then that's almost certainly a KO into that slot. That allowed the switch into the Iron Bundle, which is a little bit awkward going forwards, but that was a lot of potential damage that could have been into the Arcanine, and we saw Arcanine, it survived until basically right at the end when Sam wasn't able to beat the Golden Go anymore. So that extra Earthquake damage could have been crucial to allow just even a 2v1 or a 3v1 in the end. It might have even been, because that Arcanine would have been put so low and then being taken care of a couple of turns earlier. Then you can go on to the offensive on the Golden Go with potentially the Iron Bundle, potentially the Talonflame as well, and that might have been enough.
Might have been enough, and of course, the crucial problem in that game 3 for Sam was that the Golden Go was able to come out very late on in the game with full health. So if you're able to break through some of your opponent's Pokemon sooner, then the Golden Go obviously is forced to come out sooner and has to take some damage. But as it was, Sam was losing resources, and then Golden Go comes in full health, raring to go from Lorenzo's side.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still going to ask this question, because it's been every single time. Was Talonflame necessary? You've got Tailwind, sure. Did it come into play in those games? Like once in game 2? Like there was the Iron Bundle occasionally, but then the Tailwind was able to be stored out. You were faster with pretty much every other Pokemon. You can go for Icy Wind to make the Arcanine slower than the Great Tusk. Was Tailwind necessary? That's the main question that I'm asking at the moment, because Gothitelle could have been very nice as a lead. You've seen Arcanine Iron Hands as the lead for like all 3 games. If you trap that in, assumedly your Gothitelle is faster than Iron Hands. It does tend to be. You can run Iron Hands very fast, but for the most part, you should expect your Gothitelle to outspeed Iron Hands. You get the Fake Out into that slot, and you can do whatever you want with your partner. You can do exactly the same thing as the Talonflame. You can start spamming Thunder Waves as speed control as well, but the fact that there was the Talonflame not really applying any kind of pressure at all really came back to bite Sam, I think, because even if you had Flare Blitz, I think Talonflame would have been very, very good in that match.
Yeah.
Even just being able to Flare Blitz the opposing Golden Go, but the fact that it just had Brave Bird meant that it wasn't really doing the damage.
Yeah, it wasn't. Lorenzo would have had to have gone for the Terror on his Golden Go into the Water type for that Brave Bird to pick up any kind of significant damage. But yes, it's been the question of the weekend, at least from Jamie and me, was the Talonflame necessary? We've seen it come out to a lot of games where it hasn't been able to provide so much, and it'll be really interesting to hear from Sam why he went for that choice of Talonflame over something like the Gothitelle. But as it is, you know, he was still able to get a game off Lorenzo, but it is Lorenzo that takes this set.
It was still possible in that game 3. If there was an Earthquake, then it would have been pretty reasonable for Sam to be in a winning position going into that endgame. But unfortunately, trying to cover for the defensive terror on the Iron Hands, but did not happen, allowed for a defensive terror in the future with the Arcanine, which allowed it more time on the field. So a little bit of just tiny optimizations could have come into the play. So yeah, it ends up being a much closer game in the end because there was just a couple of minor tweaks that could have changed the outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing, having reached our 14th round of Swiss and the final one for this particular special event, you can see the fatigue starting to set in for these trainers. You know, I'm sure it's one of those things where Sam could take a step back, or on a different morning he'd come in and make those adjustments and it would all go fantastically for him. But it's just trying to keep that freshness up going through all of these matches. It's really tough.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad that we didn't see the Roaring Moon, because it was a really cool one. Like, Terror Ground, Stomping Tantrum, you don't see that every day.
No.
In fact, I've never seen it before at all.
Yeah.
So you never see it every day. So, yeah, it would have been really, really good to see that it's come to that match. But obviously, Lorenzo did end up bringing the correct 4 to be able to win the set. So we'll have to see if they are able to squeak into that top cut, because I would like to see that Roaring Moon, because it is a very, very cool set indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet, even though Lorenzo won that match, of course, he's not guaranteed a place in top cut. There'll only be a few of the trainers in his position with that 11-3 record who'll be able to make it through to the top cut. But, you know, we're keeping our fingers crossed for him, and it'll be fascinating to see how the top cut develops. And commiserations to Sam, but also what a fantastic performance. Going 10-4 at a tournament like this is no easy feat.
Yeah, that's still going to be a solid amount of championship points ready for the qualification for the World Championships. So if you've gotten 10-4, you're probably getting top 32 CP, and that's a good jump. Yeah. Because, yeah, you're about a fifth of the way there with that result towards the qualification. So, yeah, there's nothing to scoff at all.
No, exactly. And it just goes to show how much there is to gain even when you don't go all the way and win an event like this. And, you know, championship points aside, it's also just an opportunity to catch up with these people again in person and soak up the atmosphere of everything going on here with Go and TCG, as well as VGC and your friends in the community and all the side events that are going on. So just a wonderful atmosphere to be a part of, and anything that comes with it is sort of the cherry on top.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd very much want to be in that top 8, but being able to watch the top 8 as well is a very, very good experience. It's a great atmosphere when we've got down to we're almost at the point where we're crowning our champion. These are some very intense games coming forward. So just being in the venue as well to be able to watch those is going to be very, very nice. And of course, watching from home, we'll be trying to cover all of the action going forward as well, because we have now finished our round 14. That is going to be it from Swiss. So coming up soon will be that top cut. We'll have to wait and see who is going to be joining us in that top 8.
Yes, we absolutely will. And we're just waiting on confirmation as to whether we'll be able to bring a winner's interview to you, since that game did go to 3 rounds. But we'll bring that confirmation to you very shortly. Tyranitar. That didn't come out from Sam's side, and with good reason, I think.
Yeah, from talking to Sam, Tyranitar's not there for DD Armourouge.
Yeah.
Because if you've got Gothitelle and you trap them in DD Armourouge with a Tyranitar on the field, what can they do?
Yeah.
Nothing. They just wait and lose, basically. So that's the main reason why Sam has the Tyranitar on the team. Obviously, that is not what was brought for Lorenzo in this game. It doesn't seem like it would have the best matchup here, because you've got the Iron Hands, that would Drain Punch everything. The Arcanine's going to be able to intimidate and Will-O-Wisp. Golden Go matches up very well, because you can just go for a defensive terror, so you're not weak to Crunch anymore, and do massive damage with Make It Rains as well. Even the Roaring Moon, it can hit it with Stomping Tantrum. Normally, well, a standard Roaring Moon, it runs its dark coverage, and then it has its flying as its main form of offense. Yeah, that doesn't hit Tyranitar at all. No. This one does. So the fact that Tyranitar would have been good against a Roaring Moon didn't come to the match, but it would have been good against it. It wasn't, because it could have been Terror Ground as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Could have been Terra Ground, and maybe in a future match we'll see that Terra Ground Rory Moon coming out from Lorenzo. I certainly hope that we do. But, you know, this weekend it's really been a tale of Fluttermane and Iron Bundles in terms of Paradox Pokemon. We had 2 on both Sam's and Lorenzo's side of the field with, let me just compare their movesets here. Yeah, with the same moveset, and both booster energy, but the difference was that Sam's had the Terra type of ice, so more offensive, and Lorenzo's had the Terra type of grass, so more defensive.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to wait and see what the reasons were behind those choices, because we can now jump over to our interview with the winner of the previous round, Lorenzo.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here with the winner, of course, of the last Swiss match. Yeah, he's waving hello. So after that match, how are you feeling?
I feel really good, and I was nervous before the start of the final round, but at the moment I'm enjoying the time and also the win.
Yeah, of course, naturally. Well, as we've seen in the match, I feel like the Golden Go was really the key factor there for all 3 of those games, where it did do a lot of the work for you.
Yeah, I know that Specs Fluttermane is solid when with Moonblast against Iron Hands, but is not so good against Arcanine or Goldengo himself. So I decided to bring him. And also for the Perish, and also for the Shadow Tech Gotitel. He's the only ghost type that I have, and he doesn't suffer the status move because Gotitel has also Thunder Wave. So I thought that it was a real deal.
Yeah, it was a good choice there to make, honestly.
Thank you.
And the team looking very solid, like as we saw on stream. How did you come to create a team?
I created the team. I'm playing this team from the beginning of the Series 2. I also saw that Eric Rios and also Guillermo Castilla, 2 Spanish players, played the team and also have had good results. But is a bit different team. I have, for example, Clear Amulet, Terra Ground, Rory Moon, because I feel better with some changes that I have from day 1 of the Series 2. So I decided to maintain my ideas.
Yeah, your own touch on that team, actually.
Yeah, I saw that it was a solid team that had some result, but I have to bring my personal version.
Exactly. You have a little bit of a preference to some things. And, for example, the Stomping Tantrum as well on that, which is something that you don't see quite often, which is your kind of, well, a little bit of the flavor is a little bit of the spice to bring to it as well. And, like, looking at, like, the previous, because, like, congratulations on the win again.
Thank you.
Now, looking at your tournament run, was there anything particular, like a special round where something amazing happened or something?
I faced during the day 1 Titan, Terra Electric with the belly drum and Earthquake, and I have 4 months that are weak against the ground. And it was I was really nervous before when I saw the team list. But I managed to win. But he also has stuff like I don't remember the name actually because it was a really strange.
It was a strange team.
I only remember Titan because I was really scared.
Yeah. It's sometimes those Pokemon that you don't see quite often can still surprise you quite a bit as well.
I also faced the Medicham.
Day 2. Yeah, exactly. We have heard about the Medicham.
I had some strange experience during these these
so
days.
you have. It is a bit fun to see all these. Now, we have just had Regulation B or Series 2, and now soon at EUYC there will be Series 3 or Regulation C. Have you already made a team for that?
This will be my only tournament of the season because I work and I'm really busy. But I had some time to do this.
Yeah.
and I came here only for have fun. And I think that playing like that without thinking about anything, about CPs or anything else, I think that allows me to do well, because this is my first tournament this season, second in general, and I think that the difference was the mental health that I had during all the tournament.
That is amazing to hear. Just come here to have fun and still play this well.
Thank you so much.
That is so good to see.
Thank you
and
so much.
I'm happy to hear that as well. So yeah, not going to future tournaments. You've only been able, but future-wise, hopefully still going to see a lot more of you in tournaments.
We'll see. I don't know. I really don't know.
That is hard to say, of course. But you have won today, which is something amazing. Is there anything anyone or anything you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I want to thank my girlfriend, Camilla. I want to say hi, and also Valerio, a friend of mine that helped me with the team, and also Roxas and the Sax group that also helped me with something, because I was really worried before the tournament start. And also to my friends of Rome, Flavio Del Pidio, Daniele Spuntarelli, Manuel Micaletto, Nova, and also others.
There's a lot.
Yeah. My roommate, Francesco Urru, and also other guys. There are so many. I want to thank everyone, because
I absolutely understand that. I'm so happy to see that the list is so long of dear people that have been able to help you. Thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
And we'll be joining you shortly, trainers, in the top 8 as well.
Goodbye.
Intimidating fire types have been a staple in VGC for years. With Incineroar nowhere in sight, Arcanine is definitely the go-to for trainers this season. While it does now have competition in Blazeberry, Paldean, and Taurus, Arcanine boasts more bulk and has fewer weaknesses, allowing it to take more hits overall. This allows Arcanine to much more effectively serve the role as Cycling Intimidates, an ability that reduces the attack of the opponent's Pokémon every time you switch in. Arcanine also has access to the incredibly potent combination of Snarl and Will-O-Wisp, allowing it to be very effective at reducing the damage the opponent can deal, stacking even more with the Intimidate ability. Because of this, Arcanine is the go-to for trainers if they are looking to control the amount of damage they take. It can also help increase the damage you are dealing by going for Helping Hand to help its partner have a significant damage boost. But that doesn't mean Arcanine can't deal the damage itself. Arcanine will very often run Flare Blitz, which can do noticeable damage to the opponent, as Arcanine does boast a respectable attack stat. Arcanine is also one of the few Pokémon with access to the move Extreme Speed, a stronger and higher priority move than normal, allowing Arcanine to pick off weakened opponents very effectively. Arcanine also gets impressive coverage if players want to run it more offensively. Close Combat allows Arcanine to hit Rock types, Play Rough allows it to hit Dragon types, and Wild Charge allows it to hit Water types, 3 types that would resist Flare Blitz. Because Arcanine is usually run as a supported Pokémon, a defensive Terra type is the way to go. Grass gives Arcanine a resistance to water and ground, while also allowing it to ignore spores and rage powders. Water will still allow Arcanine to resist opposing water attacks, but is better defensively overall than Grass. Fairy is also used sometimes, with the main reason being that Arcanine becomes a much more effective Dondozo counter, as it will become immune to Order Up, putting a stop to Dondozo trying to boost its attack back up after an Intimidate. The most common item you will see on Arcanine is the safety goggles. Because Arcanine often wants to be switching in and out to recycle Intimidates, being a guaranteed switch into an Amoonguss or a Brute Bonnet, and not worrying about catching a Spore gives a lot of security to players. It also allows Arcanine to Will-O-Wisp without caring about Rage Powder, allowing it to ignore Amoonguss and Brute Bonnet completely, or even take them out with a Flare Blitz. Citrus Berry will allow Arcanine more longevity, allowing more opportunities to be able to switch in and out and continue controlling the battlefield. Trainers that run Arcanine with more offensive coverage tend to opt for the Assault Vest, as this allows Arcanine to be trained more in its offenses, while still keeping respectable bulk. So while Arcanine may only technically be a legendary Pokémon, it can definitely hold its own against even the true legends.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here for the 2023 Pokémon Utrecht Special Event, and we are reaching the stage of the weekend where, of course, we've got the highly anticipated top 8 cut to look forward to. I am Kostas Dimos, and I am joined once again by the ever so lovely Mr. Simon van der Bocht, aka Shmon.
Thank you for that beautiful intro. Of course, we're back at it again. This is the top 8 that we have been waiting for. This is what the entire event has been cultivating to, this top 8, where it's very important to try and win all of your games this time around, because, of course, if you manage to lose, that will mean you will not go to top 4, meaning you will not go to finals, and then become the champion, of course.
Well, exactly, because we are now in the knockout stage phase of the tournament, where your tournament line is on, or life, should I say, is on the line, naturally speaking. So every single battle from here on out is basically going to be the culmination of your efforts for the weekend. Of course, there are CP rewards to be taken into consideration based on whether you get, let's say, the finalist spot, top 4 or top 8. Unfortunately, no prize money, as we did mention. This is a special event, so there were no prize fees going into the event as well that you needed to book. So that's sort of the parallel between that. But what we're going to do is, of course, give a quick look onto the standings, the top 32, generally speaking. We'll start from the top 16 to have a bit of a look to see who has been able to reach top 8. We've got in first seed place Juan Manuel Odriozola with a 13-1 record, standing on top most deservedly, only dropping a single set.
I can't believe that. That is amazing to see. It's just amazing, especially when you look at all these players, look at their scores as well, and seeing like how well they have been playing against each other. And these are the top players as well, just dropping one set out of all of that. That is honestly very impressive there.
Yeah, exactly that, as we do have Eric Rios coming in at 12-2, accompanied by Marco Silva and Antonio Jesus Sanchez. So very good representation of Spain so far into the top 4. We got 3 of the trainers as well as 1 Italian there. Following up with 11-3 records, we do have Alex Gomez, which is in 5th spot, Giulio Tarlao in 6th, Oliver Estolin in 7th from Finland, and rounding it up with Aurélien Sula, who is from France, in 8th spot. So that is our top 8, of course. Unfortunately, everyone passed that, so our current reigning world champion, Eduardo Cunha, unfortunately did reach that 9th spot, which is just down to the smallest of statistical differences of resistances, for example. And it's quite tough because essentially that is the bubble position that we always refer to, which is the one person that is immediately after, let's say, the 8th person in this case that just missed out from Top Gun.
Exactly. There are a lot of factors there. There is like the opponents you played against, how well they scored as well is another factor as well, and who they played. And it is one of those things that is hard to control. Of course, the best thing to go around is win all of your own games. And yeah, that is the main idea. And then, of course, hoping that your opponents are playing pretty well as well, so to keep up that score as well. And it happens, unfortunately, but the good news is still there is still these championship points that are still gonna be awarded to all of these players, as well as we have the following people from 17 to 32 as well. As we see that there's still very, very good scores still all around.
Yeah, a lot of really good players that unfortunately have quite literally missed the cut here. As Leo Bonanomi, we've seen him from Italy do incredibly well. He was able to face off against Arash Omati for the win and in day 1 Swiss, which was definitely an explosive set, if I do say so myself, with the Dragonite, Choice Band, Flying Terra type, just dealing too much damage, accompanied by a critical hit.
Exactly, it was an enormous, amazing play to see there. It was just that reminder of like all of those amazing battles that have already been passed, and luckily we can rewatch. Luckily for that, and
not right now, but if you do want to check it out, you most definitely can.
Exactly, and I'm happy to see what all of these important battles have cultivated to this top 8, because of course this top 8 are the players that have tried to find the way to break this tournament in pieces, so that they, with their own team, can try to win, well, the whole championship, the title, and a few booster boxes as well to take.
Yeah, most definitely. I think being able to have the top 8 best trainers here at the tournament that are, of course, going to be battling it out now for the knockout stage. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure going into this day, with a lot of games under your belt already. So it's not like you're starting up fresh just to go into your top 8 cut match. You've already had another 5 grueling rounds you've had to go through with a lot of mental fatigue as well as physical fatigue, you know, as a highest priority in order to get yourself into the right mindset coming back into this. So a lot of these trainers that are already well known have that sort of additional level where they can handle themselves quite nicely. They've got a lot of experience. They've been through this sort of revolutions multiple times, and we have 2 of those very trainers who are going to be featured for our first top 8 cut match. We have Oliver Escalin versus Eric Rios, of which is a rematch between these 2 titans of VGC with last year's European International Championship, where we did see Eric Rios was able to win that title and is the current reigning European International Champion, versus Oliver Estelin, of which was in a Dynamax format. Of course, you can see a couple of those achievements at the current point here that, they already speak for themselves, if I do say so myself.
Exactly, as we do see that they managed to have a lot of these titles here, just being able to showcase how well versed these players are in the game that is called Pokemon, with these different metas and different games on all ends. And we have already seen this team today, but now we have the King Gambit, the Brood Bonnet, the Arcanine, the Iron Bundle, the Fluttermane, and the Dragonite here being back at it again with that Choice Band.
With the Choice Band, we know that it puts in a lot of offensive pressure the moment that it is on the field, especially is quite interesting. We've seen it paired up quite nicely with a Fire, Water, Grass Crawl. Once again, it sort of offsets any bad matchups going into the slot, let's say for the Fire type. And Dragonite itself seems to do quite nicely when paired up with a Flutter main. In this case, of course, Choice Specs, just for the additional damage output.
Exactly, and on the other hand, of course, we have Eric, his team, which is Iron Hands, Amoonguss, Arcanine, Iron Bundle, Golugo, and Roaring Moon. Very similar core there. Of course, Amoonguss and Brood Bonnet switching out the roles they give out to each other. Still having that Grass, Fire, Water core, but then we have the Golugo, Roaring Moon, and Iron Hands as an addition, because Golugo still showcasing it is a very strong Pokemon to have with those potential nasty plots and those defensive Terra types that can always come in handy as well.
It proves to always be a Pokemon that deserves and demands respect, especially if you've got a situation where you're able to have redirection by its side, as of course we do note with that Amoonguss. If there's no safety guard rules or grass type powered Pokemon on the opposing side of the field, you're able to allow the Golden Go a bit of breathing room, getting nasty plots set up, putting immediate pressure, and it's a really nice item to have on the Golden Go, that being of course the leftovers. You can play a bit around not only with redirection but also with your own protect in order to stall and get your Golden Go out of any sort of threat damage range as well.
And as we do see the leads here, we have the Amoonguss next to the Iron Hand, while here as well as another blue Amoonguss, but the Brood Bonnet and the Arcanine immediately going out with the Intimidate onto this Iron Hand, lowering its attack stat already by 1.
By 1 indeed. So it's quite important in this scenario because Iron Hands is not going to be able to dispatch as much offensive pressure as it would like, but it does have other roles. It does fill, it has fake out pressure available, it does have the pivot action going for itself with the Volt Switch. So for example, because it's so tanky, it does have the Assault Vest, it can sort of slow pivot itself out in order to bring a Pokemon from the back in safely. And talking about switching out, we are going to be seeing the Brood Bonnet switching out indeed. King Gambit taking his place.
King Gambit taking his place could be supposed to be very interesting because, of course, the Brood Bonnet not necessarily wanting to be met with the... Oh, another Arcanine Intimidate might have predicted this, going with the Defiant boost on the King Gambit's end. While we still have to see what is going on, the Iron Hands not going for Fake Out, but Flare Blitz from the Arcanine into the Iron Hands, doing quite a bit of damage.
Doing quite a bit of damage indeed. Volt Switch will be targeting down the Arcanine slot, dealing a tiny bit of chip damage. However, like we just mentioned, you do have the accessibility of having the slow pivot action going for yourself. Seems like this Amoonguss, even though at the beginning of this turn was on the left-hand side of Eric's field, was able to go through the revolving door of, let's say, Pokemon in this case, where it switched itself back out onto the field. It does have the Rage Powder available, and Arcanine is right next to it.
Exactly. We have been showcased a little bit how good this defensive core can work because the Arcanine on switching with the Intimidate, so trying to make sure, and with that fire typing, then you have the Amoonguss itself, of course, making sure to have that regenerator and that bulk that it has to possibly redirect any moves. Now, with the Arcanine from Oliver's side, intimidated, not guaranteeing maybe a Flare Blitz KO there from the Arcanine onto the Amoonguss, as we do see the Arcanine actually switch out to the Iron Hands yet again, while the Amoonguss just going for the Protect, just making sure that it will stay safe this turn.
As Flare Blitz is going to target down the slot there. What was originally an Arcanine, so I think Oliver is just trying to focus down and already is aware of the playstyle Eric tends to go for in trying to play very passive defensive switches. And the main important thing for Eric right now is he wants to try to get that pivot action going in order to have an advantage when it comes to the board state. Oliver reading through this saying, okay, you know what, I understand how and know how Eric plays. I want to try to limit his freedom when it comes to him making these sort of plays.
Exactly, and now because the Iron Hands being very low, can still go for a potential fake out. This King Gambit, of course, being the Assault Vest set, meaning it cannot have that Protect, meaning you could potentially go for a fake out onto the King Gambit for free and then potentially spore something else with that Amoonguss. Or, as we do see here, we do see the switch out here from the King Gambit into that Brood Bonnet, just making sure that it can take this quite easily and not even wanting to risk that King Gambit potentially being put to sleep, as we see the Flare Blitz from the Arcanine going into Iron Hands and the Iron Hands going down. A bit of the core then chipped away, making it a bit easier for Oliver to work around that the fake out support is no longer there as well.
That was quite a nice and weighted play from Oliver's side. Having to switch out a +1 King Gambit after that Defiant via the Intimidate earlier on, it just goes to show his understanding of how he needs to shape things. He's expecting the Spore to go into that slot in order to slow down the Amoonguss, or should I say, sorry, the King Gambit in this case, but he knows and is very well aware that the King Gambit can't actually pick up the direct KO onto this Amoonguss, as it doesn't have Terra Blast, even though it does have the Fire Terra type available to itself.
Exactly. Now, that is very interesting. Fire Terra is something that is used for potential, and a Willow is there. As we do see the Terra mechanic activate here on Eric's side, as we do see that Golago going for that Terra Water, trying to make sure that this Arcanine will not hurt it as much with any sort of Flare Blitzes, for example. But then on the other hand, you still have that Brood Bonnet on the other hand that can go for a, might have gone for a Dark type move, trying to hit that Ghost typing from the Golden Go, as we do see the Flare Blitz into the Golden Go, just hitting it not very effectively because of that change of timing, as we do see the crunch. Quite a bit of damage, honestly, as the Amoonguss went for the Spore, but it doesn't affect the Brood Bonnet. Probably seeing that maybe the King Gambit is switching in back again, trying to get that Arcanine switch in as well for that Defiance. So thinking one step further in that regard, but unfortunately mispredicting that.
I think there are a couple of different layers to break down there. The Brute Bonnet does have access to the Water Terror type there. Perhaps Eric anticipating the Brute Bonnet to actually terrestrialize there as opposed to not, because you're able to resist the Make It Rain if it comes out, of course. So wanting to target down that slot with the Spore might actually make a lot of sense. However, we've got on the other hand, the Golden Go was allowed to get that Nasty Plot set up. Yes, it has lost half of its HP due to the double up there, but at least you got the redirection on the field, and the Arcanine is forced to try to target down the Amoonguss.
Exactly. And now Terra activation here from Oliver's side, going for that Terra onto that Brute Bonnet, actually trying to make sure that it goes for that Terra Water, trying to resist any sort of Make It Rains as well, trying to survive that, because then it can provide a lot more damage with any potential attacks, like for example Crunch and Sucker Punch, as we do see the Golago go just for the Protect, while the Arcanine goes for the Extreme Speed, trying to take a bit more damage onto the Golago instead of going for Flare Blitz, while this Golago can enjoy eating his leftovers a bit more, while the Crunch also going into that Protect, meaning this Amoonguss is free to do what it wants, going for a Spore yet again, but this time onto the Arcanine slot, trying to see if maybe there would be a switch out, but unfortunately that Arcanine has the safety goggles, which protects it from any sort of powder moves.
Yeah, exactly. I think Eric is just trying to make sure he can still establish a really good board state with the Golden Go available and allowed to sort of go for these very heavy sort of attacks that it can. Now that the Brute Bonnet is no longer a grass type, Rage Powder is the most optimal play for Eric to go for, as it will redirect the Brute Bonnet's attacks. Shadow Ball not enough to pick up the KO onto the Arcanine, even of course, if we do see the special defensive drop, it won't matter whilst it's at 12 HP, and we're going to be seeing the Intimidate's overtime taking effect onto the Arcanine, not being able to dispatch as much damage as it originally would have liked, and due to the remaining 12 HP on it, it actually goes down to the recoil via the Flare Blitz. We're going to be seeing the Crunch not enough to pick up the KO on Amoonguss, and some highlights to make. I think the most important point that we need to establish here is the fact that the Amoonguss has the advantage of having Regenerator ability, whilst its past form, the Paradox Pokemon Brute Bonnet, does not. If you switch the Brute Bonnet out, it cannot have that same sort of functionality as Amoonguss does as a main redirector.
Exactly, and that Amoonguss redirecting both moves was an incredible play, just making sure that this Golago was able to survive any sort of move. And we have seen earlier with that earlier Intimidate, seeing that the Arcanine would do less, but putting it just in range with that recoil from that Flare Blitz, which was quite impressive to see, meaning Arcanine is now gone, no more Intimidates on that end, while as well that Golago kind of thriving right now, even though it is a bit scared of this King Gambit that has the potential to still hit it hard with any sort of attack, because Golago with its stabs doesn't hit this King Gambit quite hard either.
No, it doesn't. Even if it is at +2 of its nasty of its special attack via the Nasty Plot, this King Gambit is going to be a very big wall, forcing Eric to go for the second Nasty Plot. Of course, you want to try to exceed any damage resistance coming out, or should I say any damage going into the King Gambit as a direct result. We do see the Rage Powder will be redirecting both of King Gambit and Brute Bonnet's attacks into it, finally taking down the cute little shiny mushroom, allowing room now for the Arcanine to come back onto the field. And this is a scenario, Shmon, where Intimidate is going to be set off, which in turn will set off the King Gambit's Defiance, bringing it up to +1. And Golden Go is within that area where it no longer has the Ghost type, so Sucker Punch in that slot could potentially pick up the KO, and I think the Arcanine really needs to prioritize reducing or mitigating the damage output of this King Gambit as much as possible. Sucker Punch, not enough to pick up the KO, as the Golden Go is just barely going to survive. Shadow Ball goes into the Brute Bonnet, does also miss the KO, will be proccing its Citrus Berry, getting a tiny bit of a recovery. So what does the Arcanine do, though?
The Arcanine going for the Willows, trying to mitigate to see the amount of damage that the King Gambit can do, just trying to make sure that it's burned, making sure that it will not do as much damage. But this little Shroom, of course, still being able to spore this Arcanine, because this Arcanine does not have the safety goggles, and now looking like a very hard situation for Eric here. His Golago naturally outspeeding both opposing Pokemon, but you have that priority move from that King Gambit. Even when Bird, he's still at +1, and that go is terribly, terribly low.
That is the problem right now. If you are Eric, you don't have enough resource left on the Golden Go to sort of take those hits. Whilst over on Oliver's side of the field, you do have that final third Pokemon, which we do see revealed to be the Flutter Mane. So being able to position it right now, anticipating a very passive defensive play of a Protect on this Golden Go is quite nice. I say it's passive, it's just the fact that the King Gambit does have it relatively pinned down. So you need to burn the mandatory sleep turn on the Arcanine, and the best way that Oliver thought of handling that turn is, right, let me try to get some immediate pressure onto the field. Of course, choice specs, Flutter Mane is a very good choice for that.
Exactly. Now that Flutter Mane is on the field, Flutter Mane, of course, naturally outspeeding the Golden Go, making sure that I can threaten it with a possible KO there, while the Arcanine still takes a turn, going for the double protect, trying to make sure that this Golden Go will stay alive for yet another turn, while we do see the Power Jam go right into that Golden Go, not of course affecting the Golden Go because it is protected, while the Arcanine unfortunately still taking a turn of sleep, because that could have turned around real quick if the Arcanine woke up there, could have done a lot of damage, for example with a Flare Blitz into the King Gambit or even into the Flutter Mane. Now Golden Go did heal a bit more thanks to that leftovers, of course, but is it enough to survive any kind of move from these opposing Pokemon?
It's quite tough because I think the Arcanine definitely needed to wake up and go for the Flare Blitz. I'm not sure with that range and due to the natural physical defensive bulk of the King Gambit if it would have been enough, whilst adding on the additional residual damage of the burn at the end of the turn. But likely from me experience-wise, I think it would have just survived in that spot. It could have proved to be detrimental, but we have a triple protect! Eric going for his win conditions. King Gambit, of course, will fail its Sucker Punch. Due to that triple protect, we see the focus of the Power Gem going into that slot. Of course, the choice specs locking into Power Gem makes sense in order for you to go and attack the Arcanine after. But unfortunately for Eric, even though he's getting really lucky with the double triple protect scenario, he's been quite unfortunate in the Arcanine still being asleep.
That turn could have turned around completely there. Now there is still that 4 protect that can still happen. Technically it is small odds, but the Arcanine has taken its full 3 turns of sleep, meaning it will wake up the next turn, meaning it will be able to dish out any amount of damage. King Gambit still going for Sucker Punch, trying to see if this Golden Go goes for any sort of attack, while this Flutter Mane still with the choice specs as well, with the Power Gem trying to KO the Golden Go. Golden Go not being KO'd yet, but Power Gem going into that and managing to take out the kill, and Golden Go finally being able to go down with that as well.
Indeed, it is finally felled out of Game 1. This Arcanine will wake up. Who is it going to target? It's going for the King Gambit. Will the burn damage matter? No, at the moment it does not. It's able to survive. Flutter Mane, however, we know it is locked in Power Gem. We know the King Gambit will at least attempt to try to get one more attack. However, the Arcanine over on Eric's side does have Protect. What that means is it will want to stall out the final turn of Burn to pick up the KO onto the King Gambit and allow a 1 versus 1 scenario between the Flutter Mane and itself. Is it enough to survive the Power Gem? Is it bulky enough? Or will it be able to actually get perhaps a critical hit Flare Blitz KO into it?
Yeah, it's a very hard position. As we see the King Gambit finally going down, thanks to that burn as well, that residual damage, we might have forgotten there for a second, that of course the Brute Bonnet is still alive. That means, and it is still that water typing, being able to threaten still quite a bit with its dark type moves, and even a potential another Spore. It is quite low HP, but this Flutter Mane is locked into Power Gem, and also locked into Power Gem, which is super effective onto the Arcanine. And on the other hand, it is also choice specs. Arcanine itself is being very bulky. The Power Gem going into it. Arcanine still surviving, slowly but surely eating its berry, its Agua berry there, healing a bit more of damage than what you're used to with Citrus, as it does go for the Flare Blitz into the Flutter Mane, and just doing a bit over half there.
Indeed, apologies, I completely forgot about the Brute Bonnet that was still available for Oliver in the back. this does naturally mean that, of course, Oliver is going to be rounding up this Game 1 win, of which was honestly such a hype match so far. I think there's a lot of things to try to process between both of these trainers with their plays, with the moments that they were choosing to either go for the setup over on Eric's side, try to maintain that board state to allow the Golden Go to deal as much damage as possible, pick up the necessary KOs it could, but over on Oliver's side, he had a really good handle on understanding that has to be Eric's strategy. How can I counteract it with my very good switch outs, the immediate pressure that the Flutter main can, of course, exude, and the King Gambit. It was burnt, but it was brought in at such really cool moments of interaction like that. First Defiant proc, it was brought in based on the speed tiers between the Pokemon that had switched out in turn 1.
Exactly, and the Pokemon at that turn were the Arcanine and the Brute Bonnet. Of course, Arcanine being a bit faster, switching out, I mean, the Arcanine switching in itself, being switched out by the Iron Hands, while the Brute Bonnet apparently moving slower there into the King Gambit, meaning that the Intimidate proccing that Defiant. King Gambit just being able to do a lot of damage with that +1, that low kick into the Iron Hands, just trying to make sure that this game of a little bit more slow play, where you have to intimidate the redirections, where your Golugo can slowly but surely set up to try and avoid that, and that was immaculately played by Oliver there. Honestly, I do not know what Eric could have done differently in that situation. It was quite hard to come back from a situation like that. But we saw the triple protect is possible. It is like where there is, if you want it, if you really want it, and if your Pokemon really wants to try as well, they are willing to go that far.
If there's a will, there's a way.
Exactly.
And I think Eric did very well in recognizing his win conditions. We did, however, see, because of the burn, even if the King Gambit was at +1 of its attack stage due to the Defiant, it wasn't actually enough to pick up the KO on the Golden Go, which allowed it a bit of breathing room. But enough about Game 1, ladies, gents, and lovely peeps. We are in Game 2, where we have the leads over on Eric's side, the Amoonguss and the Iron Hands, and for Oliver, the Dragonite and the Brute Bonnet. There it is.
Exactly. We have seen this form of Dragonite already. This is the Choice Band Dragonite. Now, this one does not have inner focus, meaning that it can be faked out by, of course, the Iron Hands now with the potential to fake out there. It can also be redirected still by the Amoonguss itself, but the Amoonguss does not want to be in the way between itself and the Terra Blast coming from this Dragonite. Then on the Brute Bonnet, of course, having Spore as well cannot be redirected either, and maybe trying to predict here if the Arcanine is gonna switch in, as actually we see the Arcanine switch in on Oliver's side, the Arcanine switching on to the Iron Hands, lowering the attack and lowering the attack from the Amoonguss as well.
Yeah, so a similar sort of fashion at least to what we saw in Game 1, where the Iron Hands did, of course, incur the Intimidate Spore. Now, of course, does try to direct itself into what was that Dragonite slot and is now the safety goggles Arcanine. So a relatively safe switch in there for Oliver. It seems that he did take this lead into consideration. I thought, okay, if I need to, of course, switch into any sort of spores coming this way, at least I know I can rely on my Arcanine to switch in, but also get an Intimidate drop, since there is, of course, no Defiant Pokemon that Eric does contain.
Exactly, and we do see the switch out from the Amoonguss into the Arcanine, just trying to lower the attack from both the Brute Bonnet and the Arcanine. Now, the Will-O-Wisp from the Arcanine going into that Iron Hands, just a little bit of residual damage, and also lowering the damage output that Iron Hands can provide as well.
Indeed, so half damage, even further mitigated damage, should I say, especially because of the Intimidate drop and the burn right now. Crunch going into the Arcanine, dealing relatively good chip damage, and we already see how impactful the Intimidate drop and the burn is, because we know Iron Hands is a very, very powerful and tanky Pokemon, and being able to get a super effective Drain Punch onto a Brute Bonnet, surely it really likes that. Of course, it was able to recover a bit of HP, but there was very minimal amount of damage that it was able to actually deal there.
Exactly, and we are being put in a situation that's interesting because, of course, the Iron Hand still has access to that Volt Switch, just being able to switch out slowly, trying to make sure that the next Pokemon that comes in will come in as well, slowly but safely. And we do see the King Gambit being switched in. Iron Hands would like to see that with a fighting boost, but we see the Will-O-Wisp from the opposing Arcanine from Eric, his side, into the Brute Bonnet, just burning that and just luring that attack by quite a bit, while the Spore from the Brute Bonnet into that Arcanine, because still that Arcanine does not have no safety goggles.
Exactly. The Brute Bonnet's damage output has been halved. Volt Switch from the Iron Hands will target the King Gambit, allowing Eric a bit more of that breathing room space that we're talking about due to the pivot. So Amoonguss once again being brought in. So it's quite nice to have that Volt Switch interaction and the switch out of, let's say, your second slot, and that being, let's say, Amoonguss. You could all of a sudden, within one turn, have the Amoonguss proc the Regenerator ability if it has taken any sort of damage, and just heal itself up and still find itself on the field at the end of the turn.
Yeah, exactly. And now we have to see like what is the position. Of course, the Arcanine can possibly wake up if needed. On the other hand, you still have on Oliver's side the Arcanine. Yeah, you can potentially switch in, luring the attack from the Arcanine. And we have the Amoonguss being able to actually threaten the Brute Bonnet with, for example, a Pollen Puff.
Oh, exactly that. I think that's 100% a potential option that we may be seeing. However, Brute Bonnet does switch out the Dragonite, switches back in. So this is sort of a bait of a play of Oliver does not expect a Spore to be coming out here. It's quite tough for Eric to make that sort of read, but guess what? He does just that. And I guess from Eric's point of view, you could try to play into that slot. Maybe the Brute Bonnet decides to go and opt for the Water Terror. I don't think it would make a lot of sense for it to have gone for it. However, Eric just going to show that in-depth knowledge and level of understanding of, okay, cool, Oliver might try to pull a fast one on me and attempt to go for that sort of switch out to better position himself for the Dragonite to pick up a KO onto the Amoonguss the subsequent turn.
As we see the Arcanine being switched out there for the Iron Hands. Iron Hands, of course, being able to threaten with a fake out next turn, as we do see the Protect from the Amoonguss, just trying to make sure that it is safe, while the Dragonite just takes a turn of sleep. Its first turn, meaning the next turn it can potentially wake up, while the Arcanine going for the Flare-Blitz into that Amoonguss slot. Unfortunately, the Amoonguss itself protected, so pretty safe.
I think the thing that we have noticed, and of course has become very popular, is the fact that we have Amoonguss and Arcanine having incredible synergy, especially when paired up with either a Water-type Pokemon, but more importantly, that Iron Hands. It is so bulky. Of course, it's there to deal damage, but it's a very good role to get some pivots going, either that being Volt Switch, and if you switch it out, at least you know that you'll bring it back in with the fake out pressure. Multi-scale on Dragonite, we know that it is not in a focus. We know, of course, it has taken its first turn of mandatory sleep. It does have the option of waking up. If it does so, and the Amoonguss is still on the field, that would be quite detrimental for Eric, hence why he has opted to switch it out for the Arcanine to get an Intimidate drop as well onto the Dragonite, which is a very nice play.
Exactly. You would have liked to be now in a focus for this particular reason, but of course in other situations, multi-scale is still amazing, as we do see that Terra activation here from Oliver onto his Dragonite, going into that Terra flying, which is very scary at this move, because of course going for a potential Terra Blast, even with -1, the choice band makes it so strong, but unfortunately the Dragonite, even though was able to transform, chooses to take another turn of sleep, while the Flare-Blitz going into the Arcanine, doing quite a bit of damage. Must have been a critical hit there, as we see onto the sleeping Dragonite, as we do see the Volt Switch onto this Dragonite, just breaking the multi-scale, just trying to make sure that the next amount of damage will do a bit more as well.
I'm really liking Eric's play right now. I think he's definitely bringing out the heat, and he's revealed his 4 Pokemon being the Golden Go. He seems to be relying on it. He knows that once put in a very good position, it can honestly run through Oliver's team, dependent on the scenario. There is the King Gambit you need to take into consideration. So the fact that you've got Golden Go, you know that you want to try to position and force Oliver to bring that King Gambit onto the field without proccing any sort of Defiant, whilst also dispatching of it as soon as you can to allow flexibility for this Golden Go to do what a Golden Go does, pick up KOs.
Exactly, and we do see the switch out for Arcanine, just trying to keep sure that the Intimidate is kept for a bit longer, as we see the Iron Hands coming back while the Golden Go going for Protect. This is a little bit more of a slower game, but these players are positioning themselves in a way where we not seeing it right now yet, but they are positioning themselves for their eventual win con, of course, as we do see the Goligo actually protecting itself so unaffected while the Dragonite takes another turn of sleep.
This is the sort of gameplay that happens when you understand that you need to take risks to try to position yourself for the subsequent turn, or at least the next 2 subsequent turns. However, you don't want to outrightly go for any hard predicts because you know that your opponent is playing a very similar game. So the first person that will break and have to sort of forfeit a prediction that goes wrong will get punished. And that's what both of these trainers are trying to avoid. That's why we see multiple protects. That's why we see multiple switch outs as well as vault switches as the fake out goes into the King Gambit.
Exactly, and the Goligo now able to go for that nasty block, just trying to make sure that it will be boosted. Its attack power will be raised as we see the Flamelets into that Goligo. Of course, that Goligo went for the Terra Water, just making sure that it was able to tank anything that the Arcanine was going to throw at it, and the leftovers just helping a bit more with that Turnly healing. And in this position, the Goligo is still looking good right now, as you can see the King Gambit might threaten it with any potential strong dark type move, but you still have the Iron Hands with a 4 times effective, the super duper effective fighting type moves onto the potential Goligo King Gambit as well.
And I think in this scenario, the King Gambit is enemy number 1 for Eric. You want to get rid of it as soon as possible. You know that it can just stay on the field and not get as threatened. You don't have any sort of, let's say, Focus Blast or something like that on a Golden Go, so there's no direct way to actually dispatch of it. It does have the Fire Terror type, if of course that is the choice, maybe in another game, but in this game we know that the Dragonite has actually opted to go for the Flying Terror type. So a lot of situations that you need to take into consideration. King Gambit, though, is a very strong point that Oliver is going to have to rely on in order to get through this game 2 and propel himself forwards, as we're going to be seeing a Protect from the Golden Go.
Yeah, Golden Go protecting, just trying to make sure that it doesn't take that much damage. As we see the low kick into, the low kick first into that Iron Hands, as the Drain Punch coming out into that King Gambit, doing quite a bit of damage, even though it is burned as well. The Golden Go just enjoying that leftovers, and now you have the position where the King Gambit is quite low, and you can potentially switch in the Arcanine, just making sure that if the Dragonite wakes up, its Terra Blast will do a little bit more, a little bit less damage, so that Goligo is sure to survive as well.
I'm quite surprised that Oliver actually kept the King Gambit in there, because, you know, even though the Iron Hands is burnt, of course, due to the Will-O-Wisp that we saw earlier on in this game too, it's still a quad super effective move. It is still going to be threatening this King Gambit. Sure, maybe not with a one-hit KO from that position. However, you're able to put it within range where now the Golden Go can actually start doing something.
Yeah, and we do see the Sucker Punch into the King Gambit, as we see a huge Make It Rain into the Dragonite, and the King Gambit barely missing out on KO onto the Dragonite, meaning that this Dragonite has to wake up right now, to providing a lot of damage as it does wake up, going for the Terra Blast, that very strong Terra Blast with the Choice Band going into the Goligo and KOing the Goligo, finally being able to get rid of that Goligo itself. Now only the Iron Hands onto the field on the opposing side, meaning, but it hasn't moved yet, giving that potential of still being able to KO the Dragonite, going for the Wild Jack, and suddenly only the Iron Hands is onto the field as well.
Wow, that is a very dynamic turn of events, quite literally, in that individual turn. You got a lot of KOs with all of a sudden, we had such a build-up of a game 2. So many defensive switches, so many repositionings as well, pivot action. This is the moment that we've been talking about. It's the one moment that both trainers recognize, okay, good. I need to put on the offensive pressure right now. I can't go defensive. I need to take action. And they both have coincided at the same exact time in an eruption of KOs on both sides of the field.
Exactly, and now we have had a lot of information. We know that the Goligo is now faster than Dragonite as well, which is something interesting to have maybe for potential game 3, as we see both Arcanites switched in, intimidating each other, as the Iron Hands does not quite enjoy that because, of course, it is still burned and at the same time now being intimidated. But the good thing is Eric still has the Pokemon in the back, being that Amoonguss with that regenerator, still having that potential of switching around with those defensive cores, as we do see the Amoonguss being switched out for the Arcanine, while potentially this Iron Hands can go for a Volt Switch, just putting the Arcanine back in again.
Oh, but the Flare Blades are going into that slot, and it picks up the KO. Critical hit accompanied by it. You can see that this has been so detrimental of a turn, making the prediction and actually getting the reward of the critical hit, because we know that Amoonguss is so tanky. It can survive Flare Blitzes even at neutral from the Arcanine, so quite a detrimental turn of events once again. It's so interesting that we see these two super explosive turns come one after another. Intimidate is back onto the field, as well as the Iron Hands making an entrance once again, having the fake out pressure available for Eric.
Yeah, the critical hit, of course, unfortunate, but we do still have that Arcanine being able to switch in. Now with 2 Intimidates on the field versus Oliver, and now no more Intimidates onto the Iron Hands. Iron Hands looking a bit of a better position now, still being able to Dream Punch this Brute Bonnet for super effective damage with any potential Dream Punch, and the Arcanine itself now being twice intimidated, meaning it doesn't do as much damage anymore, as we do see the Arcanine just go for the Protect, trying to see what Eric is going for, because of course the fake out into that Arcanine, meaning this Brute Bonnet can still move without being flinched as well.
Indeed. So, and just wanting to avoid any additional unnecessary damage dealt onto his Arcanine is why Oliver did attempt to go for the Protect. As we're going to be seeing, the Crunch does, of course, get a tiny bit of damage onto the Arcanine, and escorted with that a defensive drop, a secondary effect from this Crunch, which has a low chance of actually enabling. And because of that interesting interaction, we see 2 berries being procced. We see, of course, the Arcanine over on Eric's side have Agua Berry Recovery, and because of the burn residual damage dealt over time at the end of the turn for the Brute Bonnet, it was able to get that citrus recovery.
A bit of a lunch break there, really.
A bit of a lunch break after a very exhausted, continuous amount of turns there.
Exactly, but now the defense drop onto the Arcanine, unfortunate, of course, meaning that any damage coming into it will do a bit more, as we do see the extreme speed into the Arcanine, not doing that much because that Arcanine is still intimidated twice, as the Arcanine finally wakes up, going for that Flare Blitz into the Arcanine. Not enough for a kill, but getting very close to it, at least, as the Crunch from the Brute Bonnet into the Arcanine, still hanging on, while the Iron Hands can go for the Drain Punch, making sure that this Arcanine does go down, meaning this is a 2v1 situation where we do know that the Arcanine has extreme speed onto that Brute Bonnet potentially, and the Brute Bonnet does have access to Sucker Punch. Actually, this is interesting to see, but it's very hard suddenly for Oliver to try and stall out this game a bit to see what can happen here.
I don't think Oliver will be able to have a chance to go up against both of Eric's Pokemon right now. Sure, you try to put one of the Pokemon to sleep, that being the Arcanine, only because the burn is still on the Iron Hands. No Terra type on this Brute Bonnet. It is most definitely gonna be fearing the Drain Punch, of course, that comes out from this Iron Hands. We have seen the speed interactions as well. We know that this Brute Bonnet is under pressure at the current moment. I think likely Oliver is going to have to try to think, is likely already thinking about Game 3. There may still be somehow of a way to get out, but I think this is heavily in Eric's favor here, as we will see Oliver actually locking into the Sucker Punch, hopefully trying to target down that Arcanine that goes for the double Protect.
All right, Eric has been doing pretty well with these Protects, I must say, even in multiple succession, as we do see the Sucker Punch fail, as this Iron Hands is now free to hit this Dream Punch into that Brute Bonnet, just doing a bit of damage, but healing at the same time as well, being back actually over 50%, while again this Brute Bonnet taking more damage from this burn, as is this Iron Hands. So it's a very hard situation here for Oliver, but wow, I'm just flabbergasted, like the events that were able to transpire here, even though that we actually got here to the 3-minute mark there, but seeing that these Pokemon still alive, as we do see the Sucker Punch, still not enough for the Arcanine to be taken out, as the Arcanine can go for the Flare Blitz and just make short work of this Brute Bonnet.
Indeed, of course, in that scenario, I don't think Oliver would have had enough in the gas to bring this to a Game 2 win for himself. The Brute Bonnet just was in an unfortunate position. It was burned. It didn't have a way to deal any sort of spread damage, and it was the slowest thing on the field. So a lot of things to recognize and that did
Honestly,
of course occur in that Game 2. It felt like a roller coaster of emotions there. Eric was able to navigate his way through all of the defensive build-up with the switches, the pivoting. We've got the protect plays that were quite oftenly found and most frequent, if I'm completely honest, but they all built up to this point where there was a huge eruption of 1 to 2 turns in a row. We got, I think, 4 KOs in a match that had around 67 turns, with not a lot of action.
Yeah, exactly. But let's be honest, if we're going back, because we have seen Oliver earlier on stream, and he performed a very well offensive guard, showcasing that this team also can play the long game, can play a bit slower, and where you're thinking, okay, yeah, fine, we'll take it a bit slower, but when the position is right, I will try to strike as well. But that one turn of just the Dragonite being able to wake up and the Golden Go, just going for that extremely strong make it rain, doing as much damage as it possibly can there. Just both the opponents looking at each other and just realizing this is the turn. This is the important turn that we have. This is where I make my stand.
Exactly that. So a lot of dynamics and mind games occurring, of course. So we will be going into a final deciding Game 3. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, this is sort of a callback to last year's European International Championship final, where, of course, we did see Eric come out victorious. Will we see this occur once again with the title run on the line for both of these trainers in hopes of being able to reach the finals?
Exactly, and we do see the leads again. We see Arcanine and Amoonguss come out as the Brute Bonnet and Arcanine coming across from each other, actually being opposed to each other as well, looking in sort of kind of a mirror.
A bit of a mirror, of course, but there's the difference between the Paradox Pokemon of Brute Bonnet. As of that, it's a present state counterpart of the Amoonguss, but a very similar board state indeed.
Exactly, and with both Intimidate actually managing a bit more of this effect onto the Brute Bonnet, because Brute Bonnet itself, of course, being a physical attacker, being able with Crunch and Sucker Punch, being able to not do as much damage as it would have liked to do, and both Arcanines very threatening, still having the potential of that Will-O-Wisp, which makes it even its attack stat even lower. But then we have the Amoonguss itself still kind of being afraid of this opposing Arcanine, and save the Brute Bonnet because fire beats grass.
Fire does beat grass as long as it's in a really good position and there's no Terra type involved.
Exactly.
We're going to be seeing the Arcanine switch out for the Golden Go. Flare Blitz does target down the Amoonguss over on Eric's side. Will be able to bring it down to about half of its HP, enough within the range to proc the Citrus Berry. So Amoonguss is still on the field. It may be trying to opt to go for a Pollen Puff or even a Spore in anticipation of a switch up, but no, it's the Pollen Puff because it is quad, super effective onto this grass dark type Brute Bonnet, which will get its own Citrus Berry recovery proc.
Exactly, and the switch to Golden Go, very good there. Just trying to make sure that the Spore would not be affected really onto the Arcanine. The Arcanine has slept enough for 2 games already. It is time for that Golden Go switch in onto that Spore, just putting itself in a bit of a better position. Now, of course, the Arcanine being in the back can be switched in to make this Golden Go take attacks even better thanks to that Intimidate. But then you have the next level of thinking, which can happen, which Oliver's King Gambit, which can also be switched in as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think in this scenario, we know Safety Goggles is going to be quite big on this Arcanine, especially in this certain position. But like you said, Shimon, we do actually see an introduction of the King Gambit. Is this the Arcanine right now? It is not. It is the Iron Hand wanting to actually have Fake Out available for the subsequent turn. So that sort of makes sense there. You want to get a bit of a half and half scenario if you're Eric. You're going for the water to Rastal on the Golden Go, which will allow it more breathing room in order to avoid any super effective Flare Blitzers going into that slot, whilst it is trying to bolster itself up. It's plotting a bit of some nasty plans going on, skyrocketing its special attack to +2 stages. Flare Blitz not picking up any sort of burns, will target down and deal a tiny bit of chip damage on that Iron Hand.
Yeah, and now we have 4 Pokemon revealed from Eric's side, while on Oliver's side we only know 3 Pokemon still. It still has the potential of having that Dragonite with that strong choice banner Terra Blast there. Now Golago being in a position, very well positioned here, because it is +2, it is that water typing as well, so not as much threatened by that Arcanine or the King Gambit, while this Iron Hands actually on the opposing side still has the ability to fake anything out that it wants. The Golago could get a little bit more greedy, get a little bit more coins with that nasty plotting, a little even more for doing the maximum amount of damage that you want it to do. As we do see the King Gambit actually switch out here, and switching in comes in the Fluttermane there, as we do see the Fake Out go into the Mysteries of the Fluttermane. Affected it quite a bit as we see the Extreme Speed into the Golago, just going for a bit of damage, but the prediction here, the Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane, and just it going down.
Wow, that is out for the count. Ding, ding, ding. Fluttermane is KO'd, and it is not the best switch-in for that Shadow Ball, unfortunately, especially because of the +2 nasty plot boost in the previous turn. King Gambit kind of feeling bad right now. It doesn't actually have the Fallen-1 sort of ability where it's able to bolster its strength, utilized by its fainted out partners. Feeling a bit bad for the Fluttermane that kind of took a hit there.
Exactly. Now this is being, of course, you lost that offensive presence of the Fluttermane with its choice specs, just being able to chip as much damage and having a bit less of this defensive core. As we do see the Iron Hands switch out here for the Amoonguss, just trying to make sure that potentially could go for a redirection the next turn, or possibly a Spore as well, because now Fluttermane being done and out. You do have that Terra actually onto the King Gambit, seeing that Fire Terra this time around, trying to make sure that it can't do no wrong by getting Dream Punched by the Iron Hands that was in the previous turn.
As the Golden Go goes for the Protect, feeling like it needs a bit of a well-deserved rest there after that huge KO it was able to pick up, wants to avoid any extreme speed or any sort of damage, double up from both the Arcanine and this King Gambit's Assurance. However, we've got the Amoonguss, which is now a really good support Pokemon partner for this Golden Go going into the next turn, as Leftovers allows the Golden Go to sort of rebolster its remaining HP, and now it's all about, I guess, the mind games. What do you do with the King Gambit if you are Oliver? Are you scared of this Spore coming out from the Amoonguss?
We do see the Extreme Speed from the Arcanine going into that Golden Go, as we see the Shadow Ball going into the Arcanine, a huge critical hit. This Arcanine previously had 2 critical hits and now finally got critical hit back, as we do see the Assurance doing quite a bit of damage onto the Golden Go, as the Spore does come out from the Amoonguss, putting the King Gambit in a bit of a dire situation, of course, and only 1 Pokemon being in the back, being that Brute Bonnet.
There is a thought that I'm having at the back of my mind is, does the critical hit really matter? But I think it's within that gray line of Pokemath coming in right now, of the damage rolls at that point. It might have just been outside of reach of any sort of maximum damage roll. So the critical hit likely would have mattered, and it was very crucial. Eric was able to capitalize off of the advantage there, just pick up the KOs. It's what we discussed. The Golden Go wants to sweep. Please put it in a position to sweep, and that is what it is doing right now.
Exactly, and now with the King Gambit asleep, the Brute Bonnet is not really in a happy position, as we see the switch out actually from the Golago into the Iron Hands here, just trying to make sure that the potential fake out here, as we do see the protect actually from the Brute Bonnet, meaning the next turn another protect would be half by chance, meaning a Pollen Puff in and fake out could definitely go into that slot as well.
Indeed, Pollen Puff tries to target down and pick up any sort of KO or at least some really good damage. We saw it dealt about half of the Brute Bonnet's HP's worth in the first couple of turns. However, might have been a double protect there, actually, from the Brute Bonnet. It does not want to go down to any sort of pressure here. Fake out, trying to target it down. You see that Eric maybe wanting to get rid of it to open up the King Gambit following turn, but the King Gambit, unfortunately, is still asleep. And the double protect actually being a bit of a lifeline in conjunction with the additional sleep turn.
Exactly. Now the King Gambit has a little bit more chance of waking up, and King Gambit does have a move that might help here a bit versus that Amoonguss. For example, the Iron Head, you have always that chance to flinch as well, because you do not want to get hit by a Drain Punch nor a Pollen Puff, as we do see this switch from the Iron Hands into that Golden Goal. Back at it again with that water typing, as we do see the King Gambit still asleep, still taking a royal sleep there, while this the Brute Bonnet went for the Spore there, going into the Goodness Goal. A well-predicted play there, as the Pollen Puff coming out into the Amoonguss, doing quite a bit of damage, but barely missing out on the KO there.
Barely missing out indeed. I think we had seen it's roughly going to survive based on the damage earlier on. However, Golden Go just showing off its really cool ability of Good as Gold. It's able to completely ignore all status type moves onto its self. Sucker Punch, however, is something it cannot dodge, and it does get KO'd.
Exactly. Now this Golden Go finally going down after being so bulky and healing so much damage thanks to this Arcanine and this Amoonguss and even the Iron Hands, as the King Gambit finally wakes up, going for the Iron Hand, hoping for that potential flinch as well.
Indeed, Spore, though, is allowed to get dispatched back into this King Gambit, putting it back to sleep, unfortunately. No flinches for Oliver, and we're in a scenario where Eric is free to bring in the Iron Hands. Fake out pressure, it's obvious, it can go into the Brute Bonnet. However, there's a couple of different layers of mind games. Do you expect Oliver to go for the very safe protect, or do you want to make sure you are still targeting that slot in case Oliver tries to go for a read?
Exactly, going for the protect, just making a safe play, trying to make sure that fake out does not kill this potential Brute Bonnet, as we do see the sleep activate of King Gambit, meaning this Iron Hands went for a Drain Punch, doing a little bit of damage, but thanks to that fire typing, not doing as much damage either.
Indeed, it's now to the Fire Terror type. It is no longer quad weak to the fighting type. Pollen Puff once again trying to get rid of this Brute Bonnet. Now, Oliver is going to have to really rely on a couple of multiple protects in conjunction with any wake up, which we do see come out from the King Gambit. It does move first. It does go into the Amoonguss slot. Does it pick up a flinch is the real question. Brute Bonnet does actually go ahead and get the Spore. It outspeeds the Iron Hands over on Eric's side. Of course, taking the mandatory turn of sleep. Do we see a flinch again? No! No flinch! Pollen Puff is able to finally pick up the KO onto the Brute Bonnet, leaving this affair in a 3 versus 1 advantage for Eric.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to go for Iron Head as much as possible, just trying to get that flinch, making sure that Amoonguss couldn't go for any sort of attack into that Brute Bonnet, trying to keep your 2 Pokemon alive, just making sure that you can be put in a position where both Pokemon are still able to put that offensive pressure, because Iron Hands is asleep. Now Low Kick doing quite a bit of damage, well predicted there, foreseeing. Okay, it's fine. The Amoonguss has put the Brute Bonnet, has KO'd that, but doing a bit of damage to this Iron Hands, while the Iron Hands, of course, as well, took 1 turn of sleep, meaning the next turn it can't wake up, but the King Gambit has to choose if it goes for an attack into the Amoonguss slot, because the Amoonguss has that possibility of always being able to Spore, while this Iron Hands can possibly wake up and do a lot of damage as well.
Very nice calculated decision here to switch the Amoonguss out. You want to be able to reactivate the Regenerator ability. However, we do have the adverse effect of the Defiant boost now, allowing this King Gambit to dish out a tiny bit more damage now that it is, of course, at +1 of its attack.
Exactly, and now we actually pretty interesting to see the Iron Hand still asleep, meaning the next turn it can possibly wake up, if I recall correctly, and low kick now doing a bit more damage thanks to that Defiant boost. Arcanine not really being able to hit this King Gambit for really hard damage, as we do see the switch out here from the Iron Hands into the Amoonguss, predicting a possible low kick being not very effective onto its poison typing from the Amoonguss itself, as we see the Flare Blitz from the Arcanine into the King Gambit, not doing that much damage because of course it is a fire type now.
There's no real good way for this Arcanine to actually deal damage onto the King Gambit, which of course does share the same type right now, that being the Terra Fire. You want, if you're Eric, to reposition yourself to the point where you can put this King Gambit to sleep, you can actually go ahead and get some really good damage, or should I say consistent damage from the Iron Hands, but you've got to really avoid tripping up. If you allow this King Gambit any sort of window, it will come back and it will steal the game from you.
Exactly. Now you have to be careful because low kicking into that Amoonguss slot is might be dangerous, because of course it can protect. The Arcanine can just go for that little bit of chip more, because you really want to get rid of this Amoonguss, because the Amoonguss can win the game for definitely for Eric. You still have the amount of damage that the Arcanine can put out, and as well you have the fake out pressure still from that Iron Hands as well, which can guarantee you eternal sleep. But having both of them onto the field is quite hard when this King Gambit keeps dishing out these hard-hitting moves as well.
It is indeed, and something that we do need to take into consideration is Eric may actually be playing to timer concurrently as to trying to whittle down this King Gambit's HP, or remaining HP. I believe I had just caught a glimpse of Oliver's your time remaining at around 1 minute 45, but that may not actually be enough time to allow Oliver to try to make a comeback. Low kick, oh, goes into the Amoonguss slot, perhaps anticipating an Iron Hand switch in there, but it is unfortunately, as a direct result, going to be put to sleep for perhaps the third or fourth time during this individual game, and we see Oliver finally going ahead and conceding the match in what was honestly an absolute treat for everyone, including ourselves, to view between these top world-class players.
Exactly. We have seen so many different layers of play and understanding of each other's team, and what is the win condition, what is the play to make here, what is the time that I have to click my offensive move to really try turn this game around, because you want to try, it is the positioning once and forth again between the trainers.
Indeed, as of course, we know that Eric is going to be progressing into the top 4 right now. He's very happy. We can, of course, see his smile there in the stream. Quite unfortunate for Oliver, of course, commiserations, but such an incredible feat to be able to reach this stage. We know Oliver, we know how consistent he has been throughout multiple years and multiple formats. Of course, we were just talking about that. He was the finalist that went up against Eric in last season's European International Championship. So seems like at the current moment, history is trying to repeat itself.
Exactly, and now going into top 4 then, that means that is, of course, one more hurdle passed after first your day 1, then the day 1 Swiss, then the day 2 Swiss, and now top 8 first round, and now we are in top 4, and now maybe seeing him back later again, but of course, both players played that immaculately. Like, it was a different level of understanding. Like, it is amazing to see what the potential plays were. Just seeing how well positioning the potential fake out, the Amoonguss with its spores, of course, as well, and the intimidates from the Arcanine, just trying to make the clock tick, really.
No, yeah, because there's a lot of different cycles that kept on repeating over and over and over again. Like you mentioned, you got the fake out, you got the Volt Switch pivot interaction with the regenerator of the Amoonguss, where it could try to switch out. You have the Iron Hands on the field, Volt Switch, bring it back in, and you've got an Arcanine on the other side there, threatening with either Will-O-Wisp burns or Flare Blitz raw fire type damage. And once again, switch that back out so you can preserve Intimidate for a later stage, of course. So seeing both of these trainers consistently get those various cycles going on and on and on, and somehow still stand and sit and breathe like us, it's an incredible feat, no doubt.
And honestly, you have to imagine as well, these players have been doing this for over 2 days in different rounds, where they had to adapt their plan again and again and see what is happening. Like, this is intense level of thinking, because as we have seen, especially in that end game, where the King Gambit had to choose, like, is he going to switch into that Iron Hands? Am I just going for the Iron Head into that Among Us? It is something hard to predict, but like, those are the so many possibilities that these players are trying to give themselves to just make it harder for your opponent to know what you are actually thinking of doing.
Well, exactly, because even though you've got your game plan, your opponent has their game plan. Your plan, obviously, is if you have a certain type of strategy based on the particular team that you've decided to bring to the tournament, you may go about it in a couple of ways. We've seen various teams actually have more of a reactive stance as opposed to what the current meta is, whilst on the other hand, you've got some other bespoke strategies with a certain particular cause of Pokémon that work quite well. You have your own setup, for example. You've got redirection, you've got Dondozo Tatsugiri, you've got various sort of strategies that you can implement, but the battle between those two trainers, you had a couple of calls within your overall team where they acted as a sponge against your opponent's team. The Fire, Water, Grass Claw, you've got the Iron Hands having that fake out pressure, having its ridiculous tankiness as well as offensive physical damage output, which just works and synergizes in such a beautiful way, which is why it's honestly such a strong call.
It is so strong, and it's hard to break through. Of course, you have those limited amount of Pokemon that can try and do as much as damage. You have that Fluttermane with that Choice Spec, which can deal a lot of damage. But yeah, if your opponent suddenly catches on what you are trying to do, trying to make that safe switch towards it, and just being able to KO that is very detrimental. And the same thing for, like, for example, the Dragonite. And it is that Golago that was able to slowly try to make sure, like, I am gonna try and set up. I have these 3 Pokemon next to me doing their best of giving the best position for me to set up and just make it rain.
Well, make it rain, and make it rain it did. Of course, that was Eric Rios, which has been able to clinch his spot into the top 4 of our Utrecht Special Event. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and cut straight to the couch interview area. We'll be able to hear more from him shortly, so we'll pass it straight over to you.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. What a spectacle we were able to behold there. An absolutely fantastic top 8. And I am joined by the winner of that match, Eric Rios. Eric, how are you feeling after such an intense match?
Hello, James. Jamie, sorry. The match was so difficult for me. I played the same team in 2 rounds against Leonardo Bonanomi, and I had to read everything like I did in the game 3, the Shadow Ball and Fake Out to prevent the Fluttermane switching, but the reason of the Shadow Ball and Fake Out was predicting the King Gambit Terrafy to do some damage and avoid to do the Assurance and Extreme Speed into my Goldengo. But it's a super difficult matchup for me.
Yeah, it did seem like it. It seemed like Oliver was really playing well in that first game. Very, very tricky indeed. But you did manage to adapt. You did end up going with the same strategy as you did in that game 1. Why did you decide that the 4 Pokemon you brought to the game 1, even though it was a loss, was the strategy for the game 2 and the game 3?
I did the same for the 3 games, and I repeat the lead in game 2 because I am afraid of King Gambit lead if I intimidating. So that's why I lead with Iron Hands and Among Us, because I don't want to give King Gambit a free boost in the beginning of the match. And seeing the Oliver's leads and the Oliver's pressure in game 1 and game 2, you try to lead with Arcanine this time, trying to avoid King Gambit, and it works.
Yeah, it did seem to work, and so Oliver switched it up a little bit in that game too, bringing the Dragonite instead. Do you think the Dragonite was something you found a bit easier than the Fluttermane?
Dragonite is quite good with the Choice Band, can do a lot of damage. Sometimes when I face Choice Band Dragonite with King Gambit, I need always to protect and play some defensive or some aggressive plays, depends on the situation. But it's true that if I face that, maybe I need to change my typing with my Among Us and maybe try to spore Dragonite. So I think Oliver did good doing that, because I think Dragonite is quite good against me. I'm not sure about Fruitermane. I think Fruitermane always can keep the pressure, but I think Dragonite it's quite good against me, better than Fruitermane.
Yeah, well, you were able to win the game that the Dragonite came to, and then catching the Fluttermane very nicely in that game 3. Really, really nice play indeed. Of course, this was a repeat of the finals of the International Championship that you did end up winning. So how are you feeling going up against the person you were against in the finals of that International?
When I saw my top 8 match, and I saw that it was Oliver, I thought, okay, we will have a rematch from the Europe Internationals, and when I face Oliver, is always great battles, because he's so good and he makes always good calls. He knows to predict. Sometimes do good turns, so it's always difficult to play him. And yeah, finally I can. Well, I won that top 8 match. Sorry, and yeah, I am in top 4. I'm happy to win that match, and that hard match for me. And let's see how it goes today.
Yeah, absolutely. One step closer to yet another championship, so you're into the top 4. How are you feeling about your chances of winning the whole thing?
I'm feeling super good. Playing these days, I did like 12-2 in total, 9-0 yesterday, and I'm feeling good playing. Well, I lost to Juanma. I don't know if he's top 4 now, but he did 5-0 today, and 8-1 yesterday, and he lost against me, and he won against me today. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good playing today. Yeah, I think I have chances to win.
Yeah, well, you put on a fantastic show so far.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic match in
Thank
that
you so
top
much.
8. We are looking forward in your top 4 as well, where I'm sure it will be another great game. So make sure you are not going anywhere. We will be right back very shortly after we cut to a short break for the top 4 of the Pokemon Utrecht Special Event. Stay tuned.
Sorry, I was so nervous.
No.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the top 4 of the Pokemon Utrecht Special Event 2023. My name is Jamie Boyt. I'm still joined by Charlie Merriman, and what a game we just had in our top 8. Eric Rios versus Oliver Eskelin. That was such an intense match.
Oh, it was so intense, and I'm not surprised they went to a game 3. And they were calling each other on basically every single turn. Good predictions from both sides, and my goodness, that prediction from Eric with a Shadow Ball going straight into the Fluttermane slot that Oliver just switched in, it was potentially game-defining.
Yeah, absolutely. He said in his interview he was trying to just catch the Terrafire on the Kingambit and got one better and just immediately KO'd a Fluttermane. Absolutely fantastic game. Definitely go back and watch that if you did miss it. It was one for the books for sure. And that did advance Eric into the top 4 as well. We do have confirmation of our other 3 players. We are going to have Marco Silva versus Eric Rios in our second of the semi-finals. But to start us off with, we're going to have Alex Gomez versus Aurelian Sula.
Yes, we absolutely are. And we should be able to bring you both of those semi-final matches, which is a real treat. And we can't wait to see which of these players are going to be advancing to the next round. And the first match we'll be covering is Aurelian Sula versus Alex Gomez. And I just wanted to point out to you, Jamie, that we have a Mousehold on one of these teams, but not a Baxcalibur.
Yeah, I guess you win this one. Mousehold did make it into the top 8 and now the top 4 as well, featured on Aurelian's team. There no Baxcalibur in sight, so unfortunate, but still fantastic teams coming out from all of these players. You can see there, Aurelian did advance over Juan Odriozola, who went 13-1 in the Swiss. So a really, really good showing for Juan, but unfortunately in the top 8 it is single elimination, and Aurelian was able to advance there. And Alex Gomez taking out Antonio Sanchez to move on in our first top 4.
So yes, we can see here confirmed no Lily Cole in the finals here, as opposed to Vancouver, where it went ahead to win the entire championship. So all bets are off. Which Pokemon are going to be able to do it? We do see, however, all 4 of the players advancing to this stage of the competition have a Dragon type on their team in some form, be it the Dragonite or Roaring Moon.
Well, it seems like we're going to have a Dragonite versus Roaring Moon final, because the Dragonites are on Aurelian and Alex's side of the field, and Roaring Moon is on Eric's and Marco's side of the field. We have been seeing them across the weekend pretty much exclusively having at least one of the Dragonites or the Roaring Moon. There's been very few teams that haven't had at least one of those Pokemon.
Yeah, very few indeed, and we've really, over the course of this tournament, seen the rise of the Choice Band Dragonite that's absolutely torn through multiple teams that we featured and that we haven't throughout this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got Assault Vests on the Aurelian's one. That is the one that they've been using pretty much, I was going to say this season. It's been the Regulation B, at least. Yeah, been using pretty much the same team throughout the entirety of it, and has already got top 4 at the Bochum Regional Championships, and has repeated already at least a top 4 in this special event as well.
Yeah, which goes to show there are certain team compositions that are stronger than others, but also it does come down in no small way, to the person piloting the team as well. Very much a comfort pick. It's a team that is incredibly familiar to Alex or
to Aurelian.
To Aurelian,
Aurelian is the one that's been using consistently.
Yes, that's right. Sorry, yes, because we have the Assault Vest Dragonite for Aurelian, but Alex on the other hand is running that Lumberry. So yeah, comfort pick for Aurelian, a team that you're very familiar with, and yes, it has the Paradox Pokemon on there as well. But take that as a vote of confidence. You don't always need to switch up depending on the other Pokemon that you see others using. You just stick to your game plan.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a discussion about this yesterday. Do you want to go into a tournament with something you're very comfortable with that might be a little bit old and players have a match up against? Or do you try and get a Metacool, which is maybe a new team that's sprung out and people don't have experience against, and then try and catch people off guard with that? Some players opt for one of those strategies. So some players may think about, at this stage in the season, I'll go for trying to get a Metacool. Some players will stick to what they know and stick to that comfort, and that definitely works for some people, and it's definitely working for Aurelian.
Yeah, absolutely working for Aurelian. And of course, even if you keep the same Pokemon and potentially the same Terra types, the same abilities, etc., you can still, of course, tweak those EVs, those effort values, which is the one thing that your opponent will not be seeing going into team preview. So you might go up a team that you faced many, many times before, know exactly how it works, and then come into a nasty surprise when you realize that actually it's just able to survive something that was able to pick up a knockout before, and vice versa.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that can help get that little bit of extra survival is that Mousehold as well, with that Friend Guard ability, are going to be keeping the partners safe there. So we can see our players on the screen there. We've got Aurelian on the left, we've got Alex on the right. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very good game to start us off in this top 4.
Yeah, an excellent game as the players have got seated on stage. The entire venue was glued to the screen watching that match between Eric Rios and Oliver Eskelin. And now these trainers, it's their turn to see what they can do against their opponent. A nice little confident look there from Alex Gomez going into this round. And, you know, confidence is key. At this stage in the competition, there will be turns where you have to make bold reads. And it's something that neither of these trainers are, or I should say both of these trainers are incredibly familiar with.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be able to get to this stage in the competition. It's a very, very impressive feat from Alex, going 9-0 on the first day of the Swiss, able to make it all the way into the top 4 as well. We've got Eric Rios, who did exactly the same thing. We'll be featuring them very soon, but you can see the accomplishments of both of these players here. Coming off the top 4 in the Bochum Regional Championships, Aurelian did get a very, very good result previously and has at least matched it in this one, looking to go even further. Has done very well in the seniors division as well. We can see last year just leveling up into the Masters only this year and still putting on some fantastic performances.
Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, just look at that roster of achievements from both trainers. Of course, Aurelian's from the past year and Alex stretching back a little bit further. Yes, we can see for Alex it's World's Top 8, which is matched by Aurelian in 2022. EUIC runner-up, LAIC Top 8. So all over the world, as we can see, the NAIC for Aurelian as well. These trainers are incredibly highly regarded, and oh my goodness, I can't wait for the match that we're about to cast.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a good one for sure. We'll be able to show you the teams once again. We have featured both of these players on stream already, so it should be no surprise as to what they are using. We've still got some interesting picks coming out from both of these players. We'll be able to have a look at it a little bit more in depth. So this is the team that Aurelian has been using previously across the formats so far. Very, very comfortable with these 6 Pokemon.
Very comfortable indeed. I want to give a shout out to that Volcarona there, a Pokemon we see sometimes, and it's brilliant to see it in the top 4. Flame Body threatening burns against anything that attacks it, meaning it can be a threat even when it's not providing much via its attacks on the field, with the leftovers as well, able to recover, and if you let it get set up with a Quiver Dance, that could spell some heavy trouble. And looking for that Golden Go, a covert cloak on that Golden Go. That's not an item we see especially often on the Pokemon.
Yeah, it's mainly going to be on Golden Go for Snarls. That would be the big thing that you want to stop in regards to the secondary effects of the other moves. Like, it will stop Icy Winds, and that'll be lovely, but the Covert Cloak going to keep it safe from any of those secondary effects. Very, very nice for it indeed. So that is going to be the team that Aurelian's running. We can have a look at what Alex is running as well. Very, very consistent Pokemon coming out. A couple of neat little twists there, though. You've got the Morning Sun on the Arcanine. That is not a move we see very commonly at all. We got the Flare Blitz and the Will-O-Wisp. That's going to be incredibly common. Usually it would be something like a Snarl or an Extreme Speed to fill out that last little tech slot, but Morning Sun is the move of choice there.
Morning Sun, a really interesting choice there. And looking at that Iron Bundle, we've seen a couple with Encore being run, but this Iron Bundle is going with the moveset that was more typical before that era, with the Protect, Freeze Dry, Hydro Pump, and Icy Wind. So looking to deal perhaps more damage, more speed control than an Encore Iron Bundle. And again, difference between the two Dragonites on these teams here is that Alex is running the Lumberry rather than that Assault Vest.
Yeah, absolutely. That frees up the ability to use status moves, and therefore there is the Tailwind available on that Dragonite. You can't be going for a Tailwind if you've got an Assault Vest on your Dragonite's Lumberry. Still going to have some very good utility against any of the status conditions. If you're going for an attack into the Volcarona and you get burned, then the Lumberry will be able to solve that very nicely. But still being allowed to go for the Tailwinds as well could put Alex into a very, very nice position to outspeed all of the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely, as we are able to get into turn 1 of our first game of top 4, and it's Dragonite and Maushold for Aurelian, and it's King Gambit and Fluttermane for Alex.
Yeah, so this is a very classic lead coming out for Aurelian here. Dragonite's paired up with a Maushold. If you've got an Assault Vest and you've got Frengard, Dragonite really does not take too much damage at all, especially if you go for an immediate Terror into the Flying type, drop your Dragon typing, and you'll be able to take on the Fairy Fluttermane a lot better than you would have been able to otherwise. It will take really, really not much damage at all, even with the Booster Energy boost, giving the special attack boost to the Fluttermane, not the speed boost, so going to be doing extra damage. But the fact that you've got the Assault Vest, you've got the Frengard, that will really, really help out this Dragonite.
That's a whole lot of hypothetical boost there, Jamie, as we get into this turn 1 with a Flying Terror Dragonite hitting the field for Aurelian. It's an immediate turn 1 Terror. Its type, he's got rid of the Dragon type as Maushold goes for a Protect. keeping itself safe, but of course still providing that Friend Guard defense boost to its partner Dragonite. It is a dazzling gleam coming out from Fluttermane on Alex's side. It's going to go into the Dragonite, but Dragonite, again, is no longer part Dragon type. It's a critical hit onto the Dragonite, but taking it much better than it would have done otherwise. A Flying type Terra Blast coming straight out from the Dragonite into the Fluttermane. It's not enough for the knockout, and that's no Focus Sash. That is just a clutch survival from Fluttermane as an Assurance comes out onto Dragonite, bringing it down to about a quarter of its health.
Yeah, that's surely got to be a calc you've got in mind when it comes to training your Fluttermane. That is a very common attack coming out from Dragonite. Terra Blast Flying is what it likes to go for in this Regulation B, and Fluttermane able to survive there with just a sliver. Really, really well-trained Fluttermane. But you saw how much damage the Dragonite took with the Friend Guards. Even a critical hit Dazzling Gleam did only about a third of damage to the opposing Dragonite. The Assurance does some very nice damage as well, but now you're going to be able to do some extra damage. The multi-scale has been broken, so you can be able to do extra damage with this Dazzling Gleam here, but not quite enough.
And here we go, it's not quite enough with that Assault Vest and the Friend Guard. Super Fang dealing exactly half damage to King Gambit as Terra Blast comes out from Dragonite. Again, this time going into the King Gambit, it's not enough for the knockout. It's down to about a quarter of its health. King Gambit going for an Assurance into Mousehold. That is enough to take it down. So Dragonite will no longer have that little defense boost from Friend Guard as Aurelion will bring in one of the Pokemon he has in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to assume that it's going to be that Iron Bundle because you do need to be able to outspeed the opposing Pokemon. The Fluttermane is so low that even Icy Wind, even though it's usually just used for speed control and a little bit of chip here and there, it would be in range of being able to be knocked out by that attack. So the Iron Bundle joining the field here, getting the speed boost, definitely going to be outspeeding and threatens the knockouts. You just need to be aware of if you go for the Icy Wind as the methods to be able to knock out the Fluttermane, that would activate the Defiant of the King Gambit. So maybe going for something a little bit safer like the Freeze Dry, that would easily be able to pick up the knockout on the Fluttermane as well. Would the Terra Blast be enough to into the King Gambit? Because you don't have any coverage for Steel types on this Dragonite. Sometimes you run Brick Break, sometimes you run Stomping Tantrum. There is not any of those options on here. Terra Blast is your best move of choice into the opposing King Gambit. Will that be enough for the knockout? Because you've got a free knockout into this Fluttermane if you do take it with your Iron Bundle. Whether that's with the Freeze Dry or whether you want that extra little bit of chip with the Icy Wind that might put the King Gambit into the Terra Blast range.
Might put it into Terra Blast range, but it might also miss, of course, with Icy Wind not being 100% accurate as Dragonite is withdrawn for Aurelion, and instead he replaces it with Great Tusk coming out. A Sucker Punch into Iron Bundle deals roughly half of its health as a Freeze Dry comes out, easily enough to pick up the Fluttermane here. So that goes down for Alex Gomez. It's one Pokemon lost each for these Pokemon trainers as he will have to bring in one of his own Pokemon from the back.
It's a trade you're probably willing to make at this point. You've got some very, very good damage onto the opposing Iron Bundle with the Sucker Punch. Dragonite is the Pokemon of choice to join the field here, so it's going to be able to threaten the Tailwind, so you can start to outspeed the opposing Great Tusk very well as well. It does have the multi-scale available to it. It was the inner focus on Aurelion's one, so that's why it was taking a little bit more damage than previously. But the multi-scale on Alex's side of the field will keep it safe from a Freeze Dry. It doesn't necessarily need to go for any kind of Terror to survive because of that multi-scale. It would be very nice to be able to reduce the damage and then be able to respond back with some very good damage with its own Terra Blast, but it's still in a pretty good position here because the Great Tusk is not going to be able to hit it very hard. It will be able to affect the King Gambit, but you've already got a very, very good amount of damage into the opposing Iron Bundle with King Gambit. Could you get a little bit more with Sucker Punch as well?
Yeah, it goes to show how effective Dragonite's abilities can be in this meta, as it's also a Terra Flying Dragonite for Alex in this game, matching Aurelion's from earlier. So, Dragonite now pure flying type as Iron Bundle goes for a Protect, keeping itself safe, scouting out what's about to happen, and it's a Sucker Punch from King Gambit, which fails, of course, because there is no damage coming out from the Iron Bundle. Headlong Rush into the King Gambit, easily enough to pick up the knockout. As a result, Great Tusk takes a drop to its defense and its special defense, but that is another knockout. Alex down to his final two Pokemon in the Dragonite, and an, as of yet, unrevealed Pokemon. It's a flying type Terra Blast from Dragonite into this Great Tusk. It's not going to appreciate taking that, especially after the defense drops, but thanks to the Focus Sash, no matter what happened with the damage rolled there, it is able to survive on at least 1 HP as Iron Bundle comes in for Alex from the back.
That's the Pokemon you probably wanted to see if you were Alex coming in, going to be able to threaten the damage that you need to be able to get. That little bit of chip damage into the Great Tusk can be done with extreme speed. You don't get any kind of speed boost on here because it is going to be instead the Focus Sash on the Iron Bundle, so going to be able to take on the opposing Iron Bundle quite well. The little bit of chip damage from the Sucker Punch probably puts Aurelion's Iron Bundle in range of Freeze Dry, so you could pretty safely go for an extreme speed into the opposing Great Tusk. That's probably why it's protecting itself here, and then get that Freeze Dry KO into the opposing Iron Bundle.
Well, we'll have to see when we, as extreme speed does indeed go into the Great Tusk, which keeps itself safe on that 1 HP. Iron Bundle on Aurelian's side goes for it into the Iron Bundle on Alex's side. It's left with about a quarter, a fifth of its health, and it responds with a freeze dry. It's enough for the knockout, so Aurelian loses their Iron Bundle.
Yeah, that's a pretty big KO there, and both Pokemon on Aurelian's side of the field are incredibly low, absolutely in range of Extreme Speed coming out from the opposing Dragonite, which is still at full HP. And that means it's still got its multi-scale intact. So even if you can go for like an Ice Spinner from the Dragonites on Aurelian's side of the field, that would deal super effective damage, but definitely not enough because of the fact that the multi-scale is still there, and the fact that Alex is moving first with the Extreme Speed to take care of that Dragonite.
With a critical hit that really did not matter, as Dragonite goes down for Aurelian, he's left with this 1 HP Great Tusk, and it seems like the mountain might just be too much to climb, and yes, there it is. The Freeze Dry coming out into the Great Tusk. Great Tusk goes down, and in a fairly swift set, Alex wins that first game.
Yeah, very, very nicely done for Alex there. Sending out the Fluttermane and the King Gambit to threaten the Dragonite and the Mousehold. You saw how much damage it was taking. It was going to be protected by the Assault Vest and the Friend Guard. Even with the critical hit, it was still doing reasonable damage, but that was a significant chunk on turn 1, even with all of those buffs to its defenses. And not quite able to pick up the knockout on the Fluttermane. That was very, very significant indeed, because then you'll be able to get off another attack with the Fluttermane. You had to sacrifice your Mousehold to be able to get in the Iron Bundle, then be able to outspeed and KO. So really nicely trained Fluttermane coming out from Alex's side of the field, and really nicely positioned in that first game.
Yeah, very nice indeed, and Mousehold showing the strength of its Super Fang. Of course, it's a move that deals exactly half health, so you don't need to invest any attack potentially in that Mousehold. It will get a Pokemon down to half health on the opposing side, and then another of your Pokemon can clean that up, is the hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going for the Protect on that first turn. That was a potential to be able to go for just the Super Fang to get that extra damage on that initial turn. Going for it on the second, you'd already taken all the damage on the Dragonite on that first. You only took a Dazzling Gleam initially. You'd have been able to survive that with the Mousehold on that first turn. That could have been the opportunity to go for something like a Super Fang into the King Gambit ready, so that another Super Fang and Terra Blast might have been able to pick up the KO. Because King Gambit was able to survive that and allowed a Sucker Punch to be able to put the Iron Bundle into Freeze Dry range. And then it didn't matter about any kind of speed ties at all. It wasn't actually going to be any speed ties because the booster energy is on Aurelian's. And the fact that you undersped because you were the Focus Sash on the Iron Bundle on Alex's side of the field didn't matter. That was in Freeze Dry range and yours wasn't.
Exactly. It's going into this game 2. Of course, Aurelian at the end of that game was left with Pokemon with such little HP remaining that he's going to want to be able to conserve more resources in the back, especially heading into the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of other Pokemon that didn't come to the match. Volcarona and the Golden Go would be able to set up quite nicely. The Volcarona would be able to take on the Fluttermane and the King Gambit, especially on those first few turns. You'd have to contend with the Dragonite that's waiting in the back, and if you've got some Quiver Dances, then Iron Bundle isn't as bad with its Hydro Pump, so the Volcarona could be pretty reasonable against all the Pokemon that was brought from Alex, apart from just that Dragonite. So long as you can take care of that as well, Volcarona might be quite a nice pick. Golden Go, probably not so much. Against the Fluttermane and a King Gambit lead, Golden Go is probably not the Pokemon of choice to be going for that, unless you're going with the Mousehold. To be fair, the Mousehold does keep it quite safe. You can go for a Make It Rain to take care of the opposing Fluttermane quite quickly. But then you have to contend with the King Gambit as well, and you wouldn't really have too much pressure, and that is exactly what Alex has led with once again.
Yeah, speaking of King Gambit, there it is with Fluttermane for Alex, and for Aurelian, it's Iron Bundle that gets that Quark Drive boost thanks to its booster energy, and its speed is boosted once again as Great Tusk also joins the field for Aurelian, and Fluttermane activates its Protosynthesis as well, boosting its special attack.
Yeah, so now you're thrusting down the King Gambit with a close combat, and that would easily be able to pick up the knockout on the King Gambit. If you're worried about it going for the Terrify, you can always just go for the Headlong Rush and guarantee that you've got super effective hit, whether it's Terras or not. But then you've got to contend with the fact that Dragonite could also switch in. You can't safely go for an Icy Wind here. You'd like to put your Great Tusk faster than the Fluttermane, but if you do that, then you're going to also activate the Defiant on the King Gambit. So you have to be very confident that the Great Tusk would be KOing the King Gambit that turn. Because if it does go for a Terra, it probably survives the Headlong Rush or the Close Combat coming out from the Great Tusk. Close Combat would definitely get it if it doesn't go for the Terra, but you just need to be careful of that Fluttermane if you do go for Icy Winds. Just protect this turn, though.
Just to protect from Iron Bundle, Great Tusk is, we'll have to see what that goes for, as it's a Dazzling Gleam coming out from Fluttermane. Of course, Iron Bundle keeps itself safe. It's a lot of damage on Great Tusk, but again, thanks to that Focus Sash, it remains on that 1 HP, but already a massive amount of damage. Great Tusk is able to respond with a big Earthquake into both of these Pokemon, so it's still able to put in a lot of work despite being on such low health, and it brings King Gambit and Fluttermane down to about a third health each, and of course, Iron Head is easily enough to pick up the Great Tusk. Will it have put in enough work before fainting? We'll have to see as the battle unfolds.
Yeah, 'cause that was a significant chunk of damage on both Pokemon. They're both down to the yellow. Is the Fluttermane in freeze-dry range? It's going to be very close. Hydro Pump range for sure. Kingambit may be Hydro Pump range because of that Assault Vest. So do you have to make the risk of going for Hydro Pump? Are you confident that you'll be able to KO with the Freeze Dry instead? Because if you go for the Hydro Pump and it connects, you're pretty much sorted. The Fluttermane is taken care of. And the Kingambit isn't too much of a threat at this point because of that Mouse Hold helping to keep the Iron Bundle even more safe than it was previously against the opposing Kingambit. You can get some extra chip with the Super Fang. There's not too many reasons to just go for a Follow Me here. You might as well get that extra chip damage. Can't go for a Baby Doll Ice for sure. Definitely don't want to do that into the Kingambit. So just get that extra bit of chip damage. Maybe start to put it into Hydro Pump range because it might just be out of range at the moment. And the more damage you get onto it, might even put it into Freeze Dry range as well.
It might do, but Fluttermane instead goes for the Protect, as it was Hydro Pump coming out from Aurelian's Iron Bundle. Fluttermane keeping itself safe this turn. And it's Super Fang from Mousehold again coming out into the Kingambit, halving that health, bringing it even lower. Big Iron Head coming out from Kingambit, bringing down Iron Bundle to about half of its health. So health being whittled away on Alex's side of the field.
Yeah, so that's got to be Hydro Pump range now for the Kingambit. So you basically get to choose your pick of which Pokemon you would be able to KO if there's no switches. Hydro Pump is surely enough to be able to KO either of these two Pokemon, and it does connect.
It does connect. Crucially, Hydro Pump not a 100% accurate move, but it does connect here, and it takes down Alex's Fluttermane. It goes back to its trainer. Another Super Fang from Mousehold coming out into Kingambit, hoping to guarantee with a 100% accurate move a knockout as Iron Head brings Iron Bundle down to just the 13 HP, but it's put in a lot of work that turn.
Yeah, but that's got to be Extreme Speed range now, and then it will come down to who's fast between the Mousehold and the Dragonite. You've got to assume that it's going to be the Mousehold. That is very much naturally faster than the opposing Dragonite, so that should be able to go for a Follow Me before any of the Extreme Speeds would come out. But at the same time, if you get a Tailwind, then you'd be faster than the opposing Mousehold after that, and your Extreme Speed would be able to go first. So if the Dragonite hits the field, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Tailwind, but it's instead going to be the Iron Bundle. That absolutely works perfectly fine as well. Because the Iron Bundle on Aurelian's side of the field is so low, that might be Icy Wind range. It'll be very close. It's going to be Friend Guarded, so and it's still a pretty weak move and a not very effective hit either, so it would be very close if it is in range. You've got to worry about potential Sucker Punch that can come out as well. You need to go for Follow Me if you're worried about Sucker Punch. Can you get away with the Super Fang into the opposing Iron Bundle? You definitely can if you're going to be protecting your own one.
Yeah, absolutely. Iron Bundle on Aurelian's side keeping itself safe, but Iron Bundle on Alex's side also keeping itself safe. So this Mousehold, whatever it's going to try and do, a Super Fang into Alex's Iron Bundle, it's not going to be successful there. It's still putting in a great deal of work. It is Iron Head from Kingambit into Mousehold, bringing it down to about a third of its health.
Yeah, very nicely done. That's going to be in range of any of the other attacks that Alex would want to go for, whether that's a Freeze Dry or it's another Iron Head to be able to pick up the KO. There definitely could be a double KO coming out on Aurelian's side of the field if both the Iron Bundle and the Kingambit are allowed to move this turn. The Iron Bundle on Aurelian's is definitely faster. We've got the booster energy. The Kingambit has got to be in range of Freeze Dry. At least, definitely Hydro Pump is surely Freeze Dry at this point. So you could potentially just go for that Follow Me. Definitely guarantee you are not taking a Sucker Punch on your Iron Bundle and then get that KO. But then if you go for that Follow Me, it could be an Icy Wind coming out from the opposing Iron Bundle, and that might just be enough to be able to KO the Iron Bundle on Aurelian's side of the field. And even if it's not, it actually works out in your favor if it survives because of the way that Booster Energy and Icy Wind work. Your Iron Bundle would be faster the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a Follow Me coming out from Mousehold. Sucker Punch coming out into what seemed to be that Mousehold as it went for a non-damaging move. It's Freeze Dry coming out from Aurelian's Iron Bundle into Alex's, bringing down that Iron Bundle to about a quarter, a fifth of its health as Mousehold is able to survive that Freeze Dry in return.
Yeah, I'll take that back. I was sure that Mousehold was in the range of the Freeze Dry there, but really, really nicely trained Mousehold. That means you can keep your Iron Bundle safe once again from another Sucker Punch. And you've done so much damage to the opposing side of the field, you can pick your KO again at this point. That's another opportunity that the Iron Bundle on Aurelian's side has had to be able to do that. You put the opposing Pokemon into range of Hydro Pump and you pick your KO. Now both Pokemon should be in range of Freeze Dry, and again, you will be able to pick your KO. You go for it into the Kingambit and you go for Follow Me, there's no risk of Sucker Punch. That should be enough to be able to pick up the KO. You go for the Follow Me and you're just going for the Freeze Dry into the opposing Iron Bundle and you catch a Sucker Punch. That would be absolutely fantastic. So you've got to be wary of clicking Sucker Punch this turn because that is a Follow Me.
That is a Follow Me, so a Sucker Punch into the Mousehold would not be successful this turn. It's Freeze Dry again from Aurelian's into Alex's Iron Bundle, and that Iron Bundle goes down for Alex. So he's now lost 2 of his Pokemon. Kingambit is going for the Iron Head instead into the Mousehold. That will, of course, be enough to pick up the knockout. But shout out to Mousehold, a lot of work it put in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to survive that was very, very important indeed. We've got both Dragon Knights joining the field now, and both of the other non-Dragon Knights are in range of extreme speed. So it might be a 1v1 going into this endgame between the two Dragon Knights. Both of them do have access to Ice Spinner, so they'll be able to do some super effective damage to either. One of them has multi-scale though, and that might be the decider, because you're going to be able to get one of the moves is going to be half damage. So that could be very, very crucial as we go into this endgame. You got to contend with the fact that the Iron Bundle could protect as well. You could double up into the opposing Dragon Knight expecting to protect. The King Gambit can't. You should be able to go for an extreme speed, and the King Gambit is very low. It should be in range of extreme speed. It'll be very close. It might survive because King Gambit is a very bulky Pokemon, but Dragon Knight's pretty strong as well, so it most likely is in extreme speed range, so you can take that KO, and then you've got to try and be able to beat your the opposing Dragon Knight with your own.
Exactly, it's the face-off of the Dragon Knights as it's Assault Vest versus Lumberry, and we do see the Terror coming out onto one of these Dragon Knights. I believe that's Aurelian's into the Flying type. We'll have confirmation of whose it is in just a moment, but yes, Flying type Terror Blast would be coming out from this Dragon Knight, and it is indeed Aurelian's, as Iron Bundle goes for a Protect, keeping itself safe out of an extreme speed potentially, and that was indeed what Dragon Knight on Alex's side was going for, to take care of that Iron Bundle. Meanwhile, it is that Flying type Terror Blast coming out from Aurelian's Dragon Knight into the King Gambit. Will it be enough to pick up the knockout? Surely, and it is. King Gambit goes down, so Aurelian has his Iron Bundle and Dragon Knight on the field versus Alex's solitary Dragon Knight. But again, of course, Alex's Dragon Knight has access to extreme speed.
Yeah, and both of them have access to extreme speed. Terror Blast being able to get away with that, because surely you're not going to sucker punch on extreme speed. That would have failed, so very nicely done to guarantee that that would be in the knockout with the Terror Blast. And you do have a 2v1, so you're forcing the extreme speed into the Iron Bundle, because you can't let that get off its ice type attacks. You have to go for extreme speed into that Pokemon. It could go for a double protect if you wanted to go for that, but just force the Dragon Knight to attack you with extreme speed and buy a turn for your non-multi-scale Dragon Knight to be able to break the multi-scale on the opposing side of the field. And then it might just come down to how fast these Dragon Knights are trained.
Exactly, it may well do. Extreme speed coming out onto the Iron Bundle, and it goes down. And so now it is Battle of the Dragon Knights. Aurelian's Dragon Knight is going to be able to break through the multi-scale of Alex's. It's still really good damage, all things considered, given that multi-scale. And now it comes down to which Dragon Knight will be able to move first, essentially.
Yeah, it's just going to be Ice Spinner versus Ice Spinner. That's the strongest move you have available. And then maybe the Dragon Knights are put into extreme speed range. But just going for a Terror Blast instead, actually. So, yeah, no, for the fact that it's got the Terror boost as well, on top of it being a Flying type itself, that might actually put it stronger than the Ice Spinner. That was some huge damage.
It was huge damage. It might put it stronger, and it's not enough for the knockout onto Alex's Dragon Knight. So it comes down to an extreme speed for Aurelian here, but absolutely marvelously played. And the extreme speed from Alex's Dragon Knight is not enough to pick up the knockout. It is for Aurelian. Oh my goodness, we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, very, very well done from Aurelian there. Being able to just about conserve their Dragon Knight's HP enough that the extreme speed was not going to pick up the KO. It seems like Alex's was consistently moving first, so most likely going to be faster than the opposing Dragon Knight. So that extra turn bought with the Iron Bundle, forcing an extra extreme speed into it, was very, very crucial. If Alex's Dragon Knight was allowed one more turn, it would have almost certainly won that 1v1. Opting for the Terror Blast instead of the Ice Spinner there. It'll be interesting to see which one is going to be stronger between the two, because Ice Spinner is just going to be doubled, but then you've got the Terror Blast that is going to be boosted by the Terror, as well as being just a Flying type naturally. So both going to be doing a very, very good damage indeed, but just squeaking out there for Aurelian.
Yeah, these trainers showing how you need to know when a super effective hit actually is not going to be the one that deals the most damage, especially with this new Terror mechanic coming into Generation 9. But yes, the Iron Bundle survival for Aurelian was absolutely crucial. And it's worth pointing out as well that, of course, with these Dragon Knights terastalizing into the pure Flying type, they're no longer doubly weak to Ice type moves, so they're able to take them a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. Just thinking and doing the maths quickly in my head, it should be about the same, because I believe you'd get effectively a doubling of your same type attack for your Terror Blast. So both of them being the same base power, that should just be basically the same amount of damage coming up for either Pokemon. So yeah, really, really nicely done from both these players, taking it to a game 3. Some nice adjustments from both of these players, being able to get some good plays in for both of these game 1s and games 2. And it's really coming down to those calls, because it was so close in that endgame. If there was just one tiny little bit extra that Alex had, that may have pushed that a little bit further to be able to get the knockout on the Dragonite before that final Extreme Speed. If there was just a tiny bit more damage into the Dragonite, then Extreme Speed would have been able to pick up. So it's very, very close margins here. The Mouse Hole being able to survive, that was massive, because if the Mouse Hole goes down there, that is definitely extra damage into the Iron Bundle. That probably KOs it before it would be able to take on the Dragonite, and therefore it would have been Alex's game. So very, very nicely trained Pokemon coming out from either side. We had the Fluttermane survive in that first game, Mouse Hole in the second game. We've got a repeat of the leads in that game too, though.
We do, and it's Iron Bundle and Great Tusk for Aurelian with a speed boost to the Iron Bundle, and it's a special attack boost for Fluttermane on Alex's side and King Gambit as well. As we get into this Game 3, everything is on the line for these trainers. A place in the finals of the Utrecht Special Event 2023.
Absolutely. So you once again need to be careful of that King Gambit. You can't just go for those icy winds. That's probably why the Iron Bundle's protecting itself here, trying to get the damage it can with that Great Tusk first.
Absolutely. It's a Dazzling Gleam that comes out from Fluttermane. The Iron Bundle protects, and will it take the Great Tusk down to just its sash again? Yes, it does. So once again, this Great Tusk is here for a good time, not a long time. It survives on 1 HP. It goes to the close combat this time into the King Gambit. It's enough for the one-hit knockout. It's no longer the Earthquake that it went for in the previous game. It takes those defense drops, but on 1 HP doesn't matter too much about that. So Alex is already without his King Gambit.
Yeah, very nicely done from Aurelian. That's 2 times that Alex could have gone for a Sucker Punch and Dazzling Gleam, because the Iron Bundle did protect itself on the first turn in both of these games. That freed up the potential of Sucker Punch, break that Focus Sash, then Dazzling Gleam is going to be able to pick up the knockout on that Great Tusk. So really nicely done from Aurelian there, because that was a potential play from Alex, but calling out that was not going to happen. Not even a Terror to be able to take on the close combat. Just being able to get the clean knockout on that King Gambit. That takes away the potential of the Sucker Punches. You can still KO this Great Tusk with your Extreme Speed. From the Dragonite that has just come in, of course, running down to 1 HP, any priority attack is going to be able to take care of that. Then you'll be able to follow up with the KO, most likely with the special attack boost from the Fluttermane into the opposing Iron Bundle. So even though that was a very strong play coming out from Aurelian, it's still very much anyone's game here.
Very much anyone's game, and another thing that the King Gambit fate paves the way for is an Icy Wind being able to come out from the Fluttermane with not too much drawback, as we see a Terror from Alex onto his Dragonite into that flying type again, and this is a Dragonite with the multi-scale ability. It's Great Tusk going for a protect, keeping itself safe on that 1 HP, or as safe as it can do. It's Extreme Speed attempting to go into Aurelian's Great Tusk, but he makes the read and protects that, so it remains healthy. Icy Wind coming out from Iron Bundle, reducing the speed of both these Pokemon, breaking the multi-scale on the Dragonite, and yes, this Dragonite is now no longer as resistant as it once was, as it's a Moonblast from Fluttermane into the Iron Bundle for Aurelian, and it's enough to pick up the one-hit knockout, but one could argue that this Iron Bundle has done its job.
Yeah, it's done very well so far. That Icy Wind's now being able to be fired off because that King Gambit was no longer on the field, very free to go for that. Now the Fluttermane should be underspeeding this opposing Great Tusk. It's obviously going to be an Extreme Speed range, but if this is the Mouse Hole coming in, then you'll be able to redirect that, but no, just the Dragonite instead. The Dragonite, it might be faster than the opposing Fluttermane. It will come down to the training of both the Pokemon. The fact that the Fluttermane got a special attack boost means it's not trained as fast as it could possibly be. If it was, it almost certainly still outspeeds the Dragonite after an Icy Wind. Now it will come down to the training of both of the Pokemon. Whether the Dragonite's being trained faster than normal, a lot of trainers just opt for bulk and attack, and if they have got a bit of speed, it could potentially outspeed the Fluttermane. That's going to be pretty crucial going into this next turn, because if the Fluttermane's still able to outspeed, it'll be able to get off its Dazzling Gleam, it'll be able to go off a Moonblast potentially into the Dragonite as well, because you're going for an Extreme Speed, almost certainly to pick up the knockout on that Great Tusk. It could switch out into the Mouse Hold that's waiting in the back, because you might as well preserve that and try and get rid of the Extreme Speed to free up your Great Tusk. That is what we are seeing here indeed.
That is what we are seeing. Mouse Hold is going to provide a little Frame Guard, defense boost to Aurelian's Dragonite, which is now going for the Terror. So Aurelian's Dragonite, again, will become the flying type. This is a Dragonite without multi-scale, within a focus instead, and with a Lum Berry. So again, it's the battle of the balloon-crowned Dragonites going into this next turn. It is Extreme Speed coming out from Alex's Dragonite into Mousehold, takes away about a third of its health, followed up by the immediate Moonblast. So Mousehold goes straight down, covering for that particular slot. Flying type, Terror Blast coming out from Aurelian's Dragonite, and it goes into Alex's Dragonite with the multi-scale broken, and it's enough for the knockout with a critical hit. Alex's Dragonite goes down, and it's a Pokemon apiece. Aurelian loses his Mousehold, Alex loses his Dragonite. What a massive turn.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. That's the priority Extreme Speed gone. You were able to cover for the Mousehold switch in absolutely brilliantly by going for the Extreme Speed and Moonblast enough to pick up the KO, but that is no longer Extreme Speed available. Maybe you don't need that though. That's the Iron Bundle joining the field. That's going to outspeed both Pokemon regardless. Do you need the priority if both your Pokemon are faster? Well, we're yet to see if the Fluttermane outspeeds the opposing Dragonite. Iron Bundle didn't take an Icy Wind. That's surely going to be able to just pick up the knockout on the opposing Great Tusk. Whether that's with Icy Winds and you want to get that extra little bit of chip damage into the opposing Dragonite but risk the shaky accuracy, or you go for the Freeze Dry, guarantee that you've got the KO as well. You've still got the potential of going for a Terra Blast into the opposing Fluttermane. That's taken some chip as well, and that's going to be able to be in range of the Terra Blast now.
In range of the Terra Blast, it's Iron Bundle keeping itself safe for Alex. Great Tusk keeping itself safe for Aurelian. So all eyes are on the Dragonite and the Fluttermane in this turn. It's Fluttermane also keeping itself safe. So no matter what Dragonite goes for here, it won't have too much of an impact on the board state. Alex scouting out, and you can see the concentration on both of these trainers' faces going into the final turns of their final semi-final game. That's a lot of finals as we get into the next turn. And Alex is, of course, just burnt to Protect.
Yeah, now you've got to go for a double Protect if you want to stop that Iron Bundle from being able to KO the opposing Great Tusk, and it does!
And it gets the double Protect! We saw a triple Protect in the previous game. We have a double here. It's Protect all round. Icy Wind coming out from Alex's Iron Bundle. Of course, the Great Tusk keeps itself safe. It goes into this Flying-type Dragonite now, which will take a speed drop, but it is the crucial double Protect for Aurelian as Moonblast comes out into his Dragonite. It brings it down to about a third of its HP. A Flying-type Terra Blast coming out from Aurelian's Dragonite, and it goes straight into this Iron Bundle. It's not enough for the knockout. It remains with about 1/5 of its HP.
And now it just does Extreme Speed pick up the knockout on that Iron Bundle. It has to. If it doesn't, that's going to be able to pick up the knockout on the opposing Great Tusk, and that will be the game for Alex. So this is going to come down to how strong this Dragonite can be. Can you pick up the knockout on the Iron Bundle? It's got some pretty good physical defense. It took a lot from that Terra Blast, though. Dragonite's a very strong Pokemon. If Extreme Speed KOs, you stop the potential of the Great Tusk being able to KO. You've got the Icy Wind previously on the Fluttermane. You outspeed and Headlong Rush. Is this a KO?
Let's get into it.
Is.
Yes, it is. It's an Extreme Speed KO from Dragonite into the Iron Bundle. Alex is left with just his Fluttermane. Headlong Rush coming out from Great Tusk into the Fluttermane. It's enough of the knockout. And there you have it. The trainer of this game that's proceeding to the final of the Utrecht Special Event 2023 is Aurelian Sula.
Yeah, fantastic showing there. They managed to make top 4 in the Bochum Regional Championships, and now they have got one step further to a championship title. They have reached the final of this special event. Absolutely fantastic game coming out there. What a top 8 we had. What a top 4 we've had already. I'm just so excited across all of these games so far. Just absolutely fantastic play coming out from all of these players. Recognizing a double Protect was necessary. You did need that double Protect to be able to stall out the game because you were going to be KO'd to the Icy Winds. You need that extra turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And he got it. He got the double Protect. And of course, there's a certain amount of luck in getting a double Protect, but there's no luck in knowing that that's the play you need to go for. And that is the kind of thing that sets these trainers apart from some of the others we were seeing earlier on in the competition. Now we're in this particular point at the semi-finals. It's all about those reads. It's all about, you know, knowing when you have to take a gamble, and it really paid off for Aurelian. You could see on his face just then how much it meant to him. He couldn't quite believe it, but he is a finalist here.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Being able to get the game turn 1 of Game 2 and Game 3 right as well. That was very important. You're protecting your Iron Bundle, therefore you're not getting any kind of Icy Wind drop, therefore Great Tusk is open. You can just get a KO with either Pokemon. If you go for Sucker Punch and Dazzling Gleam, that's a KO. Yeah. Did not happen either times. And in Game 3, King Gambit was gone. Did nothing. Yeah. It was very impactful across the first game and the second game, but taken care of immediately in that third game. Very, very nicely done from Aurelian.
Yeah, very nicely done indeed. And it goes to show how, you know, in that second game, it was Earthquake coming out from the Great Tusk, which wasn't able to pick up the knockout on King Gambit. Perhaps going into Game 3, Alex was expecting the same play, but Aurelian switching it up masterfully and going for that close combat instead, which was easily enough as a quad super effective hit into the Dark Steel type that is King Gambit.
Yeah, absolutely. We had some great plays coming out from Alex as well, of course. Absolutely brilliant plays. Catching the Mousehold very well. Extreme Speed would have KO'd the Great Tusk, and if you switch into the Mousehold, Extreme Speed plus the Moonblast is going to be able to pick up the knockout. If the Great Tusk stays in, Extreme Speed KOs the Great Tusk, Moonblast is redirected into the Dragonite instead, and then that would have been the game as well. Yeah. But yeah, very, very nicely done. Did come down to a double Protect in that Game 3, but being able to recognize that is the play you need to go for. Some players don't opt to go for those. Sometimes, it's unlikely to happen, but you've got to go for it. And if it happens, you are sorted. And it absolutely was sorted for Aurelian.
It absolutely was sorted for Aurelian. And again, it goes to show, even if you do lose a Pokemon on a Switch, and like that mouse hold in Game 3, it went immediately down, that doesn't mean you're down and out. You need to know when to be able to switch in Pokemon like that, and when the losses matter and when they don't. And in that position, Aurelian knew that it doesn't matter so much if the mouse hold goes down here. He had just enough resources to clinch out the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty impactful in the first 2 games, the mouse holds. The Mafrengar was very useful, able to get a clutch survival of the Iron Head as well. That was really, really well done. So, yeah, the mouse hold still being very impactful across that game. Still, it's made it to the final here. So
yeah.
I am starting to concede just a little bit, but I'm still the advocate of the Baxcalibur rivalry that we're going to be having here. But yeah, Mousehold making to the finals, very, very fitting, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's a shame that we don't have a Baxcalibur on the other side of the bracket to prove once and for all which one will come out on top. But wow, I mean, that was quite the intense match, and we're very fortunate in being able to show the second semi-final match as well in a moment. Hopefully, we'll be able to hear from our winner of that previous round, Aurelian Sula, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested to hear what they have to say, because they've been doing so well across the season so far. Like, top 4 is a very, very good accomplishment for sure. And now, at least, finalist.
Yeah.
Just one step further, we'll have to see if they can claim that championship title. They've done so well across the senior division in the previous year, and this is their first year as a master.
Yeah.
And they've already put in such a performance. They are in such a good position to advance forward into the day 2 of the World Championships immediately. Yeah. They've got so many championship points already, and got another 160 at least, maybe 200s coming into this final. So really, really good showing across this season.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. What an entry into the Masters division for Aurelian. And I have no doubt that all of his friends, former senior players, will be behind him all the way as well. It's a really good advertisement for the strength that you can gain if you start playing from a lower division and work your way through the age rankings up to the Masters here.
Yeah, we saw that with Oliver Escalin as well.
Yeah.
Being able to claim an international championship back when he was in the senior division, and then reached the finals of an international, has reached the top 8 here previously as well. So yeah, really, really strong showing from these players leveling up into the master division from the seniors.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. We've had confirmation that the interview will be ready very shortly indeed, so we'll be able to hear from our winner of the previous match, Aurelian Sula, and exactly what was going through their head, going from game to game. And of course, it was a match that went to 3 battles. We can't ignore the absolutely brilliant fight that Alex Gomez was able to put up. And in the end, I have to say, it's slightly surprised that it was not the multi-scale Dragonite that came out on top. It was Inner Focus Assault Vest Dragonite that came out on top in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It was that extra turn. The extra turn that was bought by, you have to extreme speed the Iron Bundle.
Yeah.
Like, you can't let it freeze dry. That's going to do too much damage. It has to be taken care of. And therefore, that was just one extra turn of breaking the multi-scale, and now you've got the extra damage onto the Dragonite. You've got the 1-up. You still survive the Terra Blast into the extreme speed just about, and then your extreme speed picks up the KO. So very, very nicely done. It did come down to those small margins. In the end, the Game 3 margin was a double protect. In the game, other games, it was, I bought just one extra turn. Like even just the one turn in the end of the game. That's all that was needed. So very, very close between all of these games. Very, very thin margins.
Yeah, and at this point of the competition, it will come down to thin margins all around. These trainers will be able to work out what the best play is at any given point. And we just had the Battle of the Dragonites. In the next semi-final, we will have a Battle of the Roaring Moons. So we'll see which type of Roaring Moon is able to come out on top. Is one of those Roaring Moons the Terra Ground type?
No, the Terra Grounds did not unfortunately make it through. So
that's a shame.
But yeah, we've had some very, very cool Terra types over the course of the weekend for sure. Terra Flying is pretty much guaranteed on the Dragonites at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe not as we go into Regulation C. Might pick up the normal typing once again, but yeah, Terra Flying is the way to go for Dragonite, it would seem. Terra Flying is usually the way to go on Roaring Moons. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case going into this other semi-finals as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really heating up here. I mean, I'm thrilled to see a Mousehold in the final, and it will it comes as no surprise that there's also, of course, an Iron Bundle we now know in the final, thanks to Aurelian, along with that Great Tusk, the Assault Vest, Inner Focus Dragonite, Golden Go, and Volcarona as well.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the Golden Go or the Volcarona was needed there. The correct 4 was brought to the match for Aurelian. Volcarona could have done some nice things. It would have been able to get the Quiver Dancers up in the face of the King Gambit and the Fluttermane that was led, you can pretty safely go for a Quiver Dance in front of those. You got to contend with the Dragon Knight that's waiting in the back though, of course. So maybe scared off because of that and ended up going with the other strategies instead. Maybe if you went for the Volcarona instead of the Mouse Hold, you could have caught a burn on the extreme speed. That'd have been pretty cool. And be able to survive the Moonblast as well. So it didn't really matter in the end because Aurelion was still able to pick the correct forward to come out on top regardless.
Yeah, exactly. We have just had confirmation, in fact, that our winner from the previous match, Aurelion, is in need of some rest, which is completely understandable.
That was a pretty intense game. Absolutely.
After a set like that. So it looks like we won't be able to hear from Aurelion, unfortunately. But it's okay. We'll let him rest up. He needs to have his energy with him for the final. Needs to take a breather and calm down. So we'll see what we'll be going into next. Oh, and in fact, we just had confirmation it will be an interview, quite possibly from Aurelion, maybe a shorter interview as a result of how intense that match was. So very shortly, we should be cutting to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Very intense games. That's easily the word to describe what we're seeing in this top 8.
Yeah.
We've had some very, very good games across the course of the weekend, for sure.
Yeah.
Some of them intense. Like, they've been good games. These have been absolutely intense for sure. So no surprise we need a little bit of a breather to get our thoughts ready. And it seems like we are now ready to have that interview with your first finalist of the Pokémon Utrecht Special Event, Aurelion Sula.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here with the 2023 Pokémon Utrecht Special Event VG game. Of course, I think at this point we're quite tired, but you know what? We have our first finalist of the VG, Aurelion Sula, in what was, no doubt about it, an incredible teeth-grinding set between themselves as well as Alex Gomez. Wow, that was a lot to process. You must be absolutely ecstatic being able to be our first finalist in the tournament.
Yeah, it feels really like unreal that I didn't even expect to make day 2 with my preparation went, so I barely made it, and then I barely made it to cut, and I barely won top 8, and here we are.
I mean, here we are. You've done incredibly well. I think what we've had quite a bit of chat about as well in the past is your consistency. You've been able to do really well, especially this season. You got the promotion from the seniors age division last year, which I believe we had actually had the pleasure of meeting at Bilbao, if I'm not mistaken, where you did incredibly well too. So going ahead into this promotion of into the Masters division, so far, honestly, you've done incredibly well. We've spoken a bit about the various events. I guess we could cover that shortly, but going on to the game itself, right? There was a lot to process, like we mentioned. Game 1, we saw that Alex was able to get a lot of momentum going for himself. He did utilize the Dragonite Flying Terror type. How are you feeling going into that game? Game 1, apologies,
game 1,
yes.
Okay. So in terms of game 1, I talked a bit about the matchup with Hippolyte before the game.
Yep.
And ultimately, I think I should bring the 4 Pokemon I brought in some order. Like Goldengo is, yeah. I guess Goldengo isn't very good into King Gambit, and Volcarona isn't very good into Dragonite.
Yep.
And they need setup to get going, whereas the other 4 can just do their thing immediately.
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily expect the Fluttermane to take Terra Blast. That's a huge turning point of the game.
Yeah.
And I kind of just lost ground for arms there. But so then I think my turn 1 game 2 wasn't that great.
Right.
But I think if I remove the King Gambit, Dragonite trades really well with everything that's left.
Yeah.
If I have Muscle next to it to not take too much from the ice attacks coming from Alex's on Dragonite Iron Bundle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, we saw, like you mentioned just now, the Fluttermane over on Alex's side was very bulky. It did survive an attack that we weren't honestly expecting it to. But in game 2, however, you're back against the wall and you're thinking, okay, cool. How can I try to bring this back, force that game 3 and potentially even get that slot into the finals? We saw a bit of an interaction with Mousehold. We had a bit of a discussion just before about how important it was for it to survive the onslaught, to allow your Iron Bundle to be a bit more flexible into not receiving any sort of damage.
Yeah, Yeah, I think like muscle surviving, like with the moves that Alex went for, like obviously like it worked out for me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I remember the like exact HP values, but I think the King Gambit was in range for like Dragonite's extreme speed.
Yep.
And so muscle fainting maybe wouldn't have been the worst thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I mean, it ended up working out quite nicely. Like you said, you had a bit of a better vision on how the flowchart would have ended up going, which of course you were able to do incredibly well to bring that back in Game 2. And then we did see in Game 3 what was a very big battle of mindsets between both of you. You know, you were both going for the effort. You wanted to try to make sure you could position yourselves to the best sort of win condition. There was a lot of pressure on the line. I think there was a bit of RNG from what, of course, we did observe. There was a critical hit. That is very major in of itself, because at least you're able to guarantee the KO onto Alex's Dragonite, right?
Right, but ultimately I'm not sure how much it mattered, I guess. Because like Dragonite has a speed drop at that point, so I could go for like extreme speed. So I think like Futterman will protect, and then Iron Bundle comes in.
Yep.
And then like it's another mind game, but I think I could go for like Terra Blast into Futterman and like maybe win without that critical hit. Like, because I didn't obviously like I think it will not have fated without that critical hit. So I expected to just be able to like finish it off with extreme speed, probably for the Fluttermane to protect, or I guess could have switched too, but yeah. So it kind of like messed up my game plan, but like it worked out in the end. So.
And then I think we also saw the Great Tusk, the positioning of it. You know, you knew that in the end game, you needed it on the field. You had to do the best that you could in order to guarantee a KO onto, let's say, for example, the Fluttermane. We did see the Headlong Rush go into it. You were able to put it within the range where it was quite nicely, did pick up the KO. You were very worried with the Iron Bundle, right? Over on Alex's side, you knew it was a big threat, and it could perhaps go and get those icy wins. So what was going through your mind in that moment when you tried to recognize the win conditions and did your best to actually accomplish them?
So after the Dragonite crit, right?
Yes, exactly, after it, yes.
Yeah, so I know like bundle feints from Terra Blast into extreme speed from Dragonite.
Yep.
Futterman has a speed drop, gets outsped by Great Tusk and fades from a long rush.
Right.
So I need to call whether Iron Bundle protects or not. I think we can see it on the stream. I was like really close to locking a long rush outright on the Futterman.
I did notice that.
But then I realized like if I get that wrong, GG, I just lose.
Yeah.
If I get the other one wrong, I can get the double protect if I go for the other play.
Yep.
And like, yeah. And so in the end, I went for that, and yeah, I got lucky, and it worked out.
I mean, like we mentioned, you and Alex also discussed as well, post the match too, you know, it's sort of one of those things that do happen. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of stress going into that scenario, but you were honestly able to go through, pull through with it. Alex is an amazing player, an amazing guy too, and I think you have been able to prove that that consistency, that hard work has paid out to full fruition, because like we mentioned earlier, you were able to make the trip down to Oceania International Championships. You're able to, of course, achieve the top 16 standing, which is incredible. Very good representation of Europe going into transatlantic, transoceanic, continental sort of regions, I guess that works. But following up after that, I believe a couple of weeks ago, we had Bochum. You're able to get that top 4. So it must feel really good that now you've been able to crack through into the finals of this event. So was this always part of the plan? Did you feel good coming into this event, like you were on form?
Playing-wise, I'm not sure, but like preparation-wise, like team-wise, I went through maybe 20 teams before the event, thinking that like the team that I ended up bringing wasn't like good enough into the meta, because and so like nothing clicked enough for me, and I had literally like submitted on Arcanine, Don't Do Zoglimora team, and then like last minute, like on like Friday night, I was like, no, I don't think this will make it. I think I should just lock my comfort, and we'll see. And I barely made it to day 2. I got really lucky in round 8, and then I got down paired in round 9, 9-1.
Yep.
And then like I barely made it to top 8.
Yep.
And yeah, I made as 8th seed and played against the person who just beat me in the last round, and then I barely won, and yeah.
I mean, it's definitely a journey for sure this weekend. I think you've done, once again, incredibly well. At the current moment, it seems like you got the underdog story in comparison, of course, to the other trainers that we do have. I think Eric Rios, for example, we mentioned, you know, he's the currently standing European international champion. We shall see, of course, how the other semi-final will unfold shortly. But do you have any final shout-outs that you would like to just put out there? Maybe any people, social circle, friends that you've had working with you going into this tournament?
Yeah, well, yeah, I didn't work with like anyone in particular for the preparation, but I still like to give a shout-out to like my parents for always bringing me to events, and all of my friends who have like supporting me throughout the years, and especially like Hippolyte for discussing matchups today.
Yeah. I mean, that's a beautiful thing, right? Because even though we are playing individually every single match, we are carrying the will and the hard work of others, of our friends, all together going into it. So it's such a beautiful thing to be able to see it, of course. But so we could go ahead and get things started with the other semi-final. Definitely deserved rest that you'll be able to take going into the finals as our first finalist. So this has been myself, Costradimos, and Aurelio Sula, our first finalist of the Utrecht Special Event. We're going to go ahead and cut to a very short break where we will be back with our second semi-finals to find out who Aurelio will be meeting very shortly.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to our second semi-final of the Utrecht Special Event 2023. We've just seen Aurelian Sula confirm their place in the final, and next up we have Eric Rios against Marco Silva for that second place.
Yeah, fantastic showing from Aurelian in that last round, and going to have to contend with an international champion as the other finalist. We've got Marco Silva, who was able to win the Oceania International Championships. We've got Eric Rios, who was able to win the European International Championships. One of them will be joining Aurelian in that final.
Yes, absolutely. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm once again joined by Jamie Boyd to cast this second semi-final match. And we just had the Battle of the Dragonites in our previous game, and this time we have a battle of two different dragon types, the Roaring Moons.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like both of them are going to be going for that Flying Terror, the most consistent option we've seen across the formats so far. We've had some very cool techs on the Roaring Moon. We've had some Terra Poison Breaking Sight ones. We've had some Terra Ground Stomping Tantrum ones. But it seems like the Terra Flying is the way to go for both of these trainers. We've got Marco there on the left, and we've got Eric on the right for you. These are the other two semi-finalists. One of them will be joining Aurelian in the final.
The question is, will it be another 3-game match that Eric had against Oliver Eskelin repeated here? From what I'm aware of, Marco likes to go for hyper offense, faster plays, but looking at his team, Pokemon like Garganacl and Moongus, perhaps he's taking this one at a slower pace.
Yeah, quite possibly. You can see there, they're both an international champion and a regional champion to boot as well. Pink for Marco, Liverpool for Eric, and like previously mentioned, Oceania for Marco for the international, and Europe for the international for Eric.
Eric is, of course, a player who in the last season in Generation 8 was able to accumulate a huge amount of championship points, and he's on course to accumulate a huge number again this season. Such a consistent player, and you know, he tends to choose teams that are comfort picks for him, teams that are on as standard course of events do quite well into the meta, and we'll have to see if it pays dividends again for him here.
Yeah, it seems like he's got some very consistent picks. It does tend to be his play style there to go with what is going to be working in the meta. A very, very solid team for sure. We can have a quick look at the teams for both of these players. Marco has a little bit of a twist on what you consider the Pokemon in the meta. Garganacl is a very strong Pokemon. It's proven that. It's won a regional championships, but it did fall off a little bit. It seems to be making somewhat of a resurgence as well. Also, Fluttermane is the go-to in the Ghost and the Fairy, given the fact that it's the most common Pokemon we have at the moment for trainers to use, but Mimikyu is the Ghost Fairy of choice coming out for Marco. Still going to be very, very strong here. Going to be rocking that Life Orb so it can still do the massive damage. But the key thing about Mimikyu, it gets Disguise. So even though Fluttermane wouldn't be able to survive many attacks because of its low bulk on the physical side, Mimikyu can survive whatever so long as it is the first one because of that Disguise. Also, it has access to priority in the Shadow Sneak. That means that your Mimikyu should theoretically beat opposing Fluttermanes because you'll be able to out-prioritize them.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a really strong move against the Fluttermane, which, again, as you mentioned, has low physical defense. And there we go, we can see that Mimikyu there. A Curse as well, really interesting move to see how that plays out. Would love to see this coming out, as well as the Garganacl, a Pokemon we haven't seen too much so far this tournament, with Salt Cure, Recover, Wide Guard, and Protect. And looking across to the other side of the screen, there is Marco's Roaring Moon. It's a Booster Energy, Acrobatics, Protect, Dragon Dance, Throat Chop set.
Yeah, absolutely. Going for the Dragon Dance here instead of the Tailwind. Dragon Dance can be able to benefit the Roaring Moon better. Tailwind helps the whole team, but you're still going to get the speed boost, the Dragon Dance, but you increase your offensive prowess a lot with even just one Dragon Dance, especially with the fact that it's going to be the attack boosting Booster Energy on the Roaring Moon as well. Even just a +1 with the Dragon Dance does some serious damage.
Yeah, absolutely massive. And with a Flying Terror type, Acrobatics with that Booster Energy used up could be absolute devastating damage as we get into Eric Rios' team. And we see his Roaring Moon slightly different. It's Booster Energy, but it's Protect, Tailwind, Acrobatics, and Jawlock. And looking across the other side of the screen, Golden Go with that Leftovers, Nasty Plot, Make It Rain, and Shadow Ball, a Pokemon that came in absolutely crucial in Eric's win in top 8.
Yeah, that seemed to be the main damage dealer coming out for Eric in that top 8 for sure. Being able to get those nasty plots and then do some massive damage and some massive predictions as well, with that Flutter main being the victim to that Shadow Ball on the switch in. Very, very nicely done. So some very, very solid Pokemon coming out for both these players. Notable point is that there's no Icy Wind on the Iron Bundle. That is going to be the move of choice to be replaced with Encore. Encore has come into play very much across this stream, so there's no surprise to see it on this Iron Bundle. The team is very, very bulky and somewhat slow, so Icy Winds doesn't particularly benefit a few of the Pokemon. The Tailwind doubles the speed. Icy Wind is slightly worse speed control than Tailwind, so Tailwind seems to be enough for this Roaring Moon to help out the team. The Icy Wind doesn't appear to be necessary for Eric on that Iron Bundle.
No, absolutely not. Encore has wreaked havoc that we've seen coming out from Iron Bundles previously in this tournament, and we can get into turn 1 now, as it's Iron Hands and Amoonguss for Marco, and it's the Iron Hands and Arcanine for Eric Rios, as the Iron Hands on Marco's side takes an Intimidate drop from the Arcanine.
Yeah, so a little bit of a slow-paced turn coming out here. There's not going to be a massive amount of damage. It looks like we're going to be playing somewhat of a positioning game. But you've got the Intimidate on the Iron Hand, so that really doesn't want to be staying in here. Fake Out would be able to stop a Spore onto the opposing Amoonguss, so you'd be able to stop that in regards to stopping any Spores coming onto you. But Fake Outs, do you go for the Fake Out in the fact that the Iron Hands could be going for the Fake Out into each other? It's the gentleman's rule, right? You don't go for a Fake Out into the opposing Iron Hands unless you know that you're definitely faster.
Exactly. Arcanine is withdrawing for Eric, and it's Golden Go coming in instead. Indeed, it's the Iron Hands for Eric being withdrawn as well. It's a double switch as Amoonguss comes in instead. So joining the field as we get into another switch from Marco. He withdraws his Amoonguss. Both these players repositioning completely. Will it be the big 4 switch as Roaring Moon joins the field? The booster energy is activated using the photosynthesis ability, and it's the attack of this Roaring Moon that goes up first. And it's Volt Switch coming out from Iron Hands into Golden Go. So it's not a hard switch, but it is still a switch for Marco as he brings in from the back another Pokemon that he's just deciding on at the moment. He has the luxury of deciding which Pokemon, given that Eric has just done double switch, will be able to either soak up damage or deal the damage that he would like to be dishing out and at this point.
I think that counts as 4 for 4.
Yeah.
Three hard switches and one Volt Switch. That definitely counts as all Pokemon on the field switching.
Yeah.
And like mentioned, this is going to be a very positional game. It seems to be what Eric was going for in that top 8 as well. And the fact that he's gone for a double switch on that first turn definitely indicates that we're going to play a nice and slow game to try and outposition the opponents. Garganacl was the Pokemon of choice for Marco joining the field, so that's not going to be threatened too much by the opposing Amoonguss, because that is going to be immune to the Spores, but it's going to be threatened by the Golden Go. So you've got to contend with, do you need to go for Wide Guards to stop any Make It Rains, or do you just get that Salt Cure going? Because if you get the Salt Cure on the Steel-type Golden Go, that's going to start to do some massive damage. And the fact that it's a Terra Water as well means that you can't Terra out of that extra damage that would be done, because Salt Cure also does extra damage to Water types. So the Garganacl is actually positioned pretty well here, so long as it can avoid a Make It Rain.
So long as it can avoid, indeed, and in fact it's Golden Go that switches out for Eric. Please let's not have a repeat of turn 1 where we just have all the switches. Arcanine comes back in and it will drop the attack of Garganacl and indeed that Roaring Moon. And it's Amoonguss switching out for Eric. He's playing it nice and slow just as he likes, or as he seems to from that top 8 match as Iron Hands joins the field. But, of course, Marco's Roaring Moon is left free to go for a Dragon Dance, so its attack is now back up to neutral plus the booster energy, but it gets a speed boost thanks to the Dragon Dance as well. Salt Cure coming out from Garganacl into the Arcanine. It might not look like much damage, even though it's a super effective hit. But of course, this is what Salt Cure is all about. The residual damage that will absolutely stack up very nicely over time.
Yeah, that's still a good chunk into the Arcanine for sure. And you've counteracted the Intimidate with your Dragon Dance now. Maybe with the booster energy being an attack boost, that might put the Arcanine in range of the Acrobatics should you want to go for it. You've got to contend with the fact that the Iron Hands is on the other side of the field, so you do resist Electric if you don't go for Terra, but you are weak to it if you do. And opposingly, Fighting type would be very good into this Roaring Moon if it doesn't Terra, but really bad if it does.
Really bad if it does, as Eric again isn't quite happy with the board state, and he brings in his Amoonguss for the Arcanine instead, able to bring in the Arcanine for a future Intimidate, as it's Roaring Moon going for a Protect, keeping itself safe this turn, as it's Wild Charge that was intending to go into the Roaring Moon, but of course it keeps itself safe on this turn. Another Salt Cure coming out from Garganacl into into the Amoongus. So that will deal some nice chip damage that will keep ticking away over the course of the match, or as long as the Amoongus stays in.
Yeah, and this chip damage is going to work out much better than the Glamora would, because the Amoongus wants to be switching in and out. If there was going to be any toxic spikes there, Amoongus would be able to absorb them. So the fact that it's just Salt Cure being able to chip away at everything very, very slowly is still going to be very, very nice for Marco, because it's a very slow positional game. You're switching, like there's been 5 switches from Eric. On the 6 moves he could have made, 5 of them were switches. So being able to just slowly chip away at things is absolutely fine, because there's been no damage dealt to Marco's side of the field in these first 3 turns.
Absolutely, and it's Roaring Moon that switches out for Marco here. He's the one doing some repositioning in favor of his own Amoongus coming back out and joining the field. Eric's Amoongus goes for a Protect, not switching this particular turn. It keeps itself safe from something that could be coming out from Garganackle as Volt Switch comes out from Iron Hands into Marco's Amoongus. It goes back to Eric. So on both sides of the field, little bits of chip happening and lots of repositioning as Eric decides which Pokemon in the back to bring in, and it will be that Golden Go again, but it has to contend with a Wide Guard that could come out from Garganackle. But it's Salt Cure coming out from Marco's Garganackle into the Golden Go, which again will chip away at that Pokemon over the course of the time that it's in battle. Leftovers will help out a little bit in terms of its HP recovery, but the damage will add up.
Yeah, it's a Steel type. Look at this chunk of damage that's going to happen. It's a quarter of its health, so really nice catch there onto the Golden Go. And you can see it's still chipping away at the Amoongus, not quite as much because it's not going to be a Water or a Steel type, but that's a significant amount of chip damage into the opposing Golden Go. Is that going to put it in range of the attack from the Roaring Moon? You've sacrificed your booster energy, and you've sacrificed your Dragon Dance, so you do need to just come back in at what would be considered neutral for the Roaring Moon at this point, but every little bit of chip damage is absolutely going to help. And if the Golden Go wants to be able to do some damage to this opposing Garganackle, that's probably the best way that Eric has of breaking through it. Then you've got to contend with the Wide Guard as well that could be coming out. And if you attack into the Wide Guard, that's just an extra round of Salt Cure that's really, really chipping away at this Golden Go. All the damage that's been dealt, this is going into the 5th turn now, and the only damage that's been dealt on Marco's side of the field is a tiny bit of damage with the Volt Switch. So Eric does need to start finding some damage from somewhere.
Yeah, he absolutely does. We get into this next turn, and it is another switch. Moongus into the Iron Hands. Garganackle also switches to Marco. It's the double switch. It goes to show just how important positioning is when you're playing top-level VGC. As Roaring Moon comes back in for Marco Silver, Golden Go for Eric is able to go for a nasty block, boosting its special attack by 2 stages. Amoongus is, though, able to get off a Spore into Marco's Iron Hands, so it will take a mandatory turn of sleep next turn. It won't be able to deal any damage as Golden Go gets a little bit of leftover recovery, but here comes the Salt Cure damage.
Yeah, absolutely. The more you leave it on the field, the more this is going to tick away. That's still just a huge chunk. It's very nice that you're able to catch that Iron Hand, so it's not going to be able to go for any of its fake outs, not going to be able to reposition with the Volt Switch. So nicely done to catch that with the Spore on the switch in. But you still need to be able to do the damage. And if you're staying in with the Golden Go and getting a Make It Rain, that'll do very, very nice damage to the opposing Roaring Moon. That will be another round of Salt Cure, though. And you can only take probably 3 more at this point, even with the leftovers helping to heal you. That really does not counteract this Salt Cure that really chips away at Steel types. And that's probably why the Golden Go is switching out here.
Golden Go is switching out, getting rid of the Salt Cure damage. The Arcanine comes back in for Eric, and it's going to drop the attack of Roaring Moon. And for Iron Hands, it's a brilliant Pokemon to have in the back in order to just switch in at any point to be able to do that, and it's actually a double switch for Eric as Amoongus goes back to its Pokeball. His own Iron Hands comes back in at some point. Eric is going to have to do damage to Marco's team, but not quite yet, as an Acrobatics comes out into Eric's Iron Hands. It deals respectable damage, but there you can see it's not much at all. This very bulky Pokemon in the Iron Hands.
Yeah, you haven't gone for the Terra Flying, so it's not going to get that extra damage boost. You've used up your booster energy. You don't have the attack boost anymore, but Acrobatics still benefits from the fact that there is no item there. That's a reasonable chunk of damage, and every bit of chip damage is absolutely going to help in this game, because it seems like it is just a game of whittling away at your opponent and getting that slow win that will eventually happen. But still, once again, another switch out coming for Eric.
Another switch out is that Amoongus. It gets some Regenerator HP back thanks to its ability. Roaring Moon goes for a Protect, and Iron Hands, in fact, wakes up this turn. A relatively early wake up as a Volt Switch into Eric's Amoongus, and it goes back to its trainer, Marco Silver, and he will be bringing in something from the back again, repositioning. But look, all his Pokemon are now on full health thanks to the Regenerator on his own Amoongus as well, and it's Garganackle coming back in. It's another Volt Switch from Eric's Iron Hands into into Garganackle. It goes back. It's very much the format that this particular game seems to be following, as his Golden Go comes back in, but it's still not able to get off a big make it rain thanks to the potential wide guard from a Garganackle.
I'm wondering here, are we going to be able to get more switches than attacks in this game?
Yeah.
Because it seems like that is entirely possible based on what is happening.
Yeah.
You kind of get a neutral one when you get a Volt Switch. That counts as an attack, but it's also a switch, so it kind of gets a net neutral there. But yeah, Eric is still trying to reposition around Marco's team and really needs to start turning on the offense. It was nice that you got the support into the opposing Iron Hands. That's no longer come into play because it has woken up. You've allowed the Golden Go to take a lot of damage here. At least you got it back in without the Salt Cure. You can go for a Rage Powder to keep it safe. This might be the position that Eric needs now, because you can go for a Rage Powder. Even though the acrobatics will do some significant damage to the Amoonguss, that will be a nasty plot turn that Golden Go could go for, and then be able to do the damage it needs. Because Make It Rain will do some significant damage, not enough. It probably does need that nasty plot to actually start turning on the offense, but not this turn.
No, it goes for a Protect. Eric really asserts himself as a player that likes to go nice and slow, as it's acrobatics coming out from Roaring Moon into the Amoonguss, dealing a good amount of health, but of course the Amoonguss has that berry equipped, is able to heal back a good amount of its health, it being a citrus berry. Amoonguss is able to go for a Spore into the Roaring Moon, so that now does fall asleep.
Yeah, this is the opportunity now that Eric has. That Salt Cure went into the Golden Go, so did not start to chip away at the Amoonguss. This is the opportunity. The Roaring Moon is asleep. The leftovers is going to start recovering that Golden Go. You won't be taking Salt Cure chip damage on that Golden Go. You get to go for a Rage Powder this turn and a Nasty Plot, and the offense is suddenly turned on. Many turns into this game, the damage can start to be done. You will always have to contend with the Wide Guard that could come out with the Garganackle, but you can still always just go for a Shadow Ball into the Garganackle, even though it's got the Purifying Salt. So long as you boost it enough, it will do significant damage. You can go for the Shadow Ball into the partner Pokemon as well to avoid the Wide Guard. But a turn you're going for Wide Guard is a turn you're not going for Salt Cure. And you really want to land this Salt Cure onto the Golden Go. It's very well positioned now to be able to get its damage going with the Nasty Plot. Roaring Moon was the best Pokemon to be able to take care of that, and that is now asleep for the foreseeable future. So all of these repositionings, all of these turns switching in and out has finally got Eric into a position where he can really start to turn the offense with that Nasty Plot.
And we'll have to see if that is the option he goes for as Iron Hands rejoins the field for Marco. It's a Rage Powder coming out for Eric's Amoonguss. And Golden Go is able to go for a Nasty Plot here. So here we go. We're ramping up towards potentially some decisive knockouts. We'll have to see as a Salt Cure comes out again from Garganackle into Eric's Amoonguss, and the residual damage will keep stacking up as Golden Go is able to heal back a little bit more HP thanks to the leftovers. And here comes the residual damage from the Salt Cure from Garganackle. That Amoonguss now down to about a quarter of its health, but of course it can always just switch out to recover thanks to its regenerator ability.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't particularly need to be keeping the Golden Go safe from the Garganackle, because if you're going for a Make It Rain, you're forcing a Wide Guard, and that is not a Salt Cure. So then you'll be able to keep yourself safe from the extra damage from that. You can still take damage from the Wild Charge, and the Iron Hands is going to be able to shrug off and Make It Rain very easily, but you need to be able to deal with this Garganackle. If you take care of that and take care of the Wide Guard, there is nothing going to stop this Golden Go from just turning on the offense and doing massive damage. The Roaring Moon is asleep and guaranteed to sleep at this point because it hasn't taken a mandatory turn to sleep either. Amoonguss there, going to be able to switch out, get that regenerator, and get rid of the Salt Cure that was put on it.
And it's Arcanine that comes back in for Eric, and it's going to deal an Intimidate drop to both of the physical attackers on Marco's side. Indeed, the Pokemon he has in the back, Roaring Moon, also a physical attacker, so that Intimidate paying dividends there for Eric. And it's a Terror coming out for Marco Silva. It's into his Golden Go. It goes into the Ghost type. So it will now be immune to, for example, normal type moves, fighting type moves. It's a really good defensive Terror option here. And of course, it removes its super effective weakness to Steel. Golden Go, in fact, going for a Protect here. It's Volt Switch coming out from Marco's Iron Hands into the Arcanine. It goes back to Marco, and he's able to bring in a Pokemon from the back of his choice. And now he can see the board state. He'll be able to really consider what it is he wants to bring in. Hovering over that asleep Roaring Moon, and that is indeed what he goes for. It's going to have to wake up at some point, and the only way it can wake up is by being on the field. Salt Cure attempts to go into Golden Go for Eric, but of course it remains safe thanks to its Protect. Yeah. And it's the leftovers recovery there for the Golden Go as well.
Very, very nicely done there. You're going to be able to get the Roaring Moon in and try and start to burn those turns of sleep. That's the best way you have of breaking through this Golden Go if you are not able to get a Salt Cure onto it. but this is a turn that you could potentially. Because now you're not going to be weak to the Make It Rain. Even though you are technically taking a super effective hit from a Shadow Ball, potentially, that's countered by the Purifying Salt, halving the damage from Ghost-type attacks. So the Garganacle should be able to make it through this turn and get a Salt Cure off if it does want to. If it's concerned about the Make It Rain, then it can go for the Wide Guard and keep the Roaring Moon safe. If Wide Guard is clicked, then Roaring Moon is not taking significant damage this turn, because it's asleep, it can't be burned, and then you can't go for a Make It Rain. It would have to just be a Shadow Ball, but that's resisted as well. So still a very, very nice position for Marco there, but not too concerned about getting that Roaring Moon to wake up anytime soon. It's switching out once again, so when it comes back in, it's still got a mandatory Return of Sleep.
Absolutely, and it is Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go. Big damage onto the Garganacle, eating up a special attack drop there, of course, as well. And it's Flare Blitz coming out from Eric's Arcanine as the Garganacle not able to pick up the knockout. Garganacle is down to 30 HP, and Garganacle does go for a Salt Cure into the Golden Go, and it doesn't deal much damage there at all, but of course it will take more damage from Salt Cure as the residual damage stacks up. It is able to recover a little bit of HP with that leftovers, but at last a Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go as Garganacle also takes some leftovers recovery, but yes, a lot of damage onto the Garganacle that turn.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a Pokemon finally put into the red in this game after so many turns, but then the leftovers on the Garganacle putting it straight back out of that. Still very much in range of a Flare Blitz though. Based on the damage that the Arcanine did previously, another Flare Blitz should be able to pick up the KO there, so you've got to be concerned about that on Marco's side of the field. You could go for a Fake Out to be able to stop the Arcanine from going for a Flare Blitz. That's if you assume the Golden Go wants to switch out the Salt Cure, because if you just go for a Fake Out into the Arcanine and another Make It Rain is clicked, then that is Garganacle taken care of once again. So you've got to be careful if you do go for that Fake Out play, but at the same time, if the Golden Go does switch out, then that Fake Out would work out very nicely, because you can get another potential Salt Cure onto anything that switches in, or maybe do the extra damage onto the Arcanine that might put it into that Salt Cure range as well. It does have that berry, that it does have the Agua berry that hasn't activated because it hasn't gone down to quarter of its health yet. Protect from the Garganacle will make it survive through this turn though.
It absolutely will. Garganacle keeping itself safe, as it was a Shadow Ball coming out from Golden Go into that slot, which Garganacle would have gone down to. Arcanine goes for a Will-O-Wisp into Marco's Iron Hands, so it will now have its attack stat halved. That's not a position you want to be in. It won't be able to deal out the damage that it wants to. It's Volt Switch coming out from Iron Hands for Marco into the Arcanine. Arcanine is now down to about a quarter of its health, as Marco is again able to reposition and consider which Pokemon he wants to bring in from the back. Will it be that sleeping Roaring Moon trying to burn some more turns of sleep, or will it be that Amoonguss in the back there?
Yeah, I just want to take a second to appreciate that there's no 4 green bars there. There is a Pokemon that has taken a significant chunk of damage, because that is once again another switch. Still curious on which is going to win, amount of switches or amount of attacks here, because that is still very much the game to be playing, the repositioning game. Amoonguss coming back in, the leftovers happening on both of the Pokemon here. Going to start to recover. Maybe the Garganacle is going to be out of Flare Blitz range. It's going to be very close. If it gets one more leftovers, it almost certainly will be out of Flare Blitz range. It's going to be incredibly close based on the HP it is and the moment and the damage that the Arcanine had done previously. The Golden Goat has once again started to be chipped away very nicely with the Salt Cure down into the yellow as well, and that was a 3 minutes left, and we haven't had a single KO in this game, so we might have the fabled 4-4 in this game. That would be an incredible sight to see.
Oh my goodness. 3 minutes left in this battle. If the time runs out, it will come down to how many Pokemon are remaining on either side of the field. So both of these trainers now have a little warning signal that they might just want to put all of their energy into conserving as many Pokemon as possible. But at least we did see some damage dealt in this game. I can only really recall one turn where a significant amount was dealt from that. Make It Rain as it's Arcanine switching out for Eric Rios, bringing in his Amoonguss instead. That Regenerator able to recover some HP. Garganacle coming back for Marco, and instead hitting the field, it is the Iron Hand, which of course is burned, not able to deal the damage it might want to. Amoonguss for Marco going for Protect, keeping itself safe, and all eyes now on the Golden Go, which goes for a Shadow Ball into Marco's Iron Hands. There's 2 minutes left until the battle ends. Iron Hands takes that damage really, really well. Golden Go able to recover some HP thanks to its leftovers.
Yeah, so that's going to still be on the field. It's still going to take that Salt Cure damage. And there's a few Pokemon in the yellow for Eric. That's down to the red now for the Golden Go. And only really one Pokemon, the Garganacle, was taking significant damage. The Iron Hands is down to half HP. This could be a turn for just going for the Pollen Puffs, though. Because if you Pollen Puff yourself back up, that's going to really come into play in this turn to decide it. Because this game is definitely not being decided by 4 KOs, for sure. There is no chance of that happening. Especially actually spotting Marco's Your Time as well. That's incredibly low. Needs to keep that in mind as well. You don't have a couple, you've got like, what, 1, maybe 2 more turns. You just got to input your moves pretty fast here at this point and see how much damage you can do to the opposing side of the field.
Yeah, Arcanine is coming back in. Golden Go switching out before it took that final chip of Salt Cure and Intimidate drop onto Iron Hands. Fake out onto the Amoonguss so it won't be able to move this turn, and there's the 60-second timer as Pollen Puff comes out from Marco's Amoonguss into the Iron Hands, so it will be able to heal up the Iron Hands a little bit. It takes a bit of burn damage, but at this stage of the game, healing up your health is absolutely crucial as Marco has to lock in his moves really quick now.
Yeah, you got 5 seconds, you got to make a move, you got to be able to input it something. Oh, just about in time, so this will go into the timer, it would seem, unless Eric has run out of your time as well, potentially. Yeah. But yeah, no, it seems like we have locked into these turns here. It should come down to this deciding turn. Yeah. Can there be a KO on this turn? Flebits at least went into the Iron Hands, and that's a nice chunk of damage for sure. So every bit of chip damage is going to be able to help, and a recovery from your Agua Berry is certainly going to help as well.
Absolutely going to help Arcanine now back up to about 50% of its HP. Close combat coming out from Iron Hands into the Arcanine. It is, of course, burned, so its attack stat is not what it once was. It takes defense drops thanks to the recoil of the close combat, and another side Pollen Puff from Eric's Amoonguss into the Arcanine, bringing it back up to a good amount of health. And it all comes down to how much health is remaining for these trainers. Marco literally has no time left to lock in his move, so we'll have to see.
The timer was done. So's the your time. I'm pretty sure I saw 0 seconds on the actual timer rather than your time. Yeah. So we'll have to see which player is going to have more HP here and who is going to be able to take this game. It is a 4-4 end to this game. There has been no KOs. It's coming down to percentage of HP, and it would seem that Marco had more HP than Eric and is going to take this first game without dealing a single KO.
What an absolutely incredible first game of this second semi-final match. Not a single KO, it all came down to health percentage, and Marco Silva was able to clinch that out against Eric Rios. Eric is someone who we've seen so far today enjoys going for slower games, but it really came back to cost him there.
Yeah, you could surely hear the crowd reaction there. That was a very, very exciting game, end to that game for sure. 1 second left of your time as well. Marco was 1 second away from losing that game, managed to input the moves quickly enough, just about in time. That was definitely a slogfest for that one. Lots of switches. I'm pretty sure switches ended up winning over attacks in that game.
Yeah.
Surely some offense has to be turned on a lot sooner going into this second game here, because that was just reposition. Surely you've got to be content with your position at some point and just start attacking. The main attacks coming out there was Salt Cure. That does damage. It chips away at things, but it doesn't do significant damage. There was a big Make It Rain. We saw a +2 Make It Rain. And that was about it. All the other recovery was, all the other damage was just recovered by Pollen Puff and Regenerator and the leftovers on both sides of the field. So there needs to be some offense. There definitely needs to be some more offense coming out in this game. That could potentially be in the form of the Curse from the Mimikyu. That would be able to chip away a lot with the Salt Cure. The Roaring Moon got put to sleep, sacrificed its booster energy and wasn't being able to do the offense it needed to, and just got switched in, switched out, didn't take any turns of sleep, so it can't wake up and can't do the damage. That was the main damage dealer that was brought on Marco's side of the field. Maybe you need to bring the Iron Bundle and the Roaring Moon if you're Eric's side of the field as well. That will do more damage than the Amoonguss and the Arcanine will as well. So, yeah, absolutely longest game we could possibly have in that game one. We'll have to see if there's any kind of adaptations, or we're going to see if switches are going to win once again.
Yeah, it's the longest game we could have had, but it was exciting in its own way in a different kind of Pokemon battle as we get into this game too. Will it be super quick to compensate? We'll have to see, as it's Iron Hands and Roaring Moon for Marco, and it's Golden Go and Arcanine for Eric. And both of the Pokemon on Marco's side take that Intimidate drop, and they're both physical attackers. Not something they want to do, but we do see the booster energy heightening the attack of this Photosynthesis Roaring Moon.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd probably give the position to Eric here, because you've got the Intimidate down on both of the physical attackers. That could open up the Golden Go to go for its nasty plot on this first turn, if you're content taking that -1 Throat Chop. You could go for your Terra immediately, but then that would put you weak to the electric type attacks that could come from Iron Hands. But you've got the Intimidate. Why would you need to stay on the field when you could switch out?
Especially when you're Eric Rios and it's his own Iron Hands joining the field, and it is an immediate nasty plot from the Golden Go, so we may well be putting the pedal to the metal far sooner in this game. Gets a sharp boost to its special attack, but Roaring Moon responds with a stat boost of its own in the attack and speed, thanks to the Dragon Dance that it's gone for there. And it's Volt Switch, the move of choice, it seems, from the previous couple of games, for Marco's Iron Hands into Eric's own Iron Hands. A little bit of chip damage, But of course, again, now Marco is able to assess the board state and consider what he wants to bring in from the back.
Yeah, it seems like it is going to be that Garganacle, but that was a very important piece of information revealed on that first turn. The Golden Go outsped the Roaring Moon on the very first turn. It obviously won't now that the Dragon Dance has been set on the field for the Roaring Moon. It's definitely going to be outspeeding with the +1. But that is not a very common interaction for sure. Roaring Moon is significantly faster than Golden Go naturally. So that must be like almost no investment into the speed, probably counteracting the fact that you can just go for a Dragon Dance and fix that. And the Golden Go is trained incredibly fast to be able to outspeed even just not very fast Roaring Moon to begin with. So very, very important piece of information revealed there. Now you can start to turn the offense. Both players have gone for a setup move. That means that Golden Go will do massive damage. That means that the Roaring Moon will be able to do massive damage as well.
And it's Iron Hands that joins the field in place of the Garganacle as it protects from Roaring Moon, keeping itself safe this turn as Iron Hands for Eric is going for the fake out into that protected Roaring Moon. So this Iron Hands might have to take some damage from the Golden Go, and it will be a Make It Rain, a move that it resists, but of course this Golden Go has +2 in its special attack, but oh my goodness, look at that. That's
massive damage.
Hardly any health dealt from that Golden Go, and just goes to show how bulky Iron Hands is, and especially when it's wearing that Assault Vest.
Yeah, well, every bit of chip helps, especially in this set, for sure. We saw it come down to timer previously, so every bit of chip damage is absolutely going to whittle away at the percentage of the opponent's HP.
Absolutely, and it's Golden Go switching out, in fact, sacrificing that special attack boost, double boost, as Arcanine rejoins the field, drops the attack of both the Roaring Moon and the Iron Hands. Fake out, coming out onto Eric's own Iron Hands. It's a throat chop from Roaring Moon onto the Arcanine. That's really good damage considering it's a neutral attack. And of course, we see the flinch because of the fake out there. So yeah, good amount of health dealt already now.
Yeah, that was damage. Yep. That's what we could consider damage. So very nicely done to get that onto the Arcanine already. Maybe getting another Dragon Dance here could be beneficial for the Roaring Moon to counteract once again, taking that Intimidate. Do you have the opportunity to do that in front of the Iron Hands? You've always got the prediction of going for the Terror or not, because you resist or are super effective against either of the moves that the Iron Hands want to go for. You also have to be careful of the Will-O-Wisp that could come out from the Arcanine, but of course not when it's switching once again.
And it does switch, and in favor of the Golden Go coming back in for the Arcanine. Roaring Moon keeping itself safe this turn, going for a protect, scouting out what's going to happen here as it's Iron Hands Volt Switch into Eric's own Iron Hands. Once again, it goes back to Marco, and he will bring in one of the Pokemon from the back, either that Garganacle or the Amoonguss. In a very quick lock-in of the Garganacle there, he knows that is the Pokemon he wants to bring in at this point. Another Volt Switch from Eric's Iron Hands into that very Garganacle that switched in, going back to its trainer, and Eric will now be in the same position where he's able to consider which Pokemon he wants to bring in, and it will be the Arcanine for another Intimidate attack drop onto the Roaring Moon and the Garganacle. So those drops are really stacking up now.
Yeah, it's going to really, really hamper the damage output from this Roaring Moon. Maybe you want to consider switching it out at this point, but you do have a speed boost on your Roaring Moon, and you've seen that the Golden Go outspeeds your Roaring Moon if you don't have the speed boost. So something to keep in mind. Do you want to switch out, reset all of those stat drops, or do you want to just keep clicking Dragon Dance to get a boost back up? Or do you just want to go on the offense and you're content with taking the Intimidate drops and doing some damage? Because some damage is absolutely necessary in winning this match. So you're not particularly threatened too much on the Roaring Moon. The Golden Go wasn't going to be doing too much and didn't want to take Throat Chop or the Salt Cure, so that's why it's switching out once again into the Iron Hands.
If there's one thing the last game taught us, is that damage is better than no damage, and it's Throat Chop coming out into Iron Hands for Eric. Will-O-Wisp is able to connect from his Arcanine into the Roaring Moon, so its own attacks that will be halved now, even less than what it was before. Garganacle going for a Salt Cure into Eric's Iron Hands. A little bit of chip damage, but that residual damage will start to rack up as we see the leftovers recovery from Marco's Garganacle all the way back up to full health, as Iron Hands will take some salt damage after the burn damage on the Will-O-Wisped Roaring Moon.
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting to get back to this chip away at the opponent's kind of game again. And Roaring Moon is no longer a threat. It's been intimidated multiple times. It is now burned. It's not going to do the damage. It would have been one of the main ways of breaking through the opposing Golden Go. Now that that's been burned, Golden Go will be quite free to set up once again with the Nasty Plot. You're going to be able to do some okay damage with the Wild Charges coming out from the Iron Hands. You will definitely be able to chip away if you can get those Salt Cures off into the Golden Go as well. So now that you've got the Will-O-Wisp onto the Roaring Moon, you should be feeling a bit more comfortable on Eric's side of the field, because that was the main way of doing significant damage. Because of the Dragon Dance, you could have set up. Because of the booster energy, you got the attack boost. That was significant damage. We saw it do good damage into the Arcanine previously with the Throat Chop, but can't do good damage now. Going to at least reset the Intimidates by switching out once again into the Iron Hands.
Into the Iron Hands, which rejoins the field as Eric switches out his own Arcanine, ready for another Intimidate drop that you can bring in at any point from the back. But for now, it's Amoonguss that comes in for Eric, joining the field, able to provide some support perhaps for its partner Iron Hands, as we see a Terra coming out for Marco into that Garganackle, going back into that Ghost type. This was his Terra of choice in game 1 as well. So this Garganackle has changed its type. It will be able to deal out some damage as well as take some attacks better, as a Drain Punch comes out into Marco's Iron Hands, and of course will be able to recover some health for Eric's own Iron Hands. Salt Cure coming out again into Eric's Iron Hands, just keep chipping away this bulky Pokemon. It takes that Salt damage on this turn. It's down to just above half of its health. It's still chipping away, Jamie, but it's slightly more health being taken away than in the first game.
Yeah, it does seem like there's been more chip damage overall across this game so far. Both Iron Hands are about the same HP. They've taken roughly the same amount of damage. Being able to go for Drain Punch, that's one of the key things here, because chipping away at the opponent while recovering yourself as well is very, very impactful in terms of the percentage KOs that you need to be able to get in order to win on time once again. Because this is still a very, very drawn-out game. There's still been no KOs, so there's the potential of going to the timer once again is entirely reasonable, because you're still just in the chip away at the opponent stage. Once the Golden Go hits the field, that could be some nasty pots. It is switching in for the Iron Hands. That can be the nasty pots once again now that you burned the Roaring Moon, and you'll be able to keep it safe and get that damage going.
Absolutely, and even more safe when Amoonguss goes for Rage Powder, as we see there, as Volt Switch comes out from Marco's Iron Hands into the Amoonguss, tiny little bit of chip damage, as Marco is able to bring in a Pokemon from the back. Reassessing this board state. Is it going to be the burned Roaring Moon, or will it be his Amoonguss? He's considering there which one to bring in. He's hovering over that Roaring Moon, and it will indeed be the Roaring Moon. It comes back in. It's still burned, but it doesn't have those Intimidate drops anymore, as Assault Cure comes out from his Garganackle into the Amoonguss. More chip damage there, and that Salt will continue to rack up over time as Roaring Moon takes some burn chip as well.
Yeah, there is nothing stopping a Rage Powder and a Nasty Plot this turn. You can switch out in the Arcanine, you get the Regenerator and sacrifice, get rid of the Salt Cure that is on the Amoonguss at the moment. But if you do that, you'll still take a reasonable amount of damage from the Throat Chop, and you could allow a Salt Cure to be hit onto the opposing Golden Go. So you've got a choice now. Do you allow even more damage onto the opposing onto the Amoonguss, which does seem what Eric is going for, because that will allow you to get the offense going with your Nasty Plot.
Yeah, and that's something he will absolutely be angling to do. And there it is. He goes for another Nasty Plot. Of course, this Golden Go has rejoined the field, so it's still just at the +2 of its special attack. Acrobatics from the Roaring Moon is really good damage, even with the burner. It is a critical hit as well, so it deals more health than it would have been able to do. But Amoonguss is able to recover a little bit thanks to its Citrus Berry, still just below half health. Another Salt Cure coming out from Garganackle. Of course, this Amoonguss is going to be able to switch out and recover some HP thanks to its Regenerator ability, as Roaring Moon takes a little bit more chip with that burn.
Yeah, and this is where the speed interaction may come into play with the Golden Go and the Roaring Moon. We've seen now that the Golden Go is consistently moving for that Roaring Moon before it's gone for a Dragon Lance. That means you can just launch off and make it rain here that could do some acid damage. You always have to contend with the fact that Garganackle can go for a Wide Guard though. If you go for a Shadow Ball and avoid the Wide Guard, that's not doing that much damage to the Roaring Moon. It's positioned pretty well, but if you do go for Wide Guard, Roaring Moon is somewhat safe. But you're not doing too much damage back because you allowed the Roaring Moon to get burned. So Throat Chop will do pretty reasonable damage to the opposing Golden Go, but it will start to be recovered off by the leftovers. If you can get a Salt Cure onto the Golden Go once again, that would be very, very beneficial as well. That would mean that the Amoonguss would have to switch out this turn to get the Regenerator, which it may want to do, but it may just go for a Rage Powder this turn to allow the Golden Go to go on the offense. But no, why were we ever questioning it? Amoonguss is going to switch out.
Amoonguss does switch out and will be able to recover some HP thanks to the Regenerator ability, as Arcanine rejoins the field and it drops the attack of Amoonguss and the Garganackle. And Make It Rain does come out from the Golden Go into both these Pokemon. It's really, really good damage. Amoonguss and Garganackle now on about 1/3 to 1/4 of their HP, but of course it activates Amoonguss's Berry, so it recovers back up to just over half of its health. Salt Cure coming out from Garganackle into the Golden Go. Not much damage there, but the residual damage certainly will be something not to be ignored.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good damage. Such a good phrase to hear in this match. That was significant damage. That was over 100% of a Pokemon's HP's worth of damage, doing over half to both the Garganackle and the Amoonguss. That's what can happen if you do get into the position to set up your Golden Go. You're back to +1 at this point. You're still going to do very good damage. The Amoonguss probably out of range of an attack that the Golden Go will want to go for because of its berry, because you're now only at +1 rather than the +2. That was significant damage with the +2. Probably out of range. Maybe the Shadow Ball being single target might be able to pick up the knockout on the Amoonguss. Make it rain. You've got to be careful of the Y guards always when you're facing down the opposing Garganackle. So maybe you want to just switch out your Golden Go. You've done some very good damage. Maybe you get rid of the Salt Cure now so that you don't take that extra residual damage. But Garganackle switching out first implies the Golden Go is staying on the field this turn.
Staying on the field perhaps as Rory Moon comes back in for Marco Silva. His Amoonguss goes for a Protect, keeping itself safe for the next turn, and it's another nasty plot coming out from Golden Go. It's really setting up here. Could be a very decisive sweeping end to the match. We will have to see, as Flare Blitz was coming out into the Amoonguss, but of course it keeps itself safe, and Golden Go gets that leftovers recovery, but again there will be that salt damage chipping away as well as the burn chip onto this Roaring Moon. And it's fascinating that in neither game has Garganackle, I believe, ever gone for a wide guard.
No, it hasn't. It has the opportunity. That's 2 times it's taken to make it rain where it didn't necessarily need to. But I think that getting the Salt Cure off is very important onto the Golden Go as well. You can see now it's almost taken half of its damage as well. Things are chipped. This is actual damage on Pokemon, which is really, really good. But again, the Golden Go outspeeds the Roaring Moon. There is no wide guard this turn. So Amoonguss is just protected. If you go for a Make It Rain, now you're at +3 because of another very good nasty plot coming out from the Golden Go. Something is going to be KO'd in that slot unless it's an Iron Hand switching in. That's the only Pokemon that will be able to shrug off that attack. But if you catch that switching in with a Shadow Ball into the Amoonguss slot, that's guaranteed. The Amoonguss has gone for a Protect. You would have to go for a Double Protect to stop that. If you go for a Shadow Ball, that slot is almost certainly KO'd. A phrase we haven't said for a long time.
What is this KO of which you speak? As Arcanine withdraws in favor of the Iron Hands on Eric's side, coming back in, and Amoonguss switches out for Marco. He'll be able to regenerate some of that HP as Iron Hands comes back in for Marco as well. And we see a Terror coming out from Eric. Will it be that Golden Go? Yes, it surely will. A Terror into the Golden Go, into the Water type. A nice defensive Terror type here for the Golden Go. It's at +3 special attack, and now it can keep itself a little bit more defensive as well with the Water Terror. It's a big Make It Rain coming out from Golden Go, and it's a knockout. We have a knockout, ladies and gentlemen.
And you can hear the crowd as well. We are so excited that Pokemon are being KO'd here.
The crowd goes wild, something that should be expected from a Pokemon match, but something we haven't been able to show for at least half an hour or so, as we see leftovers recovery onto the Golden Go, and Salt, more damage taken away from it, but my goodness, it's put in some work that turn. And Marco, this is another phrase I didn't think I'd be saying, but resources are being lost.
Yeah, it would seem so. That is actual damage coming out from the Golden Go. Obviously a +3 Make It Rain. That is going to hurt, for sure. But now you're back at +2. Probably still going to be able to put get a KO with the Shadow Ball into the Iron Hands. Probably not into the Amoonguss. You've gone for the Terror, though, and now you can be faked out because you're no longer a Ghost type. So that's something to consider going forward with Eric, because if you didn't Terror that turn, you could have left your Golden on the field. You could have gone for a Shadow Ball into the Iron Hand slot and probably got a KO. But the fact that you've been Salt Cured as well means that you want to be switching out into this Arcanine instead.
Yes, absolutely. Arcanine rejoins the field and it gets an Intimidate drop onto Iron Hands and the Amoonguss. Fake out coming out from Marco's Iron Hands into Eric's own Iron Hands, causing a flinch. Of course, won't be able to move. But Spore coming out from Marco's Amoonguss into the Iron Hands. So slowing down the pace of this game.
No, that's not what we want to hear.
Just as it was beginning to get going, but of course Marco is dealing with one Pokemon knocked out as opposed to Eric's 4 Pokemon remaining, and I think relatively soon we might be getting into the 3 minutes until battle ends mark, so it may well again come down to number of knockouts that these trainers are able to get.
Yes, number of knockouts. Yeah. There is at least one.
Yeah.
That is absolutely fantastic here. The Arcanine's actually in a pretty good position. It's not switching out. It's going on the offense here, most likely. Flare Blitz would have done very good damage to the Iron Hands, maybe picks up the KO, and Amoongus, that will do some serious damage to that if that does not go for Protect here. But it's Arcanine that's going to be starting off with a Protect instead.
Arcanine goes for the Protect, and Amoongus attempts to Spore into that slot as well. Why not in this position? All eyes now will turn to this Garganacle, which gets its leftovers recovery, of course. So it's now up to about half of its health again. So even though Marco has lost a Pokemon, his own Pokemon, the ones he has remaining, are slowly recovering.
Garganacle has been very well positioned now because it's going to be able to get a recover. Doesn't have to contend with any of the Will-O-Wisps. It doesn't matter too much if you take a Flare Blitz. So Arcanine does not want to stay on the field. Here is something I've said multiple times. Here comes the Iron Hands once again.
Here comes the Iron Hands, and it's going to be healed back up to full health by the Amoongus. It is still asleep, but at least it's able to heal up a little bit as a follow-up Pollen Puff comes out from Marco's Amoongus into Eric's own. Another Salt Cure from the Garganacle, so it will take some Salt damage at the end of this turn, as Garganacle did not, in fact, go for the recover, of course, but it is able to recover a little bit of HP with the leftovers. And here comes the Salt for the Amoongus. It's not going to be quite enough.
Yeah, that's in the red, though. That could be a KO on Eric's side of the field. That would be very good to see once again. So the Garganacle, it could have gone for a cover. Doesn't particularly need to. It's not threatened. The Iron Hands is still asleep. Shouldn't be able to do some damage to the opposing Garganacle. You can go for a Pollen Puff into yourself to be able to get the recover, and that would be able to go for the Salt Cure that could be hitting the Pokemon that is switching in here. Amoongus has switched out, got the Regenerator, and now in comes the Arcanine. If you're going for a Salt Cure into that slot, that will do super effective damage and then extra chip as well.
Extra chip as well, indeed, and it is Arcanine that comes back in. Amoongus will recover some HP thanks to its Regenerator. Iron Hands for Eric takes a turn of sleep. Pollen Puff comes out. This isn't going to do much damage at all to the Arcanine, but it does bring it down to the orange, which for this match is a really exciting thing. There's the 3-minute timer. As a Salt Cure comes out, it's super effective hit onto the Arcanine. The Arcanine is really quite low now on its health, as the same cannot be said for the Garganacle, which has taken 3, I believe, uninterrupted turns of leftovers recovery. And here comes the Salt damage on the Arcanine. That is that's in range for most Pokemon to knock it out, but here's the berry as well. That Pinch Berry in the form of the Aguave Berry, bring it up to about a third of its health. That also could have been a free Spore there, potentially, for Marco's Amoongus into that slot.
It definitely could have been, yeah, absolutely. But you need to be able to pick up a KO here. Spore's not good enough. 3 minutes is left, or less than 3 minutes, probably closing on 2 minutes now, and you need a KO. It's 4-3 at the moment. But it doesn't matter about percentage of HP if you have the Pokemon advantage. Eric still has all 4 Pokemon. In order for Marco to be able to take this game, there must be a KO. He's still got reasonable amounts of HP on all his Pokemon. There's going to be some Pokemon still in the red for Eric, or actually the Amoongus would have been in the red, but it's no longer going to be thanks to that Regenerator. So needs to find some kind of offense here. Garganacle and Amoongus are not the Pokemon to do it, because they're going to slowly chip away at the opponents. And you don't need chip this time, you need offense right now.
You need offense right now, as we just saw the 2-minute mark hit the screen. It's Amoongus that comes back in for Eric. It's just above half of its health now, and it's Iron Hands that wakes up for Eric. It's a Drain Punch coming out, pitiful damage into the Amoongus, but it will recover some health at least. Pollen Puff coming back in to that slot as well. And Garganacle goes for that Salt Cure into the Iron Hands. It's going to be able to take this like a champ as well. And yeah, Marco really needs to get some kind of knockout here. But these aren't the Pokemon that might be able to provide it. But then again, he will have to reposition and switch in as Iron Hands takes some Salt damage.
Yeah, no, there's no chance for it at this point. So you've probably got 1 more turn left, maybe 2 if you're lucky, but you're still not going to break through the Amoongus or the Iron Hands with just the Garganacle that goes for Salt Cure to eventually win, and the Amoongus that just spores things and heals yourself with Pollen Puff as well. You can see there is going to be only 1 more turn in this match, and Garganacle and Amoongus not going to do it. So this is going to be going into a Game 3. We've had 2 incredibly long games so far. Going to go to time for both of these. There was at least a KO though. So it's not going to be a 4-4-4-4 and then maybe another 4-4. At least there's been a KO in this game.
Oh, there has been a KO. Remember those times as we see Drain Punch and a bit of recovery for Iron Hands on Eric's side. Pollen Puff attempting to come into Eric's own Amoongus, which keeps itself safe. And the Salt Cure coming out from Marco's Garganacle, which again goes into the Amoongus. Yeah, Marco has lost a Pokemon. Eric's 4 Pokemon are still healthy. I was thinking that perhaps we'd have a really decisive pace to this game, completely turning the tables on the previous game.
It seemed like there could have been.
Exactly, yeah, but that's not what we had, and we will be heading into a Game 3 of this nail-biter.
Yeah, the offense was turned on. when the Golden Go went for a +3 Make It Rain. That was a great turn.
Yeah.
But then the Golden Go switched out afterwards because it had to take the Salt Cure in order to be able to get that those nasty pots up. But yeah, that's going to be the end of that game. It's gone to time once again, but it's now going into a game 3.
Oh, it's game 3 for both of these trainers. Maybe this will be the time when it's no longer so positional. And the mental resiliation that both these trainers have to have at this point. Who is going to let it slip just that little bit sooner? Who is going to allow the opponent to come out on top? We'll have to see as we get into this game 3. But what a testament to the matching skill of both of these trainers. The fact that they've eked out this game up to a game 3 with 2 full 20-minute matches so far.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that there is, like, I'll mention it again, very important information that the Golden Go outspeeds the Roaring Moon. That is not a very common thing in the slightest. Even just a little bit of investment on Roaring Moon means that you definitely outspeed a Golden Go. But it seems like Marco is content with Dragon Dance solving that issue of, I don't have any speed. I'll invest in bulk. I'll be able to do more offense maybe. But the fact that the Golden Go outspeeds came into play in that game. We were able to seal that, and then the +3 Make It Rain was able to outspeed the Roaring Moon, even though it was burned, and it would have done good damage with the Throat Chop. The fact that that couldn't happen meant that the Golden Go was allowed to stay on the field for a couple more turns and not care about the Salt Cure as much. If it took the Throat Chop, it would have had to be concerned. It would have had to switch out sooner. Maybe it wouldn't have been able to go for the +3 Make It Rain. But the fact that Golden Go outspeeds means that KO was able to be possible. And that is very, very nice.
It's very nice indeed, and absolutely something that will be at the forefront of Marco's mind as they get into this game 3. Of course, Will-O-Wisp was going into that Roaring Moon in the previous game, halving its damage output, which happened to the Iron Hands, I believe, in game 1. So again, Eric aiming to slow down wherever possible. Both of these trainers have access to an Amoonguss for some spores that will slow down the game further. But maybe this will be the game where we stop talking about slowing down. We'll just have to see. Maybe there'll be a little bit of an incremental boost to the damage dealt as it's Iron Hands and Arcanine being led going into this game 3 of our second semi-final at the Utrecht Special Event 2023. It's Intimidate coming out, of course, from Arcanine into Roaring Moon and Garganacl on Marco's side, and Booster Energy activating the Photosynthesis on Roaring Moon for Marco and bolstering its attack.
Yeah, but the fact you've led with the Roaring Moon means you'd use the Booster Energy immediately. And you've used it straight into the Intimidate of the Arcanine. Yeah. So you're going to want to either start boosting with the Dragon Dances, which is risky in the face of the Will-O-Wisp. You can't let the Roaring Moon get Will-O-Wisp once again. The fact that that's got Will-O-Wisp and couldn't do the damage output anymore freed up the Golden Go to be able to get those nasty spots. You can't allow yourself to get Will-O-Wisps, but you've led in front of the Arcanine. You need to be able to Dragon Dance to do damage, but that will give a free turn to be able to get the Will-O-Wisp off. And you can't do damage as well because you're forced to protect.
You're forced to protect, and Roaring Moon will be keeping itself safe as Fake Out comes out from Iron Hands on Eric Rios' side. Will-O-Wisp does attempt to go into that Roaring Moon because why on earth not? And we obviously have a flinch from the Garganacl as well, so predictably, and here we go, the little damage that was dealt, and it's gone.
Yep.
And we're back up to full health. So going into turn 2, we have 4 full green bars on this field. I hope you enjoyed that little bit of damage that was dealt there, trainers, because it might be the only one for a little while.
Quite possibly. You need to be going for the Dragon Dances to do actual damage here. But if you switched out, your Booster Energy was wasted. You at least get the double power on the Acrobatics, but then you don't have the attack boost anymore. But here comes a regular old Throat Chop. Again, we've seen it do good damage. That was just over half, but here is the burn once again. The Roaring Moon is not going to be able to do the damage it needs to now that it's been burned once again.
No, it won't. Its attack stat will be halved. At least it was some good damage there onto the Arcanine. Drain Punch coming out from Iron Hands into Garganacl. It's a super effective hit. We are having some more health chipped away at this stage of the game. And Salt Cure, super effective hit is really nice damage onto the Arcanine. Wow, damage. Remember that.
That's the yellow. Turn 2, we see the yellow.
Absolutely incredible. We do see some health coming back for the Garganacl, but Arcanine will take some Salt damage after Roaring Moon takes its Will-O-Wisp chip. And the Salt will be eating away at the Arcanine. Will it go down to the red? Yeah, no, not quite. It's still in the orange just.
No,
and
let's
of
reach
course,
for the berry, of course.
Activates the berry. At least that's got broken through now. So Arcanine is on about half of its health going into the next turn.
Oh, the green once again. Such a shame. But yeah, really nice choice of item there, because the choice is, do you go for those pinch berries that recover a little bit more, but need you to be lower health to activate? And the Agrabah Berry is activated all 3 games here, so absolutely the right choice for the Arcanine in regards to this set as well. We've seen the Citrus Berry be very useful on the Amoonguss, so very good item choices coming out for this Arcanine, because every bit of HP absolutely matters in this game, as we've seen across the course of the games so far. But yeah, allowing that Roaring Moon to be burned. You've got some good damage onto the Arcanine, but was it good enough to allow yourself to get burnt? Because you needed the Roaring Moon as your main way of breaking through the Golden Go, and now it can't really do that anymore.
It can't do that anymore, as it is the Roaring Moon that switches out for Marco, and it's Arcanine that switches out for Eric, ready to provide a lovely second Intimidate drop when it comes back in. Amoonguss rejoining the field for Eric, and it's Volt Switch into Marco's Iron Hand Deja Vu as it goes back to Eric Rios, and he'll be able to bring in a Pokemon from the back, assessing this current board state as to what will be the best bring for him here. He's thinking about it, and it's going to be that Golden Go coming back in. Would it be able to set up a nasty plot in this position? It's Salt Cure, though, going into that slot, which is not a very effective hit right now, but of course the Salt damage will rack up very nicely onto the Golden Go in particular, as leftovers might, for the time being, bring it back up to full health, but here comes that Salt.
Yeah, you definitely need to catch the Golden Go with the Salt Cure on the switch in, because if the Golden Go was in this position without being Salt Cured, it's a Rage Powder nasty plot. There comes the damage once again. But now you got to choose. Do you go for the nasty plot to enable yourself to get the KOs, but then you sacrifice so much of your HP in order to do it, because the Salt Cure really, really racks up on the Golden Go. You need to get that damage onto it somehow. It can't really be the Roaring Moon too well anymore, so the Salt Cure adding up really needs to be the way to do that. And the fact that you caught the Golden Go on the switch in, very, very nicely done, because this would have been a very killer position if it didn't have the Salt Cure on the Golden Go. Now do you just switch out once again, dare I say it, so that you can get rid of the Salt Cure, so that you can come back in at some point to be able to get the nasty plot off. Because Golden Go, it won't be threatened too much across this game. It doesn't need to go for nasty plot this turn. Therefore, once again, here comes the Arcanine.
A wise man said to me yesterday, Jamie Boyd, have you heard of Caster's Curse? And there we go. He called the Golden Go, switching out as Arcanine comes back in and drops the attack of the Iron Hands and the Garganacle. It is a Terra coming out for Marco into that Garganacle. Once again, it's been his Terra Pokemon of choice in all 3 games. It becomes the Ghost type, so changing its matchup somewhat. As Marco has committed his Terra. It's Wild Charge coming out from Iron Hands onto the Arcanine. It's decent damage, down to about a quarter, a fifth of its health. Takes a little bit of Recall Chip. Pollen Puff, though, going out from the Amoonguss. It's the Arcanine. If it's not an Aqua Berry, it's an Amoonguss. And Salt Cure coming out into the Amoonguss, which, yeah, that was on full health. And now it's taken a little bit of chip. It will take some Salt damage as well, as Garganacle gets a little bit of leftovers recovery.
Oh, I'm getting sick of the colour green. There's some extra damage into the Amoonguss, though, but that's why Amoonguss has been brought to this match, right? For both of these players. You're going to be able to get those Pollen Puffs, get the recovery going, because the percentage HP absolutely matters here. Whether that is going into the end game of the your time, or the game timer, I should say, or it's going to be the fact that you've done enough to get any KOs to put yourself at a Pokemon advantage, because that, once again, it seems to be how this match is going. But here comes the Golden Go, though. So is it going to get in for free without a Salt Cure?
Here comes the Golden Go, and Jamie Boyd saying that he's sick of the colour green is really quite something, given his favourite Pokemon is Superior, as the Roaring Moon comes back in, joining the field in place of the Iron Hands. Rage Powder coming out from Amoonguss on Eric's side, redirecting attacks towards it. Salt Cure is going into the Amoonguss instead, so another little bit of chip, and of course this Amoonguss can switch out at any time to recover some of that health. Golden Go is recovering that HP little by little, same with the Garganacle for Marco.
Yeah, very nice switch in for the Roaring Moon, though, because that does somewhat threaten the Amoonguss and the Golden Go, because now you've got the Golden Go in without the Salt Cure. This is the position that Eric needs in order to do the damage. It's going to chip away once again on the Amoonguss, almost below half HP, almost that fabled yellow, but going to be able to get that Rage Powder and Nasty Plot this turn if you choose. You can go for a Nasty Plot without the Rage Powder if you want to, but that would be incredibly risky in the face of a potential Throat Chop, which would do okay damage, and the Salt Cure that would start to chip away. So you may want to go for that Rage Powder, sacrifice the HP on your Amoonguss. You may be KO'd this turn because of the acrobatics, but no, not caring about that at all. Going to open the Golden Go up to the Throat Chop and the Salt Cure by switching in the Iron Hands.
Here comes the Iron Hands. Golden Go going for a Protector. It will take yet more leftovers. Recovery. It keeps itself safe as the acrobatics comes out from Roaring Moon into the Amoonguss slot, which is now, of course, that Iron Hands and Salt Cure was going into the protected Golden Go. And surprise, surprise, it was a repositioning turn for Eric. Wow.
I mean, it's a very reasonable reposition for sure. Now you have Fake Out pressure into the Roaring Moon. Yeah. And then you'd only take a Salt Cure. I say only a Salt Cure. It's still very effective on the Golden Go to be able to start chipping away. But that's not a Throat Chop. that means that you can go for the Fake Out into the Royal Moon. Therefore, there's definitely no Dragon Dance, putting it faster than the Golden Go. That means that you'll take some chip damage, significant chip damage, in regards to the Salt Cure, but that's a nasty block. And that's actually a sneak peek of the Mimikyu in the back. I hadn't spotted that at all. That could do damage. Oh, I'm waiting for that to join the field. That would be able to turn on the offense for sure with the Life Orb, and maybe even the Curse as well. Curse would be able to start chipping away even more at the opponent. That would be very good to see. Here is the Mimikyu. We got the switch up.
Yes, Mimikyu joins the field. A Pokemon switch up. That is incredibly exciting as a Make It Rain comes out. And of course, Garganacl is kept safer from that than it once was because it's now the Ghost type. Mimikyu's disguise is, of course, immediately busted. But will this Mimikyu be able to clinch out the game for Marco? We'll have to see. Is it a critical hit? Wild Charge onto the Garganacl. But Garganacl is able to survive on just 2 HP. It does manage to get the Salt Cure off into the Golden Go, and it will have that salt damage racking up, but a crit!
Yeah, so close with the critical hit, but Garganacl survives, and even 2 HP is a full Pokemon still on the field. That still could come into play if we do end up going to the timer. If the Garganacl survives through the rest of the game, that will be a +1 to Marco in regards to the Pokemon that they have available. But at least you got the Salt Cure on the Golden Go. Now, who is faster between Mimikyu and Golden Go? Mimikyu, if it's trained as fast as possible, definitely outspeeds. But if you want the most amount of damage possible, you slightly underspeed what Golden Go could be at its max. And given the fact that Golden Go outsped the Roaring Moon, I wouldn't be surprised if Golden Go is trained as fast as it could be. So did you go for the offense with the Mimikyu? Did you go for the insurance of outspeeding things like Great Tusk, things like Golden Go? Because Mimikyu could go for Shadow Claw with the Life Orb. That might KO the Golden Go. Be careful of the Intimidate that's obviously going to be coming in with the Arcanine. Do you go for Play Rough into the Iron Hands? That would do massive damage into the Iron Hands as well. But of course, be careful of that Arcanine switching in. That would resist the Play Rough that could come out. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see some kind of Arcanine joining the field, and it seems like it's going to be for that Golden Go.
And here it is, in place of the Golden Go, it is that Arcanine, so it will be dropping the attack stat of both the Mimikyu and the Garganacl. Both these Pokemon are physical attackers, and indeed all of the Pokemon that Marco has brought are physical attackers. Eric going for the Terror onto his Iron Hands. This is one that we haven't seen Terroring before. It is into that Grass type. So it will be changing up its defenses. It's also immune to Spores, but of course, this particular game, Marco has left his Immungus on the bench. It's Shadow Claw coming out from the Mimikyu with a crit onto the Arcanine, so and that Life Orb damage there as well. Wild Charge coming out into the Mimikyu! It's a knockout onto Marco's Mimikyu. Oh my goodness, it goes down. Was it the Pokemon to bring in this game 3? We can't be sure because it went out so, well, fairly quickly, all things considered, and Garganacl is able to get a recover off. There goes the red, through the orange, into the green, a little bit more thanks to the leftovers, but yeah, Mimikyu maybe wasn't the play after all.
Oh, it definitely could have been though, because it had the offense available, it had the Life Orb. That's the item of choice to increase the damage output. If that Shadow Claw would have been able to hit into that Golden Go, especially with the fact that it went for a God critical hit, if the Arcanine had switched in for the Iron Hand slot instead, that critical hit would have surely KO'd the Golden Go, and that would have changed the match completely, but instead, it is going to be a KO from the Wild Charge into the Mimikyu. Because it's not got the greatest defenses, and you've surely just trained in offenses and speed on the Mimikyu because of the fact you've got the Life Orb, means that it's got no bulk available, and the Iron Hands is strong enough to be able to pick up that KO. KO, once again, we're at 4-3, so we're starting to actually get a KO on the opposing side. That's put you at the advantage, because now you have a +1 Pokemon.
You have a +1 Pokemon, and you have an Amoonguss joining the field. Roaring Moon is going to keep itself safe this turn with a Protect. And next up, it's the Iron Hands attempting a Drain Punch into that slot. But of course, Roaring Moon isn't going to take any damage, and Iron Hands isn't going to be recovering any health in return. Salt Cure coming out into Iron Hands, which of course is going to deal more damage now that the Iron Hands was a Grass type. But that was still absolutely pitiful. But of course, it is the Salt racking up that we care about onto the Iron Hands as Garganacl continues to recover HP with its leftovers, and Roaring Moon takes some Burn Chip.
Garganacl was at 2 HP. It was so close, and now it's just incredibly healthy once again. And there we go. There's the yellow. There's the yellow on the Iron Hands once again. So, yeah, really, really nicely done there to start chipping away. You need the KO, though. That's the important thing. Marco has yet to KO a Pokemon on Eric's side of the field across these 3 games, and now you absolutely must, because you are at the Pokemon disadvantage. There's still been a very, very significant amount of time used up in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we're starting to see the 3 minutes left somewhat soon. So you need to start turning on the offense. Do you have that still available? Because you've got the Drain Punch just hitting into the Iron Hands. You've got the Spore now hitting the Iron Hands as well. That could have been some damage into the opposing Iron Hands with yours, but now that's not going to be an option in the future.
Not going to be an option, and Salt Cure comes out from Marco's Garganackle with a critical hit, rubbing salt in the wound quite literally, as Amoonguss will be taking some salt residual damage, and Garganackle recovers a little bit of health. And yes, it would be such a shame for Marco to go out the same way he did in Game 2, having lost a Pokemon versus Eric having all 4 of his intact. So really looking to get that knockout, but of course, conversely, Eric will be looking to just conserve at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that you've got the Iron Hands asleep means that that's not going to be able to do the damage. Now you've got to rely on your just Salt Curing Garganackle and your burned Roaring Moon. So there's really not much damage coming out from Marco's side of the field. You're forced to switch out the Iron Hands here. You could have burned some turns of sleep and start to wake up so that you can actually do some damage with Iron Hands. Iron Hands is probably the Pokemon that can do the most amount of damage, but now there's just the Drain Punch. That's 2 KOs.
Oh, it's 2 knockouts, and that is surely going to tie up this game for Eric. And it catches the Roaring Moon. It's a super effective hit into that Dark type, and Roaring Moon goes back to its Pokeball. It's just the Garganackle and the Iron Hands for Marco, and it's Pollen Puff coming out for Eric, healing up that Iron Hands. They didn't really need a Pollen Puff, but of course, all health counts at this stage, and another Salt Cure coming out for Marco into Iron Hands for Eric, and a little bit of leftover recovery. So, wow, 2 knockouts.
Could we get the standard way of winning a match by knocking out all 4 of your opponent's Pokemon here? Who knows, because it's still been plenty of time at this point, but Marco has really lost any kind of offense that they have available to them. The Iron Hands coming back in, guaranteed to sleep. It did not take its mandatory turn of sleep at this point. You can definitely get some good damage into that with your Drain Punch. You can somewhat ignore this Garganackle. It doesn't really matter that it's going to start spreading the Salt Cures. That's not quick enough. Garganackle wins incredibly slowly, but you do not have that time available anymore. You've got 2 KOs on your side. You need to match with at least 2 KOs to be able to at least get yourself back to 2 for 2, so that maybe when it gets to the timer, which it is still likely to get to, you could have the advantage there. But 4 to 2 is a massive advantage for Eric.
A huge advantage as Iron Hands does take a turn of sleep, and Intimidate coming in to reduce the attack on his side of the field.
Goodbye,
as,
Yellow.
Pollen Puff comes back in for Arcanine, bringing it back up to the green indeed, and a Salt Cure coming out. It's not much health at all. We will see the Salt residual damage starting to rack up, but as long as this Amoonguss is on the field, it can not only keep healing up its allies, but also heal up itself thanks to the Regenerator.
Yeah, and I think the Salt Cure is going to put it back in the yellow.
There
it is. No, it's not. Oh, so close. Oh, I was so excited then, but no, not quite. Oh, but there is the yellow. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, there's the chip damage we need. But at least the Iron Hands are taking the turn of sleep now. It could wake up. Oh, yep. Sorry, forgot about the Citrus Berry. Up we go, back to the green. So not much damage there. Actually, like it was effectively healing the Amoonguss there at that point. But yeah, now you've got the Arcanine intimidated the Iron Hands. The damage is gone. You need critical hits at this point to be able to start to get some KOs, and even then, you can't deal with the Amoonguss. Like, Iron Hands can't break through the Amoonguss with just the attacks that it has available. You're going to need to break through with the Salt Cures. You can't really do that quickly enough at all. Arcanine, why does it need to stay on the field? You could have got off Levit's off, but why not cycle the Intimidator once again? Here's the Golden Go.
Here's Golden Go coming back in. Rage Powder, so Amoonguss will be redirecting the attacks towards it. And next up, it's the Iron Hands, which does take another turn of sleep, unfortunately, for Marco. Salt Cure is able to come out into Amoonguss. It brings it down just a tiny bit. Little leftovers recovery there on the Golden Go on Eric's side. And both Amoonguss and Golden Go are in Jamie's new least favorite color of health.
I'm waiting for the reds. Where's the red's gone? We saw that it's like on the Garganackle, but now it's safely back in the green. But yeah, it's just a very slow end to this game. The Golden Go is pretty well positioned now. You can get an Nasty Plot, and then you'll be able to Shadow Ball into the Iron Hands pretty nicely. You can switch out your Amoonguss if you do want to. Of course you want to, because why wouldn't you? Be able to get the Intimidate. Yeah, Regenerate is also a good ability, as we've seen across the course of this set, for sure. Well, that's not the Arcanine, that's the Iron Hands instead, so you get the Fake Out pressure.
Hey, it's Iron Hands instead of the Arcanine, as Golden Go goes for a Protect, keeping itself safe, and Iron Hands does wake up this turn, and it's going for a close combat into Eric's Iron Hands, which it takes very well indeed. And of course, Marco's Iron Hands now eats up a defense and special defense drop. Salt Cure was trying to go into the Golden Go, but of course it keeps itself safe on this particular turn, as Golden Go gets a little bit of leftovers recovery.
There's 3 minutes left.
3 minutes timer. Will it be a full round of 3 20-minute games.
Go on, Golden Go. 2 nasty pots, nice and quick, and then 1 Make It Rain. Let's finish this game. You can get the KOs on the opposing Pokemon. Like, if we had enough time, if we had a few more minutes, I'm sure the Golden Go in this position, you go for Fake Out into the Iron Hands, you go for a nasty plot, sure, you take the Salt Cure, but then you're at +2 and you can actually do some pretty reasonable damage. And surely a +2 Shadow Ball and a Drain Punch would be enough to pick up the knockout on this now close combated Iron Hands. So, yeah, it's very, very comfortably Eric's at this point. There's not enough damage to be able to take 2 KOs. And even if there was, there's damage down onto Marco's side of the field that surely puts the percentage in Eric's favor regardless at this point. It's just a formality in these last few minutes. Does Eric decide to just turn on the offense with the nasty plots? Does he just take the absolute guaranteed win condition of I will switch out once again because I don't want any KOs? But no, you got the Fake Out pressure, might as well take it.
Fake Out pressure, and in fact, it's a Shadow Ball coming out from the Golden Go. It's fishing for another knockout, and it doesn't get it as we see the 2-minute timer. I mean, I personally am buckled up. I'm ready for it to go all the way to 20 minutes as the Salt Cure comes out into the Golden Go, and the Salt will be chipping away at the Golden Go there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like there might be 3 knockouts here because that Iron Hands is in range of a Shadow Ball once again. Probably in range of a Drain Punch as well. It's a bit of a shame that Purifying Salt does half the damage from Ghost-type attacks, because that could have been a super effective hit into the opposing Garganacle. It's not quite going to be. It's going to be neutral if you do tend to go for that instead. But yeah, just last couple of minutes, just to confirm that Eric is going to be joining Aurelian in that final, of course, because there really is not too much to be done on Marco's side of the field. Even if you get a critical hit with your close combat to KO the opposing Iron Hands, that's still only a 3 to 2 at this point, or 2 to 3, I would say, if we were talking about Marco's side. So you're not going to be able to pick up enough KOs and be able to take this game at this point. We're just going through this last little formality to confirm that Eric will be going into the final.
Yeah, and I take my hat off to Marco. You may as well play it through to the end because why not?
You've come this far.
You've come this far, and there we go. We see the minute mark ticking away.
Oh, almost the last turn of the game. We're so close.
Here we go, and the trainers have now locked in their moves. It's Shadow Ball coming out from Golden Go into the Iron Hand.
3 KOs!
It's 3 KOs, so it's just this Garganacle against the world now for Marco. And next up, it's Wild Charge from Iron Hands going into the Garganacle. That Garganacle is back at full health, so it takes it down to about 2/3 of its health. Salt Cure coming out into the Iron Hands, and a tiny little bit of chip damage. I mean, this is tied up for Eric as we see this game play out. And yeah, we've done it. We've gone all the way to
we're not going to have time.
20-minute games as Golden Go gets a little bit of leftovers, Garganacle gets a little bit of leftovers.
And there's still Salt Cure as well, so this is going to be the final turn of the game. It was so close to being able to get 4 KOs. Surely a Shadow Ball, well, maybe. It would be very close if a Shadow Ball and a Wild Charge, based on that damage, would have been able to pick up the knockout on that Garganacle. But there we go. We went the entire distance with 3 20-minute games, trying to lock in the forfeit there right at the end, of course. We've gone the distance. That is it. Time has run out for the 3rd time. Eric Rios is joining Aurelian Sula in the final of the Pokémon Utrecht Special Event 2023.
Absolutely incredible. And you can see the joy on Eric's face there as he's done it. He's clinched out the longest possible game he could have had, and he advances to the final to join Aurelian. Aurelian would have had time for a little nap in that break before the final. Could well be going into it better rested than Eric. But, oh my goodness, what a feat. I mean, the phrase, it's a marathon, not a sprint, could not be more appropriate.
Absolutely. There were 4 KOs across the entirety of that set. That's got to be the smallest amount of KOs I've ever seen across a match. Like, the fact that we got a 4-4 win, that's something in itself. That's incredibly rare. Yeah. Like, you can get a 4-3 one. Like, but when you're playing a positional game, there's bound to be a knockout somewhere. It's like, you don't go to 20 minutes very often at all by not picking up a KO at all. But there was just so many switches, like, especially in the game 1. There's plenty of switches across the entirety of that set, for sure. But game 1, I do want to count. I do want to know, did switches win over? Not just the game 1. Across that set, did switches beat attacks? Yeah, I'm very curious to know that. I'm hoping someone kept track.
Yeah. We and if not, we will be going back over that match and counting those switches. And it was interesting how it was 0 knockouts in game 1, a solitary knockout in game 2, and then it looked like it was going to be the 2 knockouts in game 3, but there was able to be a 3rd one just at the end there for Eric. So again, Eric proving himself to be the master of these long game plans.
Yeah, we like if we had like maybe 2 more minutes, we'd have been able to get the classic win of knockout for Pokemon, because you'd have just been able to go for Shadow Ball, Wild Charge. If that's not KO, the next turn, whatever attack would be. So yeah, very, very slow and drawn out game. Mimikyu could have been the solution for Marco.
Yeah.
It had the potential to be, because it got the critical hit as well on the Arcanine. That would have been a Shadow Claw critical hit on Golden Go. That's gone.
Yeah.
That's easily a KO. So if you're able to land that, that would have been very good for Marco. If you can land an unintimidated play rough into the Iron Hands, that would also do significant damage. But Eric just never gave the opportunity for the word unintimidated to be a thing. Because Arcanine was always joining the field and then pretending to be an Incineroar and switching back out. Doesn't have access to the passing shot at all, so just has to do it manually. But in it comes once again for the Intimidate. I'm pretty sure we got a total of something like -50 across the entirety of those Intimidates, across all of the attack drops that could have happened.
Yeah, and even though Arcanine doesn't have access to the parting shot, of course Iron Hands does have access to the Volt Switch, so you can still get Arcanine back in on the same turn to provide another Intimidate.
Yeah, remember,
drop.
Volt Switch counts as net neutral. It's an attack that's also a switch, so it doesn't count for either when it comes to does switches win.
Yeah, exactly. Something we will have to take into consideration. And we've had confirmation that we're getting the interview set up with Eric, so we'll be able to hear from him again before going into the final between him and Aurelian Sula. What are your thoughts going ahead into that match, Jamie?
Well, we had... like the top 8 and the first top 4 were very intense. Intense is absolutely the word to describe that.
Yeah.
That was such a positional game that I don't think intense is the right word.
No.
So I'm trying to find what would be the perfect word for that, because it's so rare that you see, like, you can go to timer for sure. Sometimes you go for timer. All 3 games, that's not something that's common in the slightest. So yeah, very, 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 like, rare to see. Like, I want to feel privileged, but that took a while.
I still feel slightly privileged to have been casting that particular game with that. It couldn't have gone on any longer. Will Eric be trying to draw out the next game as well against Aurelian? That's clearly the environment in which
surely that can't happen.
Thrives. No. Well, perhaps not. And Aurelian might not be adapted to that playstyle. Yeah, we'll have to see how they match up into each other. And now we're able to hear from Eric Rios, your winner of that second semi-final.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here, of course, with the winner interview. What an amazing game to see that. There was a lot of mental fortitude that had to go in that. So what are your thoughts, your first initial thoughts about the game?
This is not the first time I'm playing Garganak teams, and when I face that teams, I have to, keep calm and play along the battle, you know, and let's keep damage and winning by time. And we got a timer 3 times, so...
Yeah, there were only 4 knockouts, only 4 Pokemon fainted, and 3 of them were in the last game.
That was super intense.
It was very intense. It is the positioning that was really well done. The Golden Go, I feel, was very valuable there, threatening with the nasty, possible nasty plots and just the offense that it could provide possibly as well. But looking at your team itself, is there something that you want to remark that you really like about your team?
I really like Goldengo. I have been using Goldengo since Series 1 at Liverpool. I played Among Us Goldengo, the same, not with the water Terra type. I was using a steel Terra type in Series 1, I think it was better. But now with a lot of Arcanines, with a lot of Rain teams, after Gavin winning Oceania, so I think water Terra type Goldengo is pretty good. Also for Paris Trap teams that Wolf have been using at and in the United States, the regional, so it was super good against that.
Exactly, just good as gold, ignoring Parrish Song as well. Would have in that game, it was amazing to see just how you danced around, really getting that much damage. And how do you keep yourself calm like that? How do you keep thinking to your game plan?
After winning game 2, I thought, okay, now I need to read some turns to win this. Because if I don't read anything, if I bullshit every time, I can do damage. And he always has Rarimun with a lot of damage, Salkur. So I needed to do some damage. So that's why I Drain Punch or Wild Charge some months to keep damage. And
as we saw,
it
was good.
And it was some turn that when I KO Mimikyu, he put Brahma Roaring Moon.
Yeah, Roaring Moon in. Yep.
And okay, I was thinking he can protect now and Salkur hands.
Yeah.
But after that, he don't have switch. If I Drain Punch and Spore Roaring Moon, I always win.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very tough position for him. So you positioned your board very well there.
Yeah.
And, well, let's not cut to the chase because you have another game to play after this. Is there anyone you would like to shout out?
All my friends, all my family that have been watching home and supporting me all the weekend. Also my Twitch community that has been supporting me every tournament I play. So thanks to all of them.
That is a good thing to see. Thank you very much, trainers. We'll be back shortly with the finals, of course, and we'll see you there.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here for the 2023 Utrecht Pokémon Special Event. This is the final moment that we have been waiting for. It's been building up across the weekend, of course. We are here. It is the finals where we're going to be having Aurélien Soula representing France versus Eric Rios from Spain, of which has just gone through a juggernaut of a set versus Marco Silva of Italy.
Exactly. Both of these players the previous matches were amazing. First off, I have to mention I have been able to watch them and just try and study them as intensely as possible, and just seeing these players being able to showcase what their level of thinking is like, their plays, the Pokemon that they have brought, everything has cultivated into this moment right here. These finals, day 1, day 2 Swiss, top 8, finals. It is time.
It really is time. You know, we had a beautiful exhibition of very high-level advanced plays. A lot of switch-outs. I think both Charlie as well as Jamie did mention that it may have reached the point where there are even more switch-outs as opposed to the actual attacks that were dealt out towards either of both of Marco's as well as Eric's Pokemon. But that is sort of the expectation at this point. You know, we are at the end. This is the final moment where we are going to crown a champion of the special event here in Utrecht. So what best way, of course, to be able to slide straight into this than have some very two on-form players duking it out, of course, for the title.
Exactly. This is, well, this is it. It is just so hard to say than anything else, but this is it. This is the cultivating of these two players excellently playing to the best of their abilities, as we have seen Aurelien's their play as well, having, for example, protecting the double protect with the Great Tusk earlier in his match as well, trying to have that deciding victory as well. It was an amazing play to be seen and made. Of course, you need a little bit of lady luck sometimes, but play to the best of your abilities and see what comes out.
Exactly that, as we're going to be seeing our players ready themselves up right now. A lot of pressure going into this, a lot of anticipation and excitement in the audience. They have been quite lively and supportive. There they are, lovely, beautiful faces joining us. Hello to you two. And it's been an absolute pleasure having everybody join in this effort, seeing everyone so ecstatic and happy and joyful, of course, to experience this entire event and lovely weekend we've been able to have, of course. But going into the actual teams, let's have a bit of a breakdown. We've most definitely seen quite a bit of both of these trainers' teams. Aurélien does have the Iron Bundle, Dragonite, Great Tusk, Mousehold, Golden Go, and Volcarona, whilst over on Eric's side, the Arcanine, Amoonguss, Roaring Moon, Iron Bundle, Golden Go, and the Iron Hands.
Yeah, we have seen Eric's team very much adapt well to that Garganacl, being a bit more bulky at that hand, while we have seen Onia's team do a bit well with that offensive power that it can present. And here we have, of course, their previous successes in other tournaments as the Bochum Regional Top 4 for Aurélien, maybe being able to take the next European tournament home.
Well, maybe indeed, but what best way to actually have these two trainers go up against each other, as Eric, of course, is the current holding European international champion back of the 2022 season. So Aurélien has done very well for themselves in order to get that consistency up, as we've seen and we mentioned in the interviews from before. Every single event at the current moment that they have been participating in, they keep on putting up the pressure of the positive results. And I think we have seen a couple of cores that Aurélien has ran. A couple of different choices they do have going into this matchup. We know that there's some redirection setup capability with the Mousehold and Volcarona, or there is that all-out damage and speed control with the Iron Bundle alongside either a Great Tusk or the Dragonite or Golden Go.
Exactly. Mousehold being there for a nice support role with the Vanguard, trying to redirect any sort of attacks coming in the way of those offensive threats. Of course, Iron Bundle being a nice way of having that speed control. And this Dragonite also, we have been seeing a lot of Dragonite, and this Dragonite coming around with the inner focus instead of the multi-scale, not being intimidated at all. As we see on this end from Eric's side, we have the Iron Hands, Amoonguss, Arcanine, Iron Bundle, Golden Go, and the Roaring Moon.
I know, and we've already seen quite a bit of Eric's team going into the previous set, of course. I think that Fire, Water, Grass Core just really paying dividends. It's such good synergy amongst all of those Pokemon, whether through their abilities or fake-out capabilities, such as the Iron Hands. You've got the pivot of the Volt Switch. You know how tanky Iron Hands is. It's proven it ever since we started this format in the Scarlet and Violet games back when in season or series 1/Regulation A.
Exactly. The slow Volt Switch being an amazing assisting tool, just making sure that the Pokemon, whatever comes in afterwards, will be in safely from those fast offensive threats that you usually see. Now Amoonguss, of course, being a very nice Pokemon as well, with the Regenerator, being able to redirect any moves from the offensive presence that Eric has also on his team, as we have seen with that Golden Go, just being able to be very scary with those potential nasty plots it could set up and then do a lot of damage with the Make It Rain and the Shadow Ball.
Indeed, and something worth noting, of course, speed control-wise, the Iron Bundle on Eric's side doesn't actually have Icy Wind. Instead, it has Encore, and the Roaring Moon does have Tailwind to take into consideration, but it's all right. I'm going to be seeing in the battlefield. We are starting with our game 1 for the finals. Eric has gone ahead and led with Fake Out Pressure immediately available on the field via the Iron Hands, alongside, of course, that Golden Go, which does have the capability of getting Nasty Plus set up, whilst on the other hand, Aurelion has led quite nicely with that Great Tusk that does threaten super effective damage onto both of Eric's side, accompanied by the Iron Bundle, which does have capabilities of going for the Icy Wind.
Exactly. The Iron Bundle, of course, threatening, well, not really that much, because really right now we have the Iron Hands being very bulky with that Assault Vest, and the Golden Go, of course, with its typing, making sure that it can resist any ice moves, but not the water moves, of course. And we do see the switch from the Iron Bundle into the Golden Go, while the Great Tusk does cease to protect itself, trying to make sure that the Fake Out would not affect it at all.
Indeed. So we see a bit of a situation. Very nice switch from Aurelion's side. Will be, of course, able to resist the Make It Rain at the cost of Eric's Golden Go, now being brought down to -1 of its special attack. So quite a nice play. You're able to just go ahead and ensure the Iron Bundle doesn't receive any sort of damage, whilst pivoting yourself in the way where you can either go and threaten any setup of the nasty plot over on your side of the field. But Great Tusk is in a very good position. It, of course, has not had its Focus Sash broken due to the Protect, which did safeguard it from the Fake Out.
Exactly, and now we do manage to see the Golden Go switch out there, not wanting these threats here to be on the field. And we do see the Arcanine with the incoming Intimidate, making sure that this Great Tusk attack will be lowered, just to make sure that any possible attack from the Great Tusk will not KO and have any KO possibilities. As we do see the activation of the Terra type onto that Iron Hands, going into that Grass typing, making sure that any sort of ground moves from this Great Tusk will not be very effective as well.
Nice defensive play here from Eric, but the Headlong Rush goes straight into the oncoming Arcanine slot, dealing so much damage, even at -1 of its attack stages. Of course, Arcanine will recover a bit of its HP, but the real question is, what does this Golden Go do? It does try to set itself up with the Nasty Plot, skyrocketing its special attack to +2, of course, with the stages. Wild Charge trying to focus down on the Golden Go will not allow the Golden Go to actually have as much flexibility for setup as well as extend its longevity across the turns.
Exactly. This Golden Go, of course, not having any leftovers right now, so still gonna be at this amount of HP, as we see that the Arcanine, of course, being on the field, does threaten both the Golden Go and can possibly threaten the Great Tusk with a potential Will-O-Wisp at the same time. Doing like the damage that the Iron Hands just showcased, just showing that not only is it really bulky, it just really shows that offensive power that it really carries. And we do see the switch out from the Great Tusk out into that beautiful little mouse hold, of course, with that Friend Guard, making sure that any potential attacks coming the Golden Ghost waves will be reduced by a bit, at least, as we see the Arcanine switch out into that Amoonguss, also with the redirection possibility, and we see the Make It Rain doing quite a bit of damage there. And the special attack does drop on the Golden Ghost side, while the Amoonguss decides to have a little bit of a snack here, while now the Iron Hands has the possibility to go for the move, goes for the Drain Punch, right into the mouse hold, and a great huge KO there onto the mouse hold, just making sure that there will no longer be any sort of Friend Guard either.
So let's break that down a bit. We saw the Great Tusk switch out. It wanted to, of course, first reset the Intimidate drops to its attack, but also allow itself to not have the Focus Sash broken. But due to that susceptibility of potential predictability from Eric's side of the field, you're able to at least target it down with a Drain Punch. We know that any sort of Electric-type move wouldn't make a lot of sense going into that slot unless you're expecting any sort of Iron Bundle switch in there. But Drain Punch, at least you consistently can deal some damage, break the Focus Sash, and if there's a switch in, as we had seen with the Mouse Hold, you're able to deal some very impactful damage, actually pick up that KO, which in all honesty, I really didn't expect it to do so, as Mouse Holds do tend to have a lot of bulk nowadays trained into them.
Exactly, and we do manage to see the Terra on Aurelien's side as well. Just trying to go as powerful as possible with that Golden Go. Just going for that Steel Terra typing. It's same type attack bonus now doubled, making sure that this Make It Rain will definitely hurt a lot as the Amoonguss goes for the Rage Powder. But yes, Make It Rain is a spread move, hitting both the Iron Hands, and we do see the freeze drive from the Iron Bundle into the Amoonguss, just taking it out, meaning this Make It Rain is now a single target move. How much damage will this do onto this oncoming Iron Hands? And we are seeing the attack itself doing quite a bit of damage, bit more of damage. Of course, now being -1 and now being at neutral yet again, as we do see the Wild Charge into the Iron Bundle and a huge KO yet again. And that Iron Hands really putting in the works.
It really, really is. I think Golden Go did, of course, have the +1 available to itself still from the previous Nasty Plot, as well as the drop of the Make It Rain prior. We know for a fact that, of course, the Electric typing was no longer available for the Iron Hands due to the Grass Terra type, but you could just see how the Iron Hands still can take a lot of damage. A single target via, of course, addition of the Steel Terra type. Surely it should have dealt more damage, but that is an Assault Vest Iron Hand that we previously saw, which has now actually switched into this Arcanine for the Intimidate drop onto the Great Tusk.
Yeah, now of course Great Tusk will do a little bit less damage with whatever move it wanted to go for, as we do see the Protect from the Golden Go, just making sure that it can survive any potential move, as we do see the Headlong Rush into that Protect, meaning nothing really happened in that turn except for that Great Tusk losing its attack, and the Make It Rain coming out. Now this is a neutral Golden Go onto this Arcanine, which is still a fire typing. Now doing decent amount of damage, this Arcanine already having eaten its berry. And now the Golden Go special attack will be lowered by 1 yet again.
Indeed. So the Golden Go over on Aurelion's side already in a situation where it cannot switch out anymore. Aurelion is down to their final 2 Pokemon, the Great Tusk and the Golden Go, which means, of course, it's locked in right now. We've got an Arcanine that does have the benefit of being able to switch back out, as we have just seen, for, of course, the Iron Hands, which will threaten, once again, with Fate Out Pressure. If it does survive this turn, talking about survival, that Golden Go does just that from Eric's side on a slither of health, whilst the Golden Go on Eric's side goes for the Shadow Ball. Is this enough to pick up the KO? Of course it's enough to pick up the KO. You have, all of a sudden, a 3 versus 1 advantage for Eric going into this, looking really strong right now.
Yeah, exactly. Now the Iron Hands has the possibility to go for that Fake Out, of course, as well. While this Golden Go is free to do anything, forcing this Great Tusk to just choose if it's going to protect for this turn, and then the next turn try to go for as much damage as possible. But yes, you have the possibility, of course, of that Arcanine switching in yet again, making sure that the attack stat of this Great Tusk will be lowered and lowered and lowered again.
Exactly, and it's sort of beneficial for Eric, as we saw Aurelion actually opt to go for the Protect in order to safeguard as well, of course, from that fake out, flinching it and breaking its focus sash. It's not in a position where it would like to do so, so it was sort of forced into the Protect, and Eric was able to make a relatively safe play there in order to put on the pressure. So at the current moment, it does seem like this will likely go Eric's way. However, this Great Tusk is known to be a menace. We know that it can have any potential to try to search far and wide for a win condition, so I wouldn't put it past it entirely to sort of try to navigate a way around this.
Exactly. This Great Tusk is still offering a lot of great speed, as we do see the close combat into the Iron Hands, but still surviving after even -2, but still a 120 base power, close combat, just barely missing out on the Kiddo, while the Arcanine deciding to go for another Will-O-Wisp, making sure that this Great Tusk attack will even do less. And then we do see the Drain Punch coming out, doing quite a bit of damage, of course, because we know that the Great Tusk has been going for those attacks, which made its defenses drop as well. So this Iron Hand's looking pretty nice right now, because, of course, it has healed a bit of damage. The Arcanine still also very much alive and being able to just attack the Great Tusk if needed. And that was game 1.
Game 1 over to Eric Rios. You can see there that he was quite calculated towards the mid and end game phase of game 1. The fact that you're able to ensure that you take your time with the tempo, you can go ahead and actually shut down any offensive pressure from Aurelion's side by picking up the very vital KOs of which we had seen. I think a very good call out would be that one turn we saw the Drain Punch from Iron Hands actually pick up the one-hit KO onto the mouse hold, just going to show the overwhelming amount of attack power that Iron Hands does have in its arsenal.
Exactly, that Iron Hands with its Drain Punch being able to KO that mouse hold from full is something that I haven't seen that often, but that is, of course, the way you have trained your Pokemon, and the Iron Hands definitely showcasing that it is, while it's still bulky, it is still relatively very strong, being able to take those hits when it needs, but also dish out those hits when needed. Now, we were earlier discussing as well about the teams and like seeing what will be brought, and we thought like Dragonite would have been an interesting pick as well. Dragonite, of course, with having that inner focus ability, trying to make sure that it cannot be intimidated and just deal as much damage as possible. And now seeing that Iron Hands be so bulky and so offensively present, it feels a bit. It feels like the Aurelion might have made a right call not bringing it.
It may have been the case. I think at least the Dragonite would have still pressured the Grass Terror type of the Iron Hands, right? You know that Eric's going to try to rely on it, given the fact that Great Tusk immediately threatens it. You need to sort of have an answer to that. So the only good way about it, whilst retaining the Iron Hands on the field or going for the multiple rotations and cycles of switch outs to bring the fake out back once again later on, sort of constitutes the fact that you do not want any severe damage dealt onto it, hence why it gives more incentive for Eric to opt for the Grass Terror as a sort of very safe play to go about it. I think this is something Aurelion could try to take advantage of to bring this set back to a Game 3. Dragonite does still have a lot of capabilities around it. You just need to be able to navigate in a very well manner phase, as we know that Eric is a master of repositioning. This is what is his bread and butter per se, especially with the core of which we have seen.
I think you might have changed my mind. Maybe Dragonite is the right pick there. Because,
it could be.
Yeah, no,
it could be.
Because, yes, logically speaking, if we're only looking at that Iron Hands, the Great Tusk does threaten it with any type of ground move, like the Headlong Rush, but then there is that Dragonite with that potential of that Flying Terra Blast, just being able to make sure that that is covered. Of course, now there's a lot of things to keep in consideration, because there is the Amoonguss with the redirection and such, which will always stay a big threat, because it also has those potential spores that can come out as well.
Indeed, as we're going to be going into Game 2 of the finals here in Utrecht. We see the Iron Hands and Arcanine lead over from Eric's side versus the Great Tusk and Iron Bundle. We're going to be seeing a couple of different interactions here. The Quark Drive is now activated via the Booster Energy, heightening the speed of this cute, adorable little present giver, whilst the Intimidate has been able to drop the Great Tusk's attack to -1. So no Dragonite at the current moment, which could be quite nice, but I can understand Aurelion wanting to respect the potential Arcanine lead with that Will-O-Wisp. You do not want a heavy sweeper of yours to actually be maimed in a way of having its damage output halved.
Exactly, and well, the Iron Bundle has been proving to be kind of useful as well, as we were talking about earlier with the situation where the Great Tusk does threaten the Iron Hands. Well, if the Iron Hands would go for that Terra Grass mechanic, it could still be hit beat with a strong Freeze Ride, a strong Ice Move, as we do actually see the switch out from the Arcanine into that Amoonguss, just trying to see if any redirection or any potential ground moves from this Great Tusk into that slot, as we have the terrestrial, as we do have the Terra mechanic activate here for that Iron Hands yet again, being that powerful grass typing that does resist those ground moves very well.
Indeed it does. So we're going to be seeing Eric, of course, adapt to the mega threat of which this Great Tusk can be. Aurelion actually opting to go for Protect now, so a couple of Protects shared here, not wanting to be susceptible to any sort of fake outs, any sort of wild charges, as we did see where the focus was on the Iron Bundle. It's not a Focus Sash. The Focus Sash is indeed on the Great Tusk. But if I am Aurelion in this situation, I would really be hoping that I brought that Dragonite in the back, because its potential of being able to unleash a lot of power right now is very high. Very, very high.
Exactly, as we do see the switch out from the Iron Bundle actually here now into that Golden Go. Golden Go, of course, being a very offensive presence, possibly, especially now that the Iron Hands has lost its electric typing, meaning those Make It Rains will sting that little bit more, as we do see the switch out and the Wild Charge into what used to be that Great Tusk slot into that Mousehole, doing quite a bit of damage. Not a KO, as the Amoonguss does go for a Spore, but guess what? That Golden Go is as good as gold.
It is indeed as good as gold, and thanks to its unique ability, it will allow it to shake off any sort of spores or status type moves going into the slot. So it's a really nice switch in to this Amoonguss. No Dragonite from what we've seen. Aurelion has revealed all 4 of their Pokemon: Great Tusk, Mousehold, Iron Bundle, and Golden Go. I guess it's just about trying to limit and focus down what you can with that very, very threatening core, or very robust core of the Iron Hands, Amoonguss, and Arcanine at this point, that Eric has just been able to show that he really knows how to pilot it well. He understands the situations that he needs to try to get the switches out and the pivot action going. So I wouldn't even be surprised if this is a Volt Switch coming out from the Iron Hands, unless it tries to focus down on the Mousehold.
Yeah, and we do see the Protect from Mousehold, as the Amoonguss has switched out to that Iron Bundle, as well as the Golden Go, just going for that cheeky little nasty block, just making sure to deal as much damage as possible, as actually we see the Iron Hands go for the Drain Punch into that Mousehold slot, just trying to make sure that it can possibly KO that. But now we're in a very interesting situation where, of course, the Golden Go is now +2. Looking in a very good situation, because it will deal a lot of damage to this Iron Bundle, and decent amount of damage also to this Iron Hands, because of course it still has that Assault Vest, but lost its resistant typing right now. The Mousehold, of course, being able to possibly help a little bit with the Golden Go with that Super Fang as well.
I think this is what Aurelion has identified as their strategy. Going for the Super Fang in combination with the +2 potential Steel Terra type on the Golden Go surely should be enough to be able to take down this super tanky Pokemon, of which is the Iron Hands. And yes, we do get the confirmation. The Terrestrial is out and it is utilized onto the Golden Go. The question is, of course, is this enough right now? as the Iron Bundle at this point, I don't think it's going to be able to do as much unless it connects with a Hydro Pump. It does pick up the KO. It doesn't even allow the Super Fang to be utilized. So I do not think this Iron Hands is going down as much as Golden Go is wanting to make it rain. Not even the Iron Bundle goes down. Of course, it is brought to its Focus Sash, but this opens up the room that Iron Hands really wants to go for. It goes for the Drain Punch. It completely ignores the Ghost typing. It anticipates that Terrastal and is able to regain a lot of HP. And Eric Rios right now is on fire.
That was an amazing play to make because, of course, if you hit that, if you go for that Hydro Pump and have that potential of missing, you still have the Drain Punch itself, making sure that that mouse hole does not stay a second turn. But still, that working out so well in this situation where the Gologo wanted to deal as much damage as possible and going for that Terra mechanic. Just, oh my lord, this is an amazing thing to have seen. And now the Iron Bundle being in, just being able to threaten a little bit as well with its Icy Winds and its Freeze Rise as well.
Indeed, and I think an adaptation that we saw between Game 1 and Game 2 for Eric is that Eric's left his Golden Go back. He's brought the Iron Bundle, and the Iron Bundle has already proven to be very, very useful in what it does. We've seen a switch out of the Iron Hands to be preserved for a later time, accompanied by a double Iron Bundle Protect. From the looks of things, one Iron Bundle aside. Make It Rain will now be dispatched onto the Arcanine. Remember, it is still at +1 of special attack. It's still going to be dealing respectable amounts on damage onto this Arcanine, even if it does resist. However, we're already seeing resources starting to drain from Aurelion's side. I think Eric has done an incredible job in focusing down on certain win condition types, being able to bring in the Iron Bundle to threaten, of course, the Mouse Hold with the Hydro Pump. It could have been a completely different game if that Hydro Pump failed to connect.
Exactly. Now we see the Arcanine actually switching out here yet again, keeping it for a bit later because we still have that Great Tusk in the back on Aurelian's side as we see the Amoonguss come out, just enjoying to be able to take any kind of Hydro Pump, but unfortunate miss there as we see another Hydro Pump and another miss as well. Amazingly, just it happens. That is one of those mechanics, of course. A can miss, and we do see to Make It Rain finally taking out this Iron Bundle, at least on Eric's side.
Indeed, Amoonguss definitely taking a bit of a hit there, and the Iron Bundle is out for the count of this game too. So in this situation, we do have Iron Hands recycling itself back through onto the field. It does have Fake Out pressure. We know this Golden Go is no longer has its Ghost Terra, so both of Aurelion's Pokemon at this current moment are susceptible to it, and we know that Aurelion does have the Great Tusk in the back, preserving the Focus Sash at the current moment. It is still intact. It hasn't been broken. So it's just going to be a basic game of how do I position myself to the point where I can deal substantial amount of damage to this core trio of Eric's Pokemon, as Nasty Plot just opts to go, gets set off, but it doesn't matter. The Golden Go goes down thanks to the ferocious power of which this Iron Hands is. It is as strong as it is bulky.
Exactly, that Iron Hands just showing his hand, saying stop, no further, you must not pop no more. As the Amoonguss does go for the Spore into that Iron Bundle slot, unfortunately going into that Protect, and now the Great Tusk can finally come back in, still having that Focus Sash intact, even still having the possibility to go out for a very strong close combat. Of course, you have to think about that Amoonguss itself being able to redirect any possible moves from this Great Tusk, as the same thing can apply to that Iron Bundle, going for any potential ice moves wanting to go for any potential ice moves onto this Iron Hands as well.
Indeed. So we do have Aurelion down at a deficit of 3 versus 2 against Eric. They're going to have to try to dig deep. They're going to have to try to find a way to navigate themselves through to forcing a Game 3. Iron Hands has just been putting the absolute most work it can during this set. Just having the Grass Terror as an option. Oh, wait, we actually see a failure of a double protect there. Rage Powder from the Amoonguss, just wanting to redirect any sort of attacks and damage into it. Headlong Rush, not enough to pick up the KO. The Amoonguss does, of course, survive, allowing this Iron Hands once again to be able to just move undisturbed at this point. I think there hasn't been something directly threatening it, and it is able to pick up the KO onto this Iron Bundle thanks to the Drain Punch. This just seems like Eric is running away with it at this point.
Exactly. The Iron Hands just showcasing how much power it really has. Just one-shotting this Mousehold earlier with a Drain Punch. Now one-shotting the Iron Bundle with a Drain Punch as well. The Headlong Rush into the Amoonguss, just trying to make sure to get that over and done with. That Amoonguss has to go, of course. While this Great Tusk has now -2 defense stats, meaning this Drain Punch will do quite a bit as well, as this Iron Hands is again able to heal a bit more of that damage, while in the back that Arcanine comes in, making it possible to intimidate this Great Tusk, making it a bit harder for this Great Tusk to actually do anything here.
Indeed, and I think the fact that the Drain Punch is able to deal a 2-hit KO, even though the Great Tusk has picked up the KO onto the Arcanine right now, it'll depend. It may even be a roll for the Iron Hands if it can, of course, pick up the KO, but this is looking like it may be game, and it is, and we have your champion, Eric Rios, the champion of the 2023 Pokémon Utrecht Special Event.
What an amazing showcase of abilities from both of these players. Eric Rios being able to position himself so well. That Iron Hands putting in all of the works, lifting up the team with all the Drain Punches, Wild Charges, everything you need. Honestly showcasing why it's such a commonly used Pokemon as well.
Indeed, I think there's a lot of things that could have gone wrong for Aurelion. Unfortunately, because of the positioning, it was quite tough to have to deal with that core. The fire, grass core in that case. I guess in game 2 there was the water as Iron Bundle was brought, but the main important thing is the trio, I would say. We've got Iron Hands, we've got Arcanine, and we've got Amoonguss. And they have been such a threat, and I think we've seen it in previous events, not only housed here in Europe as well as overseas. The fact that they just put in a lot of work, and they really fit the playstyle if you want to go for balance and a lot of repositioning and a lot of predicting on, right, I need to have a certain board state, I want to do the best that I can, and if I'm able to bring it around with multiple switches, fake out, as well as the pivoting, you're able to just do a really good job about it, and Eric is a master at that.
Exactly. He truly is, as we have seen, just keep positioning the volt switches, the hard switches, just trying to make sure that whatever his plan is will come to fruition as well. It was quite hard, of course. Now, that Golden Go, for example, trying to go for that nasty plot again as well. Just trying to see if Eric might have been thinking a bit too far, seeing if he would have predicted the protect from the Golden Go side. Just trying to get the best position for that Golden Go itself to try and make it rain as well as it possibly could.
Indeed, and I think it's quite tough because we're just talking about, oh, maybe Dragonite could be a really good bring from Aurelion. However, it doesn't have a way to directly deal damage to the Golden Go, which Eric did actually bring in Game 1. However, he did make the adaptation of not bringing it in Game 2. He brought the Iron Bundle, kind of at a disadvantage going up against the Iron Bundle for the Dragonite. It is obviously going to be weak to its super effective Ice-type moves. But I still think there may have been some way to break it down, perhaps, if you bring yourself in a good enough board state where you can at least dispatch of that main threat. And I think it just, the problem for me was the fact that the Iron Hands, whether it was going for the Grass Terror or not, it just was left to its own devices. It was able to do too much for Eric, and Eric was able to take full advantage of it. He was aware of it. He's like, okay, no, I know that is the key Pokemon. I can get a couple of switches with other support Pokemon, but that is going to be my MVP, and that is going to give me that title, which it has.
Exactly, and well adapted by Eric as well by bringing that bundle, just making sure that he has a Pokemon that is faster than that Mousehold. Should that Mousehold possibly switch in as well, because with that fast Hydro Pump, being able to KO that mouse hold certainly as well, guaranteeing there wouldn't be a Super Fang as well, because with that Super Fang plus that Golden Go at +2 with that Terra Steel could have done a lot more damage as well, because that would have been, well, a good position for Orient, of course.
Well, it could have been a different game.
Yeah,
if the Hydro Pump did miss, obviously there's more of a probability for it to connect as opposed to missing, but it just goes to show that that honestly could have been a different game. The Iron Hands likely would have been picked up with the KO of the Super Fang combination with the follow-up move too. So it's quite tough. It's quite tough.
It is.
It really is. And I think what Eric has been able to display is the fact that he's a master of board positioning.
Exactly.
We already know this. Aurelion has done incredibly well to bring themselves at this point, but unfortunately, there was just too much to handle. I think that core trio of Pokemon was just too much.
It was too much. The bulk they exude, and also the pressure, just the pressure. Because as we have seen, like Arcanine just came in most of the time, not really clicking that many moves. But like, if it is able to go for that Will-O-Wisp, for example, just lowering the offense that Orient was able to offer as well into the match there, and just threatening also the Golden Go, because of course that Golden Go had that Terra Steel instead of like what most, like the Terra Water onto the Golden Go from Eric's side, which could have prevented the Arcanine threatening it that much. But it is a game of positioning, and Eric's a master at it.
I mean, we saw a sneak peek of it in the semi-final versus Marco, where there were so many back and forths.
Honestly.
I think at some point we just kept on seeing greens, and I believe Jamie mentioned he was
tried to look for it.
There's so much green everywhere. When it was orange, it went back to green. It was just mayhem.
Exactly.
But I think it just goes to show the valor and the experience of being able to understand a clear path. See a clear path. What do you need to achieve? How can you switch things up mid-game or mid-turn, should I say, because all of these switches, they allow you to get the jump on your opponent if they haven't opted to go for any sort of switches. It kind of forces them on the back foot in the following turn, but if you're able to have a Volt switch mid-turn, slow pivot, bring a fresh Pokemon in, you sort of pick up and take advantage of it.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see, because of course we do have that Golden Go with that Mega Rain, which is a very strong attack, but it does lower your special attack by 1. And if you position yourself where you can switch in 2 Pokemon that resist it, you just make that offensive threat of that Golden Go a little bit less, because of course that Arcanine is able to switch in quite nicely, even at a +2 there. Well, no matter how, if you with the, and also the Iron Hands itself as well, if it still has that electric typing, but even with the grass typing, it wasn't taking it pretty well, of course, those Make It Rains. And if you're able to just make sure, okay, he's going for Make It Rain here, he's gonna be at -1 the next turn, I can capitalize on that and use that to my own advantage as well.
Exactly, and I think we saw just that, if I'm completely honest. But I think very interesting team. It makes a lot of sense. It's got so much bulk for it. It's got a lot of good synergy amongst itself. You don't even need a Great Tusk. You don't need a Flutter Mane, apparently. But Iron Hands and Iron Bundle, we know those two Pokemon, along with Flutter Mane, of course, have always been at the top, if not the exact top of the usage stats, first, second, third, with multiple different events. So just seeing it succeed once again makes sense, because it's just so good. They've got that really nice spot in the meta that solves quite a few matchups.
Exactly, and we have also seen like a lot of usage of Arcanine, and we have seen usage of Amoonguss. Amoonguss just being able to force a board position as well, because it threatens that Spore. You're not sure you can KO? Well, better switch to something that has the safety goggles or a grass type, because it's kind of scary otherwise.
No, exactly. And I think it just goes to show the utility of having grass Terra as a choice, especially on the Iron Hands. You can avoid the spores, avoid any sort of redirection, better position yourself against any sort of ground type super effective moves.
Exactly.
As we saw was the name of the game when it came to this Iron Hands. And it was quite tough to break down. All of that in combination with the fact that it has a ridiculously high HP base stat. It's also got a very good physically offensive stat too. Then you got an Assault Vest, so you don't even need Protect on this Pokemon. It will sponge the hits for the rest of your team. So it's a very beautiful way of actually gluing or putting a piece of a glue to get the rest of the team going.
Exactly, and we have those Pokemon like that bulk, and then you have, for example, the Amoonguss as well with the Pollen Puff. Something that is so nice to use as well for making sure that the Arcanine can stay healthy as well, for making sure that the Iron
Hand's role so far in the meta, we've seen it do very well, even back when Series 1 Regulation A. It gives me a bit of Incineroar vibes.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest with you. No Intimidate, but you've got the slow pivot.
Yep.
And you're just able to just pop it onto any team, and it will do incredibly well. It is super bulky. It can deal the damage that it needs to. Sure, it doesn't have Flare Blitz like the fiery little kitten does from Sun and Moon, but it's got Drain Punch.
Yeah.
And it's able to extend its longevity through a same type attack bonus move that packs a punch. Quite literally.
Exactly that. As you said, it does remind me of Incineroar as well. Because earlier when I was watching the top 4 match, just a bit over there, I was actually comparing it as well. Because you have those slow switches just to make sure that everything can stay safely. Imagine if Iron Hands got Parting Shot.
Oh, no, please no.
Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to run Assault Vest as well.
Oh, that's true.
Right?
That's
or at
actually
least
true.
you could, but it would be suboptimal.
You'd be hoping for a knockoff there. But yeah, exactly. It's one of those just slowly pivots. Because the fast pivots is also very nice to have. Just to make sure, like, fast pivot now to Arcanine, Intimidate, whatever is in. That's the same thing as a hard switch. Just doing a bit of damage at the same time. Or sometimes, as we said with the Parting Shot, just being able to lower the special attack or attack from a Pokemon, just making sure board positioning.
Well, exactly. And I think that's what we saw. So it was board positioning at its finest. So I'll be quite interested to see, of course, what this means for the trainers that we have had join us for this event. How are they feeling going into the European International Championships? What current CP standings do they have? Where are they placed on the leaderboard? Because there's a lot that comes into factor when it comes to the leaderboard run. So the travel awards, you've got the stipends going into it, and how can you find a way to get onto that platform that can further propel you into the future or with a better position into Yokohama later on this summer?
Exactly. There's a lot. There's still a lot of events going on, even though this one might have just finished. We have the next one being EUIC, and then we have Malmo, of course, here in Europe. We have other international events also still going to happen as well, which you can definitely find as well on the Pokemon website. Just try and find it. Very easy to find, actually.
Indeed. I mean, I know that Victory Road do have some really good resources available for the event calendar. But, of course, this is the final moment that we have been waiting for. We're going to go ahead and cut over to our Winners Ceremony Awards, where we will be passing it over to Charlie, who will be having a very quick interview with our champion of Utrecht, Eric Rios.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. My name is Charlie Merriman, and you join me here with Pikachu, of course, for the award ceremony of our Utrecht Special Event 2023. We started out with around 500 Pokemon trainers, and we whittled it down to 2 in the fantastic final that we've just seen between Aurélien Sula and Eric Rios. And please welcome back to the stage for a few words your finalist, Aurélien Sula. Aurélien, congratulations on your performance. I'm sorry you weren't able to go all the way, but how do you feel having reached this point?
It feels really unreal. To be honest, I didn't even expect to like necessarily make day 2 or even make top cut going into this event with like a preparation went. So yeah.
That's fantastic. It's wonderful to hear that you're pleased with your result, even though you didn't go all the way. And what a fantastic opportunity it was. Are there any shout-outs that you want to give to people who have helped you along the way?
I think I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I give the same shout-outs every time. But yeah, shout-outs to my parents for bringing me to events, and of my friends who supported me throughout the years. Yeah, and to people today who helped me prepare for matchups, for top cuts.
Absolutely wonderful words there from Aurélien. It's the people we meet along the way. Thank you so much, Aurélien, and congratulations again. Thank you so much, Aurélien, for joining me on stage. Thank you. And now, everyone, please welcome your winner of the Utrecht Special Event 2023. It is the one and only Eric Rios. Congratulations, Eric. What a terrific performance. The crowd going absolutely wild for you there. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling super good now, and I can't believe it. I made it finally, because I was preparing a lot for this tournament, but didn't expect to win at the end. I came here to prepare, to test, and enjoy the tournament, and I finally made it.
Yeah. You went all the way. You absolutely did. And I mean, compared to your semi-final match, which went to 20 minutes all one of the 3 games, and that final was, by comparison, quite quick. How did you adapt your game plan for that?
Do you say the semi-finals, right?
Yes, that's right.
Semi-finals. Yeah, it was super intense, 20 minutes each game, and when I saw that was a Garganagon matchup and he won game 1, because I didn't risk anything, I was playing so safe, I thought, okay, I need to risk some turns, I need to read, and I did that, and I won the 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And that was a faster paced final. Was that welcome for you after the semi-final?
Yeah, and finals were absolutely... it was super difficult, because Iron Bundle plus Greatest it's annoying for me, but I had to read the Goldengo Terra and the Train Punch at the Goldengo, and I think Hans was the MVP of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. It was incredibly well played. And so, you're the Utrecht Special Event champion, having accumulated so many championship points last season. What's your next event? What's on your radar?
My next event is the European International, and I want to defend that.
Well, of course, as anyone would. You heard it here first. EUIC, keep an eye on Eric Rios. And finally, any shout-outs you want to give as the champion?
I want to shout out all my friends that have been supporting me during all the competition, all the tournaments. Also, my family, my mom, my dad. They always supported me during the years playing, because I am playing like 10 years Pokémon, so thanks to them and to everyone who has supported me from home.
Very touching words there from your champion. Give it up one more time for Eric Rios. With a gleaming medal to boot. Thank you, Eric, and congratulations one more time. So, Pokemon trainers, there you have it, your winner of the Utrecht Special Event. And let me throw it back over to Costa and Simon one last time to wrap up this event.
Thank you so much, Charlie, and everybody joining us for this spectacular broadcast over the weekend here in Utrecht. It has been such a pleasure, of course. Huge props to Eric Rios once again for becoming our 2023 Pokemon Utrecht Special Event champion for the video game. I think it's definitely been a very exciting one, full of loads of various action, stuff that we can definitely look forward to seeing days and months to come.
Exactly. It was an amazing event to boot. It was fun to see all these players go out their way to come to this event here in the Netherlands, of course, and seeing that now. Honestly, looking back, and like I'm already having fond memories of looking back at day 1 Swiss, day 2 Swiss, but especially about this top 8. It was looking so good. All of these matches were so well played as well, and I sincerely enjoyed being able to help as well, sometimes being with the interview as well, and casting with you as well, of course.
Indeed. Well, right back at you, my friend. Thank you. I think we have obviously had a lot of pleasure with interacting with both the players as well as some spectators too, across with the interviews that we have had, of course. So what we will do is very quickly have a quick synopsis of what the top 8 bracket did indeed look like for this event, just so we could go ahead and actually see the progression of our trainers past that top cut mark, of course, where we did have Aurelien find all the way through to the finals, and Eric Rios, of course, reach the title. A couple of trainers indeed. I think top 8 bracket will be able to show us right now the various teams, of course, that were able to accomplish this. And we've got a variety. We've definitely got a variety. And I think Juan Manuel Odriozola was able to actually lead Day 2 Swiss going into the top cut itself. And Aurelien was able to just battle their way through, past them, past Alex Gomez, straight into Eric Rios with the final. And unfortunately, Eric was able to be triumphant.
Exactly. Looking at these teams, especially like just in being able to enjoy them, I immediately flashbacks to the teams that we have been able to feature on stream. A lot of these players actually have been featured on the stream as well. Just seeing that, of course, the Lilycove that we have been talking about quite a bit as well from Antonio, which is very interesting to see. And like all of these teams do share that one thing that they have a little bit specific to the trainer that have made them, of course, because we see, for example, the Annihilate there without the mouse hold that I have been enjoying seeing as well. The Iron Hands, of course, the Iron Hands, we have to talk about it. 2 Iron Hands here, 3 actually, my apologies. We have to respect the hand, certainly, now that it has 1 here as well. Just seeing how much pressure it could have put out in the final game for Eric Rios as well.
Indeed, and I think all of the players here are very well known in all of their individual communities, as well as the entire overview of the European community. I think very, very powerful, a stacked top 8 there. It's quite hard to be able to be crowned a champion when you have such formidable trainers to battle your way through in order to reach the title. I think it just goes to show the level of expectation, of experience, as well as, of course, the play style, the gameplay itself, the strategies, the temperament of being able to focus and hone in onto very advanced plays regarding the board positioning, which, like we've mentioned, Eric is a bit of a maestro for.
Yeah, exactly. Eric has played that fantastically. Just being able to showcase the, as you said, the high level of play. The way you said it was just amazing, actually. Like, you have been able to say it in such like you have been able to just round it up, as you said. These players are all amazing, and it has been very enjoyable to be able to see them all just showcase their teams, and even the trainers on the floor as well, being able to see them. And that we have to mention as well, we will be seeing you again, because soon at EUYC, that is the next of course,
major event.
Yes, exactly, in Europe. Very important to note as well.
Indeed, as we, of course, will be featuring that at the weekend of April of 14th to 16th, so you will not want to miss any of the action there. It's going to be one of the biggest turnouts for all for players. Very stacked, of course. We know that the venue itself, it's actually being hosted in the same venue we were able to have for the Worlds of 2022 last summer. So it's going to be an emphatic arena where there's definitely going to be the feeling of anticipation and excitement in the air. I'm very much looking forward to being there as well myself. I know a lot of people, most people I've spoken to were telling me how excited they are, because they feel like it's a sort of mini Worlds for Europe. You know, the best of the best are going to be here, and a lot will be decided, both with a CP as well as your positioning and how strong in the leaderboards you will be. Going on to our following events, of course, with Malmo and then Turin here for the European events, prior to then hopping straight over to the North American International Championships.
Yes, and followed by that, of course, is the World's Championship Tournament in Yokohama, Japan, where everyone really wants to be able to go. So if you are interested in that, certainly try to join us as much as you can on these tournaments. We will be seeing you at EUIC, and definitely Victory Road will be here as well, streaming on for the Malmo Regional as well.
Exactly that. So, from everybody, from us as well as the other casters and the entire crew of Victory Road, the tournament organizers and everybody, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you lovely people join us for this broadcast. So, if you do not want to miss any VGC action, make sure to tune in next time. But from us, this is us signing off. Thank you so much. We hope you have a lovely rest of the upcoming week, and take care. One player will be crowned Utrecht champion tomorrow.